The wind from the gone river carried the unique swelter of early summer, a fishy stench forcing its way into his nostrils. Zhang Heng violently hurled the crumpled 5 yuan cigarette pack to the ground and ground it under his heel. The last one was gone. Across the river, the light show in the commercial district of Ganjiang New area was reaching its climax. Purple and green laser beams swept wildly like swords, occasionally crossing to this side of the river, casting cold, hard patches of light that flickered across his face. The light and shadow cast half of his face in a ghastly pallor, his jaw muscles taut. He looked less like a living man and more like a savage demon ready to devour its prey. 32 years old, his pockets emptier than his face. This was his reality. Half a month ago, he was still a technical expert at the factory, the best in the whole place at cutting aluminum alloy. Even the irregular pieces that the CNC machines couldn't handle would fit perfectly under his hands. Back then, everyone called him Brother Heng. And then, the real estate bubble burst, the construction industry collapsed like an avalanche, and without even a sound, the factory was finished. The boss was shrewd. Seeing no orders, he didn't even say a word. He packed up the factory equipment as scrap metal and sold it overnight. As for the workers, a simple poor management, and everyone was dismissed. Zhang Heng still remembered the boss' shameless face and the few thousand yuan of so-called severance pay in his hand. A high school graduate, no degree, no connections. In this seventh-tier town where pedigree and education mattered, without that cutting machine, he was nothing. His parents, honest and timid office workers, had spent their lives being yes-men. Every penny saved from their meager salaries over a lifetime wasn't even enough for a down payment in the city. And women. Zhang Heng glanced at the most expensive office building in the province across the river and curled his lips in mockery. This was Gan Province. The national ceiling for bride price. Even a divorced woman with a child would demand at least 3,800 yuan as a starting price. That didn't even include a car, a house, or the gold jewelry and banquet. 2 days ago, the matchmaker's words stabbed straight into his heart. Zhang Heng, with your conditions, don't be picky. You know the local market. If you don't have the means, forget about romantic moonlight. Means. Risk my life for means. It wasn't that he didn't want to find someone. He truly dared not. That wasn't getting married. It was grinding his parents' old bones into oil to light a lamp. Zhang Heng suddenly stood up, the dizziness making him sway twice. This godforsaken life had had enough. This damn place couldn't hold him anymore. The city's permanent population was at most 600. The streets were full of yellow-uniformed Matewan and Yeli. Me delivery riders and green-plated ride-hailing cars outnumbered private ones. The iron triathlon. That was for young people with no way out to grind for. In this pathetic market at his age, if he went to deliver food now, he probably couldn't even earn back the electricity bill for the scooter. He had to leave. Even if he went to a big city to haul bricks at a construction site, it would be better than drowning in spit here. As long as he was willing to sweat, he didn't believe a living man could be choked by pee. As for marriage, screw it, who cares? But the world was vast. Where to go? Zhang Heng pulled out his domestic phone. With a cracked screen, the black grease stains on his fingertips that no amount of washing could remove. In his whole life, other than Gan Province, the farthest he'd been was to a neighboring city for a wedding. Staring at the dense city names on the map, his mind felt like a complete fog. He was about to search for CNC technician jobs when his finger froze above the screen. A figure suddenly popped into that fat bastard. 2 years ago, the boss had forced in a connection hire. His name was Delicate Sherlingling. At first glance, I thought it was some rich young lady. When he arrived, good heavens, a 190-pound bruiser whose footsteps made the workshop floor shake. This kid had a mind at home, not a metaphor, he really did. His father had business dealings with that unscrupulous boss, so to temper the kid's character, he was thrown under Zhang Heng as an apprentice. It seemed like a spoiled second-generation waster, but surprisingly the fatty actually settled down. Not spoiled, willing to take scoldings. In 2 years, he had mastered about 70 to 80% of the precision machining craft. Earlier this year, the fatty left. Brother Heng, come with me to Beijing. That time before he left, he tugged at Zhang Heng's sleeve. Spit, flying, my old man took a big project in the free trade zone over there. He needs reliable people. You go keep an eye on the tech side, name your salary. 100 times better than this dump. What did he say then? Zhang Heng looked at the river and wanted to slap himself hard. Back then he thought he had about 100,000 saved and his parents were old. He didn't want to move. Stick with the shabby factory, make 5 or 6,000 a month. Even without a wife, life could just scrape by. Seeking stability, being close to home. And then, that so-called stability was just a fart from the boss before he skipped town. While parents live, don't travel far. If you can't even feed yourself, are you going to gnaw on your parents' old bones? 100,000 in savings. In front of the matchmaker's 3,800 bride price, it wouldn't even make a sound. Screw stability. These days, poverty is the greatest instability. Beijing was far, but could it be worse than being poor? Zhang Heng didn't hesitate. His thumb slid across the screen to his contacts. Sherlingling apprentice. The name stood out starkly among the list of co-workers. The strong dissonance almost made him laugh on this suffocating night. The moment he pressed the dial button, his knuckles turned white. Ring, ring, the call connected. Hello, who's this? At this hour. The receiver burst with a chaotic electronic noise mixed with clinking glasses and women's giggles. This kid living the good life. Zhang Heng held the phone away from his ear. His throat felt stuffed with cotton, dry and painful. It's me. There was a 2-second pause on the other end, followed by a sharp scraping sound of furniture, then the background noise died. It seemed the fatty had covered the receiver and run outside or yelled for silence. Holy crap. Master. Brother Heng. The sun rises in the west. What made you think of calling me? The fatty's voice carried a rough and familiar warmth that made Zhang Heng's nose tingle. The hesitation and pride of a moment ago were washed away by that Brother Heng. What? Afraid and borrowing money. Zhang Heng lit an imaginary cigarette, his fingers habitually rubbing against his trouser seam. Borrowing money. How much? Within 500,000. I don't need to report to my old man, who I can decide. The fatty answered without a stutter. As long as it's not for gambling, drugs, or whores, I don't care what you do. That's what it meant to be rich. 500,000. In the fatty's mouth, it was like $50. But for Zhang Heng, it was the 5-finger mountain crushing him. Zhang Heng forced a bitter laugh and exhaled a long breath into the dark river. Not borrowing money. Just asking something. His knuckles were white palms slick with cold sweat. The question rolled around in his throat several times before bursting out with a desperate finality. That thing you said when you left at the start of the year. Does it still count? Silence on the other end. The wind howled past his ears. Zhang Heng's heart climbed into his throat. Even when he decided to call the fatty, he wasn't this nervous. If he got rejected, it would be like stepping into nothing. No handhold left. Which one? The fatty asked, puzzled. The one about giving you my apartment if you had no place to stay. Or the one about introducing you to some foreign girls. Get lost. Zhang Heng cursed his taut, nerves loosening. The one about me going to Beijing to manage tech for your dad's project. Oh my god. The fatty's strange shout almost burst Zhang Heng's eardrum. You've finally come to your senses. I told you what was there to stay in that dump for. Less teasing. Zhang Heng cut off his excitement. I'm serious. Unemployed now. If you still need people, will come. If you're full, we'll figure something else. Full my ass. The tech director position has always been waiting for you. My old man was just saying the other day that the guys we hired are all useless. Can't even read blueprints. If you could come, head laugh his dentures out. Sure, Ling Ling's loud voice vibrated the phone shell. Even thousands of kilometers away, you could feel the fatty's gesticulating excitement. Don't get too excited too soon. Zhang Heng steadied himself, rationality returning. Even brothers settle accounts clearly, let alone master and apprentice. Ask your dad first. Don't make it awkward when I get there. Ask nothing. This is my decision. Go ask. Zhang Heng's tone sharpened. Get the details clear, salary, accommodation, work scope. Lay it all out. I don't want to take advantage. They'll earn what I'm paid. The fatty chuckled on the other end. All right, whatever you say. They'll go knock on the old man's door right now. Wait for me, 10 minutes. No, 5 minutes to get back to you. Beep, beep. The call ended. The screen went dark, reflecting Zhang Heng's stubbly face. After that phone call, his back was drenched in sweat, which turned chilly when the river wind blew. Though the heavy stone in his heart hadn't completely fallen, it had at least shifted a crack, letting in a sliver of air. As long as he could leave this godforsaken place and earn money, eating sand in Beijing meant nothing. He instinctively reached for his pants pocket, wanting a cigarette to calm his nerves. His fingers touched the bottom, empty. Alright, he had smoked the last one just now and thrown the pack into the river to feed the fish. Not even a single cigarette. Zhang Heng gave a self-deprecating twitch at the corner of his mouth, stuffed the battered phone back into his pocket, tightened his faded canvas work jacket, and turned to walk up the riverbank. Before his feet had even settled on the path, the phone in his pocket vibrated like crazy. So soon. Zhang Heng took it out. Not a call, but a WeChat transfer. On the large orange interface, a line of numbers was clearly displayed. Transferred to Zhang Heng, 20,000 yuan. Immediately after a voice message. He tapped it, and Fatty's pompous voice blasted out across the empty riverbank. Brother Heng, this is for the travel expenses. If it's not enough, just say the word. When that old man heard you were coming, he even pushed me aside, and is now rummaging through cabinets to find good wine. Hurry up and buy your ticket. The sooner the better. 20,000. Travel expenses. Zhang Heng stared at the screen, his eye sockets suddenly burning hot. He almost made a fool of himself, crying on this deserted riverside. Is this what they call heaven never seals off all exits? Screw the betrothal gift, screw the 3800. I'm going to Beijing. Zhang Heng took a deep breath, pressed his thumb hard on accept transfer, turned around, and started running toward the city, toward home. He ran faster and faster, as if trying to leave this miserable life far behind in the cold wind of the Ganjiang River. His lungs wheezing like a bellows, Zhang Heng sprinted all the way back to the entrance of his neighborhood. But he didn't go upstairs. Instead, he ducked into the small convenience store next door and scanned the QR code with his phone. Boss, give me a pack of 15 yuan Tang Wang. He tore open the pack, pulled out a cigarette, and clamped it between his lips. The lighter clicked, a flame shot up. He crouched at the dark stairwell entrance of the building, and his first drag was so fierce it burned his lungs. This place, they called it a neighborhood, but it was just 3 abandoned red brick buildings. Factory-built collective housing from the 1990s, even older than Zhang Heng himself. All around, dozens of stories-high commercial apartments had already risen, enclosing these three shabby buildings in the center like an airtight, deep well. A few years back, demolition was rumored. Later, that shrewd fat developer took a walk around, saw the dense occupants and extremely high floor area ratio, and shook his head as he left. Too costly, no profit. So this place became a rotten scar on the city, forgotten in a corner by the new era. Zhang Heng looked up at the dim streetlight overhead, its shade filled with dead flies' husks. Mom and Dad were nearly 60. This trip to Beijing was thousands of kilometers away. Once he left, if either of them had a headache or fever in the middle of the night, he could only fret uselessly over the phone. Worthless. But could he not go? Staying in this dead-end place, earning 3,000 to 4,000 a month. Not only could he not support his parents, he couldn't even leave this broken building. Zhang Heng took a vicious drag, the ember burning down to the filter, a burnt smell invading his nostril. As long as he worked there for a few years, saved up money, and came back to trade this old house, or at least put a few $100,000 in his parents' bank book, then it would be filial piety. Staying by their side now was just being a parasite. Without money, one didn't even qualify to be filial. Zhang Heng threw the cigarette, but onto the dusty concrete floor and ground it hard with his shoe, turning twice until the ember was completely extinguished. He stood up and went upstairs, his footsteps heavy, as if he were going to blow up a bunker. He pulled open the paint-chipped security door, and the warmth of the room rushed out, mixed with a faint smell of mothballs. Mom, wearing reading glasses, was curled up on the corner of the sofa, knitting needles flying up and down. A gray ball of yarn rolled around on the floor. On the balcony, Dad was sitting cross-legged on a small stool that had been repaired several times. He held a piece of flannel cloth and carefully wiped a slightly rusty fishing reel. The old man had no other hobbies in his life. No smoking, no drinking, no playing cards with others. His only pastime was sitting by the Ganjiang River. If he got lucky and caught a few crucian carp, there would be an extra meat dish on the dinner table, and he would happily give Zhang Heng the belly meat. Back? Mom asked lightly without looking up. Food's warm in the pot. Get it yourself. This ordinary domestic remark nearly shattered the mental wall Zhang Heng had just built. He stood at the doorway, hand gripping the doorknob, his knuckles white with force. He had to say it. Right now? Zhang Heng didn't change his shoes. The soles of his shoes, stained with mud from the riverbank, stepped directly onto the yellowed linoleum flooring, leaving a trail of gray-black footprints. He plopped heavily onto the sofa, the old springs letting out a screeching complaint. He collapsed into it like all his bones had been pulled out, not moving. Mom tossed the gray yarn onto the coffee table, took off her reading glasses, rubbed her eyes, and scolded with a half-smile, "Did you lose your soul outside?" A grown man doesn't even say a word when he comes in looking like a beaten eggplant. The old man on the balcony didn't turn his head, still rubbing the cloth back and forth on the rusty reel. The scrape-scrape sound irritated the heart. The room was stiflingly quiet. Zhang Heng grabbed the cooled boiled water from the coffee table and gulped down half a glass. The icy water slid down his throat into his stomach, making him shiver. "Dad, come in here. Put that broken reel down." Zhang Heng's voice was hoarse, as if filled with sand. The old man's movements halted. For an instant, the silhouette on the balcony stiffened noticeably. Slowly, he turned around, placed his treasured fishing reel on the stool, and walked in with his hands behind his back. He looked at Zhang Heng's taut face, then at his bewildered wife. A sudden glimmer of light flickered in his cloud. "What? Is it that girl your Aunt Wang introduced last time? Any progress?" At this question, Mom, who had been sitting, straightened up abruptly, her face blooming into a smile, even her wrinkles smoothing out. "I knew it. That girl, even though she's 2 years older, knows how to run a household. Did she finally give in? We can negotiate the betrothal money. Your father and I can throw away our old faces. There's no girl." Zhang Heng cut off his parents' words, his voice very soft, yet like a needle popping a balloon. The air in the room instantly solidified. The smiles on the old couple's faces stiffened. That sense of falling from the clouds of disappointment made Zhang Heng's heart twitch violently. He lowered his head, rubbed his face hard with both hands, and gave a bitter smile. "Mom, Dad, what are you thinking? Don't you know my situation? My pockets are emptier than my face. 388,000. I couldn't scrape that together even if you sold me." Then, Dad's brows knitted into a deep Chuan character, wiping his hands on the seam of his pants. "I don't have a job now. The factory shut down, and this meager salary couldn't support the family anyway." Zhang Heng didn't dare look at his parents' faces. He stared at a chipped spot on the coffee table leg, speaking rapidly, afraid that slowing down would make him lose his nerve. "I don't want to just coast through life here. I want to earn money." He paused, then forced the next words out through gritted teeth. The ball of yarn in Mom's hand rolled onto the floor with a thud. Dad didn't say a word, just reached into his pocket, fished out a crumpled pack of cheap cigarettes, his hands trembling slightly. It took him 2 tries to light up. "Fatty, you know that fat kid who used to follow me around? His father landed a big project over there." Zhang Heng raised his pitch a few notches, trying to make it sound more reliable. "He wants me to go manage the technical side, not manual labor. And they've already transferred the deposit to me." The phone screen lit up, the Tuthasandiyuan transfer record glaring red. 20,000, just for travel expenses. Zhang Heng slapped the phone onto the coffee table, a mixture of the bitterness of impending parting and the fierce determination to rise mixing together, making his nose ache. I have to go. The money's already been taken. Through the swirling smoke, the old man coughed violently twice, waved his hand to stop him from talking. Then he turned and headed back to the balcony. Zhang Heng bit down on his back teeth, stood up, the words rolling on his tongue 3 times before finally forcing them out. I'll book the tickets online soon. Leaving tomorrow. The air in the living room felt as if it had been drained, leaving only the rhythmic tick-tock of the old wall clock. Each beat struck against the heart. The 2 elders remained silent. In these times, some silences were more agonizing than quarrels. After a long pause, Mother finally came to her senses. The earlier joy utterly vanished. Her eyes reddened, her voice trembling. Thousands of kilometers. That's the northern frontier. Is this going to work or exile? Once you leave, can you even make it back for the new year? Her knitting needle stabbed into the sofa cushion, and she made no move to retrieve the fallen yarn ball. Before Zhang Heng could speak, a scraping, grating sound came from the balcony. The old man, with his back to them, kept his head down, wrestling with a rusty spool. His voice was steady. Stop worrying over nothing. That old fellow Shi Xianghua was a notable figure in the papers back in the day. Even though he's gone into business, now his reputation still holds. Following a man like that, our son can't go wrong. The old man paused his work, wiping the wheel seat vigorously with a flannel cloth, not turning around. Besides, the moment that big boss heard you were coming, he wired over 20,000 for travel expenses. What's that called? That's called buying a fine horse's bones with 1,000 in gold. It shows he values the technology our son has. What would a woman know about such things? He finally turned around, holding the now polished, gleaming broken wheel up to the light, his tone gruff. Go on, your mother and I are still hale and hearty. Do you think we need you to worry about things around here? We'll talk when we can't move anymore. With that, he sat back down on his stool, turning his back to the living room, and resumed his scraping. Value my foot. Mother suddenly erupted, grabbing a nearby throw pillow and hurling it towards the balcony, even though it couldn't possibly reach. Our son is leaving tomorrow. Thousands of kilometers away. And all you can do is fuss with that broken wheel of yours. Is your heart made of iron? Can't you say something human? Can't you help your son pack? As she ranted, Mother's voice choked up. Tears streamed down the crow's feet at the corners of her eyes, impossible to wipe away completely. Zhang Heng stood frozen, watching his mother's trembling shoulders, a wave of numbness washing over his scalp. These 2 elders of his were proper college graduates in their day. How come the older they got, the more developed Mother's tear ducts became? Seeing her about to start crying again, Zhang Heng quickly interrupted her ritual. Mom, I'm a grown man. Do you need to pack my bags for me? Just a few changes of clothes are enough. Fatty said they have everything over there. He's a rich second generation. He won't let me lack for anything. Before his mother could speak again, Zhang Heng clutched his stomach and began to act. Can't take it anymore. My stomach is killing me from hunger. I'm going to grab a bite. He fled into the kitchen, shoveled a few mouthfuls of leftover rice into his mouth with a bowl and chopsticks. He swallowed without even chewing properly, not caring if his stomach felt comfortable, then put down the dishes and slipped back into his cramped bedroom. Closing the door, shut out the sighs from outside. There was nothing of value in this room. Zhang Heng dragged a dusty canvas duffel bag from under the bed, the zipper emitting a harsh grating sound as he pulled it open. A few t-shirts and jackets, a pair of jeans had worn for 3 years, several pairs of socks. He grabbed a toothbrush and towel from the bathroom and stuffed them into the side pocket. The traces of 30 years of life in this house couldn't even half fill this small bag. Zhang Heng tossed the flat duffel bag by the bedside and threw himself face up onto the bed. The bedboard let out a protesting creak. The northern frontier, a place he had never been to before. As Zhang Heng stared blankly at the patch of mold on the ceiling on the other side of the globe, deep in the heart of the Sahara Desert. This was a true no man's land, a place even vultures avoided. Suddenly, a deep, muffled roar emanated from deep underground. Sand dunes trembled and quicksand slid away in all directions like water. The hundreds of broken stone pillars that had only shown their tops now seemed to come alive. With a piercing, grinding noise, they shot upwards in unison. 2 meters, 5 meters, 8 meters. In less than half a minute, these stone columns had pierced the wind and sand like sharp swords, standing proudly in the desolate expanse. If anyone were to look down from 10,000 meters high at that moment, their scalp would surely tingle. These hundreds of uneven stone pillars formed the outline of a massive, ferocious beast's head in the center of the desert. At the very center of the beast's head, the ground collapsed, and a square stone platform rose with a rumble. There was no statue on the platform, only a gleaming golden chest placed upon it. The material of the chest was unknown, yet it did not reflect the scorching sun, instead exuding a chilling cold. Its surface was densely covered in reliefs, all twisted human figures and monstrous beasts with fangs. Entangled and tearing at each other, the sight was deeply unsettling. On the front of the chest was set a strange disc. There were no numbers on its face, only hundreds of bizarre, indecipherable symbols. 7 or 8 pointers of varying thicknesses were all aligned, pointing unerringly at a skull mark at the top center. Only a final hair-thin red needle was still spinning wildly. Click! A faint crisp sound, yet it overpowered the desert wind. The red needle fell into place, perfectly aligned. From within the golden chest came a series of precise gear teeth meshing, and then the lid sprang open. Whoosh! An eerie blood-red pillar of light roared out, instantly piercing heaven and earth, dyeing the entire desert sky a lurid scarlet. Around the pillar of light, countless red specks of light drifted down, like snow vanishing upon touching the ground. Hundreds of meters away, a small, scrawny sand lizard was lying in the shade of a rock. A single red speck drifted unsteadily, landing right on its forehead. The lizard's body stiffened, then began to convulse violently, writhing madly on the scorching sand. Its foreclaws clawed desperately at the ground, breaking its nails and drawing blood without any feeling. Pop! Its skin split open instantly, revealing the bright red, writhing muscles beneath. Its bones emitted a sickening series of cracking sounds. Its body, originally the size of a finger, swelled and elongated visibly, as if forcibly inflated with air. In just 3 to 5 seconds, the tiny creature had grown to the size of a wolf dog, and a row of sharp bone spurs sprouted from its spine. It flipped over and leaped up, its originally gray-brown pupils now filled with bloodlust. This mutated monster opened its mouth full of sharp teeth and let out a roar of pure savagery at the crimson pillar of light piercing the sky above. The blood-red pillar slammed into the atmosphere, but instead of dispersing, it exploded. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, the scarlet hue spread wildly along the atmosphere. Its speed was terrifying. In the blink of an eye, half of the African continent's sky was completely sealed off by this thick, bloody haze. The midday sun was forcibly suppressed, daylight instantly plunging into a dim, eternal night, tinged only with a nauseating dark red. The clouds churned violently like boiling molten iron. Then the sky could hold no more. Billions of scarlet specks of light, dense and countless, poured down. Each speck of light was sinister. It dissolved upon touching the ground, seeping into the sand, into the rocks, into every living or non-living thing. The Sahara was just the beginning. This scarlet rain across the sky greedily followed the high-altitude air currents rushing towards the Mediterranean, towards Europa, towards the even more distant eastern continent. The storm had arrived. Zhang Heng lay motionless on the bamboo mat, the broken fan whirring overhead, blowing nothing but hot air. Suddenly, he sprang up as if resurrected from the dead. He grabbed his cracked phone from beside the pillow, his fingers darting across the screen. He needed to get to Urumqi in the northern frontier. The booking app spun in circles until it reluctantly displayed a line of text: no direct route available. Damn this godforsaken place, Zhang Heng cursed. Luling, a 7th-tier small town, had a high-speed rail, but traveling even moderately far required tedious transfers. He clicked on the flight option. Jinggangshan Airport was in the neighboring county with plenty of tickets at reasonable prices. His thumb hovered over the book button, paused for 2 seconds, then moved away. It wasn't the few hundred yuan he begrudged. It was the fear in his heart. He had never even ridden in a high-speed rail business class seat, let alone a flying iron bird in the sky. Had heard there were too many rules: turn off your phone during takeoff, take off your belt and shoes at security. What if he couldn't find the seatbelt or got airsick and vomited everywhere? Had lose all face. The iron box on the ground felt more reliable. Down to earth, steady. Even if it was slower, it gave him peace of mind. He swiped the screen a couple of times, his gaze scanning the hard seat column. Over 2,000 kilometers, more than 50 hours. If he endured the entire journey in a hard seat, his butt would split into 4 pieces and his kidneys would probably be ruined. If he didn't buy a sleeper, he'd be asking for trouble. Be good to himself. His finger slid down. Soft sleeper. It was only a few hundred more than the hard sleeper, the cost of 2 hot pot meals. The plan was set: first travel to Haoying City in Shaanxi Province, take a breather there, eat a bowl of bread soaked in lamb soup, then switch trains to enter Xinjiang. This route was reliable and comfortable. He clicked paid and confirmed with his fingerprint. A ding sounded. The text message confirming the successful ticket purchase popped up. Tomorrow morning at 7:00 series train. Zhang Heng tossed his phone onto the bed, feeling elated, and slowly drifted off to sleep. The night passed without incident. Morning 6 o'clock. The alarm was silenced after just 1 ring. Zhang Heng moved swiftly, splashed his face with cold water, and tidied himself up neatly. Pushing open the door, his mother was already busy in the kitchen. Take these, eat them on the way, his mother said, shoving a large bag of freshly cooked tea eggs into his hands, so hot they burned even through the plastic bag. Her eyes were red, and she was full of endless advice, as if she wanted him to carry all the family's valuables on his back. Zhang Heng's heart ached. He didn't dare look at his mother's worried face for too long, or he wouldn't be able to leave. I'm off, he said, ducking into a taxi without looking back. The train station was a sea of people. Everywhere, hurried travelers carried large bags and small bundles, the smell of sweat and instant noodles mingling together. Zhang Heng guarded the tea eggs in his arms, passed through the ticket check and security, fighting his way through. When he finally slipped into the soft sleeper carriage, the world became quiet. The money was well spent. The compartment was quite empty, with 4 berths in total. He found his assigned seat, stuffed his luggage under the bed, and collapsed onto the berth, letting out a long sigh. Less than 10 minutes after he laid down, the compartment door was roughly yanked open. The first thing that entered was an extremely shrill female voice. Wang Daji, are you out of your mind? Would it kill you to spend a little more money? Why did you buy an upper berth? Look at this ladder. Do you want me with these old bones to fall and die here? A middle-aged woman with big wavy permed hair squeezed in. She held a designer handbag and wore a somewhat dazzling gold chain around her neck. As she walked in, she turned back to scold the man behind her. The man carrying both their large pieces of luggage was panting from exhaustion, his neck tucked and not daring to make a sound. As the woman entered the compartment, her high heels stomped loudly on the floor. She first wiped the handrail of the berth with a wet wipe, muttering, "So dirty." Then turning her head, her gaze met Zhang Heng, who was lying on the lower berth. Zhang Heng wore a faded white t-shirt, a pair of cheap warrior sneakers, and held a plastic bag of tea eggs in his arm. The woman's eyebrows instantly twisted into a knot. She raised her hand, fanning the air in front of her nose in an exaggerated manner, leaning back, as if she had detected some kind of biochemical poison. How can there still be people here? The woman turned around and right in front of Zhang Heng pointed at him and yelled at her husband. Is this the best train you could pick? How did someone like this get into the soft sleeper? Sleeping in the same room as someone from this class isn't that bad luck. The man had just put down the luggage and hadn't even wiped his sweat before being stunned by the scolding. The woman became even more aggressive, deliberately clutching her designer bag, real or fake who knew, tightly to her chest, as if guarding against a thief. She squinted, her sense of superiority practically oozing from her pores, and said sarcastically, "Old one, you'd better keep your eyes peeled this whole trip and watch our things. These days there are plenty of poor people with sticky fingers. Don't come crying later if something valuable goes missing." The woman's lips flapped, non-stop spittle flying everywhere. She saw Zhang Heng lying on the berth scrolling through his phone without even lifting an eyelid. Feeling slighted, her anger flared up. Her gaze swept across the compartment and landed on Zhang Heng's warrior sneakers, which he had taken off and placed by the bed. The shoes were indeed old, the sides yellowed, but they were still fairly clean. Oh my God, what terrible luck. The woman suddenly covered her nose, waving her other hand wildly in the air as if shooing away a swarm of flies. Old Wong, smell that. What kind of smell is this? Is this a place for people? A pigsty is better than this. Her shrill voice was incredibly piercing, probably audible throughout the entire carriage. These damn shoes stink to high heaven. We have to stay here for over a dozen hours. We'll be suffocated to death. Where's the conductor? How can they let just any Tom, Dick, or Harry into the soft sleeper? Is the security check just for show? Her mouth was like a machine gun, rattling on endlessly. Old Wong shrank his neck beside her, smiling awkwardly, not daring to chime in. He just kept trying to calm his wife down, afraid the fire would spread to him. Zhang Heng's fingers stopped on the screen. Even a clay figurine has a temper. This shrew hadn't spoken a single decent word since she came in. He suddenly sat up and slapped his phone onto the bed. Did you not brush your teeth after eating garlic, or did you just crawl out of a cesspool? Why is your mouth so foul? Zhang Heng stared at the woman. His tone wasn't intense, but every word was like a hard rock forced out from between. You, what did you say? The woman, clearly not expecting this poor wretch to talk back, widened her eyes, her finger pointing at Zhang Heng, trembling. You little brat, you ill-mannered thing, how dare you curse at me? Do you know who I am? Believe me, you'll complain and have you kicked off this train. Whoever you are, this is a public place. If you think it stinks, you can get out and ride your private jet. Zhang Heng retorted without mercy, leaning forward slightly, an invisible pressure instantly bearing down on her. Just as the tension was about to explode into a full-blown fight, the compartment door slid open again. A fresh scent of lemon instantly flooded in, cutting through the murky, gunpowder-filled air of the carriage. A beautiful figure walked in. The girl was about 155 meters tall, wearing a cream-white tracksuit with a fitted cut that accentuated her youthful charm and cuteness. Her jet-black hair was tied in a high ponytail, swaying gently with her steps, full of vitality and adorableness. She pulled a small silver carry-on suitcase, wore light makeup, and her skin was dazzlingly white. As the girl entered, her gaze swept around the compartment, clearly taken aback by the frozen atmosphere. She looked at the red-faced, furious middle-aged woman, then at Zhang Heng sitting on the lower berth with a cold, hard expression. The girl's crisp, pleasant voice broke the deadlock. Is this berth 9, carriage 3? The middle-aged woman swallowed the curse that was on her lips and looked the girl up and down. Seeing that the other party was well-dressed and had an outstanding demeanor, her arrogant attitude immediately subsided. She just rolled her eyes, snorted, turned around to tidy her designer bag, and muttered under her breath, "Finally, someone decent has arrived." Zhang Heng also withdrew his gaze, leaning back on his berth, too lazy to bother with the madwoman anymore. The girl blinked, seeming to sense something, but didn't ask any questions. She lightly lifted the not-so-heavy suitcase, preparing to put it on the luggage rack. Careful. The train lurched violently as it started moving. The carriage jolted violently, the immense inertia yanking people backward with a savage force. The girl had just risen on her tiptoes, holding a 20-inch suitcase in her hands. She couldn't withstand the sudden jolt at all, or before a cry of alarm could escape her lips, her body toppled straight backward. The silver suitcase slipped from her grasp, hurtling directly toward Old Wong on the lower bunk. Old Wong, cowering with his head tucked in while being scolded, was completely unaware of the disaster descending upon him. If that thing landed squarely, it would at least crack the bald spot on his head wide open. In the nick of time, Zhang Heng, who had been getting up to go to the restroom, pushed off the floor and lunged forward in an instant. Without any apparent flourish, his left hand shot up. A dull thud rang out as he firmly caught the falling suitcase. His right hand swept down smoothly, securing the girl's lower back and steadying her. The suitcase hovered 3 inches above Old Wong's head, motionless. Old Wong only felt a shadow darken above him. Looking up, his face turned ashen in an instant as he scrambled frantically toward the corner of the bunk. Oh my God! Murder! The shrewish woman was also stunned into silence by the sudden turn of events, her mouth hanging wide open. Zhang Heng ignored the two buffoons, his left arm flexed with sudden force, the muscle lines beneath his t-shirt sleeve tensing instantly. Bang! He single-handedly shoved the suitcase deep into the overhead rack. Zhang Heng released his hold on the girl, stepped back half a pace, and furrowed his brow. The lunge had been too forceful, and the urge to urinate had grown more urgent. Stand steady next time. He shook his slightly aching wrist, his tone casual. The girl finally came back to her senses, her chest heaving violently, her cheeks flushing crimson as she nervously clutched the hem of her clothes. Thank you. I was so scared just now, I didn't mean to. Zhang Heng waved his hand, without even turning his head, directly pulling open the compartment door and stepping out. If he didn't relieve himself, soon his bladder was about to burst. As soon as he left the compartment, the faint sound of the woman's scolding drifted from behind, likely venting her anger on Old Wong again. Zhang Heng let out a cold laugh, ignored it, and quickened his pace toward the carriage connection. Inside the cramped restroom, a wave of cheap air freshener mixed with the stench of urine assaulted his senses. Zhang Heng relieved himself into the stainless steel trough. His long-suppressed bladder finally found release, and he felt as if he were floating. His gaze idly swept across the frosted glass window, only half transparent. Outside it was dim, with several winding streaks of water on the glass. Was it raining? Zhang Heng raised an eyebrow slightly. The sun had been scorching when he boarded. This weather changed faster than flipping a book. The sound of water gradually ceased. He shook himself, leaned closer to the window, and wanted to see where the thunderstorm was coming from. That single glance made his hand reaching for his pants freeze in midair. Outside the window there was no dark cloud or heavy rain. The sky was red. Not the red of sunset, but the scarlet of blood splattered across a curtain. The once azure sky had vanished completely, thick clouds pressed low over the city, almost within reach. Countless dark red specks were drifting down from the heavens, dense and overwhelming, covering everything. The entire world seemed steeped in blood. Zhang Heng had lived for 32 years, scrolled through countless bizarre short videos, and watched all sorts of Hollywood blockbuster effects, yet he had never seen such an eerie sight. Even through the reinforced tempered glass, the oppressive feeling seeped in, stifling his breath. His body shuddered violently. That was a physiological reaction after release, but at this moment, an inexplicable chill shot straight up his spine to the crown of his head. He quickly zipped up and fastened his belt, his face darkening completely. This was definitely no natural weather phenomenon. Which deity has a grievance, or is the old man up there having his period? Zhang Heng muttered a crude joke under his breath, trying to ease the sudden surge of restlessness in his heart. Shaking his head, Zhang Heng forcibly dismissed those absurd thoughts and turned to head back to his berth. As he pulled open the carriage door, a wave of hot air mixed with the scent of instant beef noodles and stale foot odor rushed at him. The girl on the lower bunk was sitting uneasily. Seeing Zhang Heng enter, she sprang to her feet as if a spring had been released under her. Bro, I really owe you one just now. Her hands nervously twisted the hem of her clothes, her face flushed red. After hesitating for a moment, she extended a hand. Her tone was filled with lingering fear. If you hadn't stopped it, I would have caused a huge disaster today. My name is Chuning Ru, a junior at Haojing University, majoring in materials science. There was a kind of innocent foolishness about her, untouched by the harshness of the world. Zhang Heng glanced at the delicate hand offered to him. Smooth skin, nails trimmed neatly and cleanly. He didn't hold back. He lightly grasped at his fingertips, feeling the soft, cool texture before letting go. He plopped down onto his own berth, casually grabbed a bottle of mineral water from the table, and took a gulp to suppress the inexplicable agitation within. Going to work in the northern frontier, need to transfer at Haojing. It's on the way. What a coincidence. I also. Chun Yingra's eyes lit up, about to seize the opportunity to chat more, when a sneer suddenly dropped from above. These days college girls have all their learning stuffed into a dog's stomach. The fat woman on the upper bunk turned over the bedboard, groaning with a teeth-grinding creak. She was holding a handful of melon seeds, spitting the shells over the edge of the bed as she chewed, her thick lips flapping as spittle flew everywhere. She meets some random guy and spills her whole life story. Not afraid of being sold to Myanmar to have her organs harvested. I say it's probably a two-person act targeting honest folks. The words were as venomous as arsenic. The color drained from Chun Yingra's face instantly. Her lips trembled, and for a long moment, she couldn't utter a single word in rebuttal. A sheltered girl fresh from the ivory tower, she had never encountered such a vulgar shrew from the streets, and her eyes were already reddening. Old Wong, who had been huddled in his bunk across the way rubbing his head, heard this and shrank his neck in fright, quickly burying his head in the blanket to play dead, terrified that the fire would spread to him. Zhang Heng's hand, twisting the bottle cap, paused the plastic bottle, emitting a sharp crackle in his grip. He hadn't wanted to bother with the madwoman, but her mouth was just too foul. Coupled with the eerie red sky outside unsettling him, he now had a perfect punching bag to vent his frustration on. "Ma'am, isn't your menopause coming a bit early?" Zhang Heng thumped the water bottle heavily on the table, not even raising his head. His tone as flat, as if discussing the weather. "If your mouth is clogged like a sewer, go use a plunger in the toilet instead of spewing crap here." Feeling regret that the suitcase didn't hit your head just now, eh? The fat woman who had been chewing enthusiastically was stunned into silence by the retort, spilling melon seeds all over the bedsheet. "Who are you calling a sewer? Have you no manners? So what if I say it? This little hussy dressed like..." Bang! Zhang Heng suddenly kicked the ladder of the upper bunk with full force. The alloy ladder vibrated with a hum, shaking the entire bed frame. The fat woman let out a frightened shriek, nearly tumbling off the upper bunk. "Shut up." Zhang Heng turned his head, his expression blank, but he let a hint of the ferocity he had been suppressing leak out. "Say one more word, and he'll stuff you out the window to see what color the sky really is." The carriage fell into dead silence. The fat woman froze at his roar, her big face turning the color of pig liver. Her lips moved, but she swallowed the curses that had been on the tip of her tongue. The only sound left in the carriage was the monotonous rumble of wheels on the tracks. Zhang Heng had just started to relax his back, not yet fully against the bedboard. A blood-curdling scream suddenly exploded without warning. The sound was sharp, piercing, filled with a heart-wrenching despair that was nothing like a normal argument. It sounded more like the last gasp squeezed out before a throat was torn apart. The sound came from the carriage behind. Every muscle in Zhang Heng's body tensed instantly. Almost as a reflexive response, he sprang up from his berth. The half-full bottle of mineral water in his hand was crushed into a distorted shape with a sharp crack. Then chaos erupted. It wasn't just one scream. "Help! Help! Stay away! Don't! Oh!" Cries, the dull thuds of heavy objects hitting the metal carriage, and frantic, hurried footsteps, all mixed together, surging madly toward this carriage. The brief silence in the carriage was torn to shreds. Chuning Ru, who hadn't yet recovered, was jolted into a start, her legs giving way as she collapsed onto the lower bunk. Her small face pale, she trembled, clutching the sheet, too afraid to even look outside. The fat woman on the upper bunk spilled her entire handful of melon seeds onto her face. She had been about to curse, but hearing the increasingly miserable screams, her fleshy face twitched uncontrollably. Her eyes bulged wide, and she let out two raspy gasps like a bellows. Even old Wong, who had been hiding under the covers playing dead, couldn't hold out any longer. He threw off the blanket, revealing his bald head staring in terror at the connecting door, his wrinkled face trembling. Something was wrong. That scalp-crawling chill shot straight from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. Zhang Heng casually tossed the crushed bottle to the floor, took 2 strides out of the compartment, and headed straight for the rear of the carriage. 5 or 6 people were already crowded in front of the iron door at the connection point. Each one was pressed against the window, staring into the opposite car, their backs rigid with tension. No one dared to breathe. One timid person's legs were shaking. "Move aside." Zhang Heng wasted no words, grabbing the shoulder of the person in front and relying on his strength yanked him aside. The man was about to turn and curse, but seeing Zhang Heng's cold face, he swallowed his words. Through the narrow glass door of the connection, the scene in car 4 crashed into view without obstruction. In the middle of the aisle, a man in jeans lay on his back, his legs thrashing wildly in the air, his hands clawing desperately at the person on top of him, shredding their uniform. Straddling him was a female train attendant. Her uniform skirt was torn open with a large rip, her legs clamped tightly around the man's waist. Her head was buried deep in the man's neck, her shoulders heaving violently. There was nothing romantic about it. Only the sickening sound of gurgle gurgle, the crunch of teeth severing muscle fibers. The next second, the attendant jerked her head up. Ryup. A large chunk of bloody flesh hung from her mouth, connected by white fascia, torn forcibly from the man's neck. Thud. The blood from the carotid artery, no longer constrained, spurted over a meter high, splattering the compartment doors, floor, and windows with crimson spots. The man on the ground twitched once more, his hands falling limp to the floor, completely still. Holy shit. The man in the jacket whom Zhang Heng had just pushed aside finally snapped out of it and let out a howl. He turned to run back, stepping on someone's foot in the chaos, triggering a chorus of exclamations. That shout was too loud. The thing straddling the corpse heard it. Its movements froze, the teeth grinding, chewing. Its neck creaked twice as it turned its blood-smeared head, rotating mechanically. Through the connecting passage of 2 carriages, Zhang Heng locked eyes with the creature. Zhang Heng's heart lurched violently. That was no living person's face. The entire face was deathly pale, almost blue, with a mouth split open to the ears. The The teeth were densely packed, all tiny barb-like fangs with bits of the torn flesh still stuck between them. Its eyes were a murky gray, the pupils long gone, leaving only bulging eyeballs filled with madness and bloodthirsty brutality. A zombie. Zhang Heng's mind buzzed. This wasn't a movie. This was a real-life train to Busan. A guttural growl rolled from the monster's throat as it swallowed the meat in its mouth. Without giving anyone a moment to react, it dropped to all fours and pivoted abruptly. Thump, thump, thump. Heavy footsteps accompanied by roars. The creature charged on all fours toward the glass door where Zhang Heng stood. Run! No one knew who shouted first, but the crowd crammed at the connector instantly erupted into chaos. Those who had been craning their necks for a better look now cursed their own legs for not being faster. They scrambled and stumbled, crying out in terror as they pushed deeper into car 3. Shoes were lost, people fell and were trampled. The screams of the living mingled with the beast's roars, a cacophony of pandemonium. Zhang Heng did not move, not because he didn't want to run, but because there was no time. The creature the female attendant had become was ferocious, moving on all fours with the speed of a jogging adult. In the mere 3 or 4 seconds it took for the crowd to turn, it had already crossed most of the carriage. Had he turned his back to flee, he would have been tackled and torn apart in less than 3 seconds. Bang! With a swift, sharp motion, Zhang Heng grabbed the stainless steel door handle just as the gaping maw was about to snap at his nose. He slammed the connecting door shut with all his might. Click! The bolt fell into place. Thud! In the same instant the door closed. A dull, heavy impact rattled Zhang Heng's hand, numbing his palm. It was the sound of a heavy object striking tempered glass at high speed. A blood-covered, twisted face was pressed against the glass, its eyeballs nearly bulging out of their sockets. It glared at Zhang Heng through the glass, blood from its mouth streaming down the pane. But the connecting door of this old train was not sturdy, the bolt merely a token lock. The thing was slamming against the door in a frenzy. The frame shook and the bolt groaned under the strain. Don't just stand there running. Zhang Heng pressed his weight against the door handle, roaring back at the panicked crowd that hadn't fled far. If you don't want to die, 2 of you go to the pantry and get mops. Moved. His shout jolted a few of the paralyzed out of their stupor. He'll go. There were still men with guts in the crowd. 2 young men, faces pale, snapped into action and rushed into the nearby pantry. It was where the attendants stored their cleaning tools. In less than 10 seconds, 4 or 5 thick wooden mop handles were passed into Zhang Heng's hands. Hold the door. Zhang Heng grunted. 2 bold souls nearby pressed their shoulders against the door panel. With deft hands, Zhang Heng wedged the mop handles through the gaps between the door handle and the adjacent handrail. With these old sliding doors, if something jammed the handle to form a triangular structure, it couldn't be pulled open from the outside unless the door itself was dismantled. One wasn't enough. He added another. 3 mop handles were wedged haphazardly across the door handle, locking the portal between life and death completely. Thud, thud, thud. The pounding from outside continued. The mutated female attendant seemed to feel no pain, throwing her full weight into each impact. Her skull struck the tempered glass with a sickening, teeth-grinding thud. But that was all. Though a few cracks had spiderwebbed across the double-layered glass, it still held stubbornly against the monster. Certain the door would hold, Zhang Heng finally let out a breath, his back instantly drenched in cold sweat. By now, car 3 was deathly silent. Everyone had forgotten to breathe. Dozens of eyes were fixed on the figure still clawing madly at the glass door. It was too close. From a distance it had only seemed bloody. Now separated by a single pane of transparent glass, every detail of the monster was starkly visible. Eyes as crimson as if filled with red syrup, sharp teeth, with shreds of flesh caught between them and fragments of the unfortunate man's skin lodged in its fingernails. An indescribable fear spread through the carriage. Well, what the hell is this thing? The young man who had handed over the mops slumped to the floor, his legs trembling like sieves, his voice choked with sobs. Rabies isn't this vicious, is it? Rabies, my ass. A middle-aged man in glasses fumbled for his phone, trying to call the police, but his fingers couldn't seem to unlock the screen. Are you blind? This is a zombie. Haven't you seen Resident Evil or Train to Busan? Bitten and you turn. That's a zombie. The words sent the temperature in the carriage plummeting to freezing point. Living in the internet age, who hadn't seen a disaster? Watching movies was for thrills, believing it was all fake a world away. But now, this thing was right there on the glass, and it truly wanted to get in and eat them. Quiet. Zhang Heng wiped the cold sweat from his face, his eyes dark and somber as he stared at the monster still battering the door. His voice was low, but it silenced the few around him instantly. Zhang Heng braced himself against the door, his chest heaving, spittle flying. Anyone with a signal, call the police. Don't expect me to have 3 heads and 6 arms. This is my first time seeing this damn thing too. If you don't want to die, 2 of you head to car 2. That's the dining car. There should be a transit police officer. Get him to bring people here to handle this. Panic gripped the carriage. A few people fumbled frantically with their phones. The calls went through, but only an automated voice answered. They couldn't get through to a human operator. Clang, clang. The vibration of the train rolling over the tracks traveled up through the floor, rhythmic, yet like a death knell pounding on everyone's frayed nerves. Zhang Heng was about to shout again to get the frozen fools moving when the young man who had handed him the mops suddenly pointed across the way. His voice caught in his throat, letting out a warped shriek. Moving. That dead guy is moving. Swish. Dozens of eyes instantly focused. Through the glass door at the connector in the pool of blood in car 4. The poor wretch whose neck had been bitten clean through by the female attendant was indeed moving. He seemed to be yanked upright by invisible strings, his body contorted in a grotesque, unnatural angle. The sharp crack of bones echoed through 2 layers of glass, making everyone's scalp crawl. The man staggered to his feet. Blood still spurted from half his neck, his head lolling to one side. His once pained expression had frozen solid, replaced by a lifeless, vacant stare. The next second his mouth snapped open to an exaggerated gape. His previously neat teeth seemed to be forced out from between his gums, clattering to the floor. Newly grown bone spurs gleamed with a cold white light, instantly filling his mouth. His eyes too lost their distinct white and black, replaced by a murky, dead crimson. Roar! A guttural, airy growl escaped the newborn monster's throat. Drawn perhaps by the commotion of the female attendants battering it too, began to shuffle in their direction. Probably because it had just turned, its movements were stiff, its knees seemingly unable to bend. It staggered along, its pace not fast. But this slow, creeping sense of death was more suffocating than the frenzied woman at the door. 2 monsters, one ahead and one behind. Just as everyone held their breath in despair, the sliding door of a sleeper compartment in car 4 marked with bloody handprints was yanked open with a clatter. A middle-aged man in a striped shirt and gold-rimmed glasses stepped out, rubbing his sleepy eyes a look of annoyance on. He was even holding a thermos, completely oblivious to the pool of blood at his feet. Nor did he notice the rabid female attendant slamming against the glass just meters away. The man happened to have his back to the newly risen zombie. They were less than half a meter apart. The people at the other end of the carriage widened their eyes, their hearts nearly leaping out of their throats. Someone opened their mouth to warn him, but found their throat had gone dry. The man in glasses only noticed that everyone was staring at him, and his frown deepened. He twisted the cap of his thermos shut with a loud click and began shouting impatiently at Zhang Heng and the others. What the hell is wrong with you people? Bawling like that in the middle of the day? Have you no sense of decency? I just dozed off and you woke me up. Don't you know this train has lousy soundproofing? Can't you shut up? He ran it on, spittle flying. He had no idea that behind him the blood-soaked figure with the twisted neck was slowly lowering its head. That bone-spurred maw was aimed right at his unprotected nape. Zhang Heng simply turned his face away. Watching any longer would only disturb his peace of mind. The people around him were still frantically pounding on the glass, their eyes wide as saucers, their arms flailing like propellers. They kept mouthing words, trying to wake the fool in car 4. It was useless. Heaven itself couldn't save a man who courted death. Zhang Heng paid no heed to these fools wasting their sympathy. He turned on his heel and slipped back into his own sleeper compartment. The place was in such chaos that no one noticed his departure. With his swish, he pulled the partition door shut and latched the flimsy bolt. Shutting out the commotion outside, Zhang Heng leaned against the door, his heart pounding like a war drum in his chest. This train was now a fully sealed mobile iron coffin. From the time the unlucky man was bitten to when he stood up and bit someone else, it took at most 5 minutes. This rate of mutation was utterly unreasonable. The sleeper section was better, fewer people with doors for protection. But the hard seat carriages ahead, those were truly packed with people, barely room to set foot, the aisles filled with camp stools and burlap sacks. If that place had already erupted, it would have become a zombies alley buffet with nowhere left to run. Soon the tide of monsters from there would surge through the carriage connectors. To survive, one had to think. If he just waited for this plague to spread unarmed, he'd be nothing more than a delivery. Zhang Heng returned to his sleeper compartment and collapsed onto the bed. Though the brief ordeal had passed in a flash, the extreme tension had sent his adrenaline surging, and now, with temporary safety, a wave of exhaustion washed over him. Closing his eyes, he listened to the grating, teeth-gnashing sounds outside and the occasional scream, yet the compartment was eerily silent. Something was wrong. There were clearly 3 other living people in this room. His gaze swept quickly across the cramped space. On the opposite lower berth, Chen Ru was curled up in the farthest corner, wrapped tightly in her blanket, only half her head visible. The girl was trembling faintly all over, her teeth clenched fiercely on the blanket's corner, her jaw taut as iron. Her face was streaked with wetness, tears streaming down her chin, soaking a large patch of the bedsheet. Her eyes were fixed blankly on the void, not even blinking. Clearly she had followed him out earlier and been terrified by the scene. He looked up. On the diagonally opposite upper berth, the blanket bulged high, 2 dark shadows huddled inside. The trembling was so intense that the iron-framed bed emitted faint creaks. The fat woman had somehow crawled into her husband's berth, and the couple was now hiding under the covers, playing dead. Zhang Heng ignored the 2 quivering lumps on the upper berth. He strode over to Chen Yingger's bed and sat down heavily. The girl didn't react, her entire body frozen stiff. Frowning, Zhang Heng reached out and gave her shoulder a firm slap, lowering his voice. Hey. The force was Chen Yingru flinched violently, a distorted gasp escaping her throat. She nearly bounced off the bed and hit the upper bunk's board. When she recognized Zhang Heng sitting before her, the breath she had been holding finally escaped. Then came the breakdown. With a loud wail, the girl burst into tears. But she didn't even dare to sob loudly. She pressed her hands tightly over her mouth, tears and snot smearing her face. The sound leaked through her fingers, pitiful and wretched. "Zh. Brother Zhang." Ru sobbed, clutching Zhang Heng's sleeve with a death grip, her knuckles white with strain, her nails nearly digging into his flesh. The terror of imminent death had shattered her defenses. She rambled, unable to form a coherent sentence. "So scary. Those things outside. I don't want to die. I really don't want to die here." Zhang Heng watched her soul-fled state, and a strange calm replaced his earlier irritation. He didn't yank his sleeve from her grasp. Instead, he placed his hand over her trembling fingers, applying slight pressure to pry open her pale digits one by one. Then, leaning forward, his mouth nearly touched her ear, his warm breath mixing with a low voice as it drilled into her. "Shut your mouth tight and listen to me." Ru was startled by the sudden closeness, her sobs catching in her. "I'm going out later to scout around and see if I can find a way to the front of the train or some other safe spot. You stay here, barricade the door, and don't open it for anyone." Zhang Heng's voice was extremely low, but his words came fast. "If the chance comes, he'll come back for you. Don't let your legs give out. When I say run, you run." He paused, staring at her tear-streaked face, and added, "I can't promise to keep you safe. In this godforsaken place, I can barely protect myself. But I'll try not to let you die before me." This wasn't about flirting or some saintly impulse. In this dog-eat-dog world, seeing someone still untainted by the cesspool was a rare thing. Zhang Heng wasn't a savior, nor did he have time to save everyone. But the way this girl had been too scared to scream and cause trouble made him think lending a hand wouldn't be too much of a burden. If she had been the type to shriek and attract monsters, he would have kicked her out long ago. Ru clearly hadn't fully processed his words. She just nodded instinctively, tears still welling in her eyes, looking utterly pitiful. Just then a frantic clatter of footsteps rushed down the corridor. The thud of leather shoes on the floor sent chills. Zhang Heng's expression shifted. He instantly raised a finger to his lips, signaling Ru to be quiet. Like a wary panther, he pressed himself silently against the partition door. Someone in the corridor was shouting, their voice loud and cracking. "Everyone back to your berths. Don't run. All passengers return to your compartments immediately and lock the doors. I repeat, lock the doors." The voice carried a blustering panic mixed with heavy gasps. Clearly the speaker was sprinting for their life. The trained police had arrived. Zhang Heng narrowed his eyes, pressing his ear flat against the door, trying to glean more information from the chaotic noise. Coming to restore order now took courage, but whether it would help was another matter. It all depended on whether these police had any real firepower. Gun control in this country was notoriously strict. Ordinary trained police only carried batons and handcuffs on their belts, maybe a can of pepper spray at best. Against monsters that kept biting unless their heads were blown off, a baton was no better than a fire poker. And pepper spray, what good would it do against zombies whose pain nerves might already be dead? Without guns, these police were just first-class takeout delivered to the monsters, dragging the entire carriage down with. Before Zhang Heng could finish his thoughts, a piercing scream erupted without warning. It came from the carriage's connecting area just a few meters away. The sound of flesh being torn apart. Zhang Heng's heart lurched, a chill shooting from his tailbone to the top of his skull. It was over. Among those police, there must have been a fool without a brain. They had surely pried open the obstacles he had painstakingly stacked at the carriage connection. With that defense breached, even guns were useless. This carriage was as good as doomed. Anyone who dared to open the door and peek now would just be feeding the things outside. But could hiding in this tiny iron box less than 4 square meters keep them alive? Even if the thin partition could hold off those mutated monsters, the lack of food and water alone would slowly starve them to death. Zhang Heng pressed hard against the door, his breathing reduced to a whisper. In novels, lying in bed and fantasizing about being a savior, punching zombies and kicking mutant beasts was thrilling. But now, facing the real thing, those fantasies had been scared clean out of him. He knew his own limits all too well. A tech nerd working in metal fabrication, he swung hammers and hauled steel every day, building a decent set of muscles, better than those office-bound weaklings. But compared to those trained in kickboxing or martial arts, he was a completely different species. Going out now to play the hero and save people, that would mean having stinky tofu soup for brains. Whoever wanted to go could go. He wasn't going to get himself killed. Zhang Heng was just an ordinary man with hardly anyone he cared about besides his parents. Thinking of his parents, a pang of panic hit him. Damn, he had no idea how they were doing. Zhang Heng lunged for his pocket. His hands trembled violently, fingertips slick with cold sweat, sliding across the screen several times before unlocking it. At the top of his contact's dad. He dialed. The monotonous waiting tone echoed harshly in the cramped compartment, each ring striking his top. Answer, damn it. That stubborn old man usually never parted with his phone, blasting mindless short videos at full volume. Now he was playing dead. No answer. The call dropped automatically. The screen went dark. Zhang Heng refused to give up, gritting his teeth and redialing, but his fingers trembled uncontrollably. Still that lifeless, busy tone. In that instant, an icy chill shot up from the soles of his feet, engulfing him, as if plunged into an abyss of ice. Buzz. The phone in his palm suddenly vibrated violently. Zhang Heng jolted, nearly flinging it away. Seeing the name Mom flashing on the screen, he fumbled to swipe the answer button, pressing so hard, he almost cracked the Mom, are you okay? Where's Dad? His voice was a fierce whisper, seething with panic. Son. A heavily suppressed sob came through the receiver, accompanied by labored breathing, as if she were hiding in some cramped corner. Outside. It's all monsters outside. Gone mad, all of them. Where are you? Is the house safe? Zhang Heng clutched the phone, his knuckles white. At home. Your father and I deadbolt the door and push the wardrobe against it. His mother's voice quivered uncontrollably, the raw terror palpable even through the static. Just now. Your father insisted on going downstairs for green onions. The moment he cracked the door open, we heard that sound of bones being gnawed in the hallway. Zhang Heng's breath caught his chest, feeling crushed by a boulder. Boldly from across the hall. Such a kind man usually. Was right at our doorstep, hunched over Xiao Zhao from downstairs, gnawing. The blood was splattered all over the wall. His mother seemed to recall a horrifying image, letting out a dry heave followed by more violent sobs. Your father and I were frozen in shock. As we were about to shut the door, we saw Xiao Zhao, who had already been bitten, and lay still. Her voice suddenly spiked, cracking with hysteria. He suddenly stood up again. His neck was half bitten through, and he could still move. He turned and lunged at the delivery guy coming down from the 6th floor. In the background, faint but grating sounds of thuds and muffled roars mingled. Zhang Heng's head buzzed. Oldly Xiao Zhao. They were neighbors who had watched him grow up. Just imagining that scene was enough to make one vomit. A crushing wave of helplessness mixed with regret slammed into his heart. If only he hadn't suddenly decided to go to the northern frontier, he would be by his parents' side now. Even if he only had a kitchen knife, he'd be a strong hand, far better than two people whose combined age neared 120. Now, even though it was only an hour or two by train, he was still hundreds of kilometers away from home. All he could do was listen, helpless to act. Son, the hallway is full of screams. Someone was just pounding on our door like mad. His mother's sobs grew more desperate, her words incoherent. What is happening? Are we all going to die? Mom, listen to me. Shut up. Stop crying. Zhang Heng took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, and growled into the phone, don't make a sound. Don't care who's outside. Don't open the door for anyone, no matter who begs. Move all the water and food into the bedroom farthest from the door. That's a steel door, they can't get in. Pile all the heavy stuff in the house against the door. Do you hear me? I hear you. Son, where are you? Don't you dare. Suddenly a harsh burst of static screeched from the earpiece, and the signal bars plummeted. Only dead silence remained on the line. Zhang Heng's hand went slack. The phone slipped and nearly hit the floor. The three people squatting beside him, seeing his ghostly expression, finally understood, even in their sluggish state. Several hands reached into pockets, almost simultaneously, frantically pulling out phones. Screens lit up, casting a pale blue glow on ashen faces. Why is my phone signal gone? The plump woman on the upper berth spat. It was full just a moment ago. Now it's an X. Mine too. Can't send any messages. What the hell is going on? Her husband, Old Wang, echoed. Before they could finish, a deafening crash exploded from the corridor outside the compartment, as if something heavy had slammed into the metal wall. Thump. The entire carriage seemed to shudder. Then came a flurry of footsteps, the frantic scraping of shoes on rubber flooring, and the piercing screech of nails on metal. Oh! A scream erupted just one wall away, making one's scalp crawl. A gruff male voice roared, deep and fierce, yet laced with agonized gasps. They'll push them back. You shut the door. Now. Captain Shun. No. Another voice, tearful and young like a rookie police officer, cried out, I want shut it. If we go together. Stop talking bullshit. Follow orders. The man's roar peaked, followed by a nauseating sound of tearing, a sharp, wet rip. It was the sound of fabric being shredded along with flesh tearing from bone. Shut the door. Do you want to doom everyone? The roar turned into a wretched scream. The man seemed to be enduring excruciating pain, as if being flayed alive, yet he still held the line. Captain Shun. Get lost. Bang. A deafening thud. The fireproof iron door, the line between life and death, was slammed shut, the force shaking dust from the doorframe. The world seemed severed by that single violent sound. The revolting sounds of gnawing instantly became muffled, filtered through the thick metal door. It sounded like countless starving rats scratching at the walls, or someone bashing their head against the door panel. Thump, thump, thump. Each impact struck like a hammer on the heart. Inside the door, the young voice was still trembling, choked with sobs. He seemed to be bracing his body against the door, his shoes squeaking on the floor. Is anyone there? Someone help me. The lock is broken. Quick, bring something to block the door. They're going to break through. That one muffled crash had kept the path to life on this side. It was Old Shun. In that burst of strength, he had somehow shoved those man-eating creatures back. What a true man. Only someone in uniform would sacrifice themselves to fill that bottomless pit at a time like this. No matter the era, when the sky falls, there are always these fearless souls to hold it up. But were these few minutes bought with a life really worth anything? The pounding on the door grew faster. The young officer cried until his voice cracked, desperately shouting that the lock was broken. No matter how thick the train carriage's partition door was, without a lock it was useless. Once the monsters on the other side broke through this carriage, 3 would instantly become a slaughterhouse. No one would survive, counting on these screaming, trembling cowards to block the door. Dream on. Zhang Heng shoved his phone into his pocket and flexed his wrists. If you didn't want to die, you had to move. But could he really survive? Zhang Heng himself didn't know. Zhang Heng shoved Ru back into her berth. Lock the door. Don't open it, even if the sky falls. Without waiting for her reply, he pulled open the compartment door, and stepped into the corridor. The stench of blood hit him thick and cloying. Sticky fluid, still fresh, squelched beneath his feet. A young trained policeman was desperately bracing himself against the iron door at the carriage junction, his shoulders heaving, muffled sobs escaping his throat. The door panel thudded with each impact, rattling his entire frame. The lock was broken, only his body held it shut. Zhang Heng grabbed 2 stainless steel mops from the wall and strode over. As he passed the sealed compartment doors, he kicked them hard, the metal panels clanging. Anyone who doesn't want to die, get out here. If the door breaks, none of you will survive. No one answered. Through the doors he could hear breathing, soft sobbing, and even suppressed screams of terror. But the doors remained tightly shut, not even a crack open. The men who usually blustered and boasted had all become turtles retreating into their shells. Zhang Heng let out a cold laugh and wasted no more words. He dashed to the carriage junction, yanked the young policeman aside, and said, "Move over." The young policeman was covered in tears, and snot, the baton in his hand, nearly bent out of shape. Seeing Zhang Heng was like seeing a savior. He trembled and shuffled aside. Zhang Heng wedged the 2 mop handles into the huge ring-shaped handle of the iron door, using them as a crossbar, jamming them tightly between the narrow walls of the carriage on either side. Thud! The monster outside slammed again. The mop handles bent into an alarming arc, letting out a teeth-grinding creak, but they held, not breaking. The iron door was forced open, a crack 2 fingers wide. A blackened hand claw shot in its nails, as sharp as boning knives, frantically clawing the air. Opt! The young policeman fell back into the pool of blood, sitting down hard. Zhang Heng didn't even blink. He lifted his foot and stomped down on the fingers viciously. Crack! The finger bones shattered. A strange roar came from outside, and the claw retracted. Zhang Heng braced the door with his knee and pushed the mop handles in further until they were immovable. It's done. He dusted off his hands and turned to scan the entire carriage. He had expected at least 7 or 8 strong men to come out at his shout, but the corridor remained empty, the compartment doors still firmly shut. Except for one compartment nearby. The door opened a crack, and 3 heads cautiously peeked out. They looked only 18 or 19, with acne on their faces, wearing matching tracksuits. Likely students traveling. The 3 clutched a thermos, a selfie stick, and a thick hardcover book. Their faces were deathly pale, their legs trembling uncontrollably. But they had stepped forward. The entire carriage, dozens of people, were all cowardly wretches. In the end, the only ones brave enough to come out were 3 barely grown students. How ironic. Old Chun had risked being torn apart to push the monster out, and this was what he had protected. A bunch of such useless things. Bro. Big brother. The tallest of the boys stammered, his selfie stick shaking. We're here to help. Zhang Heng glanced at them, said nothing, and just nodded. This was the essence of character. Some people looked strong but were soft inside. Others seemed tender but could be tough when it mattered. Zhang Heng turned to the young policeman still sitting on the floor, pulled him up, and straightened his crooked hat. Crying is useless. That's the time your master bought with his life. The young policeman wiped the blood and tears from his face, stood up straight with sobs, but his hands still trembled uncontrollably. This door won't hold long. Zhang Heng pointed at the already deformed mop handles. You stay here and watch the situation. If those beasts break the door, run back. Don't fight to the death. The young policeman froze for a moment, then nodded mechanically. You 3, Zhang Heng looked at the boys. Follow me. Go. Where? The boy holding the book asked, his voice trembling. The dining car. Zhang Heng turned and walked in the opposite direction. Find some proper weapons. Relying on these broken sticks, we won't even know how we died. He strode forward, not even glancing back as he passed the sealed compartments. He had thought about uniting all forces, but now he realized he was overthinking. Some people, even with a knife at their throat, would still expect others to take the blow for them. Since they wanted to hide in their shells, let them. When the monsters broke, and they would at least buy some time for others to escape. That was a contribution too. Brother, wait for us. Chaotic footsteps sounded behind him as the 3 boys helped each other catch up. Zhang Heng pushed open the door to the dining car ahead, and a rich aroma of meat wafted out. But the smell now carried a nauseating, bloody undertone. The dining car was empty. No. Zhang Heng's steps halted abruptly, and he raised his hand to stop the 3 boys behind him. This car was too quiet, eerily so. The dining car attendants who should have been there were nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, a strange sound came from behind the bar at the far end. Something was chewing on bones. Crunch, crunch. The sound was crisp, echoing far in the dead silent dining car. The 4 of them froze, a chill creeping up their spines. If that thing was in the dining car too, the trouble would be immense. This was supposed to be their second line of defense. If those monsters were already inside, they would be caught between two fronts with even less dignity than a trapped turtle. Before Zhang Heng could decide whether to force their way in, the steel floor beneath them shook violently. The piercing screech of metal drilled into their eardrums. The immense inertia, like an invisible giant hand, shoved them all hard. The boy holding the book lost his footing, his forehead banging against the doorframe with a loud thud. He gasped in pain but clenched his teeth, not daring to cry out. The train's speed was visibly decreasing. The scenery outside was no longer a blur of streaks, but gradually, stopping. The boy with the selfie stick clung to the doorframe, his voice shaking like a sieve. Is this a station? Is the army here to save us? Dream on. Zhang Heng pressed his face against the glass window at the junction, his brows furrowed into a knot. Outside was a stretch of wild, overgrown land. In the distance, a few scattered earthen graves, and further off the gray roofs of a village. Not a trace of a platform in sight. Stopping at this moment, not even with an emergency brake, but with such controlled deceleration, meant the driver was still alive, even following procedure. But this was definitely not good news. Since the driver wasn't mutated or insane, why stop a train carrying thousands of people in such a godforsaken place? The only explanation was that there was no road ahead. Or rather, the city ahead had completely fallen, become a dead zone. The dispatch center or the driver judged it impossible to enter, so they abandoned the train in this wilderness to survive a little longer. The sudden stop crushed the last shred of hope in Zhang Heng's heart. His phone screen was still black. The screams from his family before the call cut off were like thorns embedded in his mind. Head north. To hell with the northern frontier. From here to Urumqi was over 3700 kilometers. A journey that in peacetime was just a train ride and a nap away. Now, it was an insurmountable chasm. Forget 300 kilometers, even 30 kilometers was uncertain whether he could survive the journey. Since the way forward was a dead end, the only option was to turn back. Go home. The thought had barely surfaced when Zhang Heng felt a bitterness in his throat. Home was about 100 kilometers away. Normally he could take a taxi or even a shared bike. But now on that 100-kilometer road, who knew how many of those man-eating monsters were lurking? How many people like old Chun had been torn apart? Could he really make it back? The train gave one last shudder and came to a complete stop. The sky outside the window was still a vivid red with crimson specks still falling like rain. Before the four of them could fully digest the sight of the crimson rain cascading beyond the window, the bone-chilling crunch from deep within the dining car abruptly ceased. This sudden, inexplicable silence was far more unnerving than the earlier sound of gnawing bones. Then from behind the counter came a wet, slithering noise as if something was dragging itself up from a sticky pool of blood. The soles of leather shoes scraped across the floor, emitting a grating screech like nails on a chalkboard. Zhang Heng's heart pounded wildly. Instinctively, he tightened his grip on the bent mop handle and shifted his body, blocking the passageway. From behind the counter, a figure staggered to its feet. It was a male train attendant. His once pristine uniform was now a crumpled rag hanging loosely on his frame, covered in dark red handprints. He turned slowly, and the sight of his face made the three students at the doorway gasp. One side of his cheek was grotesquely swollen, his mouth wide open with blood and shreds of flesh still dripping from his chin. A strand of uncooked tendon even dangled from the corner of his lips. His eyes had lost all trace of pupils, rolled back into blood-red orbs fixed intently on the fresh meat at the entrance. On the floor outside the counter, a pair of feet in black stilettos suddenly twitched. They belonged to a woman, her flesh-colored stockings torn to shreds, as if savagely mauled by wild dogs. The feet kicked aimlessly against the marble tiles, smearing the already coagulating blood into a chaotic mess, producing a sickening grating sound. Then, as if pulled by invisible strings, the legs eerily retracted and straightened up. A second figure stood. It was a female server. The moment he saw her clearly, even Zhang Heng felt his stomach churn. Her white uniform was soaked through with blood, her name tag hanging askew. But that wasn't the worst of it. The worst was her neck, gone. From her collarbone to her chin, the flesh windpipe and blood vessels that should have been there had vanished. It was as if a giant meat grinder had hollowed her out, leaving only a stark white cervical vertebra protruding. Her head wobbled precariously on that bony stalk, twisting in an unnatural 180-degree turn as her body twitched the back of her skull, facing her chest. Clearly the male attendant had savored his female colleague's neck like a duck's neck, gnawing it clean. Ugh. The student holding the book could no longer hold it, and doubling over and clutching his stomach. He vomited his entire breakfast with a loud retch, the sour stench mingling with the metallic scent of blood, instantly transforming the cramped space into a living hell. The foul odor mixed with the sourness of vomit hit them like a wave. Zhang Heng could no longer maintain his composure. The contents of his stomach surged upward, forcing out tears and snot along with the bile. All those American horror films and zombie encyclopedias were worthless in the face of this reality. Fall back. Now. Zhang Heng shouted, his voice muffled by his hand over his mouth, and scrambled backward as if his feet were. The three students fared even worse. The one holding the book nearly collapsed, his legs giving way only to be dragged out by his companion grabbing his collar. The four of them stumbled back to the carriage coupling. Close the door. Shut it. Zhang Heng braced himself against the door frame, steadied himself, and reached for the heavy carriage door. Fortunately, the train's design worked in their favor. The iron door was a one-way mechanism requiring a push to enter the dining car. Now pulling it from the outside, once it was shut, anything inside would need to learn how to turn the handle to pull it open. Otherwise, all their banging would do was polish the steel. With a loud clang, the heavy door slammed back into its... At almost the same instant, a bloody hand slapped against the glass window on the door. Thud! The face with half its cheek missing pressed tightly against the pane. Its eyes bulged as if about to burst, and filthy blood trickled down the glass, distorting the already hideous visage. Oh! The student holding the selfie stick fell to the ground in terror, scrambling backward on all fours. Shut up. It can't get out. Zhang Heng roared, his heart pounding as if it would shatter his ribs. He wiped the filth from his mouth and quickly scanned the coupling area. To his left was a boiling water room, its door ajar. He rushed in and grabbed a blackened mop from the corner. It was the last lifeline in this carriage. Zhang Heng dashed back to the door, wedged the mop handle horizontally into the U-shaped door handle, and jammed the other end tightly into the corner of the carriage wall. Now it was secure. Even if the lock was shattered with this bar in place and the notoriously tough-tempered glass of domestic trains, unless the creature inside had a sledgehammer, it wouldn't get out even if it smashed its head to pieces. Behind the glass door, the zombie continued its tireless scratching, its nails scraping against the pane with a teeth-grinding screech. Zhang Heng panted heavily, his chest heaving. The nausea hadn't fully subsided, but his mind was already racing. Since the dining car was a dead end, this was the only way. But the glass was transparent, the creature could see the living, and would keep ramming, and the noise would eventually attract more monsters from farther away. Hey, Four Eyes. Zhang Heng turned, staring at the trembling student, still clutching his book, who hadn't recovered. The boy looked up blankly, his face streaked with tears, his glasses fogged up. Don't just stand there. Zhang Heng rasped, his voice carrying an undeniable edge. He pointed toward carriage number 3 behind them. Go back to the carriage now, find an empty berth and tear off 2 bedsheets. Beds. Bedsheets, the boy stammered, his mind still a fog. If you don't want to die, move. Even if you have to use your teeth, get me 2 pieces of cloth. Zhang Heng had no time to explain the principle of visual obstruction. He kicked the iron panel beside him. Moved. That kick was more effective than any lecture. The 3 students scrambled back to carriage 3 as if possessed. Within moments, they dragged back several tangled bundles of bedding. No one cared about propriety now. Oh, they didn't care whose berth it was, just threw them on the aisle and started tearing. The sound of ripping fabric was especially piercing in the enclosed corridor. Zhang Heng, annoyed by the students' weak efforts, snatched the corner of the sheet, stepped on the quilt core, and with bulging veins yanked hard. The entire duvet cover was torn off, zippers flying everywhere. Take it to the boiling water room. Zhang Heng shouted, grabbing the cover and rushing to the nearby sink, turning on the tap. Water gushed out. He stuffed the entire cover into the basin, pressing and kneading it with both hands until every inch of fabric was saturated, heavy and dripping. Wring it out. Quick. He and the tallest student each grabbed an end, twisting in opposite directions. Water droplets ran down their wrists, and the soaked cover was twisted into a rope as thick as a wrist. This was a crude trick Head learned from old Hong Kong movies. A dry sheet was just a few cotton threads, easily, but once soaked and twisted, its toughness rivaled steel cable. As long as it wasn't set on fire, it was a poor man's. Zhang Heng moved swiftly, tying one end of the wet rope tightly around the ring handle of the one-way dining car door, securing it with 3 tight knots. He pulled the other end taut, looping it around a stainless steel handrail welded to the wall in the smoking area. Bracing his foot against the wall for leverage, his jaw clenched tight, he stretched the cloth rope like a guitar string, finally tying another secure knot. Now it was solid. With this tether, unless the zombie inside could uproot the solid iron handrail or snap the door handle in two, that door was as good as welded shut. No amount of ramming would open it. Behind the glass door, the half-faced zombie continued its tireless scratching. The grating sound was still teeth-chilling, but it no longer felt so urgent. Zhang Heng panted, shaking the cold water from his hands, and turned to stare at the 3 dumbfounded students. They nodded frantically like chicks pecking at grain. Even if you don't, you'd better. Zhang Heng pointed at the remaining quilt on the floor, his tone icy. Do the same. Soak another one. Get it to the coupling at the back, quick. The bespectacled student hesitated, glancing back at the empty corridor. No shit. That door's lock is already broken. That young cop's holding it with his life. Zhang Heng slapped him on the back of the head, nearly knocking his glasses off. If that gives way, we're trapped like dumplings, and no one gets out alive. Go help. Yeist. The 3 students dared not argue, clutching the quilt as they stumbled back, terrified of being thrown to the monsters if they were even a second late. The corridor fell silent again, broken only by the occasional low growl from the zombie behind the glass. Zhang Heng leaned against the damp wall and pulled a cigarette from his pack. His hands were still shaking, and it took 3 tries to light the lighter. He took a deep drag, the harsh smoke searing his lungs, momentarily suppressing the nausea and panic. Both ends were blocked. Ahead was a dead end, behind a tide of corpses. This carriage number 3 was an island for now, but only temporarily. With no food or water, once these survivors were driven mad by hunger, they might prove no better than the monsters behind the door. When that time came, how would he survive? Is it done? The cigarette in Zhang Heng's hand had just burned down to the filter, its burnt smell creeping in. He didn't rush to discard it. Instead, he took one last deep drag, letting the acrid smoke swirl through his lungs before tossing the butt to the ground and grinding it viciously under his shoe. Sparks left a black scar across the grimy floor. The leading boy, panting heavily with a forehead slick with cold sweat, nodded frantically. It's all tied tight, 3 double knots. I tested it too. Can't budge it. All right. Zhang Heng waved his hand as if shooing a fly. 2 of you go rest, 1 stays here to keep watch. If anything happens, shout. As for who goes first, you decide among yourselves. The 3 college students whispered a quick discussion and decided the bespectacled one clutching a thick hardcover book would take the first watch. This kid was called Guoxiang, short, barely 1.7 meters, and skinny. Once the other 2 left, he couldn't stop trembling all over. Through the glass of the dining car door, he caught a glimpse of the monster relentlessly pounding on it and shuddered again. He retreated to the boiling water room, slowly curling up. The corridor fell empty. Only the faint sound of the zombie's nails scraping against the glass lingered beyond the door, strangled by wet sheets. Scrape, scrape. It set one's teeth on edge and tightened the heart. Zhang Heng stood still, glancing down at the bent stainless steel mop handle in his hand. This thing was no better than a burnt stick now. Taking such junk to fight monsters that could gnaw human heads like watermelons. That was asking for a quick death. Frustration surged within him, a searing wave of helplessness. Zhang Heng spun around and kicked open the door to the boiling water room, the force slamming it against the wall with a deafening bang. The cramped space reeked of stale water. Empty. All empty. Apart from a pile of flimsy paper cups and a few red plastic buckets, there wasn't even a decent piece of wire. Damn it. Zhang Heng punched the stainless steel counter, the impact jarring his hand bones and instantly reddening his knuckles. This cursed security check. 10 years ago, with luck, he might have fished a fruit knife, or even a trowel, from some migrant worker's duffel bag. Now, forget knives, even slightly sharp scissors would be confiscated. The whole train was as clean as a nursery, nowhere to find any lethal weapon except for the living human flesh packed inside. He paced in circles, his gaze sweeping every inch of space like radar, his eyes bloodshot from anxiety. The layout of Car 3 was maddeningly simple. At one end was the boiler room with only buckets, opposite was the crew restroom. The pale yellow wooden door was shut tight, bearing a sign that read, "Crew only. No admittance," infuriating to behold. Zhang Heng strode over in 2 steps, grabbed the doorknob, and twisted hard. It didn't budge. Locked. He stepped back, tensed his body, and raised his foot to kick, but the blow hung in the air, never landing. That kick would make too much noise. If no one was inside, fine. But if one of those mutated creatures lurked within, or if the racket drove the ones outside into a frenzy, smashing the door open, that would be asking for trouble, like an old man eating arsenic. And even if he broke it open, what then? Train attendants didn't carry guns, at best a few spare uniforms and a stack of useless reports. Was he supposed to bash a zombie's head with a ticket checker? Zhang Heng spat, fiercely suppressing the smoldering rage back into his gut. Barehanded it was then. At least he was still alive. He gripped the bent mop handle tightly, cast one last look at the faintly vibrating glass door, and turned to stride toward his berth. The corridor was bathed in a bloody crimson glow from the window, the closed compartment doors hiding who knew how many terrified eyes. Hopefully nothing else would go wrong before dark, giving him a chance to catch his breath. Back in the compartment, Zhang Heng slid the bolt shut and slumped to the floor against the door. Chen Yingru huddled in the corner of the lower bunk, jolting at the sound, the half-empty water bottle in her hand. Seeing it was Zhang Heng, her tense shoulders sagged a little, but she remained like a frightened quail, her face drained of. Zhang Heng had no energy for psychological comfort. He just waved a hand and pointed at the lock. Keep quiet. He pulled out his phone. The screen lit up, its harsh white light illuminating the dried blood on his face. The top left corner still showed the despairing "no service." The time read 1150. As the adrenaline faded, exhaustion surged in like a tide, aching through every bone, especially his legs, muscles twitching and cramping with pain. The string in his mind was stretched to its limit. If he didn't rest, soon he'd drop dead from exhaustion before any zombie could get him. Zhang Heng didn't even bother taking off his shoes. He hugged the still damp mop handle to his chest and slumped onto the bunk. Before he could even feel the hardness of the mattress, his consciousness flickered out, plunging into darkness. He slept deeply as if dead. Oh. A piercing scream stabbed into his eardrums like a steel needle. Zhang Heng's eyes snapped open, his heart pounding violently in his chest. Everything was pitch black. Only a faint red glow from the window cast ghostly shadows in the cramped compartment. Was it night already? How long had he slept? His mind was still foggy, but his body reacted faster than his thoughts. The mop handle in his arms was instantly gripped tight as he sprang up from the bunk, pressing his back against the wall. The corridor outside was chaos. Random footsteps thundered on the floor mingled with the dull thuds of heavy objects hitting metal and heart-wrenching cries, all blending into an uproar. Don't push me. Stop pushing, damn it. Help. Help. I want to go home. I want to go home. Amid the turmoil, a young boy's hoarse yell cut through his voice, breaking with bone-chilling despair. We can't hold it. That thing got in. Run. Go to another car. Got in. Zhang Heng's mind buzzed the last remnants of sleep, doused by ice-cold water. The dining car door, broken. Zhang Heng flung away the twisted aluminum pipe in his hand. This piece of junk was only good for sweeping her. It had barely held the door, and using it to fight those monsters with bones harder than iron was suicide. Barehanded, he was just asking to die. His eyes bloodshot, his gaze swept frantically through the cramped compartment like a searchlight. The fold-down table, too thin. The luggage rack, too brittle. His eyes finally locked onto the safety railing on the upper bunk. Old-style train cast iron coated in thick beige paint with solid pipe walls and real weld joints at the connections. Hard enough, heavy enough. Zhang Heng didn't hesitate. Stepping on the edge of the lower bunk, he scrambled up in 2 moves. Bracing his back against the low ceiling for leverage, he raised his hard-soled sneaker and slammed it down viciously on the weld at the railing's base. Thud. The first kick shook the entire wall panel, making Choningru cover her ears with a short scream. Zhang Heng ignored her, his jaw clenched like iron as he poured all his strength into his leg for another brutal kick. Thud. The paint at the weld flaked off, revealing dark rust beneath. Come off. Zhang Heng growled, putting his final force into a strike that hammered the deformed joint. Crack. A crisp metallic snap rang out. One end of the railing was kicked loose, springing up. Zhang Heng grabbed the dangling iron pipe, his veins bulging like a wild bull's, and using the momentum of his falling body, he yanked it down hard, then shook it violently left and right. The grating sound of twisting metal squealed as the other weld finally tore apart under the brutal force. Clang. A 4 to 5 centimeter long, L-shaped cast iron pipe fell into his hands. Its weight was reassuring, a dense solid feel spreading through his palm. The jagged, uneven break formed serrated edges 100 times more comforting than the flimsy aluminum pipe. Now this was a weapon. With this, as long as he had the strength, he could crack open even those monsters' skulls. Zhang Heng slammed the cast iron pipe into his palm. Thud. It felt hefty, weighing down on his hand. The jagged teeth at the broken end gleamed coldly. If this thing were swung hard enough, not only could it crush a zombie's skull, but it could also puncture the metal of the carriage. This is more like it. This is the tool a man should use. He held the steel pipe horizontally, turning to pull the door open. Zhang. Brother Zhang. In the corner of the lower bunk, Chun Ingru sat up straight, her voice trembling uncontrollably. Where? The corridor outside was already a chaotic mess. The sounds of screams and heavy objects colliding pierced through the door, each noise striking at the nerves. Those things. The monsters have broken in. Chun Ingru clutched the blanket tightly, her knuckles turning white, tears welling in her eyes. Don't go out. I'm begging you, you'll really die out there. Going out now is no different from serving myself on a platter. Acting all tough, came a sarcastic voice from the upper bunk where a plump woman had suddenly spoken. The woman who had been playing dead opened a small gap in her blanket, revealing half of her greasy face, rolling her eyes and mumbling. If he wants to go die, just let him go. Why all the fuss? Perfect, this space will have one less person stealing air. If he dies outside, we can have more room to stretch out. As soon as these words were spoken, the already stifling air in the compartment seemed to freeze. Zhang Heng's hand gripping the doorknob halted. He slowly turned around, remaining silent, and took a few steps towards the bed, holding the spiked steel pipe. The tip of the steel pipe traced an arc in the air just centimeters away from the plump woman's nose. The flesh on her face quivered violently, and her mouth, which had intended to spew more insults, snapped shut tighter than a clam. Faced with his unrestrained ferocity, her sharp words evaporated instantly, as if she had swallowed a dead fly, choking back the remainder of her sentence. She yanked the blanket hard, curling up like a turtle, not daring to breathe, fearing that the weapon in his hand would indeed come crashing down. Pathetic bullies who fear the strong. Zhang Heng couldn't be bothered to waste even a second on such trash. Every word he might say now could mean one more person dying outside, or one more monster appearing. He ignored the trembling mass of flesh and looked down at Chun Ingru, who was huddled in the corner, speaking rapidly and coldly. Listen. As soon as I go out, you immediately secure the latch. Zhang Heng pointed to the door lock, his tone grim. No matter who knocks, even if they scream my name, even if you hear me screaming. As long as I haven't shouted for you to open the door, do not let anyone in. Chun Ingru was terrified, nodding shakily as tears streamed down her face. Without hesitation, Zhang Heng yanked the compartment door open. A strong stench of blood assaulted him. He stepped out and slammed the door shut behind him. Click. The sound of the lock engaging came from inside. That girl was obedient enough. Zhang Heng turned around, gripping the cold cast iron pipe tightly, and gazed at the chaotic corridor. Here we go, but it's time to fight for my life. The moment Zhang Heng stepped into the corridor, his foot froze in place. The anticipated tide of monsters did not rush at him. The scene before him instead gave him the absurd impression of watching a farcical comedy, almost causing him to burst into laughter. The reinforced glass of the dining car door was indeed shattered with a gaping hole the size of a basin. The male train attendant who had been devoured was now trying to force his upper body through that hole. But it was only his upper body. His wrinkled uniform was caught on the jagged edges of the glass, with several sharp shards embedded deep into his ribcage. Blood trickled down the door panel, staining the lower half of the door a deep red. This guy felt no pain at all. His arms flailed wildly in the air like a windmill, his body rocking back and forth in that hole, looking as if he had been electrocuted. Meanwhile, the living passengers in the carriage were even more frantic than the dead. Each one screamed and pushed back, some losing their shoes barefoot, stepping on others' feet, rolling and crawling towards the other end of the carriage. One aunt was so scared that a crowing sound came out of her throat, her entire body shaking against the wall. Just for Zhang Heng's mouth twitched twice, a reflex born of nervous tension. This was no zombie invasion, it was more like a turtle stuck in a shell. He tightened his grip on the heavy iron pipe, ignoring the passengers nearly colliding with him, and strode purposefully towards the dining car door. "Move aside," he shouted, shouldering his way past a blocking middle-aged balding man. The man stumbled from the impact, ready to curse, but when he turned and saw the thick iron pipe in Zhang Heng's hand and the lifeless expression on his face, he swallowed his words and hurriedly dove under the buck. Behind him came a flurry of hurried and chaotic footsteps. Zhang Heng caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye. It was the 3 students. These 3 kids were pale, their legs shaking, and the few broken sticks they gripped trembled as if they had Parkinson's. But they had managed to keep up. Even from 5 or 6 meters away, he could sense their fearful energy of wanting to escape, yet not daring to. At least they were sensible. These 3 boys might be useful if they trained, while they could serve as backup team members. Given the current situation, it was indeed the end of the world, and surviving alone would be a challenge. Finding a few reliable teammates would increase the chances of survival. Zhang Heng didn't look back, his feet not stopping as he stood less than 2 meters from the door. The foul odor of rotting flesh assaulted his senses. As soon as the male attendant stuck in the doorway sensed someone approaching, his blood-misted eyes locked onto Zhang Heng. A hoarse roar erupted from his throat, and his previously flailing arms lunged forward, the long black nails almost scratching Zhang Heng's clothing. But that was as far as it went. The circle of shattered glass acted like a natural prison, keeping him firmly in place. No matter how he strained his neck like a giraffe being strangled, he couldn't move an inch forward. A living target. Zhang Heng stared at the head so close, yet continuously snapping its jaw in a desperate attempt to bite the air, his stomach churning. This was the first time he faced such a creature at such close range. Fear, disgust, both. But he was more aware that as long as he trembled even slightly, everyone in this carriage would be done for, and he would too. Killing this thing isn't a crime. It's just a dead body, a moving piece of rotten flesh. Zhang Heng gritted his teeth, his jaw tensed, crushing all hesitation into his stomach. He gripped the end of the pipe tightly, his arm muscles bulging, aimed at the still swaying head, and swung with all. Damn! With a low roar, the heavy iron pipe tore through the air. Bam! A sickening thud echoed. The strike felt as if it had hit solid granite. A tremendous recoil shot up the pipe to his wrist, causing Zhang Heng's grip to momentarily lose sensation, nearly sending the pipe flying from his hands. Looking at the zombie, the top of its head visibly caved in, dark purple blood splattering against the window frame. Not dead. This thing not only wasn't dead, but seemed even more enraged by the blow. The hoarse roar in its throat reached a new pitch, its half-body trapped in the glass, frantically writhing, its claws reaching forward desperately, the black nail tips mere centimeters from Zhang Heng's collar. Its bones are really damn hard. Zhang Heng spat, ignoring the numbness in his hand, gripping the pipe tightly again, his muscles tensed. Not dead, huh? Bam! The second strike came crashing down on the same spot. The sound of cracking skull was clear white brain matter mixed with black blood splattering out. Bam! 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 Zhang Heng mechanically raised and lowered the pipe. Each impact was accompanied by a sticky cracking sound. That head was smashed into a shapeless mass, red and white splattering all over the door frame. It was only when the corpse finally stopped convulsing, hanging limply against the shards of glass like a pile of mush, that Zhang Heng ceased his assault. The pipe still dripped with thick liquid. Zhang Heng gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently, sweat streaming down his temples, stinging his cheeks. Just taking down this one trapped target had drained half the strength from his arms. If this thing were to charge into the carriage. Thinking of the hellish situation in carriage, no. For Zhang Heng felt a glimmer of despair. Could he truly survive? Could he really return home to protect his parents? Clang. The cast iron pipe stained with black blood rolled half a meter across the rubber flooring, its sound jarringly loud in the deathly silent carriage. Zhang Heng's hands were still trembling. A violent spasm in his fingertips, utterly beyond his brain's control, made even the simple act of pulling out his cigarette pack clumsy and awkward. The pack of Tingwang cigarettes was soaked through with sweat, soft and limp. He struggled to shake one free and shoved it into his mouth. Click, click. The lighter's flame flickered several times before it steadied. He took a deep drag, not even letting the smoke fill his lungs, letting the scorching heat swirl in his mouth before swallowing it harshly. Cough, cough. The acrid sting burned his windpipe, and tears nearly spilled from the force of the cough. But this pain precisely suppressed the churning nausea in his stomach. Killing zombies. It sounds easy in theory. But when you actually do it, it's like uprooting decades of established. Even if 1,000 logical voices told him it was a monster, the feel, the sound, even the vaguely recognizable human face before it was smashed, all of it reminded him half a day ago this was a living person. But if he didn't kill, he would die. In peacetime, killing a chicken required mental preparation. To survive now, he had to force himself to become a butcher. Once he took this first step, it would become muscle memory. The cigarette quickly burned down to the filter. Zhang Heng dropped the butt into the still wet pool of blood at his feet and ground it out viciously. Sizzle. A faint extinguishing sound. He looked up, glancing at the 3 students cowering in the corner. Their faces were pale, eyes wide as saucers, staring at Zhang Heng with more terror than they had for the corpse. Ignoring their reactions, Zhang Heng turned and walked over to the headless corpse, crouching down directly beside it. The head had been smashed into a mushy watermelon red, and white matter spilling everywhere, filling the air with a sickeningly sweet, nauseating stench. He frowned, took a deep breath, and then made a move that made everyone's skin crawl. He reached out his right hand without any protection and plunged it straight into the mangled cranial cavity. Squelch. The sound of viscous fluid being squeezed was clearly audible. Brother, the bespectacled student named Guxiang stammered, his voice cracking, teeth chattering. What are you doing? Zhang Heng didn't answer. His fingers stirred within the broken skull. The slippery, wet sensation, mixed with sharp fragments of bone, traveled up through his fingertips, making his scalp tingle with revulsion. But he didn't stop. Instead, he pushed his hand in deeper. Plop. As he searched, a gush of reddened white slurry spurted from the crack, splattering onto the floor beside him. Ugh! Guxiang couldn't hold it in any longer. He doubled over, clutching his stomach, and amidst violent dry heaves could only bring up a mouthful of bitter sour bile. None of them had eaten or drunk anything all day. Now it felt like they were retching up their very gallbladders. The other 2 boys were so terrified their legs gave way, they scrambled backward, pressing their backs against the carriage wall, wishing they could dig a hole and crawl through it. A madman. This was definitely a madman. What sane person would stick their hand into a place like that? It was worse than a deranged killer. Zhang Heng simply didn't have time to care what they thought of him. He was looking for something. Since the world had turned into this mess, since these living dead only ever seen in movies were now running rampant, then what about the settings from those novels? What about the crystal core? That energy crystal that could make a person stronger, allow them to evolve. He couldn't possibly be expected to fight the monsters overrunning the world with just a couple of broken mops and a rusty iron pipe forever, could he? His fingers groped through the rotting flesh for a full half-minute. Aside from the soft brain tissue and hard fragments of skull, there was no special hard object. Empty. Zhang Heng refused to accept it. He probed from a different angle, thoroughly churning the already shapeless head into a complete pulp. Still nothing. Damn it. Zhang Heng pulled his hand out, shook off the sticky filth, his face as dark as a thunder. This damn heaven gives such a brutal starting difficulty, but won't even grant a beginner's gift pack. Are all web novels lies? Or was this just the lowest level grunt, not yet developed enough to have that thing? He wiped the blood haphazardly on the corpse's clothes, his brow furrowed into a deep crease. If there were no crystal cores, then what was the tireless power source for these zombies? Even a perpetual motion machine needs a bearing, right? Zhang Heng rubbed the sticky brain matter onto the dead man's clothing, growing more frustrated with each wipe. This defied science. According to the standard tropes of post-apocalyptic novels, since zombies defied biological common sense, running and jumping without eating or drinking, there had to be some law of energy conservation at play, right? No crystal core in the brain. Then what powered this pile of rotting flesh? Photosynthesis. Bullshit. That rain outside was red, not ultraviolet. His mind raced through the zombie movies and novel settings he had seen before. These monsters felt no pain, they crawled even with broken limbs. In some movies, even a severed head could still reflexively bite a few times. What did this mean? It meant the brain's control over the central nervous system was already weakened, or perhaps the brain wasn't their power source at all. Like a broken car. Even if you remove the steering wheel, as long as the engine is running and it's in gear, it can still run you over. Since the brain was just a decoration or a low-level CPU that hadn't evolved yet. Then where was the engine? What did humans rely on to maintain their vital signs? The place that pumps blood through the vessels, delivers nutrients, and maintains the last vestiges of bodily activity. The heart. Zhang Heng abruptly stood up, the sudden movement, so forceful he nearly slipped in the slick pool of blood. It had to be the heart. Since the brain had turned to mush, the instinct driving this shell to tirelessly bite and feed could only originate from the source of blood circulation. He stared intently at the zombie's body wedged in the dining car's glass door. Guessing was useless at a time like this. To know if that thing was there, he just had to cut open the chest and look. But now wasn't the time for an autopsy. Zhang Heng looked up and scanned the inside of the dining car. The waitress, whose neck was just a stump of white bone, was still staggering behind the counter. Her head, like a broken pendulum, wobbled atop of bare cervical vertebra, swinging with each convulsion of her body, looking like it might fall off at any moment. He needed to clear the area, kill the one inside too. That would give him 2 samples to verify his theory. Besides, clearing the dining car would provide access to plenty of food, enough to help the people in car 3 hold out a bit longer. With this in mind, Zhang Heng didn't hesitate. He gripped the L-shaped cast iron pipe, now coated in brain matter and bone fragments, and rammed it into the chest of the male zombie stuck in the doorway. This one had forced half its body through the broken tempered glass to get in. Now that it was dead, its body was wedged tight as a cork. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Heng braced his foot against the door frame, his shoulder against the end of the pipe, every muscle taut as he pushed outward with all his might. Creak. The corpse's ribs gave a few crisp snaps, but it only moved half a centimeter. It didn't budge. This dead weight was much heavier than a living person. With the door frame locking its hip bone in place, one person couldn't move it. If he couldn't push it back, he couldn't lure the female zombie inside to stick its head out for him to kill either. Directly opening the door to kill that zombie was far too risky. Shit. Zhang Heng stopped pushing, letting the pipe clatter against the door sill. He turned to look at the 3 weaklings still leaning against the wall, dry heaving. Guoxiang's face was green from vomiting. The other 2 were a mess of snot and tears, staring at the reddened white sludge on the floor, huddled in the corner, too scared to move. Stop puking, all of you. Zhang Heng roared, his voice exploding in the narrow corridor. The 3 students flinched, instinctively looking up at him. Zhang Heng strode over, grabbed the collar of the tallest boy closest to him, and yanked him to his feet. With such force, he nearly tore the collar. Can't you understand plain language? If you don't want to die, get over here and lend a hand. He pointed at the bloody corpse in the doorway, his face full of menace. Come here. Help me shove this pile of rotten meat back into the dining car. The dead flesh was heavy as lead. Those 3 students were truly useless, their limbs weak and soft as they pushed against the corpse's back, as if boneless, doing nothing but panting heavily, without an ounce of strength to spare. The headless corpse, wedged among the jagged glass shards, was shoved haphazardly by these few, not retreating back into the dining car, but instead grinding back and forth against the uneven glass fragments. The dull thud of torn flesh mingled with the grating sound of bone scraping against the metal frame, setting one's teeth on edge. Haven't you eaten? Push harder. Zhang Heng's shoulder pressed firmly against the end of the steel pipe, but the blood underfoot was too slippery, causing his rubber-soled sneakers to lose traction. He gritted his teeth, the veins on his temples bulging and throbbing. If you don't want to die, put all your strength into it. If we don't clear this dining car, we'll all starve to death here. Guoxiang jolted at the roar, tears and snot smeared across his face as he pushed blindly with closed eyes, not caring whether the wet, sticky mess under his hands was blood or some other foul substance. Tap, tap, tap. Suddenly, hurried footsteps came from behind. Zhang Heng's nerves were stretched to the breaking point, and the sound exploded in his ears like a thunderclap. He abruptly released his force and spun around the cast iron pipe, slick with brain matter, swinging up with a gust of bloody wind. Who goes there? Don't attack. It's me. The newcomer shrank back, hands raised above his head. It was the young policeman from before. This young train officer's cap was askew, his uniform collar soaked with sweat stains. Why are you here? Zhang Heng asked him suspiciously. Who's watching the door at car 4? Have you abandoned that door? Zhang Heng's eyebrows shot up, and the murderous aura radiating from him, fresh from the kill, forced the young officer to instinctively recoil, nearly stumbling to the ground. No, not abandoned. The young officer pointed down the corridor behind him, his face pale as a ghost, his words rapid fire like a machine gun. I covered that glass door with a blanket. Tightly sealed, not a sliver of light gets through. It turned out the kid had been guarding that spot, but couldn't handle the sight of severed limbs scattered everywhere. His stomach churned, and the stench of blood was overwhelming. To avoid seeing and being disturbed, he grabbed a thick quilt from a nearby empty berth and used tape to seal the connecting glass door completely. Who knew this accidental block would stumble upon the trick? Those monsters. It seems they don't charge if they can't see. The young officer wiped the cold sweat from his brow, still shaken. The first 2 that mutated were banging on the door like crazy. The glass nearly shattered, but once the quilt was up within 2 minutes, there was no sound outside, really not a peep. Visual detection. Zhang Heng's heart skipped a beat. This was a crucial clue. These things had brains like mush. Did they mainly rely on sight to hunt? Without visual stimulation, did they turn back into statues? Before he could fully process this, the young officer's next words hit him like a bucket of ice water, chilling him from crown to heel. But not long after it quieted down there, a few more stubborn fools rushed out from the compartments. The young officer's voice trembled, his eyes filled with terror, clearly haunted by the sounds had heard. All of them were finished. I didn't dare lift the blanket to look, but just hearing those screams. It was truly horrific. I could even hear the sound of intestines being ripped out. He swallowed hard, his atoms apple bobbing painfully, and held up 2 fingers, then switched to a whole hand. From the sounds of tearing and fighting, there are at least 7 or 8 in car 4 now. 7 or 8. The moment those words left his lips, the already oppressive air seemed to freeze solid. Zhang Heng glanced back at the headless corpse still stuck in the dining car door, then at the slightly deformed cast iron pipe in his hand, his heart feeling as if it were being crushed. Fighting a single immobile target stuck in a door had taken every ounce of effort, and now there were 7 or 8 free-roaming ones. And as time passed, those unlucky souls bitten to death would rise again and join the feast. The number of zombies there was bound to double. This wasn't leveling up by fighting monsters, it was a death sentence. How could he fight? With his head, Zhang Heng spat out the saliva in his mouth and crushed those chaotic thoughts in his mind. To survive, he had to get through this immediate crisis first. Without another word, he swung the pipe coated in brain matter and smashed it hard against the ring of sharp glass remaining on the door frame. Crash! Shards of glass flew everywhere, and the jagged hole instantly widened, clearing the area where the zombie's ribs had been caught. Don't just stand there. Push! Zhang Heng bellowed, spittle spraying onto Guixiang's face. The 3 students and the young officer, terrified by this ferocity, dared not disobey. Suppressing the sour bile rising in their throats, the group pressed their trembling hands against the headless corpse's shoulders and chest. Their hands met only sticky blood and cooling flesh too slippery to grip. 1, 2, go. They pushed together. Thud. Accompanied by the dull sound of rotting flesh scraping against glass, the corpse that had been plugging the doorway like a cork finally gave way and tumbled into the dining car, sliding far down the aisle. Before they could catch their breath, a stronger stench of decay wafted through the broken hole. Ha! The female attendant, whose neck had been gnawed clean, had been lurking just behind the door. The moment the gap appeared, she lunged like a fly drawn to blood. Her head, held only by the cervical spine, whipped violently with the movement, even clanging against the metal door frame with a teeth-grinding crack. But she felt no pain, her body desperately squeezing through the hole. Step back. Zhang Heng yanked Guixiang out of the way, sending him stumbling. This female zombie was smaller than the male one, her upper body sliding smoothly through her black-nailed hands, already clawing wildly at the air. But that was as far as she got. The dark, swollen flesh of her mutated chest also got caught on the glass shard. As she struggled frantically, the sharp glass edges cut deep into her flesh, and purplish-black blood spurted out like a broken faucet, staining her already tight uniform even filthier. No matter how she clawed at the door frame, even breaking her ribs, she couldn't get through. A golden opportunity. A cold smile curled at the corner of Zhang Heng's mouth. If he couldn't handle a target delivered right to his doorstep, he might as well slit his own throat. He stepped forward, dodging the flailing claws, and stood beside the head, still snapping wildly at the air. The bare, pale cervical spine, streaked with a few shreds of flesh, was now fully exposed, practically begging to be crushed. Better luck in your next life. Zhang Heng gripped the already deformed cast iron pipe with both hands without a moment's hesitation, not even sparing another glance at that horrifying face. He swung it wide, put his strength into it, and brought it down. The movement was simple, brutal, and fluid. Crack! A sound as crisp as snapping a dry twig echoed through the corridor. The fragile cervical spine snapped cleanly. The head, which had been shrieking madly, instantly lost its support and dropped from the spine like a rotten fruit. Thud! The head hit the rubber floor mat with a dull sound. But it didn't stop there. Propelled by inertia, the disheveled head rolled forward. It rolled straight into Guixiang's shoe. The face was turned upward. The grayish-white eyeballs still stared fixedly at Guixiang, the fanged mouth still opening and closing mechanically, the jaws clicking together as if trying to tear a chunk of flesh from his leg from a distance. In the narrow train corridor, heart-wrenching screams erupted, more grating than a pig being slaughtered. Guixiang, as if bitten by a venomous snake, kicked wildly and scrambled backward, his crotch instantly soaked through the stench of urine, overpowering the smell of blood. The other 2 students and the young officer were no better, collapsing against the wall, their faces white as fresh paint, emitting meaningless gurgling sounds from their throats. For these well-behaved children raised under the red flag, who had never even killed a chicken, the shock was simply too immense. That was a human head. A real, rolling, still-moving human head at their feet. The sheer visual and psychological collapse was enough to drive these sheltered flowers of peacetime to madness. Zhang Heng had no time to bother with the 4 blustering cowards behind him. He pressed his face against the jagged hole blown open in the dining car, door squinting as he swept his gaze inside. A deathly silence reigned. Aside from the scattered mess, overturned condiment bottles, and rumpled tablecloths, there wasn't a single ghostly shadow in sight. It was wrong, yet it made perfect sense. Zhang Heng's mind raced. Though he had rarely traveled on such cross-province long-distance green trains, this was the age of the internet, and he still understood their staffing arrangements. For a journey spanning over 3,000 kilometers, shift work meant the dining car kitchen needed at least 2 heads. As for the servers, those 2 or 3 unlucky souls pushing carts selling boxed lunches were certainly already feeding the zombies in the hard seat carriages. No need to ponder that. What remained was the fixed staff inside the dining car. The female server, whose head had just been smashed at the door, along with the train conductor, who had been the first to die, and the old train police officer, who had already perished in the line of duty. The management and service tiers of this train had essentially met their end here. So where were the living? 2 chefs plus the 2 engineers in the cab, and at most a lazy substitute worker hiding somewhere. At best that made only 5 people. Zhang Heng stared at the empty dining car aisle, a sense of certainty settling in his heart. His earlier ruckus at the door, smashing glass and crushing skulls, had been as loud as a demolition crew moving in. If there were any other zombies hiding in this dining car, even one with impaired hearing, it would have long since followed the noise and pounced. How could it remain so quiet? Since there was no movement, only one possibility remained. Either it was full of corpses that had completely stopped moving, or living people were trembling behind some iron cabinet, not daring to breathe a word. This was a safe zone. Not only was it safe, but it also held the supplies these people desperately needed. Thinking this, Zhang Heng leaned the cast-iron pipe, still dripping black blood, against the wall, and reached out to untie the tattered bedsheet that had been wound around the door handle. The suddenness of this move startled the few people behind him who had just caught their breath out of their wits. "Brother, dear brother," the young trained police officer shouted, his voice cracking as he scrambled forward to stop him. What are you doing? Don't touch that door. We finally managed to block it." Guoxiang, trembling violently with his glasses askew and forgotten, stammered, "Be big, brother, you mustn't. What if a horde charges out?" "A horde?" Zhang Heng didn't pause in his work, tearing at the stubborn knot with a harsh ripping sound, and cursed without turning his head. "Brains are a fine thing, shame you all left you're sitting on your asses." Did that racket sound like I was beating a drum to invite someone to a feast? That was me smashing skulls. Zhang Heng whipped his head around, his bloodshot eyes so fierce that Guoxiang swallowed the rest of his words back down his throat. "If there were real zombies, they'd have been all over us by now. You think they'd wait to play hide and seek with you, expecting them to set up an ambush?" The words were harsh, but the logic was solid. The group was stunned into silence, instinctively peering through the... Indeed, the interior was so quiet you couldn't even hear a fly buzz. Aside from the bloodstains everywhere, not a single living creature was visible. Just as they were processing this, Zhang Heng had already yanked the knot completely free. Click. That was the sound of the mop handle being pulled from where it was jammed in the handle. Zhang Heng lifted his foot and gave a vicious kick to the back of the female corpse, blocking the door, which hadn't yet gone cold. With a squelch, the mass of redanded white flesh slid across the rubber floor. The dining car door was open. Zhang Heng stepped over the 2 zombie corpses, still oozing black blood on the ground. The soles of his shoes felt sticky, and every step came with a nauseating, grinding squish. His stomach felt as if someone had stuffed a burning coal into it, causing his insides to spasm. From the morning when Head had 2 baozi and a couple of tea eggs his mother had packed in the waiting hall, until now nearly 7 in the evening, he hadn't even had a sip of water. The adrenaline-fueled brawl earlier had drained every last bit of energy from his body. Now, with his blood sugar plummeting, stars were already dancing before his eyes. If he didn't eat something soon, he wouldn't just be unable to kill zombies. He'd need the wall just to walk. "What are you gaping at? Holding a vigil for these 2. Without turning around, Zhang Heng pointed the iron pipe at the 2 headless corpses on the ground, his voice hoarse. "Drag these 2 lumps of meat away and stuff them into the crew restroom opposite the boiler room." Guoxiang and the others looked at the mess of red and white on the floor, their throats churning again as they barely held back another round of vomiting. "Hurry up." Zhang Heng spun around abruptly, the murderous aura still clinging to him, making the group flinch. "Who has the key to that restroom?" The young trained police officer pressed against the wall, trembling, pointed a shaky finger at the male corpse in uniform on the ground. Its chest was caved in with only the lower half still intact. I don't have the key. It's on him. He's the train conductor." "Then what are you waiting for?" Zhang Heng didn't even raise an eyelid. "Go get it, open the door, and throw the bodies in." "Huh." Guoxiang's face turned green as he stared at the blood-soaked, mangled flesh. His legs felt as heavy as lead, unable to take a single step. Fishing through a corpse, one with its head smashed to bits. "If you don't move the bodies, are you planning to eat your meal sitting next to these 2 lumps?" The 4 of them felt another surge of nausea in their chests. Though they had nothing left to throw up, the mere thought of eating beside such revolting corpses made their stomachs churn violently. It wasn't that Zhang Heng was inherently ill-tempered or had to speak so harshly, but the cascade of events had left him in a highly unstable emotional state. The young trained police officer steeled himself, shuffled over, and fumbled blindly in the wet pocket of the corpse's trousers with his eyes squeezed shut. When he pulled out a set of keys slimy with fluid, he was shaking all over. "Listen up, just drag the bodies in. Don't throw them too far. I've got a big use for them later." After tossing out this order, Zhang Heng paid no more attention to how the soft-footed bunch would manage and turned to duck into the dining car bar. In the red plastic crate under the bar, dozens of boxed lunches that hadn't been sold yet were neatly stacked. They even still held a trace of warmth. Seeing those plastic containers, Zhang Heng couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva, his stomach cramping even harder. But he didn't eat immediately. The stench of blood in this godforsaken place was too strong. It wasn't a spot to have a meal. He casually grabbed a redanded white checkered tablecloth from a nearby table and with a broad sweep of his arm scooped 8 boxed lunches from the crate. He deftly tied the 4 corners of the cloth together, cinched it into a tight knot, and slung the bundle over his hand. One portion certainly wouldn't be enough to fill his stomach, and there was still Chinning-Ru in car 3. If they didn't eat their fill now, they wouldn't know where to scrounge for their next meal. Just as he took a couple of steps with the heavy bundle, Zhang Heng suddenly stopped in his tracks. Clang. He set the makeshift bundle down on the bar and cast a glance at the cast iron pipe in his hand. The shaft had already bent into a curve and the tip was battered and deformed, covered with clinging bits of flesh and bone shards. This thing was powerful, no doubt, but it was just a lump of iron. Swinging it was too exhausting. Just taking down those 2 stationary targets earlier had numbed his tiger's mouth, and his arms still ached. If he ran into a horde of zombies, relying on brute force to swing this thing would leave him collapsed from exhaustion before he could even smash them all. A workman must first sharpen his tools if he is to do his work well. He needed to switch weapons. Something that could sever a head in one clean strike, saving effort and lethal. Zhang Heng's gaze drifted past the bar and landed on the half-open stainless steel door behind it. That was the kitchen. Since this was a train dining car kitchen, how could it be without a cleaver for chopping ribs? Even a large vegetable knife, if sharpened well, would be far superior to this fire poker. Zhang Heng ripped the slightly slick iron pipe, flexed his sore wrist, and squinted as he strode toward the stainless steel kitchen door. If he could get his hands on a suitable cleaver, dealing with the likes of the ones earlier would be just one swing away. He stepped over the bloodstains on the bar floor and went straight into the pantry behind it. Drawers had been yanked open, their contents spilling across the floor with a clatter. Lucky break. 2 thick-backed cleavers and a pointed boning knife. Zhang Heng weighed the cleaver in his hand. It felt solid, though not as handy as the cast iron pipe from before. Still, this thing was sharpened, making it quicker for slashing necks. He grabbed a tablecloth, wrapped the 3 knives along with the 7 or 8 boxes of leftover rice from the bar into a bundle and tied it tight with a knot. When he emerged with the bundle, a path had already been cleared in the corridor. The young trained police officer was leading the 3 terrified students, each dragging a leg, pulling the 2 headless corpses toward the crew restroom opposite the pantry. Dark red streaks of blood trailed across the floor from the severed necks. Boss. It's taken care of. The young officer straightened up as he saw Zhang Heng wiping his hands on his trousers in a fawning gesture. Zhang Heng's murderous efficiency had utterly intimidated him. At this moment, even if he were the train conductor, he wouldn't dare defy Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng glanced at the bloodstains on the floor and slung the heavy bundle over his shoulder. Fine people. He pointed at the chaotic dining car floor. You 3 aren't enough. Go to the rear carriages and call for help. Clean this place up. Especially the blood and flesh scraps. They must be wiped clean. The stench is too strong and will attract monsters. The young officer hesitated. But who would volunteer now? Everyone's hiding. Tell them that those who work get food. Zhang Heng's face was cold, his voice low but fierce. Hand out the leftover boxed meals here. Remember, don't give a single bite to those who want work, even if they starve. This isn't peacetime. If you want to survive, you have to contribute. With that, ignoring the officer's reaction, he strode back with his bundle. Back at the compartment door, the panicked cries of passengers in the corridor had dwindled, replaced by a chilling silence. Only occasional stifled sobs seeped through the closed doors. Thud, thud, thud. 3 dull knocks. The compartment went still for a moment, then Chun Yinger's trembling voice came through, choked with tears. Who? Who is it? It's me. Click. The bolt slid open almost instantly. Chun Yinger's pale face appeared, her hair plastered messily to her cheeks, eyes swollen like peaches. Seeing Zhang Heng unharmed, her lips quivered and tears threatened to fall again. Brother Zhang. You're back. Outside. Zhang Heng didn't waste words. He squeezed and locked the door behind him and slid the bolt home. He tossed the tablecloth bundle onto the bunk. Clang. The metallic sound was heavy. The cloth fell open, revealing the gleaming cleavers and a few plastic lunchboxes still dripping with oil. Don't ask. Even if everyone outside dies, you'll survive. Zhang Heng grabbed a box, tore off the lid, and handed it to Chinning-Ru. Eat. She held the still warm box, staring at the fatty braised pork inside. Her stomach churned. The smell of blood still lingered, and she couldn't bring herself to eat. If you don't eat, you'll starve. Zhang Heng opened another box for himself, grabbed disposable chopsticks, and shoveled the cold, oily rice into his mouth in big mouthfuls. The rice was hard as gravel, but at that moment it tasted like a delicacy. Killing 2 zombies had nearly drained all his energy. Watching Zhang Heng devour his food like a starving wolf, Chun Yingru swallowed hard. Survival instinct eventually overpowered her nausea. She picked up a piece of meat, shoved it into her mouth, and chewed forcefully, while tears streamed down her face. The aroma soon filled the small compartment. The bulging blanket on the upper bunk stirred. The fat woman who had been playing dead poked her head out. Her greasy face glistened in the dim light, nostrils flaring as she caught the scent of braised pork. Gurgle. A loud stomach rumble broke the awkward silence. The fat woman swallowed hard, her beady eyes fixed on the 2 boxes of food on the lower bunk. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, the young officer's voice rang out from the corridor like a summons from the dead. Listen up. The monsters in the dining car have been cleared. We're recruiting volunteers to clean up. Those who help will get a box of braised pork rice. Only those who work get to eat. If you want food, come out now. That shout was louder than any drill call Head made at the police academy. The fat woman's eyes lit up, instantly glowing with the green light of a starving wolf. Old Wong, stop playing dead. Get up. She kicked the middle-aged man cowering at the foot of the bed, her fat jiggling with emotion. Did you hear that? The little cop outside says food's ready. I knew it. The train would have to provide meals. They can't just let us starve. The man called Wong scrambled up reluctantly, put on his glasses, and wore a worried expression. But, going out now, what if? What if what? That Zhang kid came back alive, didn't he? The fat woman struggled to climb down, casting a sidelong glance at Zhang Heng, who was still wolfing down his food, and snorted sarcastically. Some people just haven't seen the world, treating a few cold meals like treasures as if they've never had a decent meal in their lives. She smoothed her wrinkled silk blouse, put on an air of heading to a banquet, and dragged old Wong toward the door. Come on, let's go to the dining car. That box stuff is for beggars. We paid for our tickets. We're customers. They should cook us fresh hot dishes. Bang. The door was yanked open and slammed shut. The compartment fell silent again. Chuning-Ru, with a piece of meat in her mouth, stared blankly at the door and mumbled, They. Never mind. Zhang Heng didn't even look up, scraping the last grains of rice into his mouth, the chopsticks scratching the bottom of the box. Some people have shit for brains. Not even a god can save them. He crushed the empty box, tossed it on the floor, grabbed the heaviest cleaver, and tested the blade with his thumb. Hurry up and eat. After that, barricade the door. Chuning-Ru stared at the gleaming knife in his hand, her heart tightening. What about you? I'm going to take a look. Zhang Heng tucked the knife into his belt, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Let's see how these gods go about ordering their food. Truth be told, Zhang Heng had long wanted to teach that sharp-tongued woman a lesson. He just hadn't had the chance. Now seemed like the perfect opportunity to set an example. Zhang Heng, cleaver in hand, had just reached the junction between car 10 and the dining car when the fat woman's distinctive grating voice pierced the air, drilling straight into his eardrums. Why? I'm asking you why. Her voice was shrill, brimming with a self-righteous, shrewish audacity. This blood all over the floor and those filthy things, just looking at them makes me want to heave up last night's dinner. This kind of dirty, exhausting work is obviously your crew's job. I paid a few $100 for a sleeper ticket to enjoy the service, not to be your damn cleaner. A chorus of agreement followed, a chaotic mess of complaints. Zhang Heng's face was expressionless as he stepped inside. The situation in the dining car was intriguing, a miniature society in microcosm. The once spacious aisle had been invisibly divided into a battlefield. On the left were the rights advocates, led by the fat woman and her spineless husband, Old Wong. This group, about a dozen strong, was all impeccably dressed. Even though the terror of their recent escape still lingered on their faces the moment work was mentioned, they instantly channeled that fear into fury over poor service. The fat woman, hands on her barrel-like waist, her silk shirt stretched taut, was spitting venom as she pointed at the young train officer opposite her. Her rolls of fat quivered with every roar. On the right stood the young officer alone with the 3 college students who hadn't yet snapped out of their daze. Though the young officer clutched the cast-iron pipe still smeared with brains that Zhang Heng had left behind, his aura was clearly weak. His face was flushed crimson, his lips trembling as he tried to interject, but he was utterly suppressed by the fat woman's machine gun-like voice. This is a special situation. The young officer said, his voice weak and lacking conviction. Special my ass. The fat woman didn't give him a chance to speak, her finger nearly jabbing his nose. So a few people died, so what? There'll be armed police at the next station for sure. I'm telling you, I'm memorizing your badge number right now. When we get there, I'm not just reporting your train conductor, you're not getting off either. What kind of attitude is that? The 3 college students huddled behind the young officer, clutching rags and mops, terrified into silence by the ferocious adults before them. But this wasn't the most ironic part. Zhang Heng's gaze passed over the 2 confronting groups and landed in a corner behind the bar. A third group was crouching there. 2 burly men in white chef uniforms, 2 drivers in crisp uniforms, and a female train attendant with her neck tucked in. These 5 were the only remaining official force on this train. The 2 chefs were broad-shouldered and thick-waisted, their arms thicker than Zhang Heng's thighs. They hadn't been seen during the zombie killing, but now each held a takeout box from the bar, their cheeks bulging as they ate greasily. Oblivious to the argument outside, they didn't even lift their heads, their chopsticks flying, as if stuffing food into their stomachs was the only important thing. The female attendant would occasionally glance up, but only for a moment before burying her face back in her lunchbox. The scene was utterly absurd. On one side, a young officer desperately trying to maintain order while being verbally flayed alive. On the other, entitled passengers demanding rights without any obligations, and the able-bodied men who should have stepped up were hiding in the safest corner, playing dead like well-fed hamsters. A cold smirk curled at the corner of Zhang Heng's mouth. Without a word, he strode over, still carrying the meat cleaver reeking of butcher shop grease. His sneakers slapped against the sticky floor tiles, each step sounding like it was landing on everyone's heartbeat. The fat woman in the midst of her tirade felt a blur before her eyes, and an indescribable chill enveloped her. She instinctively shut her mouth and turned her massive head. There stood the blood-soaked demon from before, now holding a gleaming cleaver, standing directly before her. On the blade, traces of unwashed lard still glistened harshly under the light. You? What do you think you're doing? The fat woman stumbled back 2 steps from the cleaver, still bearing grease and blood, her back hitting the dining table. Her earlier shrewishness dissipated, her voice trembling. This is a society of law. Murder is illegal. Don't come any closer. Her cowardice instantly silenced the passengers. She had a dozen pairs of eyes locked onto the knife in Zhang Heng's hand. No one was foolish enough to stick their neck out at this moment. The silence lasted less than 3 seconds. Smack, smack. The incongruous sound of chewing was jarringly loud. The 2 chefs and the driver were still frantically shoveling food into their mouths, savoring it. Braised pork sauce dripped from the corners of their mouths, utterly indifferent to the tension around them. The sound was like a fuse. Why? Someone in the crowd finally snapped, yelling in a suppressed voice. That shout ignited the powder keg. Exactly. Why do they get to eat and drink without doing anything? Those chefs had faster than anyone, but now they're first in line to eat. So we have to work before we can eat. That's not fair. Yeah, we'll pay. I have money. They'll buy this. The scene erupted into chaos, a dozen voices firing, at once spittle flying. The young officer, overwhelmed, tried to explain, but his voice was drowned out before it could leave his lips. Zhang Heng watched coldly as these people, driven mad by hunger and fear, argued. Reason with them. A waste of breath. In this situation, explanation was just an excuse and compromise was weakness. These people were spoiled. Even at the end of the world, they still thought they were kings. There was only one way to shut them up. Fear. Absolute fear. Zhang Heng didn't even acknowledge those shouting about paying for food. He turned and walked away without a glance. Hey, don't you walk away. What kind of attitude is that? The fat woman shouted, emboldened by his retreat. This isn't over. We demand an explanation. Zhang Heng didn't look back. He walked straight to the door of the crew rest room across from the water boiler. The 2 bodies that had been stuffed inside were now carelessly thrown on the floor. He bent down and grabbed the remaining arm of the male zombie. It was the former train conductor, now just a torso intact. His head, smashed by over a dozen iron pipe blows, looked like a burst watermelon. With a tearing sound, Zhang Heng dragged the body across the floor, the uniform scraping against the ground in a grating noise. Dragging the half-corpse, Zhang Heng strode back into the dining car. The chattering crowd was suddenly silenced like ducks with their necks wrung. Everyone's eyes widened as they watched the man dragging a half-corpse enter. Zhang Heng stopped in the center of the dining car and let go. Thud. The body hit the floor heavily, sending up a fine layer of dust. You want to eat? Zhang Heng weighed the cleaver in his hand, his voice soft, but sending chills down everyone's spine. Watch. As the words left his mouth, the cleaver in his hand swung up fiercely. No warning, no hesitation. Thwack. The blade sank deep into the corpse's chest, splitting flesh and hitting ribs with a dull thud. Black blood splattered. The people in the front screamed in terror, scrambling backward. Zhang Heng, expressionless, pulled the blade out and brought it down again in a heavy chop. Crack. The sound of breaking ribs was crisp in the dead-silent carriage. Once, twice, 3 times. He swung the knife like a mindless butcher hacking at the long-dead corpse. With each swing, black rotten flesh and bone fragments flew out, some even hitting the faces of the chefs. The 2 chefs who had been eating with gusto were now frozen solid. The braised pork in their mouths remained unswallowed, their eyes bulging like copper bells. Their chopsticks clattered to the floor. After a full 7 or 8 chops, the corpse's chest cavity was completely torn open. All the ribs were shattered, revealing the dark purple organs inside. A nauseating stench of decay exploded in the air, stronger than ever before. Ugh! The female attendant, who had remained silent, was the first to break. She covered her mouth with a dry heave, her eyes rolling back as she nearly fainted. The gods, who had been clamoring for food, were now pale as ghosts. Some clutched their chests, trying to steady their breathing. Others turned and vomited onto the dining tables. Who could still eat? Who would dare ask for food? Zhang Heng ignored them, tossing the cleaver to the ground and rolling up his sleeves. Under the gaze of the crowd, he plunged his hand directly into the bloody, mangled chest cavity. The shock was too much. Even the young officer couldn't help but look away, his stomach churning. Zhang Heng's hand stirred among the wet, sticky organ fragments, producing a squelching sound. He was searching. According to his experience from reading novels, not every zombie had one, but this conductor had mutated the earliest and was stronger than the average zombie, so the odds were high. His fingers groped through the rotten flesh for about 2 minutes. Around him, aside from the sporadic sounds of dry heaving, no one dared to speak. Even the most shrewish fat woman had shrunk into herself like a quail, wishing she could crawl into a crack in the floor. The way she looked at Zhang Heng was as if she were staring at a psychotic murderer. Suddenly, Zhang Heng's fingertips touched something hard. It didn't feel like bone, more like stone. His heart leaped. He tightened his grip, clutching the object firmly, and yanked his arm out. Found it. Zhang Heng raised his hand to his eyes, not bothered by the filth, casually wiping the black blood on the corpse's uniform. A grayish-white crystal the size of a fingernail lay quietly in his palm. Though not yet clean, it shimmered with an eerie luster under the carriage's dim yellow light. There was indeed something here. Zhang Heng paid no heed to what these people thought. Without even wiping the first crystal core still slick with sticky black blood, he casually stuffed it into his pocket. Then he turned and walked toward the headless female corpse in the crew restroom. The neck had been smashed, the jagged wound now drained of blood, making it look like a tattered rag doll. Without a word, Zhang Heng grabbed the corpse by the ankle and dragged it back to the center of the dining car like a dead dog, leaving 2 more harrowing dark red blood streaks on the floor. Crack! That teeth-grinding sound of bones splintering echoed again. This time, without even using a knife, he thrust his hand directly into the gaping, mangled neck cavity before everyone's eyes. A squelching sound, the noise of his hand stirring through torn flesh and broken bones, amplified infinitely in the deathly silent carriage. Retching sounds erupted. Someone broke first. The entire dining car instantly became a scene of mass vomiting. The fat woman, Old Wang, and the passengers who had just been clamoring to eat like gods now turned pale, leaning against tables and walls bent over in violent heaves. With nothing in their stomachs, they retched up only yellow-green bile. The dry heaves sounded like ducks being choked, rising and falling in waves. The thick stench of blood mingled with the sour odor of vomit, creating a smell potent enough to knock a person unconscious. Those in the corner of the bar fared the worst. 2 chefs, 2 drivers, and the female attendant. The boxed meals they'd just eaten were completely wasted. The fat chef opened his mouth, and undigested rice mixed with meat chunks spewed out, splattering everywhere. The mingled red, white, yellow, and green was even more nauseating than the corpses on the floor. Zhang Heng ignored it all, his arm nearly buried in the corpse. In less than half a minute, he yanked his hand out. His hand was dripping with black blood, and in his palm was a second crystal. This one was slightly smaller than the first, but its color was different. The first crystal was a dull gray, unremarkable in color, yet possessing a luster like polished jade. This one, however, was silver, gleaming brightly. Though smaller than the previous, it was purer and more dazzling. Without a glance at the crowd retching around him, he walked straight to the stainless steel sink and turned on the faucet. Water gushed out. Dark red blood swirled down the drain. The 2 crystals were rinsed clean by the flow. Zhang Heng turned off the water, wiped his hands on his clothes, and tucked the crystals securely against his body. He pulled a crumpled pack of cigarettes from his pocket, took one out, and placed it between his lips. With a click, the flame of a windproof lighter shot up. Zhang Heng took a deep drag, letting the acrid smoke circulate in his lungs before slowly exhaling. He walked to a nearby chair, squinting through the smoke as he surveyed the cowering group. No one dared to leave. No one even dared to meet his gaze. In just over 10 minutes, everyone had vomited to the point of exhaustion, their legs too weak to stand. That shocking scene had seared itself into the minds of these people born in peacetime. In their eyes, the man calmly smoking before them was 100 times more terrifying than the man-eating monsters outside. Their only thought now was to pray this demon wouldn't suddenly erupt in violence. Hey! Zhang Heng jerked his chin toward the young train attendant. The young attendant was wiping tears from his eyes, physiological tears from violent retching. At the sound of Zhang Heng's voice, he jolted, straightened up, his legs still trembling uncontrollably. In car 3, including you uniformed lot, how many survivors are there? Zhang Heng's voice was hoarse, his cigarette-holding hand gesturing vaguely in the air. The young attendant pounded his chest twice, forcing down the bile in his throat before stammering report. The soft sleeper section was mostly empty. Including those 3 students, there are 16 passengers. The crew. Including me, there are 6 of us. That meant including the 16 passengers, there were 21 living people in total. Cars 4, 5, and 6 were also soft sleepers, so there might be a few more survivors there. Zhang Heng exhaled a smoke ring, calculating silently. This many people wouldn't even be a mouthful in a zombie horde, but in the early stages they could barely serve as cannon fodder or labor. He flicked the cigarette, but to the floor, and ground it out with his toe. His gaze shifted, those cold, lightning-like eyes landing on the 4 burly men still wiping their mouths in the bar corner. 2 chefs and 2 drivers. These 4 were big and strong, but now they cowered like quails with smears of grease and vomit on their faces, looking utterly pathetic. You 4. Zhang Heng tapped the thick-backed cleaver lightly on the table, producing 2 crisp clangs. The 4 men flinched violently, all eyes snapping to Zhang Heng. The older driver's glasses nearly fell off in fright. You've eaten, you've thrown up, now it's time to work. Zhang Heng pointed at the 2 gruesome corpses on the floor, his tone as flat, as if he were telling them to take out the trash, pair up, lift them, and throw them outside the train. The bespectacled driver, pale as a ghost, instinctively tried to refuse, but it's dark outside, we don't know if those monsters are still out there, and clang. The cleaver slammed heavily into the fixed table of the dining car, embedding itself deep as the blade hummed. Zhang Heng didn't even lift his eyelids. Was I asking for your opinion? The driver's words died in his throat, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. If you want to keep surviving, you need to be. Those who don't work can go clear out the zombies in car 4. Zhang Heng pulled out the cleaver, wiped the non-existent dust on his sleeve, looked up, and bared a mouthful of stark white teeth. Take your pick. Move it. Throw them out, and come back. I have questions for you. If any of you think of running. Zhang Heng toyed with the cleaver, its edge reflecting a cold glint. Go ahead and try. Maybe there are more zombies outside than on the train. The four burly men dared not argue. Survival instinct overcame their fear and disgust. The two chefs, no longer caring about the filth, rushed to hoist the headless female corpse, while the two drivers dragged the conductor with the hollowed-out chest fleeing toward the door at the carriage coupling. Only after the corpses were dragged away did the suffocating stench of blood fade slightly. Zhang Heng stared at the empty doorway, his fingers tapping absently on the table. As long as the driver was alive, this train didn't necessarily have to head for the terminal. If they could turn back, he wondered if it was feasible. The faucet was twisted to its maximum, murky tap water gushing noisily into the stainless steel sink. Two drivers and two cooks crowded before the narrow wash basin, scrubbing their hands with frantic intensity. Their hands were already rubbed raw, chapped red from the icy water. Yet they persisted, possessed, as if itching to scrape off a layer of skin with a steel wool pad. The slimy, putrid sensation of corpse fluids seemed to have seeped into their very pores. No matter how much they washed, it lingered. A soft cough came from behind. The four burly men froze as if struck by lightning, their movements synchronized. One driver turned off the faucet so hastily that the handle snapped with a crisp crack. No one dared keep that dread figure waiting. As they dried their hands and returned to the dining car, Zhang Heng sat imposingly by the window, his cleaver casually embedded deep into the wooden tabletop. Before him lay a pack of soft-pack Zhonghua cigarettes freshly opened. "Sit," Zhang Heng uttered, tilting it. That single word held more authority than an imperial decree. None dared to actually settle onto the chairs. Instead, they perched nervously on the edges, their thighs taut, ready to flee at any moment. Zhang Heng didn't look at them, nor at anyone. He held a cigarette between two fingers, unlit, simply sniffing it gently. His mind raced with calculations. Food. Though this train was on a long journey, it was merely a vehicle, not a warehouse. The boxed meals he had seen seemed plentiful, but divided among all the survivors, they wouldn't even satisfy a single tooth. And the route. Could they turn back? Or where could they stop? That was the key to survival. The dining car was deathly silent, broken only by the whirring of the exhaust fan. Everyone shrank into their collars, deliberately slowing their breathing. The once arrogant fat woman now hid behind her husband, not daring to raise an eyelid, let alone curse. Who knew if this madman who had diced a corpse without a word would next swing his blade at the living? Zhang Heng took a deep drag, letting the pungent smoke swirl in his lungs before exhaling slowly. As the smoke dissipated, his emotionless eyes locked onto the two cooks who had been playing dead in the corner. "How much rice and flour is left on the train?" His voice was low, even tinged with laziness, yet it sent a shiver through the two cooks. The older head cook swallowed hard, not daring to meet Zhang Heng's gaze, trembling as he sat up straight. Boss." "Just the numbers," Zhang Heng said, without lifting his eyelids, tapping the cleaver's handle lightly on the table. The head cook wiped cold sweat from his brow, speaking rapidly, terrified a delay would cost him his life. "About 4 bags of rice, 50 pounds each. 200 pounds. Not much flour. Mostly dried noodles, the kind in 1-pound bundles. There are 4 boxes in the storeroom, about 100 pounds. Frozen meat. Ribs and pork belly, maybe 100 pounds total. The rest are potatoes, onions, and cabbages, another 100 pounds or so." His voice faded like a child confessing a mistake. Zhang Heng's fingers stopped tapping. His brow furrowed into a deep scowl, and the murderous aura surged. "That's it." He turned, his bloodshot eyes boring into the head cook. "This train carries over 1,000 people, runs nearly 4,000 kilometers, and you stock it with this little pig slop." A few 100 pounds of grain sounded substantial, but if consumed freely, especially with more survivors joining, it would barely last 2 meals for everyone. This was even calculated at a ration of thin gruel per person. With such meager reserves, they wouldn't need zombies to breach the train. Within 3 days, the passengers would turn on each other. "It's not that I wanted to skimp, boss." The younger assistant cook, seeing Zhang Heng's dark expression and fearing his wrath, was on the verge of tears. "These days, who eats in the dining car on a train? Too expensive and too lousy. Everyone brings their own instant noodles. We just keep a token stock and restock it stops. It's the regulation. I had no choice." Zhang Heng stared at their terrified faces for a few seconds, his killing intent slowly receding. True. This was a slow train, not a luxury cruise. The dining car was mere decoration for most passengers. These cooks were just earning a living. How could they have foreseen the apocalypse? "Enough." Zhang Heng waved his hand dismissively. "Shut up." The two men, granted reprieve, immediately shrank back, wishing they could hide in the freezer. Zhang Heng leaned back, grinding the cigarette, but into the table corner. This meager food supply wouldn't last long if more survivors emerged from the rear cars. But if it were just for the 20-odd people in this dining car, it would stretch for quite a while. Zhang Heng knew that in the apocalypse, population mattered. Surviving alone was difficult, our reliable comrades were more important. But among these people, how many? Zhang Heng's gaze swept across the faces in the dining car, the fat woman, the timid old Wang, a few frail students, the indecisive train attendant, and the gluttonous cooks and drivers. Though they were a burden, Zhang Heng still wanted to see if he could find 1 or 2 worth training as allies. "Listen up." Zhang Heng took his feet off the chair and stood up. Everyone instinctively recoiled, chair legs scraping the floor with a jarring screech. From now on I decide how this food is divided and who eats it. He pulled the cleaver from the table, the blade tracing a cold arc under the light. I don't feed idlers or the useless. If you want to eat, you earn it with your labor. Anyone who tries to play games with me. Zhang Heng's gaze finally settled on the fat woman, a cruel smile curling his lips. Then I'll treat them to something else. The fat woman's flesh quivered, and she buried her head lower. Zhang Heng slammed the thick-backed cleaver onto the stainless steel table, rattling the empty lunchboxes nearby. Hey officer, stop daydreaming. Zhang Heng tilted his chin toward the mess. Organize these people to work. Use mops and rags. Wash all this red and white filth away. Anyone who slacks off can lick the floor clean. The young attendant stiffened, snapping to attention. Yai, sir. Also, Zhang Heng lit another cigarette, the smoke blurring his expression, his voice cold as iron. Clear out compartments 1 and 2. Everyone moves to compartments 3 through 9. Including your crew, ITLL fit. The young attendant nodded repeatedly, about to call others when Zhang Heng's next word struck like ice water into boiling oil. Oh, and the most important thing. Zhang Heng flicked his ashes, gaze roving brazenly over their faces. Except for a change of clothes, everyone must hand over their supplies. Instant noodles, sausages, biscuits, water. Even a single piece of candy. Put it all on the counter. From now on, meals per day and portions will be uniformly distributed. That way I can ensure more of you survive. This declaration sent the already terrified crowd into an uproar. They had endured cleaning up corpses and moving berths, but confiscating their hidden food was like cutting their flesh. In these times, having food in hand meant peace of mind. Who knew how long the apocalypse would last? Handing over their lifeline would leave them at his mercy. Why should we? Old Wang, the fat woman's husband, found a sudden burst of courage, clutching his backpack protectively, his face red. I bought this with my own money before boarding. Why give it to you? This is private property. The fat woman hugged her Hermes bag to her chest, as if to meld it into her flesh. Exactly. I only have this little bit of food. I have low blood sugar. I can't go hungry. Are you robbing us? Others, though not daring to shout, tightened their grips on their pockets and stepped back, their eyes full of resistance and wariness. Some even slipped a hand into their coats. Private property. Zhang Heng let out a short, harsh laugh. Without another word, he grabbed the cleaver from the screech. The blade tip scraped across the stainless steel, carving a long, deep mark. The sound was piercing like nails on a chalkboard, setting teeth on edge and making scalps crawl. The noise in the crowd was cut off as if a switch had been flipped. Zhang Heng didn't look at anyone. He kept his eyes down, gently rubbing the dark bloodstains on the blade with his thumb, speaking nonchalantly. Looks like you still don't get the situation. Outside there are monsters eating people. Law. Police. That's last century's business. In here my blade is the law. He suddenly raised his head, the fierce aura from killing zombies still fresh, striking the crowd. Old Wang at the front nearly collapsed to his knees. Those who don't want to hand it over can leave. Zhang Heng pointed the blade at the connecting door. Take your private property. The zombies out there would be happy to discuss property rights with you. Dead silence. The fat woman who had been shouting earlier made a gurgling sound in her throat. She looked at the cleaver in Zhang Heng's hand, then at the dark, terrifying night outside. Finally, pale-faced, she loosened her grip on her bag. He'll give it. With the first to comply, the others, as if their spines had been removed, dejectedly lined up, reluctantly pulling out their belongings. Some headed back to their compartments to fetch more. Zhang Heng watched the pile grow on the counter. He picked out a vacuum-packed spiced egg and tossed it to the stunned young. Keep an eye on it. If a single pack of instant noodles goes missing, it'll hold you accountable. Once everything's settled, give each of them a boxed meal. Before leaving, Zhang Heng added, and make sure it's done. Then, cleaver in hand, he turned toward his compartment. The crystal cores in his pocket were what truly mattered. But as he turned from the corner of the crowd, a pair of covert eyes fixed on his back. A hand stealthily reached into a trouser pocket, gripping a folding fruit knife. It had been used for peeling apples earlier. Zhang Heng turned around and walked out of the dining car, ignoring the group of people inside. What nonsense about democracy, what voting? That was just a game of house played by those with nothing better to do in peacetime. At this moment, might makes right, and a sharp blade dictates the law. Zhang Heng understood clearly that in times like these, the first to die are often not the wicked, but those sanctimonious, self-righteous hypocrites who preach morality and want it all. If anyone dared to flaunt their compassion before him, he wouldn't hesitate to send them to the zombie horde to save them all. Even if he was branded a tyrant, it was far better than becoming a piece of rotten flesh trampled underfoot. This was the law of survival in the apocalypse. Nothing is more important than staying alive. Click. The lock on the compartment door was twisted open. Chen Yingru was huddled in a corner of the lower bunk, trembling at the sound. Only when she saw it was Zhang Heng entering did her tense shoulders finally relax. Her pale ashen face regained a hint of color as she stood up, awkwardly wanting to ask something, but too afraid to speak, simply staring at him with pleading eyes. Pack your things, Zhang Heng said with a smile. Move to the front. He pointed toward the door. The dining cars cleared out. Everyone's gathering in the first few soft sleeper compartments. You should go too. Xiaoning Ru froze, twisting the hem of her clothes with her fingers, her voice barely a whisper then. Aren't you coming? I'm not used to crowding with that lot, and someone needs to guard the door to car 4. Zhang Heng pulled a cigarette pack from his pocket, took one out, and placed it between his lips without lighting it. Even with that young cop over there, the night might not be peaceful. You're with me. When you get there, keep your wits about you, and don't let anyone push you around. Xiaoning Ru bit her lip, not moving. She was afraid. Compared to the crowd over there, she'd rather stay by this unpredictable but zombie-killing man's side. Zhang Heng, this girl though timid, was obedient and clean. In this carriage filled with stench and blood, an untainted living person like her was indeed a rarity. As long as she didn't hold him back, he didn't mind protecting this innocent little flower. I'm not going. I want to stay with you. To Zhang Heng, surprised, this seemingly fragile girl dared to talk back. Xiaoning Ru then explained her reasoning. From the moment those monsters appeared on the train, hours have passed. The phone signal's been gone and hasn't come back. That means it's not just on the train. These monsters are everywhere. This is what novels call the apocalypse. Zhang Heng was taken aback. It seemed while he was out killing zombies for their crystals, this girl had been doing a lot of thinking in the compartment. He was surprised at how clearly she could reason, cutting straight to the core. I've watched plenty of apocalypse movies. In this situation, the most dangerous aren't the monsters. It's humans freed from morality and law. And unfortunately, women become the first victims. These words truly made Zhang Heng see her in a new light. He had thought she was just a flower raised in a greenhouse. He hadn't expected her to have such a deep understanding of the law of the jungle and human society. He couldn't help but ask with a smile. Aren't you afraid I might do something to you? You know you're practically defenseless against me. Xiaoning Ru nodded solemnly. I am afraid, but you're alone. If you take me, then no one else will have any ideas about me. For me, that's actually a good thing. But if I go to that group, once they go mad, it'll suffer terribly. Seeing Chun Yingra's serious little expression, Zhang Heng almost burst out laughing. This little one was quite amusing. Catching his suppressed smile, Chun Yingru suddenly blushed. Those words were purely an analysis of her current situation. More than speaking to Zhang Heng, it was like she was doing a self-assessment and mental preparation for herself. Now seeing Zhang Heng smile, she couldn't help feeling a bit embarrassed and annoyed. Zhang Heng stopped teasing her. He took down her suitcase from the luggage rack, picked up his own travel bag, and walked out. Follow me. Xiaoning Ru asked no more questions. She picked up the remaining takeout meals wrapped in a tablecloth and followed Zhang Heng out. As they stepped out of the compartment, the other passengers in car 3 were already orderly moving into compartments 1 through 7. Zhang Heng ignored them, leading Chun Yingru toward compartment 9, the one closest to car 4. Seeing him, the crowd immediately parted, making way. Bang! The door slammed shut, locked and bolted. The world fell silent. Zhang Heng tossed the unlit cigarette onto the table and drew the curtains, shutting out the dark, oppressive night. Xiaoning Ru quietly followed into the compartment, saying nothing, placing the boxes of food on the table. Then she took the initiative to stuff both their luggage under the berth, sat quietly on a bed, and looked at Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng smiled at her and said, I need to think about some things. You can sleep on the upper bunk for a while. He said this to reassure her, signaling that he had no designs on her. Xiaoning Ru didn't speak, just nodded, climbed up to the upper bunk, and wrapped herself tightly in the blanket. After all, she was still a young college girl alone with a man in a confined space. It was impossible not to feel. Zhang Heng reached into his pocket, his fingertips touching 2 hard, warm objects. Those 2 cores. These were his ticket to survival in this hell. Time to study them properly. Zhang Heng sat on the bed, spreading his palm under the dim berth light. 1 gray, 1 silver. The 2 crystals lay quietly in his calloused, blood-stained palm. The gray one looked like a piece of inferior jade, unremarkable. But the silver one refracted an eerie glow under the light, as if liquid mercury flowed within. Many apocalypse novels said these things could empower people, but how exactly? Swallow them directly, or was the... Moreover, the different colors clearly corresponded to different effects. That train conductor had astonishing strength, so this gray one probably corresponded to strength enhancement. As for this silver one, Zhang Heng narrowed his eyes, pinching the silver core between 2 fingers and examining it closely under the light. Time to gamble. If he won, this train full of zombies would be his starter pack. If he lost, a cruel smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. He opened his mouth and tossed the silver core directly in. Crunch. It had felt so hard in his hand, but the moment it entered his mouth, it easily shattered. The instant his teeth cracked the crystal, an indescribable surge of heat rushed from his throat straight to his head. Pain. As the silver crystal was bitten through, the stream of heat slid down his throat, but instead of entering his stomach, it burrowed directly into his spine like a living thing, then surged wildly along his central nervous system straight to his crown. Zhang Heng couldn't control himself, though a low growl like a dying beast escaped his throat. He bounced up from the bed, then crashed back down heavily, his back arching like a boiled shrimp. The veins all over his body writhed like purple-black earthworms beneath his skin, as if they would burst at any moment. It felt as if someone had pried open his skull with a dull knife and poured boiling mercury inside. His brain was seething, his nerves ablaze. Zhang Heng, what's wrong? Xiaoning Ru from the upper bunk was terrified by the sudden upheaval. She leaned out, and in the dim light of the bedside lamp, she witnessed a scene she would never forget. Zhang Heng's skin was visibly turning red then black. Countless black, foul-smelling mucus oozed from his pores. Toxins and impurities accumulated in his body for over 2 decades, now forcibly expelled by the domineering energy. Water. Water. Zhang Heng's consciousness was fading, his vision was filled with white spots, and his ears roared like a drumbeat from his heart. Chen Yingru scrambled down, grabbed a bottle of mineral water from the table, and tried to feed him. But Zhang Heng's jaws were clenched so tight, emitting a grating sound that the water just trickled down his chin, impossible to get in. What? What should I do? Chen Yingru's eyes welled up with tears of panic. Watching Zhang Heng writhe in agony, tearing the sheets to shreds, a thought flashed through her mind. Run. Now Zhang Heng was completely defenseless. If he turned into a monster, she would be the first to die. But the thought vanished in a second as she crushed it. Run. Where to? Outside were zombies, and in the other compartments were survivors with their own agendas. Without Zhang Heng as her shield, a pretty weak girl like her would face a fate worse than death. It was a gamble. If she won, she'd be the insider beside a powerhouse. If she lost, death was the worst outcome. Chen Yingru's eyes hardened as she suppressed her fear. She glanced at Zhang Heng covered in filth and stench, fought back the nausea, and dashed out of the compartment. The washstand in the soft sleeper carriage was at the end of the corridor. She found a plastic basin, filled it with warm water, and rushed back, locking the door. Zhang Heng, bear with it, it'll clean you up. Chen Yingru knelt by the bed, soaked her towel, and with trembling hands reached for his distorted face. Hot. The moment her hand touched his forehead, it felt like touching a feverish iron sheet. She didn't care anymore as she vigorously wiped away the black mucus. Once, twice. The water in the basin quickly turned ink black, reeking like a sewer. Chen Yingru had to go change the water repeatedly. Even though the others were 2 compartments away, she dared not make a sound, opening and closing the door with utmost caution, fearing to attract attention from next door. The night was exceptionally long. Zhang Heng's struggle lasted a full 3 hours. Several times his unconscious arms slammed heavily onto Chen Yingru's shoulders, causing her to cry in pain, but she remained silent, simply holding his hands down and continuing to cool and clean him. Until the small hours, the eerie cries of night owls echoed across the wilderness outside the window. Zhang Heng's breathing finally steadied, and his furrowed brow slowly relaxed. Chen Yingru collapsed from exhaustion. She looked at the basin of dirty water, changed over a dozen times, and her own hands pale and wrinkled from soaking, and let out a bitter laugh. She had no strength left to move Zhang Heng, so she just pulled the blanket over him. She then curled up in the innermost corner of the lower bunk, her eyelids growing heavier until she drifted off against the wall. The next morning, birds chirped monotonously and hypnotically outside the train, which had been stopped all night. A ray of sunlight pierced through the curtain gap, like a golden sword, striking Zhang Heng's eyelids. With a start, Zhang Heng's eyes snapped open. There was no grogginess upon waking. In that instant, a silver glint seemed to flash deep in his pupils, then vanished into the profound darkness. The world had changed. That was Zhang Heng's first sensation. The fine dust floating in the air, the rough texture of the curtain fibers, even a single strand of hair on the blanket. All were as clear to him as under a microscope. His once slightly nearsighted eyes now saw with terrifying sharpness. Not just his sight, his hearing was astonishingly acute. He could hear someone snoring in the next carriage, someone sobbing softly at the end of the corridor, and even the sound of a spoon scraping the bottom of a lunchbox from the distant dining car. Zhang Heng exhaled a breath of stale air, feeling his body incredibly light, as if freed from gravity's pull. He sat up, the blanket sliding off. Looking down, his t-shirt had hardened with black grime, like a suit of cardboard armor crumbling at the slightest movement. But the exposed skin was clean and fresh, showing a healthy bronze tone. His once loose muscles were now firm and streamlined, brimming with explosive power like the sinews of a cheetah. He paused, then turned to look at Chen Yingru, curled up in the corner of the bed like a kitten. The girl slept uneasily, her brows knitted, her hands still gripping the sheet tightly. Her originally clean white hoodie was now stained with black marks, and beside the bed lay a dirty basin and several towels blackened beyond recognition. The memory of last night's excruciating pain slowly returned. The agony of being thrown into a smelting furnace, even in recollection, made him shiver involuntarily. He looked at Chen Yingru, the coldness in his eyes softening slightly. This girl hadn't run. Not only did she stay, but she also took care of him all night. In this dog-eat-dog world, this pledge of allegiance carried significant weight. If it had been those other survivor passengers in the rear compartments, seeing him in that state, they'd probably have stabbed him already. Zhang Heng didn't wake her. He gently stood up. With his movement, his joints crackled like popping beans. He clenched his fist. The air in his palm compressed with a dull thud. His strength had at least tripled. Now he could lift that fat chef like a chick with one hand. But that wasn't the main point. Zhang Heng closed his eyes quietly, sensing the strange extra energy within his body. That silver crystal was far more than just a physical enhancer. In his perception, the world around him had gained a peculiar texture beyond light and sound. He could clearly feel that the bed frame beneath him was made of iron, its internal structure dense and cold, The window frame was aluminum light, but fragile. Even the necklace inside Chen Yingra's clothes emitted a subtle resonance toward him. It felt as if those metals had become an extension of his body. If he willed it, he could control them. Metal-type ability, or even higher-level metal manipulation. Zhang Heng focused his mind, fixing his gaze on the thick-backed kitchen knife on the table. Rise, he silently commanded in his mind. Without reaching out or any movement, he merely channeled the silver energy in his mind, like an invisible hand grasping the knife. Buzz, the heavy knife trembled on the table, emitting a low hum. Then under Zhang Heng's slightly strained gaze, the 2G knife actually wobbled and floated up. Though it only hovered less than 10 centimeters above the table and was unsteady, it was undeniably a super. A fine sheen of sweat broke out on Zhang Heng's forehead. This manipulation consumed immense mental energy, like overexertion, making his temples throb. But the elation in his eyes was unmistakable. It really was metal manipulation. This was the elemental ability of top-tier experts in novels. Though it was still weak, barely able to control a kitchen knife, this was just the beginning. If he gathered enough crystals later and leveled up his ability. Magneto. A sinister smile curled at the corner of Zhang Heng's mouth. Then this entire train of steel, even the ruins left by modern industrial society, would become his domain. Clang. His mental strength released the knife, crashed back onto the table. The loud noise startled Chen Yingru awake in the corner. Who? Chen Yingru shot up like a startled rabbit, brandishing a fruit knife, her eyes still closed, as she shouted, "Stay back. I have a knife." Zhang Heng, amused by her comical state, reached out and grabbed her wrist. "Enough, it's me." Chen Yingru froze, opened her eyes, and saw Zhang Heng's clean, sharply defined face. She let out a long sigh of relief, collapsing like a deflated balloon. You're awake." She looked at him timidly, unsure if it was her imagination, but today's Zhang Heng felt more oppressive than yesterday. Like a freshly sharpened blade radiating sharpness. Zhang Heng released her hand, pulled a few eggs from his travel bag, and tossed them into her arms. "You did well last night." Chen Yingru fumbled to catch the cold tea eggs, stunned for a moment, then a wave of immense joy surged with. It wasn't about the eggs. It was recognition. It meant she had been accepted into Zhang Heng's team, even if his team currently consisted of just the two of them. "Go wash your face and get cleaned up." Zhang Heng walked to the window and pulled open the curtain. The once blood-red sky had returned to blue and the bloody rain had stopped. Dazzling sunlight streamed in, illuminating his ambitious eyes. Today, while start clearing the carriages ahead step, he turned to look at Chen Yingru, his fingers making a grasping motion in the air. The kitchen knife on the table vibrated again, then rotated half a turn, its handle pointing toward Zhang Heng's palm. This sight made Chen Yingru, who had just peeled an eggshell, widen her eyes instantly, her mouth forming an O as the egg dropped to the floor unnoticed. This is magic." Zhang Heng grinned, revealing a set of white teeth, the smile tinged with a hint of mischief. Zhang Heng stepped out of compartment 9, his other hand instinctively pressing against the hard bulge in his trouser pocket, the remaining gray crystal core. In that instant, every cell in his body roared to consume it, the craving for evolution nearly searing through. Yet he forcibly restrained himself. The reaction after devouring a crystal core was too violent at this critical juncture. If he were paralyzed for hours again, it would cost too much time. "Let's go," Zhang Heng said, tersely hoisting the thick-backed cleaver without even glancing at Chen Yingru, and turned to pull open the compartment door. Chen Yingru tightened her grip on the fruit knife, took a deep breath, and followed closely behind him. After last night, as she looked at this man's back, besides fear, there was an indescribable sense of security. The two walked one after another through the soft sleeper corridor. As soon as they reached the dining car junction, a faint aroma of rice drifted over. Before the apocalypse, even a beggar on the street wouldn't care for this smell, but at this moment, it was more intoxicating than the finest perfume. Zhang Heng stepped into the dining car in one stride. The once chaotic carriage was now surprisingly tidy. The dark red bloodstains on the floor, the sticky brain matter and flesh, even the drag marks. All had been wiped. Though a faint scent of blood still lingered in the air, it was overwhelmed by the strong smell of disinfectant. It seemed last night's show of force had been remarkably effective. At that moment, the dining car was packed with people. The fat woman, old Wang, a few well-dressed passengers, and the 3 college students were all crowded around the counter. Their eyes gleamed with greed, fixed on the 2 large basins of plain congee on the stainless steel countertop, their atoms, apples bobbing as they swallowed, the sound of gulping rising and falling. Behind the counter, the fat chef gripped a large ladle, sweating profusely as he blocked the way, while young trained police officer Li Su spread his arms like a hen protecting her chicks, his face red as he held back the crowd. "Why can't we eat? The congee is ready." The fat woman's voice was still shrill, though tinged with a bluster that lacked conviction from the day before. "What time is it? Trying to starve us?" "Exactly. We've been working all night, we even cleaned the floor. What's wrong with having a bite to eat?" Old Wang chimed in, but his eyes never left the basin of white, steamed buns. "No," young officer Li Su stammered, but stood his ground. "Brother Zhang hasn't come yet and no one can touch it. That's the rule." "What damn rule? Can he control every damn thing we do?" The fat woman grew agitated, and reached for the ladle. Move. My blood sugar is dropping. Ahem. A soft cough, not loud, yet it hit like a pause button. The noisy crowd instantly fell silent, as if their throats had been seized. Everyone recoiled as if shocked, parting neatly to either side, forcibly creating a wide path through the cramp. Zhang Heng walked through the crowd with a blank expression. His gaze swept over faces etched with greed and fear, finally resting on the fat woman's hand still outstretched in midair. The fat woman shuddered violently. Her hand, adorned with a gold bracelet, retracted as if burned, and she shrank behind old Wang, trying to curl herself into a ball. Brother Zhang. Young Officer Li Zu's tense shoulders slumped at the sight of Zhang Heng, as if seeing a pillar of strength, his voice even tinged with tears. They tried to snatch it. Well done. Zhang Heng walked to the counter and casually tossed the thick-backed cleaver onto the surface. Clang. The crisp metallic ring made everyone's heart skip a beat. He glanced at the 2 basins of watery kanji, so thin it reflected faces, then at the tray of perhaps only 20 or so white flour buns. Very good, Zhang Heng nodded. The train's supplies of rice flour and oil were limited. A half-full stomach was all. Without a word, Zhang Heng turned and walked to the small storage room behind the counter. It was the warehouse where train attendants stacked goods for their snack carts. He casually grabbed a cardboard box, swept several rows of pickled vegetables and jars of Lao Gan Ma chili sauce from the shelves, and took 2 large packs of sausages, tossing them into the box. 1 bowl of kanji, 1 bun, 1 pack of pickles, and half a sausage per person. Zhang Heng kicked the box to the young officer's feet, his tone flat. Line up by head count. Anyone who takes more than their share. He didn't finish the threat, merely tapping his fingers twice on the stainless steel counter. Tap, tap. The sound seemed to strike the crowns of their heads. Thank you, Brother Zhang. Thank you. The crowd erupted. They had expected only thin gruel, but now there were pickles and sausages. Before the apocalypse, this would have been a meager offering, unworthy even of dogs, but now it was a luxurious feast. A line quickly formed, even the fat woman obediently taking her place at the end, though she muttered under her breath, her eyes brimming with longing. 10 minutes later, the dining car was filled only with the sound of slurping kanji. Those former gods, who once nitpicked over Western cuisine, now buried their faces in disposable bowls. Buns were torn into pieces, dipped in chili sauce, and pickle broth eaten with relish. Zhang Heng sat by the window, Chinning Ru across from him, and young officer Li Su crouched by the table. Zhang Heng ate quickly, finishing a bun in a few bites, downing the last of the kanji, crushing the paper bowl, and tossing it into the trash. Full A. He lit a cigarette, his gaze sweeping the room. Everyone looked up, mouths still smeared with red oil and rice grains, nodding eagerly like pecking chicks, a rare contentment on their faces. Good, you're full. Zhang Heng exhaled a smoke ring, his voice low but piercing into every ear. Since you're full, it's time to work. He stood and pointed to the closed iron door leading to Car 4. This morning's task is simple. Follow me to clear Car 4. Kill all the zombies inside, pile up the bodies, and block the connecting door between Car 4 and Car 5. This statement was like a depth charge. The warm breakfast atmosphere instantly shattered. What a... The fat woman was the first to jump up, her paper bowl clattering to the floor, the remaining half sausage rolling away. You want us to face those monsters? Are you insane? Exactly. Those things bite anyone they see, and if you're bitten, you turn. This is sending us to our... I'm not going. I'd rather die than go. I'm staying here. Didn't you say we just had to clean? Killing zombies is the police and army's job. What does it have to do with us common folks? The crowd erupted, fear overpowering their reverence for Zhang Heng. The gratitude earned from breakfast vanished in the face of death. Even the 2 chefs and the driver turned pale, shrinking back desperately. Zhang Heng wasn't annoyed. He simply watched them argue, even taking the time to flick ash from a cigarette. Only when the noise subsided slightly did he speak slowly. One sentence made everyone freeze. Can't you see what's outside? Zhang Heng pointed at the motionless wilderness beyond the window. We're trapped here. If we don't clear a safe zone and gather supplies, how many days do you think this bit of rice and flour will last? Then we don't have to go. Old Wang shouted bravely. Aren't you tough? You have that big knife, why don't you go kill them? Well, we'll cheer you on from behind. Yeah, let the capable do more. The fat woman quickly chimed in, plastering a fawning fake smile on her face. Brother Zhang, with your skills, killing those monsters is like slicing vegetables. If we go, well, just be in your way. What if we hold you back? Yeah, well, just wait here, handle the logistics, that's fine. The crowd jabbered, pushing moral blackmail and entitled logic to the extreme. Zhang Heng smiled. He dropped the cigarette, but grinding it out with his toe, then looked up. His eyes held no trace of amusement, only icy coldness. It seems you've misunderstood something. Zhang Heng's voice was soft, but carried a bone-chilling edge. I'm not negotiating or asking you. I'm ordering you. On what grounds? The fat woman shrieked, her shrewish temper flaring. This is a society of law. This is false imprisonment. Forced labor. They'll call the police. A low hum suddenly cut off her tirade. Everyone's pupils contracted sharply. The thick-backed cleaver on the table began to tremble eerily, then under their horrified gazes the cleaver slowly, waveringly rose into the air. It hovered the blade, gradually turning to point at the fat woman's brow. Less than half a meter away, the cold steel glinted under the light with a chilling menace, as if it would pierce her skull like a bullet in the next second. Ah! The fat woman let out a short scream, her legs giving way as she collapsed onto the floor, her crotch The others were terrified out of their wits, clamping their hands over their mouths, forgetting to breathe. What was this? Magic? A trick? Or superpowers? In this apocalypse where the world order had collapsed, the impact of this scene was 10,000 times more horrifying than Zhang Heng chopping up corpses the day before. Zhang Heng's face paled slightly, a fine sheen of cold sweat on his forehead. Manipulating such a heavy object was still too taxing for his current mental strength. But he had to keep up the act. Clang. He released his mental force, and the cleaver crashed back onto the table, making it shudder. Zhang Heng nonchalantly rubbed his temples, his gaze sharp as lightning sweeping over the petrified crowd. Now does anyone else have objections? Dead silence. No one dared to speak, not even to breathe loudly. The fat woman sat in her puddle of urine, her fat quivering, the chattering of her teeth clearly audible. Good. Zhang Heng picked up the cleaver again and strode toward the door to car 4. Li Su, bring the 2 chefs and the steel pipe I gave you. Stay close to me. Zhang Heng called out to the young officer. The rest of you, if you don't want to die, follow behind and move the bodies. Anyone who falls behind. Zhang Heng turned back, a cruel smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. He'll throw them into car 4 to feed the zombies. With that, he led the group toward the connection between car 3 and car 4. Though they were to clear the car, it wasn't about charging in blindly, otherwise not just the quivering crowd behind him. Even he himself might end up lost in car 4. He needed to think carefully about how to fight. Zhang Heng had one foot already out of the dining car, the sole of his old sneakers landing on the iron plate of the connector with a dull thud. Suddenly he stopped. This halt made the survivors behind him, who had just been driven into motion by fear, freeze in place, as if someone had pressed the pause button. The fat woman's face twitched, terrified that this demon might suddenly change his mind and attack them. Zhang. Brother Zhang. The young attendant Li Su stammered, his grip on the steel pipe slick with sweat and his voice trembling. Zhang Heng ignored everyone's reactions. He slowly turned around, his gaze passing over the crowd to settle on the 2 cowering chefs. Is there any Western-style kitchen knife in the dining car? The 2 chefs exchanged a glance. The fat one quickly nodded, his jowls wobbling with the movement. Yes, yes. Earlier, a passenger in the soft sleeper section ordered steak, so we had some prepared along with fruit knives. All very sharp. Bring them all to me. Zhang Heng's tone was calm, but brooked no argument. Oh, sure thing. The 2 chefs, as if granted a reprieve, saw this as a chance to prove themselves. They scrambled into the kitchen, rummaging noisily through cabinets. In less than 2 minutes, the fat chef emerged with a stainless steel tray piled high with over a dozen assorted. There were serrated steak knives, slender boning knives, and a few main blades taken from Swiss Army knife sets. They gleamed coldly, looking menacing. Zhang Heng reached out and took the tray, placing it on the nearby preparation table. He casually picked up an all-steel steak knife, weighing it in his hand. It was very light, probably only a few dozen grams. For him, now this weight felt like holding a feather. Everyone stepped back, Zhang Heng said indifferently. Though puzzled, their survival instinct drove them to quickly retreat, pressing themselves against the carriage walls in 2 lines, not daring to breathe loudly. Zhang Heng took a deep breath, and the silvery light deep in his pupils flickered again. He fixed his gaze on the knives and the tray, and the spiritual energy in his mind extended like invisible tentacles. Rise. Without any warning, the steak knife he was staring at suddenly lifted wobblingly from the tray, as if held by an unseen ghostly hand. Holy shit. Old Wang's eyes bulged as a curse slipped out. Then a second boning knife floated up. Compared to controlling that heavy cleaver earlier, handling these light knives was far easier. The 2 knives began to rotate slowly around Zhang Heng like loyal satellites. A third, after this fruit knife, joined the orbit. The speed of the 3 knives noticeably increased. They traced silver trajectories in the air, emitting faint whistling sounds. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Gasps came from the crowd. If that earlier cleaver could be explained away as magic or a trick of the eye, this was undeniable supernatural power. In this apocalypse, power was the ultimate truth. And this kind of ability, seen only in movies, was a miracle. Ru stood in the corner, watching the man surrounded by silver blades. The fear in her eyes gradually gave way to a fervent worship. She had bet correctly. This man was undoubtedly the sole savior on this train of death. A 4th knife rose. Zhang Heng's brow furrowed slightly. A stabbing pain began to prick at his mind, and the once smooth rotational trajectory became jerky. The 4 knives, like 4 mischievous children, started interfering with each other, nearly colliding several times. Again, a 5th. When the 5th knife barely lifted half a meter off the ground, a cold sweat instantly broke out on Zhang Heng's forehead. His temples throbbed violently, as if someone were beating a drum inside. The 5 knives trembled violently in the air, as if they might lose control and fly off at any moment. Limit reached. Zhang Heng made a judgment in his mind. With his current spiritual power, not even stable at the first level of the initial stage, controlling 5 knives was the absolute limit, and without any precision, only useful for a scatter shot to scare people. If he wanted to wield them as deftly as his own fingers to kill enemies, 3 was the optimal number. Disperse, Zhang Heng silently commanded. Clang. The 5 knives instantly lost support and fell to the floor with crisp clatters. Zhang Heng let out a long breath, wiping the sweat from his forehead. He bent down, picked up the 3 sharpest knives from the ground, tucked them into his belt, and tossed the remaining few to Ru. Hold these for me. After doing all this, he looked back at the survivors who were utterly dumbfounded. Now no one dared to meet his eyes, everyone lowered their heads like quails awaiting slaughter. Move out. Zhang Heng lifted the thick-backed cleaver and turned toward the connector between car 3 and car 4. This time no one dared to delay, they all followed closely, their footsteps as synchronized as soldiers on parade. The corridor at the connector remained as it was yesterday. The isolation door was jammed shut with a few mop handles, and wet sheets were tied to the gap, with the other end fastened to the handrail in the smoking area. The glass window on the door was completely covered by a quilt from the sleeper compartment placed there by the young attendant Li Su, blocking the view of the other side. But hearing couldn't be blocked. As the group approached, the spine-chilling low growls grew clearer. Huh, huh, bang, bang. Occasionally heavy objects slammed against the door panel, each impact making the mop handles creak under strain. Zhang Heng stopped 2 meters from the door. He didn't rush to open it, but turned around and called out names. Li Su, the 2 chefs, the 2 drivers. Step forward. The 5 named people shuddered and reluctantly came out. Li Su was better off, pale but still composed. The 2 drivers were already so terrified their legs were about to give out. If not for fear of Zhang Heng's knife, they would have collapsed on the spot. See this door? Zhang Heng pointed at the isolation door. The 5 nodded frantically. The structure here is a narrow corridor, allowing only 1 zombie to pass at a time. Zhang Heng's voice was eerily calm, as if explaining a math problem. In a moment, it'll break the glass. What? The fat chef exclaimed. Then they'll crawl through. Yes, that's exactly what I want. A cruel smile curled at the corner of Zhang Heng's mouth. That glass is at waist height for an adult. When they smell human scent, they'll go mad, trying to squeeze their heads in. He pointed at the steel pipe in Li Zu's hand. It's whack-a-mole, understand? 1 head comes in, you smash it. Don't bother with the body, just the head. Don't stop until the brains come out. The listeners felt their scalps tingle. What kind of tactic was this? It was using them as a meat grinder. I can't do it. A bespectacled driver whimpered, shrinking back. I've never even killed a chicken. This is murder. They're no longer human. Zhang Heng cut him off coldly. They're man-eating monsters. If you don't kill them, they'll eat you. It's that simple. He stepped forward, grabbed the driver by the collar, and lifted him like a chick, forcing him to face the covered glass. And don't think I can protect all of you alone. Zhang Heng whispered in the driver's ear, his voice low like a demon's murmur. If I get bogged down, or if one day I'm in a bad mood, and leave you useless lot. What other path is there but death? If you want to live, you have to learn to smash those things' heads in. With that, Zhang Heng ignored whether these people were mentally prepared. He let go and yanked the quilt covering the glass. Whoosh. Light streamed in. The next second, the scene inside car 4 crashed into everyone's sight with ugh. The bespectacled driver took 1 look and immediately bent over to vomit. Even Chun Ingru turned pale, covering her mouth tightly. What a hellish scene it was. The once clean hard seat carriage was now smeared with dark red blood. The floor compartment doors, even the ceiling, all covered in splattered bloodstains. Broken entrails hung like garbage on the luggage racks, dripping black blood. Over 20 zombies wandered aimlessly in the aisle. Some were missing arms, others had their bellies hollowed out, intestines dragging on the ground. And closest to the isolation door, a pale face was pressed tightly against the glass. The female zombie in a train attendant's uniform. Because she was the first to mutate, she was still relatively intact, but the man behind her, the first she bit, had half his neck missing. His head hung limply to one side. The female zombie's blackened lips were squashed against the glass, leaving a trail of murky mucus. Seeing the obstruction gone, the female zombies intact, I instantly locked onto the living people behind the door. Roar. It let out a piercing howl that vibrated through the glass, making everyone's eardrums ache. Then the entire car 4 seemed activated by that roar. All the wandering zombies turned their heads simultaneously, their gray dead eyes fixing on the group. Bang, bang, bang. Countless zombies began frantically crashing into seats, surging toward the isolation door. It was like the most desperate climax of a zombie movie. Get ready. Zhang Heng was expressionless, raising the thick-backed cleaver. The feast begins. As his words fell, the knife handle smashed into the glass. Crack. The crisp, shattering sound became the starting whistle of this massacre. With a sharp shattering of glass, the stench of decay that had accumulated overnight in car 4 burst forth like a breached dam, mingling with a nauseating scent of blood and instantly flooding the narrow corridor of the connecting passage. The odor was overwhelming, as if 100 pounds of rotting meat had been left to bake under the scorching sun for 3 days and nights. A guttural roar erupted. The female zombie in uniform moved the very instant the glass shattered. Her ashen face, covered in livid purple veins, slammed into the small window that was only half the size of. Due to inertia, her shoulder got wedged in the window frame. Her hair, once neatly coiled at the back of her head, now hung in disarray, trailing a segment of someone's intestine. With her movements, a few drops of black blood splattered onto the face of the bespectacled driver nearest to her. A piercing scream escaped the bespectacled driver. He recoiled as if electrocuted, scrambling backward, his pants instantly soaked. Everyone's instinct was to retreat. The terror of facing death made their legs weak and their minds go blank. Only Zhang Heng moved. He didn't step back. Instead, he sidestepped to the right, pressing his body against the train's exit door, completely clearing the frontal attack position. His gaze was as cold as if he were looking at a slab of dead pork, and his voice thundered Li Su. Now, this sharp command was like a switch being flipped. The young trained police officer Li Su had also been retreating, his pale face drenched in cold sweat. But upon hearing his name, his trembling pupils contracted sharply. The image of his captain pushing him back into car 3 just before dying flashed through his mind once more. That face torn and bloody, and those words survive. With a roar that was more a cry of anguish than a battle cry, Li Su yelled a string of curses. That roar carried all the fear and resentment of the past 2 days, along with the despair of watching his captain sacrifice himself while he stood by helplessly. He didn't close his eyes. He stared fixedly at the grotesque face of the female zombie, raised the heavy cast-iron pipe with both hands, and mustering all his strength, brought it crashing down onto the head trapped in the window. A dull thud echoed. It wasn't a clear ringing sound like a gong, but the muffled thump of a blunt object striking cracked leather, followed by the crisp snap of breaking bone. A crunch. The female zombie's head visibly caved in. Black foul blood mixed with white brain matter like a burst rotten tomato splattered across Li Zu's wrinkled police uniform. A low growl escaped her. The female zombie did not die immediately. Her vitality was terrifyingly tenacious. Even with her skull crushed, her mouth kept opening and closing, emitting a grating snarl. Her 2 gray-white arms clawed frantically forward, her nails screeching against the metal wall. Not dead. The fat cook behind him fell to the ground in fright, his large wrench clattering away. Keep going. Keep hitting it until it stops moving. Zhang Heng's voice came from the side, devoid of any emotion, as if he were merely instructing someone on how to slaughter a chicken. Li Su was now in a frenzy. The first strike had disgusted him, but it also unleashed a madness that came from breaking a taboo. Die. Die. Just die. Thud. 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 Li Su, like a madman, brought the cast-iron pipe down again and again. Once, twice, 3 times. Until the female zombie's head was reduced to an unrecognizable pulp, her neck half-severed, hanging limply from the window frame, completely still. Only then did Li Su stop. He gasped for air, his chest heaving violently, his eyes bloodshot, his face and body covered in splattered filth. At that moment, he looked more monstrous than the zombie itself. A deathly silence fell over the entire corridor, broken only by Li Zu's heavy breathing and the distant sound of zombies slamming against seats in other cars. The surviving crew members from the rear cars were stunned. The Li Su they knew was a timid, stuttering young police officer who always deferred to others. Who could have imagined that this slender young man could be so brutal when pushed to his limits? The bespectacled driver finally lost his composure, leaning against the wall and retching violently, even bringing up bile. Good job. Zhang Heng walked over, glanced at the corpse wedged in the window, and said in a calm tone, but you used too much force. Killing zombies is about efficiency. Just shatter the crown of the skull. Turning it into a paste wastes too. Li Su wiped the blood from his face. His hands were still trembling, but the fear in his eyes had mostly dissipated, replaced by something akin to ruthlessness. Brother Zhang, what next? Pull it out. Zhang Heng pointed at the corpse. Huh. Li Su was taken aback. It's stuck here. How are the others supposed to get in? Zhang Heng took a pack of tissues from his pocket, pulled one out, and wiped a drop of blood from the back of his hand. This is an assembly line, understand? With that, Zhang Heng turned his head and looked at the 2 cooks and 2 drivers huddled in the back. His gaze was colder than, you 4 come here. The 4 of them flinched like school children being called out by the teacher, hesitating and reluctant. They'll count to 3. Zhang Heng raised his thick-backed cleaver and tapped it lightly against the iron door. Clank. The 4 immediately scrambled over, terrified that a second's delay would cost them their heads under that suspended cleaver. Glasses, you drag that corpse out and throw it in the corner over there. I can't. The bespectacled driver, having just vomited, was pale. That thing. It's too disgusting. Disgusting. Zhang Heng smiled. Suddenly he reached out, grabbed the bespectacled driver by the hair, and forcibly shoved his face toward the broken window. A roar. Outside the window, the second zombie, the man with the crooked neck, had just squeezed in. That rotting face was less than 2 centimeters from the bespectacled driver's nose. He could even feel the hot, putrid breath coming from the zombie's mouth. Screaming in sheer terror, the bespectacled driver wet himself again. His hands flailed wildly in the air as he cried out for help. See that? Zhang Heng held his head firmly, not allowing him to retreat an inch. If you don't kill it, it will eat your brain and rip out your guts. Now tell me, which is more important, disgust or your life? My life. My life. He'll move it. He'll move it. The driver wept, his face a mess of tears and snot. Zhang Heng let go. The driver collapsed to the ground, gasping for air, as if he had just escaped death's door. Get moving. Zhang Heng straightened up and lit a cigarette. The next one is coming in soon. This time no one dared to argue. The will to survive overcame fear and disgust. The bespectacled driver and another driver, fighting back waves of nausea, each grabbed an arm and forcefully pulled the headless female zombie out of the window, dragging it to a corner at the other end of the corridor. The moment the corpse was removed, the crooked neck male zombie immediately shoved his head through the window. Zhang Heng blew out a smoke ring. The fat cook who had just found him a dozen knives was still leaning against the toilet door at the entrance of car 3, vomiting violently. Ugh. Zhu Yukai felt as though he had vomited out every drop of bile he had accumulated in this lifetime. It felt as if a thorny hand was churning wildly inside his stomach. The stench and nauseating blend of rot, rust, and excrement was 100 times more horrifying than any swill bucket he had ever encountered. As a chef, he had slaughtered chickens and ducks. Every year when he returned to his rural hometown, he even helped hold down 200-pound pigs, driving the white blade in and pulling it out red, catching a basin of steaming pig blood. He had even earned the nickname Zhu Yidao, one slice, Zhu meaning he could kill a pig with a single cut. He considered himself quite bold, but this was a damn human. Even though its face was half-rotted, even though it wanted to eat people, watching that female zombie's brains burst like tofu, pudding still sent Zhu Yukai into a physiological breakdown. Fatty, your turn. Zhang Heng's voice was not loud, it could even be described as casual. Amidst the roars of the zombies, it was as clear as a copper gong ringing right by Zhu Yukai's ear. Strange. The moment he heard those words, the turmoil in Zhu Yukai's stomach ceased abruptly. The revulsion towards the zombies was instantly replaced by a deeper, more profound fear. He turned around and looked at the man smoking in the shadows. Zhang Heng's face was expressionless, his eyes terrifyingly dark, even colder than the zombies. Zhu Yukai shuddered. He was a smart man, or rather a shrewd opportunist. He knew very well that he could vomit, but if he delayed that man's business, his own 200 pounds of fat probably wouldn't be enough for those 3 flying knives to slice through. Calm. Coming. Zhu Yukai hastily wiped the sour fluid from his mouth with his sleeve. On his originally pale pancake-like face, he forcibly squeezed out a fawning smile that was uglier than crying. He bent down and picked up the heavy large pipe wrench he had found from the toolbox. Its icy touch gave his limp hand a slight sense of reality. Roar. Just then the male zombie with the twisted neck finally squeezed its head through the broken window. Because its neck was half broken, its head was bent at a bizarre 90-degree angle. Its pale gray eyeballs rolled wildly. Spotting Zhu Yukai's massive, fresh hunk of flesh, it immediately spewed a stream of foul black air from its mouth, its sharp teeth clattering together. Zhu Yukai's legs trembled. He nearly fell to his knees. Up close, this thing was far more terrifying than in any horror movie. The skin and flesh on its face were like soaked wall plaster peeling off in chunks, revealing gums blackened to a deep purple. Don't freeze up. Zhang Heng flicked his ashes tone flat. Treat it like the pork ribs you need to chop. Ribs? Ribs? Zhu Yukai took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. To hell with it. Better him than me. If you don't die, I will. Damn it. Zhu Yukai let out a roar to bolster his courage, swung his arm with all his might, and smashed the pipe wrench down onto the back of the twisted head. Stop. Zhang Heng's voice suddenly rang out. It was just a single word, but Zhu Yukai's swinging hand froze in midair as if a pause button had been pressed. The momentum caused his massive bulk of fat to jolt violently, nearly throwing his back out. Zh. Zhang Gu. Zhu Yukai maintained his raised stance, drenched in sweat, his face full of confusion. Don't hit the back of the head. Zhang Heng pointed to his own head, as if teaching an apprentice how to slice vegetables. The skull is thickest there, especially in adult males. If you swing that wrench down, it'll most likely slide off or get stuck in the bone crevices. Wasteful and ineffective. Zhang Heng exhaled a smoke ring, his eyes seasoned in a chilling way. Strike the side. The temple is the death point, the bone is thinnest. Or hit the glabella, that's cartilage too. Zhu Yukai was stunned. Was this a damn murder tutorial? But there was no time to dwell on it. The twisted neck zombie had already thrust one hand inside, its blackish-purple nails nearly scratching Zhu Yukai's round belly. Temple. Temple. Zhu Yukai muttered, his gaze gradually focusing. He adjusted the angle of his grip on the pipe, wrench no longer swinging with brute force, but aiming precisely like deboning a piece of meat. Screw you. Thud. A dull sound. This time there was no teeth-grinding crack of bone, but a crisp sound like cracking a boiled eggshell. The pipe wrench struck the zombie's right temple with precision. The bone there was indeed thin. The immense impact instantly caved in half of the zombie's head. The twisted neck zombie didn't even let out a cry. Its flailing arm dropped instantly, and its entire body went limp, hanging softly on the window frame as if its bones had been removed. A single blow, instant kill. Zhu Yukai was stunned. He looked at the blood-stained pipe wrench in his hand, then at the motionless zombie. It was dead. That kid Li Su had smashed it like a mad dog over a dozen times to finish it off, and he had only needed one. A strange thrill shot from his tailbone straight to his crown. The fear of the zombies dissipated in that instant, replaced by an exhilarating sense of control over life and death. Zhang Gu is amazing. Zhu Yukai reacted instantly. The terror on his face vanished, replaced by an extremely sycophantic expression. He gave Zhang Heng a thumbs up, his chubby face beaming like a flower. This method is brilliant. Saves energy. So much energy. I told you following Zhang Gu killing zombies is as easy as slicing vegetables. Let's talk. Zhang Heng stubbed out his cigarette on the ground. Drag it away. Next. You got it. Zhu Yukai no longer felt disgusted. He grabbed the zombie by its collar, dragged it out like a dead pig, and casually tossed it to the still trembling, bespectacled driver. What are you gawking at? Move it. Didn't you hear Zhang Gu say this is an assembly line? Zhu Yukai started putting on airs, glaring at the bespectacled driver. We've got a clear division of labor. I kill you, Barry. Don't you know the rules? The driver was jolted by the shout. Suppressing his nausea, he dragged the corpse to the back. What followed became monotonous and bloody. Zhang Heng stood like a cold overseer, controlling the overall situation. Li Su switched shifts. Rest for 2 minutes. Hey, you train attendant. Your turn. Don't shake. Aim before you strike. Hey, driver, stop dry heaving. Move the bodies to the restroom. Stack them neatly. Don't take up space. The narrow corridor had become an efficient slaughterhouse. The survivors, initially filled with fierce screams and vomiting, gradually grew numb. When death became repetitive mechanical labor, the fear was diluted. Thud. Drag away. Thud. Drag away. Everyone was forced to get their hands bloody. Even the 2 weak-legged drivers were forced by Zhang Heng to smash a zombie's head each. In this confined space, Zhang Heng's word was law. Defying him was more terrifying than facing the zombies. Finally, it was Chen Yinger's turn. This female college student who had been following Zhang Heng was now pale as a sheet. She stood in the crowd, clutching tightly a steak knife Zhang Heng had given her earlier from the dining car. Zh. Zhang Gu. Her voice trembled as she looked at him. Zhang Heng glanced at her. This woman was smart and beautiful, but in the apocalypse those were merely add-ons, not survival skills. If she didn't dare to act, she would only ever be a bedwarmer, and Zhang Heng didn't need burdens. Go on, Zhang Heng said flatly. As long as you're not stupid, you won't die. Chen Yingru bit her lower lip, a flash of determination in her eyes. She knew that although she had taken care of Zhang Heng all night, earning his initial acceptance, Zhang Heng would never want to carry a burden that would only get him killed. She walked to the window. Just then, a middle-aged male zombie in a floral shirt squeezed in its mouth full of yellow teeth, drool dripping. Roar. The zombie thrashed, trying to crawl in. Chen Yingru took a deep breath and raised the knife. At that moment, a faint hum sounded in the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 small silvery knives like protective fish silently materialized beside Chen Yingru. They didn't attack, just hovered in midair, their tips quivering, slightly locked onto the zombie's eye socket and temple. Chen Yingru caught this in her peripheral vision, and her heart shuddered. He's protecting me. The moment this thought surfaced, her trembling hand steadied. An unprecedented sense of security enveloped her, igniting a wild flame deep within her heart. Since I can't die, what's there to fear? Die. Chen Yingru let out a scream, closed her eyes, and plunged the boning knife deep into the zombie's eye socket. Squelch. Black blood splattered. The zombie thrashed violently. Just as its claw was about to swipe at Chen Yingru's face, one of the floating fruit knives transformed into a silver streak. Swish. The withered hand was nailed directly to the window frame. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Yingru pulled out the knife and stabbed wildly again. Only when the zombie stopped moving completely did she collapse to the ground, gasping for breath. Zhang Heng withdrew his spiritual energy, and the 3 knives flew back to his waist. Though it was simple assistance, he felt the string in his mind tighten further, his temples throbbing. Controlling precision was more mentally draining than controlling force. Well done. Zhang Heng walked over, pulled Chen Yingru up, and casually brushed off the non-existent dust on her. Go rest in the back. Chen Yingru looked at the man's cold, hard profile, her heart pounding wildly. The admiration in her eyes was practically overflowing. Half an hour later, the crashing sounds finally stopped. The dense roars that had filled car 4 were now replaced by an eerie silence. The corridor was covered in thick, blackish-purple blood, sticky underfoot. The stench of blood in the air was suffocating, overpowering even the smell of smoke. Zh. Zhang Gu, seems like it's over. Zhu Yukai was exhausted, like a dead dog leaning against the wall, panting heavily, his rolls of fat undulating with each breath. The pipe wrench in his hand was stained black beyond recognition, with a few shreds of flesh still hanging from it. Zhang Heng nodded. He walked to the restroom door in car 3 and glanced inside. Even he couldn't help but furrow his brow at the sight. The cramped restroom was now packed with bodies. The corpses of over 20 zombies were piled layer upon layer like rotting meat, stacked all the way to the ceiling. Twisted limbs were entangled everywhere, shattered heads pressed against the glass door. Black blood seeped through the cracks, forming a small stream on the floor. This was the true face of the apocalypse. No dignity, no decency, only death piled up like trash. Li Su Zhu Yotsai, come with me. Zhang Heng turned around. This time, he didn't take the cleaver, but pulled out the most comfortable boning knife from his weapon. The rest of you stay on alert. Anyone who dares to run. Zhang Heng's gaze swept over the remaining survivors. He'll throw them into that restroom. The crowd was terrified, shaking their heads frantically. Zhang Heng walked to the battered isolation door and kicked away the mop handle wedged in it. Creak. The deformed iron door let out a piercing groan and slowly opened. An even stronger stench of decay rushed out. Without any hesitation, Zhang Heng stepped over the broken glass and bloodstains, entering the territory of Car 4. His gaze passed over the soft sleeper compartments, some closed, some open, and fixed on the end of the car. Since it was cleared, it was time to collect the spoils. Come on, let's go see our new home. A cold smile curled at the corner of Zhang Heng's mouth. And see if there's anything good left behind. We hit the jackpot, brother Zhang. There's an LV bag here with 2 thick stacks of red bills. The bespectacled driver clutched a wad of cash, his acne practically glowing with excitement. He had just emerged from the first open compartment in Car 4, holding a heavy gold watch. Is this a Rolex? I've heard they cost over 100,000 online. The survivors trailing behind him stirred restlessly. Though they had just endured a life-and-death struggle, the primal greed for money etched deep in their bones instinctively surfaced at the sight of these unclaimed treasures. The soft sleeper compartment was a different world. Those who could afford it were either wealthy or powerful. Zhang Heng cast the bespectacled driver a cold, disdainful glance, as if looking at a fool. Throw it away. Huh. The driver froze, gripping the cash tightly. Brother Zhang, this is money. On this train, or rather in this world, this stuff is worth less than a piece of toilet paper now. Zhang Heng strode over and slapped the bills out of his hand. The red paper scattered across the floor, staining the black blood beneath. What about the watch? Are you planning to feed it to the zombies or boil it for dinner? Zhang Heng's voice carried a hint of impatience. The treasure I'm talking about is food. Bread, instant noodles, sausages, chocolate. Even a pack of pickles is worth more than that pile of scrap metal. He swept his gaze across the group, his eyes sharp as a blade. What we need to find now are survival supplies, not burial goods. The crowd fell silent, cowed. The bespectacled driver winced at the sight of the money on the floor, but reluctantly dropped the gold watch. A crisp clang rang out. It was the sound of the old order crumbling. All right, get to work. Zhang Heng wasted no more words, hefting his cleaver as he moved forward. The soft sleeper car was different from the hard seat section, a corridor on one side, private compartments on the other. This layout was even more dangerous in the early apocalypse, as you never knew which door hid a surprise. Zhang Heng walked slowly. At each compartment door, he struck the handle 3 times with the hilt of his blade in a steady rhythm. Thump, thump, thump. If he opened a door without knocking, a zombie might lunge out, leaving no room to dodge in the narrow corridor. The first compartment was empty. The second was empty. The third. Thump, thump, thump. No response, not even the guttural growl characteristic of zombies. It's locked. Zhang Heng tried the handle, it wouldn't budge. Brother Zhang, should we break it down? Zhu Yukai approached with a pipe wrench, his bloodlust growing, eager to smash something. No need. Zhang Heng shook his head. No sound means there's likely a living person inside, or it's empty. If it's a person and they didn't make a peep after hearing us kill zombies, they're scared out of their wits. Such people pose no threat for now and have no value. Zhang Heng had no time to play therapist. As long as they weren't zombies, he couldn't be bothered. He walked to the end of the car. Of the 9 compartments, 5 doors were wide open, their interiors in chaos, the passengers having fled in the pandemonium. The remaining 4 doors were shut tight, deathly silent within. Ahead is Car 5. Zhang Heng stood at the connecting doorway, peering through the blood-stained glass door. Car 5 was also a soft sleeper. Under the dim light, only 4 zombies wandered aimlessly in the corridor. One wearing a conductor's uniform with half its face gnawed off was banging its head against the wall. Li Su. Zhang Heng beckoned. Here. Li Su, now utterly obedient to Zhang Heng, scurried over, reeking of blood, even more than his leader. Same drill, seal the door. Zhang Heng pointed at the iron door at the junction. This door isn't locked, but don't lock it either. Physically block it. Got it. Li Su turned and shouted, Guixiang. Bring 2 people over, grab some quilts and mops. The college student Guixiang reacted swiftly, leading 2 boys to retrieve thick quilts and wooden sticks from the compartments they'd already searched. They had seen Zhang Heng perform this procedure once, and were now well-versed. First, they tightly bound the door handle and the adjacent railing with wet sheets, tying them in a firm knot. Then they wedged the mop stick horizontally through the gap in the handle, bracing it against the wall to form a simple lever lock. Finally, they stuffed the glass window with the quilts. Out of sight, out of hearing, out of smell. The zombies opposite became mere decorations. Watching Li Su direct with authority, Zhang Heng nodded in satisfaction. This kid was growing fast, a promising second-in-command. All right, I'll leave this to you. Zhang Heng patted Li Su on the shoulder. Have the team sweep this car. Remember my words, only food, drink, and medicine. After the search, bring all survivors to the dining car and give them some rations. Brother Zhang, you're not coming. Li Su was taken aback. I have some loose ends to tie up. Zhang Heng gestured toward Car 3. I was too hasty in the fight earlier. There are some hazards to deal with. Li Su didn't press further. In his eyes, everything Zhang Heng did had deep purpose. All right, take care, brother. As Li Su led the group eagerly into the compartments for a shopping spree, Zhang Heng turned and walked alone toward Karth. His steps were lighter, his eyes burning with barely contained fervor. The aloof, masterful persona he had just projected vanished, replaced by a gambler's exhilaration. The real treasure wasn't in the soft sleeper car. The real treasure was in that toilet crammed with corpses. Zhang Heng strode quickly to the restroom door of car 3. The stench here was enough to knock someone over. Over 20 zombie bodies were piled like rotting meat, black blood seeping through the door crack, pooling into a viscous sludge on the floor. Phew. Zhang Heng pulled a mask from his pocket. It wouldn't block the smell, but it would shield him from splattering. He pushed the door open. The restroom was a sea of corpses. An ordinary person would have nightmares for 3 days, but to Zhang Heng, it was a jackpot waiting to be claimed. Cores. These were the sole keys to evolution in the apocalypse. By devouring these cores, humans could break their genetic locks, gaining extraordinary strength, speed, or even abilities. But there was a drop rate. In the early stages, the probability of a zombie producing a core was extremely low, about 1 in 10, or even less. However, unlike in novels, the core in reality wasn't in the brain, but in the heart. This made extraction a troublesome task. Hope my luck isn't too bad. Zhang Heng took a deep breath, twirled the steak knife in his fingers, and crouched down, grabbing the hair of the nearest female zombie. Its head had been half crushed by Li Su, brain matter spilling everywhere. Expressionless, Zhang Heng plunged the knife tip precisely into its chest, the heart's location where the core resided. With a twist of his wrist, the blade churned. The sensation of scraping bone traveled up the handle to his palm, sending a chill through his scalp. Nothing. Zhang Heng frowned, withdrawing the knife, which brought out a spray of black blood. Broke bastard. He cursed unceremoniously, dragging the corpse aside and grabbing the next. Squelch. A churn. Still nothing. The third. The fourth. Zhang Heng worked like a cold butcher, performing a gruesome dissection. As the pile of bodies grew, Zhang Heng's face darkened. There were about 25 or 26 zombies in this batch. He had opened 15 blind boxes, and all were empty. Is this what they call being unlucky? Zhang Heng gritted his teeth, sweat trickling into his eyes, stinging. In novels, some people killed a single zombie and got a top-tier core, awakening spatial or lightning abilities, rising to the peak of life. But he had slaughtered half a car and got jack squat. Just as he grabbed the 16th corpse, the one with the twisted neck, the knife tip met a different resistance. Ting. A faint crisp sound. Not the crack of bone, but the clink of metal against a hard object. Zhang Heng's hand jerked, his heart skipping a beat. Found it. Ignoring his revulsion, he directly extended 2 fingers into the mangled chest cavity. His fingertips touched an object the size of a fingernail, hard and icy cold. Zhang Heng pinched it between 2 fingers and pulled it out. Under the dim emergency light, the small object, covered in black blood, emitted a faint, grayish glow. It was identical to the first core he had dug out. It was an irregular rhombus like a cheap rhinestone, but in Zhang Heng's eyes, it was more captivating than the world's largest diamond. Based on his experience as a veteran web novel reader, this should be the lowest grade attributeless core. The silvery one he had swallowed last night was a metallic attribute core. This was the most basic core, a universal strengthening agent. Finally got one. Zhang Heng grinned, casually wiping the blood off the core on the crooked neck zombie's clothes. Without hesitation, he pocketed the foul-smelling core. Now was not the time to swallow it. From last night's experience, each ingestion triggered violent reactions. Having made a start, his work became smoother. Zhang Heng said nothing more, twirled the Western kitchen knife in his hand, and crouched down again. A squelch. The blade sank into flesh, twisted, and was withdrawn. Empty. Again. Another 7 or 8 corpses, all empty. The drop rate was truly pathetic. Until he reached the third-to-last corpse, a middle-aged male zombie in a floral shirt with a potbelly. This one must have eaten well in life. The thick fat layer made it troublesome. Zhang Heng exerted force with his wrist. The knife tip had just pierced the thick grease layer, not yet touching the heart, when an abnormal searing heat transmitted through the handle to his palm. Zhang Heng paused. This heat was wrong. A dead person's blood is cold. Even if recently deceased, it would be at most lukewarm. But this heat, it scalded. It was like plunging the knife into a basin of freshly lit charcoal. Interesting. A smirk tugged at the corner of Zhang Heng's mouth. Ignoring the nauseating stench of burning flesh, he forced 2 fingers into the still steaming wound. The instant his fingertips touched the hard object, the burning sensation intensified. He pinched it and pulled it out. A crystal completely crimson and the size of a fingernail was exposed to the air. Even though it was covered in filth and blood, it could not hide the dark red luster flowing within. It lay quietly in Zhang Heng's blood-stained palm, radiating a restless, agitated aura. The very air around it seemed to warp and distort slightly. A fire attribute core. Zhang Heng's pupils constricted sharply, his heart pounding. This was truly a good. Compared to the all-purpose attributeless cores, this elemental attribute core was practically a cheat code in the early apocalypse. Fire represented ultimate destructive power and explosive force. This haul is a massive profit. Zhang Heng vigorously wiped the scalding item on his clothes twice, and carefully stored it close to his body. The warm sensation transmitted through the fabric to his skin, exciting his previously taut nerves. With this, the odds of his next plan succeeding would at least double. He stood up, unconcerned about the blood on his hands, pulled a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and took a deep drag. Zhang Heng pressed his hand against his pants pocket through the fabric. Hard and solid. 3 cores. 2 grayish things were probably the common goods, meaning attributeless cores. Based on last night's experience with swallowing the metallic core, although this kind couldn't grant abilities, it was a hard currency for improving strength, equivalent to experience pills in online games. As for that searing red core, Zhang Heng's fingers rubbed against its warm edges in his pocket. It was a key that could create a fire ability user out of thin air. Give it to whom? There were quite a few survivors in the carriage now, Li Su, Zhu Youcai, and the others who cowered before him. But handing over such a weapon was no different from giving someone a loaded gun pointed at your own head. These people feared and respected him now because he held a knife and possessed abilities beyond ordinary men. He was a god, others were insects. But once an insect grows fangs and tastes the flavor of power, who would willingly remain an insect? Human nature in the apocalypse was thinner than paper. A liter of rice earns gratitude, a full granary invites a knife in the back. Zhang Heng had seen it all in his past life. But he wasn't foolish. He could dominate this train alone, but he couldn't walk out of this sea of corpses and mountains of blood by himself. To fight his way back to Luling City, to establish a foothold in that city, which had become a hell, relying solely on himself would exhaust him to death. He needed help, cannon fodder, and more importantly firepower that could hold the line when his mental energy was depleted. Phew. Zhang Heng exhaled a smoke ring, his gaze passing through the haze to the distant busy crowd. No rush. One must be strong oneself. Tonight, he would swallow those 2 attributeless cores. As long as his fist was always bigger, his blade always faster, no one would dare rebel. Absolute suppression of power was the only guarantee of loyalty. As for this fire core, a female college student who had wildly stabbed with a boning knife flashed through Zhang Heng's mind. Fierce enough, obedient, and somewhat clever. If he truly wanted to cultivate the first reliable teammate, Chen Yingru might be a decent candidate. Zhang Heng rubbed the dangerously red core through the fabric. This thing was a spark that could forge an ability user. Li Su had steady hands and had developed courage. He was material for charging into battle. Zhu Youcai was sly, but knew when to play dead and bide his time. But once this thing was given to them, the existing balance would shatter. Their current compliance was merely a facade built on force. Who knew what schemes these 2 harbored inside? Was it genuine loyalty, seeking a protector, or temporary submission while biding time to gain enough capital to take over? Zhang Heng never staked his life on others' conscience. Human nature was the most fragile thing in the apocalypse. A liter of rice could buy a cow, a full granary would earn a dark blade. Anyone wanting this thing would have to earn it with their life, and it would still depend on his mood. Zhang Heng had made up his mind. This train was long with plenty of zombies ahead, and no shortage of cores. What he needed was absolute control, not a ticking time bomb. He would first watch these 2. If they truly had rebellious bones, he wouldn't hesitate to personally dig this spark back out of their chests. Zhang Heng stubbed out his cigarette on the blood-soaked wall and turned to look at the survivors joyfully hauling supplies. The real show was just beginning. As Zhang Heng weighed his options, the others began returning with their scavenged spoils. When Li Su led the group back, Zhang Heng was seated by the window in the dining car, holding a thermos flask he had found somewhere with wisps of steam curling from its mouth. On the table before him lay a freshly opened pack of Zhonghua cigarettes alongside several gleaming steak knives. Compared to Li Su and his men, who were covered in blood and grime and looked utterly disheveled, Zhang Heng's leisurely demeanor seemed like he was on vacation. Brother Zhang, the people are here. Li Su wiped the bloodstains from his face and placed 2 large bags of scavenged supplies on the table. Mostly instant noodles and ham sausages, along with a few bottles of good liquor. Zhang Heng glanced at the supplies, then at the 6 pale-faced newcomers huddled behind Li Su. 5 men and 1 woman dressed in fine clothes, but with a dispirited air. When they saw the knives on Zhang Heng's table, several of them visibly shuddered. Zhang Heng raised his hand to check his watch. It was almost 11. He had originally planned to take car 5 in one go, but ahead of car 5 lay the hard sleeper area. Hard sleeper cars had no doors with upper and lower berths connected, and the zombie density there was definitely several times higher than in the soft sleepers. If the connecting door between cars 5 and 6 wasn't locked, making a commotion would be like poking a hornet's nest. In that cramped space, having too many people would only hinder movement. Let's rest first. Zhang Heng unscrewed his thermos and took a sip. Everyone's had a long morning. Let's eat and drink our fill before we proceed. Hearing this, the tense nerves around him immediately relaxed. Several survivors plopped down on the floor, gasping for breath, not caring how dirty it was. The dining car was small to begin with, and now crowded with so many people it instantly felt like a bustling market. The 6 newly rescued individuals clearly hadn't adapted to this atmosphere yet. They huddled in a corner, whispering among themselves, occasionally casting glances at Zhang Heng, as if he were some kind of monster. Thump thump. The sound of Zhang Heng's knuckles rapping on the table wasn't loud, but it instantly silenced the noisy dining car. Li Su. Here. Li Su instinctively straightened up. Gather everyone who hasn't fought or killed any zombies yet. Zhang Heng pointed to car 4 behind him. Go clean up. Li Su was taken aback. Clean up. Mop up the blood on the floor and shovel out the bits of flesh and entrails. Zhang Heng's tone was as casual as if he were instructing a housekeeper. And that pile of bodies in the aisle, throw them all off the train. Don't block the way. He then pointed to the 6 newcomers. Let them take the lead. At these words, the faces of those 6 in the corner instantly turned green. They had barely dared to look while passing through the corridor earlier, and now they were being told to move those mutilated, brain-splattered corpses. Thighs won't do. A middle-aged man in an Armani suit couldn't hold back. His hair was meticulously combed, and despite a bit of dust, he still carried an air of authority. He pushed past the people in front and strode to Zhang Heng's table wearing that restrained smile typical of the business world. Young man, you're from the rescue team, right? I'm Wang Zhengwo, vice chairman of Jiangling Group in Jiangxi province. The middle-aged man pulled a gilded business card from his pocket and offered it with both hands. Our group is a major taxpayer in the province and well acquainted with city officials. Could you make an exception? This kind of rough work. He gestured to his expensive tailored suit and then to the similarly well-dressed companions behind him, isn't really suitable for us. If you can safely escort us to a shelter, money is no object. Name your price. The surrounding veteran survivors exchanged glances, some barely suppressing a laugh. That line was all too familiar. Just yesterday someone had said the same thing, and that night, he ended up with the most assignments cleaning the dining car. Zhang Heng didn't take the card, nor did he even look up. He simply blew gently on the floating tea leaves in his cup. Are you done? Wang Zhengwo froze his hand, hovering awkwardly in midair. Young man, always leave some leeway for future encounters. The world may be chaotic now, but order will eventually be restored. Wang Zhengwo's face darkened, his tone taking on a lecturing edge. Don't be too arrogant in youth. More friends mean more paths. Slap. The thermos slammed heavily onto the table, splashing a few drops of hot water. Zhang Heng leaned back in his chair, tilting his head to look at the vice chairman. Jiangling Group. I know it. But what's that to me? He pulled out the fire attribute crystal core he had just excavated, toying with it in his hand, as a dark red glow flickered between his fingers. I don't care how much money you used to have, or which mayor or director you know. Zhang Heng's voice was soft, but carried a chilling edge. On this train, your money isn't even good enough to wipe your ass. He pointed to the wilderness outside the window. If you think my rules are too strict, the door's right there. You can leave anytime. Wang Zhengwo's face alternated between pale and green. Leave? Outside were those man-eating monsters. Leaving meant certain death. You? This is illegal detention. They'll call the police. A young man in gold-rimmed glasses behind Wang Zhengwo shouted, clutching a dead signal Apple iPhone tightly. Zhang Heng smiled. He grabbed a steak knife from the table and flicked it casually. Thud. The blade whizzed past the young man's cheek, embedding itself deeply into the wooden panel behind him, the handle still vibrating with a hum. The young man's legs gave way in fright, and he collapsed to the floor, a wet patch instantly spreading on his trousers. The dining car fell into dead silence. Those who had been about to chime in instantly fell silent, burying their heads low, afraid to draw Zhang Heng's attention. I'm not a rescue team, nor am I your babysitter. Zhang Heng beckoned with his hand, and the steak knife embedded in the wall flew back to his grasp as swiftly as it had left. I'm in charge here. If you want to eat, you work. If you don't want to work, I have plenty of ways to turn you into feed for those things outside. This sight made the 6 newcomers' faces shift dramatically once more. What was this? Superpowers. Immortals. He walked up to Wang Zhengwo and patted his stiff, chubby face. Since you're a vice chairman, your organizational skills should be decent, right? Wang Zhengwo trembled, cold sweat pouring down. I guess so. Good. Zhang Heng tucked the gilded card back into Wang Zhengwo's coat pocket. Take your people and move the bodies. If you don't finish, skip lunch. With that, Zhang Heng didn't spare the group another glance, turning to wave at Li Su. Keep an eye on them. Anyone who slacks off, toss them out. Yes. Li Su replied, loudly, a hint of pity in his gaze as he looked at the newcomers. Why provoke anyone, especially him? Wang Zhengwo stared at Zhang Heng's retreating figure, then at the surrounding survivors, clutching pipe wrenches and cleavers with fierce expressions. He finally grasped a harsh truth. The civilized world he belonged to had crumbled. Here, status, money, and connections were all worthless. Only that young man with the knife was the king of this place. Let's go. Wang Zhengwo took off his expensive suit jacket and said through gritted teeth, let's move the bodies. Zhu Youcai, take the assistant cook and get lunch ready. Don't bother with watery soups. Make something solid and make sure there's enough rice. Zhang Heng drained the tea from his thermos in one gulp, even chewing up the tea leaves and swallowing them. Zhu Youcai nodded repeatedly, dragging the other cook into the back kitchen, afraid that a second's delay would earn him a scolding. Soon only Zhang Heng and Chun Yingru remained in the dining car. Go tell Li Su that after cleaning up car 4, everyone is to rest in place. Without looking at Chun Yingru, Zhang Heng strode toward the compartment where he had slept last night. If there's no movement this afternoon, don't bother calling me. We'll continue cleaning tomorrow. Ru didn't move. She stared at the hand Zhang Heng had shoved into his pocket, which was bulging with the items he had retrieved from the pile of corpses earlier. The horrifying scene from last night still lingered in her mind. Blood seeping from every pore, skin cracking. That inhuman agony. This man was about to evolve again. Brother Zhang. Ru took a step closer, her voice lowered to a whisper, her hands clutching the hem of her clothes. Let me stay? Just in case. In case it's like last night, you'll need someone to fetch you tea and water. This woman was clever and knew how to seize an opportunity. She was gambling, betting that her place in Zhang Heng's heart could shift from tool to insider. Zhang Heng halted and turned back. Without any superfluous words, he merely pointed to the other end of the aisle. Do as I said. Though Zhang Heng didn't curse or lose his temper, his cold, hard expression was intimidating. Chen Yingger's body stiffened, and the words on the tip of her tongue were swallowed back. She understood Zhang Heng's attitude. One more word, and this man would truly throw her out to feed the zombies. All right. Take care. Chen Yingru bit her lip and retreated, closing the dining car door behind her. Zhang Heng quickly returned to the compartment. Click. He locked the door and drew the curtains. The once spacious, soft sleeper compartment now felt somewhat cramped. He pulled out the 3 steak knives he had taken from the dining car and laid them in a row on the table. The blades were sharp, glinting in the dim light. Then he took out the 3 crystals. 2 were gray, 1 was fiery red. The red crystal felt hot in his palm, as if it contained a restless magma within. Zhang Heng pinched the red object, his atoms apple bobbing. The energy within it was definitely more violent than the gray. Would swallowing it awaken a fire ability? Or would the energy clash, causing an explosion from within, turning him into a human torch? The risk was too great. Now wasn't the time to gamble with his life. The cards in his hand were already good enough. There was no need to go all in. I need to find a guinea pig to test this. Zhang Heng put the red crystal back into his pocket, keeping it close to his body. If he ever came across someone he disliked or captured a prisoner, he could use them for a live experiment. Let others die rather than oneself. This principle was a golden rule in this era. The remaining 2 crystals were gray. Without further hesitation, Zhang Heng picked one up, tilted his head, and swallowed. Gulp. The crystal entered his stomach. The familiar burning sensation exploded instantly. But this time, it wasn't like swallowing molten iron. It was more like a strong shot of liquor, a fiery line spreading rapidly along his esophagus to every limb and bone. Ugh. Zhang Heng grunted, his hands gripping the bedsheet tightly. It still hurt, but the pain was within his tolerance. The nerves in his spine throbbed violently, as if countless ants were gnawing at his marrow. A layer of black grease oozed from his skin, again sticky and reeking of filth. Half an hour later, the restless heat gradually subsided, merging into every cell of his body. Zhang Heng let out a heavy breath and sat up from the bed. He was as filthy as if he had been dragged out of a sewer, but he had no time to clean up. Strike while the iron was hot. He grabbed the 2nd gray crystal and tossed it directly into his mouth. With the previous buildup, his body seemed to have adapted to the energy impact. This time, after only 20 minutes, the pain completely faded. In its place was an unprecedented clarity. Zhang Heng opened his eyes. The world in his mind became more. Even with his eyes closed, he could clearly perceive the internal structure of the steak knives on the table. The density of the steel, the curvature of the blades, even the fine scratches on the handles. This level of control was more than a notch above his previous ability. Rise. With a thought from Zhang Heng, without any preparatory movement, the 3 steak knives on the table shot up instantly. Whoosh. The 3 knives whizzed through the cramped space, producing a faint sound of slicing air. Fast. Precise. Fierce. No longer the shaky floating of before, but a nimble dexterity, as if they were extensions of his will. One knife skimmed across the ceiling, another spiraled around the bedpost, and the last knife hovered before Zhang Heng, its tip pointing steadily ahead, motionless. Zhang Heng grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. His mental strength had surged. If his previous mental power was like a cup of water, now it had become at least a pot. Roughly estimating, these 2 crystals had increased his mental capacity by at least 60. At this rate, if he could get 3 more of these gray ones, his strength would double. At that point, controlling a few knives would be trivial. Even locking the doors and windows of an entire carriage to trap zombies might not be difficult. Snap. With a flick of his fingers, the 3 knives instantly returned, landing neatly on the table with a crisp. Zhang Heng stood up, his joints cracking like popping beans. He glanced at his filthy body, frowned in disgust, and went directly to the boiling water room to fetch a bucket of water. After a quick wash, he changed into a clean set of sportswear he found in a suitcase. Pushing open the door, he strode toward the dining car. The train's structural diagram was rapidly flipping through his mind. Li Su had been quick to spill the details about the current carriage was No. 3. Ahead were soft sleepers No. 4 and No. 5 with doors and locks, a safe zone for beginners. The real battle lay beyond. Carriages 6, 7, and 8 were hard sleepers. Unlike the soft sleepers, these couldn't be locked. The bunks were connected in a semi-open structure with no hiding spots except the toilets. Each hard sleeper carriage had a capacity of 66 people. 3 carriages meant nearly 200. Further back, carriages 9 to 12 were hard seats. That was the true meat grinder. Each hard seat carriage held 118 seats packed shoulder to shoulder. With a 60 occupancy rate, those tin cans contained at least 500 zombies. 500. If this were an open field, Zhang Heng would turn and flee. But this was a train with narrow terrain. As long as he could block the connecting doors, this would be a natural grinding ground. Survivors. Zhang Heng let out a disdainful laugh and reached into his pocket for his cigarette pack. A few might have survived in the soft sleeper area shielded by the sliding door. In the open environment of the hard sleepers and hard seats, once the outbreak hit, it was a buffet. Hundreds of people crammed into narrow aisles with no one to turn to for help. At that density and chaos, if even 10 out of over 400 passengers crawled out alive, it would be a miracle. But it was better if they were all dead. It saved him the trouble of rescuing a bunch of screaming liabilities and figuring out how to handle them. Compared to the scheming living, he now preferred the mindless monsters. After all, within those disgusting bodies lay the key to his continued growth. The air in the dining car was a blend of instant noodle fragrance and a faint metallic scent of blood. As Zhang Heng pushed open the door, the few individuals who had been murmuring in low voices fell silent, as if a switch had been flipped, rising to their feet in unison. "Brother Zhang," Li Su shouted the loudest, his body snapping to attention, a conditioned reflex etched into his very bones. Zhu Yukai and another assistant cook named Lu Chong grinned obsequiously, their backs bent like boiled shrimp. Chun Yingru reacted the quickest. Without a word, she turned and slipped into the kitchen. Seconds later, she emerged carrying a stainless steel tray, steam rising from it. "Brother Zhang, I've been keeping your lunch warm. Eat it while it's hot," Chun Yingru said, gently placing the tray on a table by the window. She handed him a pair of sterilized chopsticks, her eyes carrying a hint of cautious deference. Zhang Heng glanced at the tray. A heaping bowl of white rice, a plate of stir-fried shredded pork with radish, a dish of sautéed winter melon, and a small bowl of winter melon soup, with a few drops of sesame oil floating on the surface. On the second day of the apocalypse, this meal was nothing short of a royal feast. Zhang Heng furrowed his brow, pulled out a chair, and sat down, but he didn't immediately reach for his chopsticks. He lifted his head, his gaze settling on Zhu Yukai's oily, plump face. "I did say there's enough rice to go around," Zhang Heng said, his voice flat and unreadable. "But isn't this a bit too much? I recall you mentioning that our supply of fresh meat and vegetables on the train isn't abundant." Zhu Yukai's heart skipped a beat, and cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. Thinking Zhang Heng was accusing him of wastefulness, he waved his hands frantically, in explanation, his jowls wobbling with emotion. "Brother Zhang, please let me explain. It's not that I didn't want to save them, it's that these ingredients just can't wait." Zhu Yukai pointed at the plate of winter melon, his words tumbling out rapidly. "Winter melon and white radish spoil quickly, especially the melon. It got bruised during the chaos yesterday. If we don't eat it in 2 days, it'll turn to mush. Rather than let it rot in storage and attract flies, I thought I'd cook it up to replenish everyone's strength. I haven't touched any of the long-lasting supplies, potatoes, onions, cured meats. They're all locked away." Having said that, he stared at Zhang Heng with pleading eyes, terrified that the man might slap him again in displeasure. Zhang Heng fixed his gaze on Zhu Yukai for 2 seconds until the fat man felt he might suffocate, then gave a slight nod. "Well done." Zhang Heng picked up his chopsticks and took a bite of the winter melon. It was soft and flavorful, clearly freshly made. "From now on, you're in full charge of the kitchen. Remember, eat the perishables first, prioritize new expiry items. In this carriage, wasting food is a capital offense." Yes, Brother Zhang, rest assured. I may not have many talents, but am no slouch when it comes to rationing." Zhu Yukai felt as if had been granted a reprieve. He wiped the sweat from his brow, his face splitting into a grin that showed all his teeth. Zhang Heng said no more and began to eat. He ate quickly, but not ravenously, chewing each mouthful thoroughly, a method to maximize energy intake. Li Su stood nearby watching Zhang Heng eat. Zhang Heng asked, "Li Su, where are the others?" "As you instructed, I sent them back to the compartments to rest." Li Su reported that Wang Jiangwo and his group kept clamoring to see you, saying the food was too scarce. "I told them off and sent them packing." Zhang Heng swallowed his mouthful of rice and let out a cold laugh. "They should be grateful they have anything to eat at all, and they dare to be picky." He dropped the subject. They were mere clowns, he thought. As long as they didn't hinder him from killing zombies and digging out their cores, he could keep them around as laborers for now. But little did he know, in the third carriage behind the dining car, shadows of malice were beginning to fester. In the third carriage, a middle compartment. The door was tightly shut, the curtains drawn. 8 people were crammed into the narrow space, the air thick and foul. Wang Jiangwo sat in the center of the lower bunk, clutching the gold-embossed business card that Zhang Heng had shoved back at him. His expression was so dark it seemed to drip with venom. Beside him sat the fat woman who had earlier complained about the lack of food, now munching on a bag of instant noodles shed scavenged from the aisle, crunching loudly. "President Wang, this is no way to live," the fat woman grumbled, spraying crumbs as she whispered. "That little bastard Zhang isn't even human. Making us haul corpses. I've never even killed a chicken in my life. Smell me. I still reek of blood." She thrust out her pudgy hand adorned with gold rings, which was indeed smeared with black blood and marked with a few trivial scratches. Exactly, President Wang. That kid's way too arrogant, chimed in the young man with the gold-rimmed glasses, the one who had wet himself in fear from the flying knife earlier. Now in a fresh pair of pants, he had regained a semblance of his smug, hypocritical demeanor. He's illegally carrying restricted weapons, restricting personal freedom, and might even have a sociopathic personality. When the rescue team arrives, I'm going to sue him and make sure he rots in prison. Rescue team. Wang Jiangwo snorted coldly, crumpling the business card into a tight ball. Don't be naive. Given the situation, there won't be any rescue for a long time. He swept his gaze across the group, his eyes sinister. But we can't just sit here and wait for death. This train is public property. Why should he be the one calling all the shots? The supplies, the water, they belong to everyone. Then, what do we do? Someone asked timidly. He's got knives, and that flying knife trick is just too uncanny. A flicker of ruthlessness flashed in Wang Jiangwo's eyes. No matter how skilled in martial arts, a cleaver can still take him down. Besides, he's only one man. Wang Jiangwo lowered his voice like a serpent flicking its tongue. That little cop Li Su is a pushover. If we take control of the situation, he'll definitely switch sides. As for that fat cook, a bit of money should buy him off. What we need is an opportunity. Wang Jiangwo pointed toward the train's connecting door. Isn't he going to kill zombies? Everyone gets tired. Everyone gets hurt. When he's exhausted from fighting the zombies. He made a throat-slitting. The carriage fell into dead silence. The group exchanged glances, their eyes flickering with both fear and a spark of greed. In the darkness of a collapsed order, once the demon within is unleashed, it can never be caged again. In the dining car, Zhang Heng set down his bowl and chopsticks, having drained the last drop of soup. He pulled a cigarette from his pocket and lit it, taking a deep drag. The harsh smoke swirled in his lungs, dispelling the post-meal lethargy. Zhang Heng exhaled a puff of smoke, gazing at the few people before him through the swirling haze. Time to work. He stood up, his demeanor shifting in an instant from a casual neighbor to a drawn blade. The situation in Carriage 5 is more complicated than in Carriage 4. I took a quick look earlier. Though there aren't many zombies, most of the doors are open, blocking the view and making it easy to get ambushed. Zhang Heng adjusted his cuffs as he rapidly assigned tasks. Li Su. Sir, you stay in the dining car. Guard the supplies and secure the connecting door. If any zombies slip through, kill them. If it's people. Zhang Heng paused, his eyes turning cold. If they don't obey, break their legs. Li Su stiffened and replied loudly, understood. Old Zhu. Yes. Brother Zhang, your orders. Zhu Yukai immediately puffed out his chest. Go wake up the survivors. Split them into 2 groups. One group follows you, staying 10 meters behind me. They're to pile up the zombie corpses we clear. The other group stays on standby for rotation. Got it. Finally, Zhang Heng's gaze fell on Cheningru. The female college student was staring at him intently, her hand gripping the boning knife so tightly that her knuckles were white. You? Zhang Heng started, then stopped. He had originally intended to leave Chun Ingru behind as well. But this woman was tough and sharp-minded. She had potential. If she never experienced the tempering of blood and fire, she would forever remain nothing more than a decorative vase. You're coming with me. Zhang Heng changed his mind. Don't engage. Stay 3 meters away and watch how I fight. Learn how to stay calm in the face of fear. Chen Yingra's eyes lit up instantly, and she nodded firmly. Yes, Brother Zhang. After finishing his cigarette, Zhang Heng tossed the stub to the ground and stamped it out. Let's move. A procession of people marched boisterously through Carriage 4. Zhu Yukai bellowed as he kicked awake the survivors who had just lain down. Though the group grumbled and complained the moment they caught sight of Zhang Heng's indifferent back, they fell silent one by one. Zhang Heng paid no heed to the commotion behind him. His entire focus was fixed ahead, at the junction between Carriage 4 and Carriage 5. Zhang Heng unwound the wet bedsheet tangled around the door handle and pulled out the mop stick. With a creak, the heavy iron door swung open, and a wave of even more pungent decay assaulted his senses. Carriage 5 was also a sleeper compartment identical in layout to Carriage 4. The dim emergency lights flickered, casting elongated shadows that stretched and shrank along the corridor. 3 zombies roamed the corridor. At the sound of the door opening, they turned their heads in unison. Their pallid pupils, rotting facial muscles, and the dark red blood streaks around their mouths were grotesque in that moment. With a guttural roar, the 3 zombies lurched forward, moving with stiff yet swift steps toward Zhang Heng. Several survivors behind him, facing the zombies at close range for the first time, screamed in terror and instinctively recoiled. Chun Ingru didn't cry out, but the hand gripping her knife trembled slightly. Only Zhang Heng stood motionless, not even raising the steak knife in his hand. The first zombie was less than 2 meters away, its black blood-stained claws about to touch the hem of his clothes. Zhang Heng's pupils contracted slightly. A faint tremor seemed to ripple through the air. The 2 other steak knives hanging from his belt were yanked out as if by an invisible giant hand, transforming into streaks of silver light that shot forth instantly. With 2 dull thuds, without any swinging motion or muscle exertion, the knives, as if guided by eyes, pierced precisely through the eye sockets of 2 zombies. Driven by immense force, they penetrated straight through the back of the skulls. With a pair of heavy thumps, the two zombies collapsed like marionettes with severed strings. Their inertia sent them sliding a short distance across the floor, stopping right at Zhang Heng's feet. The third zombie, the one leading the charge, had already opened its gaping maw. A cold, cruel curve tugged at the corner of Zhang Heng's mouth. With a mere thought, one of the knives that had pierced through the back of a skull and flown out bizarrely traced an arc in the air, reversed its blade, and shot back from behind. With a squelch, the blade entered through the back of the skull and exited through the throat. The third zombie's movements ceased abruptly. With a face full of reluctance and bewilderment, it crashed heavily to its knees before Zhang Heng. The entire process took less than 2 seconds. A deathly silence fell. Behind him, Zhu Yukai's jaw dropped, nearly hitting the floor. Chen Yingris' eyes were wide, fixed on the bloodstained knife, slowly rotating beside Zhang Heng. Her mind was a complete blank. Was Zhang Heng even more formidable than this morning? Zhang Heng reached out, grasped the hilt of the hovering knife, and flicked off the blood droplets. The sensation of controlling it as effortlessly as his own arm made his blood boil. What are you gawking at? Zhang Heng turned back, glancing at the stunned crowd, his tone as casual as if commenting on the fine weather. Get to work. With that, he stepped over the bodies and strode deeper into the carriage. The corridor of carriage 5 was eerily quiet. All the soft sleeper compartment doors were half open, like mouths waiting for prey. Zhang Heng approached the first compartment door. Just as he was about to push it open, his ear twitched. Something was wrong. Ordinary zombies only made a guttural rasping sound from their throats. But in this compartment, he heard a strange noise. It sounded like bones grinding or something chewing on a hard object, producing a teeth-grinding crunch-crunch. Zhang Heng raised his hands, signaling those behind to stop. He tightened his grip on the knife handle, his psychic energy coiled and ready. Gently, he used the knife tip to push open the unlatched door. As the gap widened, a fresh scent like the air in a forest after rain wafted out. Zhang Heng's pupils contracted. What was this? The door slid open silently, revealing a crack. The scene inside made Zhang Heng's pupils contract. On the cramped compartment floor sat a little girl in a pink fluffy dress, her back to the door. She was small, at most 6 or 7 years old. What was bizarre was her jet black hair. It was impossibly long, like a tangle of black seaweed covering half the compartment floor. The ends were soaked in a viscous liquid, writhing slightly with her movements. Crunch, crunch. The teeth-grinding sound echoed in the dead-silent carriage. The little girl held an unidentifiable object in her hands, gnawing on it with relish. Dark red blood dripped down her elbows. What set off Zhang Heng's alarm bells most was the scent in the air. There was none of the nauseating rot of zombies. Instead, it was filled with a fresh, grassy fragrance like a forest after rain. This fragrance, mingled with the smell of blood, seemed out of place, yet was piercingly sharp. A mutant. This was definitely not comparable to those mindless walking corpses outside. Without making a sound, Zhang Heng hooked his left hand behind his back, beckoning Chen Yingru with a finger. Chen Yingru, who had been watching his back, intently saw the gesture, and her heart leaped. She reacted swiftly, immediately shrugging off her backpack and unzipping it. Several gleaming steak knives were revealed. A hum sounded. Chen Yingru didn't even need to hand them over. The 4 knives in the backpack were pulled out instantly, hovering beside Zhang Heng. Along with the 3 already suspended, a total of 7 gleaming blades cast a cold, sinister light in the dim corridor. Zhang Heng didn't even step into the compartment. Facing an unknown monster like this, the best tactic was long-range bombardment. He held his breath, his mental energy stretched to its utmost limit. The 7 knives trembled slightly in the air, adjusting their angles. The tips aimed at the little girl's occiput, spine, heart, and the spaces to her left and right to cut off any escape. An inescapable net. Die. Zhang Heng's eyelid twitched, and his will erupted in an instant. With a series of whistles, 7 streaks of silver light tore through the air, howling shrilly as they bombarded the pink silhouette. The 7 steak knives, carrying a killing intent, were about to pierce the frail body. Then, in the split second before the tips touched the ends of her hair, the mass of black hair that had been lying limp on the floor suddenly erupted. Without any warning, the damp strands snapped taut, transforming into dozens of pitch-black steel whips that cracked through the narrow compartment with a piercing sonic boom. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew. This wasn't hair at all. It was steel wire tempered. The 7 fine steel knives were brutally knocked away. Some embedded themselves in the ceiling, others deep into the composite board walls, their blades vibrating and trembling violently. Zhang Heng's pupils contracted sharply. The figure in the pink fluffy dress moved. A crisp crack sounded from the neck. The head, defying human anatomy, rotated a full 180 degrees horizontally on the shoulders. That face was now pointed directly at the door. The entire complexion was a bizarre dark green. Beneath the skin, black veins pulsed wildly. Where the mouth should have been a horrifying gash was now split open, extending to the ears. There were no lips, only 2 rows of densely packed, interlocking serrated fangs. Bits of red flesh and unidentified organ fragments were wedged between them. Its pale grayish eyes locked onto Zhang Heng. From its gaping maw, a crimson tongue licked across its nose. The monster's chest heaved violently. The split mouth stretched to its maximum. From the depths of its throat surged a visible transparent ripple. Danger! Every hair on Zhang Heng's body stood on end, an instinctive premonition. Without a moment's hesitation, he pushed off the floor, pressing his entire body flat against the left wall while covering his ears with his hands. Boom! The air itself seemed to warp where the sonic wave passed. The row of thick, double-layered tempered glass windows on the right side of the corridor exploded instantly. Countless crystalline shards were propelled outward by the shockwave, and even the aluminum alloy window frames emitted a teeth-grinding screech of distortion. Then came the delayed, deafening roar, shaking the entire carriage until it hummed and trembled. Behind him, Chunning-Ru felt as if her head had been struck a heavy blow. Her vision went black and she collapsed to the floor. 2 streams of warm blood trickled from her ears. Though Zhang Heng had avoided the direct impact, his internal organs churned violently from the shock. Before he could catch his breath, the mass of black hair inside the compartment surged again, pouring out through the broken doorframe like a swarm of bloodthirsty black serpents hurtling straight for his throat. Zhang Heng spread his 5 fingers wide, forcibly pulling with his will. The 7 repelled butter knives traced twisted trajectories through the air, their blades trembling violently as they once again lashed toward the surging mass of black hair. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew wildly. The hair was as tough as steel wire, and the flimsy knives could barely cut a few strands at the tips, stalling the enemy for only half a second. But half a second was enough. Zhang Heng used the momentum to leap backward, and as soon as his heels crossed the threshold of the connecting door, he swung the heavy iron door shut with a backhand. Get back! The survivors behind him, seeing the black tendrils seeping through the door crack, were already scared out of their wits. They scrambled and crawled deeper into car 4, terrified of being dragged in as a snack by the monster if they were a step too slow. Bang! The iron door let out a deafening sound, a terrifying bulge instantly swelling in its center as the entire frame groaned. This door wouldn't hold. Zhang Heng pressed against the door handle with all his might, veins bulging on his forehead. Through the crack, the black hair kept forcing its way in like countless greedy black serpents eager to devour everything behind the door. The steak knives were too light to break through. This called for heavy weaponry. Old Zhu, throw me those 2 thick-backed cleavers. Hurry! Zhang Heng shouted down the aisle. Zhu Youcai, trembling under a table nearby, shuddered at the yell his fat jig. He knew that if he faltered now, Zhang Heng would skin him alive before the monster got a chance. Coming, brother Zhang. Zhu Youcai pulled 2 hefty bone-splitting cleavers from his lower back and, ignoring accuracy, hurled them blindly toward Zhang Heng. The 2 knives whirled through the air, trailing a gust of foul wind. 2 meters from Zhang Heng, the blades abruptly halted, hovering steadily midair. His temples throbbed violently, his mind feeling like a red-hot wire was stirring inside, and a warm stream surged from his nostrils. Including the 7 knives still entangled at the door that made 9. His mental load was overloaded. Since he couldn't control the quantity, he would focus on quality. Clatter! A crisp sound came from car 5. The 7 knives, deprived of telekinetic support, clattered. All his psychic energy was instantly poured into the 2 thick-backed cleavers. Die! Zhang Heng gritted his teeth in a low growl, yanking the door open a crack. The 2 cleavers hummed, their blades vibrating at high frequency into a low drone, and with the force to split mountains and crack stones, they instantly shot into car 5. This wasn't the force for cutting steak. This was for chopping bones. Thud, thud, thud. Muffled cutting sounds exploded in succession. The heavy blades spun wildly like 2 meat grinders. The once indomitable black hair finally yielded before the heavy-duty edges severed in large swaths as black fluid splattered everywhere. Inside the compartment, the little girl who had been facing away from the door shuddered violently, letting out a piercingly shrill shriek. As the 2 thick-backed cleavers madly slashed, the sky-filling black hair finally buckled under the brute force, hissing as it retreated like a tide back into the compartment. Only a few severed strands writhed on the floor like earthworms, oozing foul black water. Zhang Heng propped himself against the doorframe, his chest heaving violently. That burst of psychic power had left his brain aching as if pricked by needles. Still, this thing wasn't invincible. As long as he could break its defense, he could kill it. Before he could catch his breath, a sound came from the compartment. Tap, tap. It was the noise of hard-soled little shoes on the composite flooring. Light and rhythmic. But in the blood-spattered, chaotic car, it was more jarring than thunder. Zhang Heng's scalp tightened, every muscle in his body instantly tensing to the limit. A suffocating pressure emanated from that small compartment, 10 times more terrifying than the earlier deluge. This was only the 2nd day of the apocalypse. A mutant of this level shouldn't have evolved until at least half a month had someone flipped the switch to hell mode early. Tap. A little foot in a white lace sock stepped over the door. The white sock was splattered with black-red spots, while the pink little shoe remained immaculately clean, jarringly out of place. Then the figure in the pink fluffy dress fully emerged. It tilted its head, the bones in its neck emitting crisp cracks, as if adjusting to this body. That mouth split open to the ears opened and closed slightly, rows of fine sharp teeth grating against each other in a sickening sound with shreds of flesh still hanging from the corners. It ignored the severed hair on the floor and the commotion behind. Its bloodshot eyes locked onto Zhang Heng, the once gray pupils now so red they seemed ready to bleed. It smiled. The corners of its mouth stretched grotesquely across its dark green face, revealing a writhing mass of tumor deep in its throat. The next second its figure blurred in place. A flash of afterimage. Zhang Heng's scalp crawled, unable to react. Boom. A thunderous explosion. The heavy iron door in front buckled inward violently, the blast-proof glass instantly shattering into powder as countless fragments hurtled toward him with a fierce wind. The immense impact slammed through the door panel into Zhang Heng's chest. He was sent flying backward 4 or 5 meters, his back crashing hard onto the cold floor of car 4, skidding another 2 meters before stopping. Buffed. A coppery taste surged in Zhang Heng's throat as he spat out a mouthful of blood, staining the front of his clothing. His face stung fiercely, covered in fine glass cuts, blood streaming down his chin, smearing half his face. Damn, that hurt. Zhang Heng clutched his chest, coughing violently. A rib was probably broken. This freak's strength was insane. This was no early-stage mutant. Its destructive power was almost on par with a strength-type zombie. If only had known this was a wood-type mutant, he would have forced that fire-type crystal core on Li Su or Qiningru. Having another person who could set fires wouldn't have left them in such a bind. A miscalculation, but the thought was extinguished in an instant. Regret was useless. Zhang Heng stared at the warped doorframe, red veins surfacing in his eyes. If he died here, what would happen to his 2 elderly parents at home? The rice at home would last at most a month. If no rescue came in a month, they'd starve to death. Fight to the death. A tearing pain erupted deep in his brain, and warm fluid gushed from his nostrils. A warning of severe psychic exhaustion. Zhang Heng ignored it, grinding his teeth until they creaked, and raised his right hand, forming a claw as he grabbed fiercely through the air. Rised. The 2 thick-backed cleavers lying in the pool of blood responded, their blades vibrating violently with a piercing hum. Whoosh. Whoosh. 2 streaks of cold light shot up from the ground, carrying a killing intent, aimed from below at the monster's lower. The 2 thick-backed bone cleavers whirled like twin black full moons, carrying Zhang Heng's desperate intent to kill, aiming to sever the creature's legs at the ankles. It was the force of a butcher mincing bones. Though the mutant had evolved a nascent self-awareness, its bestial instincts ultimately prevailed. Faced with such a heavy assault capable of severing its ankles, it reacted on pure instinct. SSS. In an instant, the torrent of black hair retracted, forming an impenetrable black web that tightly ensnared the 2 cleavers. Clang, 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 clang. Sparks erupted wildly from the friction between hair and steel. The strands were terrifyingly resilient. The 2 heavy cleavers were forcibly halted mid-swing, their blades curling, unable to advance a single inch further. The monster's gaping maw let out a mocking roar. It had blocked the attack. In just another second, it would fling away these useless scraps of metal and tear the bleeding human to shreds. Yet it failed to see the cold sneer curling on Zhang Heng's lips. The smile, mingled with blood, was as ferocious as a madman's. Fool, Zhang Heng cursed inwardly. Just as the monster focused entirely on countering the 2 heavy cleavers, a faint silver gleam, like an inconspicuous viper, rose silently from the shadows on its flank. It was a steak knife that had fallen to the floor earlier. It was also Zhang Heng's final trump card. In that moment, Zhang Heng felt a string snap in his mind. Blood gushed from his nostrils like a faucet, his vision instantly blurring into patches of red and black. But he did not pass out. The sheer will to survive drove Zhang Heng's resolve, seizing control of his body at this critical juncture. Go, he roared silently in his mind. Thud. There was no earth-shattering sound, only the soft whisper of a blade piercing flesh. That lurking steak knife transformed into a streak of light, plunging with pinpoint accuracy into the back of the monster's skull, the sole defensive blind spot exposed when it rotated its head, the very nexus of its central nervous system. The blade sank in up to the hilt. The monster's screech ceased abruptly. Its scarlet eyes bulged outward, its mocking expression frozen into a mask of utter astonishment. The tempest of black hair instantly lost its vitality, drooping lifelessly like withered vines. The 2 cleavers, freed from resistance, clattered to the floor with a loud crash. Thump. The corpse in the pink tutu toppled backwards, stirring up a cloud of dust. The world fell silent. Zhang Heng leaned against the wall, his body slowly sliding down. His lungs felt stuffed with a burning coal. Each breath carried the taste of blood and a searing heat. The excruciating pain in his head made him want to vomit, a backlash from his spiritual power being pushed to its absolute limit. But he could not sleep. Absolutely not. Cough. Cough. Zhang Heng coughed violently, forcing his eyelids open, his gaze fixed on the corpse. This was no ordinary zombie. It was a first-stage mutant. A monster that should not have appeared at this stage, yet also an absolute treasure. Gritting his teeth, he used his elbows to prop himself up, crawling toward the corpse inch by inch like a dying wolf. Behind him, Zhu Yukai and Qiningru were stunned into silence. The heart-stopping seconds they had just witnessed defied their understanding. Zh. Zhang Gu. Zhu Yukai stammered, wanting to step forward, but fearing the monster might rise again. His legs felt as heavy as lead, unable to move. Zhang Heng paid them no heed. He crawled to the corpse, his trembling fingers finding the steak knife embedded in its skull. He pulled it out. A stream of black fluid followed. Then, gripping the knife, he aimed at the monster's chest and plunged it in with savage precision. Cutting, prying, searching. His movements were disturbingly practiced, as if he were dissecting not a monster in a little girl's form, but a chicken ready for slaughter. Finally, the tip of the blade struck something hard. Zhang Heng's eyes lit up. His fingers delved into the slippery chest cavity and with a sudden pull retrieved a crystal the size of a thumb. It was not a murky gray-white. Instead, it was a crystal core of emerald green, like a piece of supreme jade. Even covered in black blood, it radiated an immense vitality. A faint, refreshing scent like a forest after rain instantly overpowered the stench of decay in the carriage. A wood element crystal core. Just as he had expected. Zhang Heng clenched the crystal core tightly, as if grasping his own life. The mad grin on his lips had yet to fully bloom before darkness surged in like a tide. His hand fell limp, and his entire body went slack, collapsing into a pool of blood. Zhang Gut. Only then did Ru let out a scream, rushing over recklessly. She knelt beside Zhang Heng at a loss as she looked at the blood-soaked man. His face was as pale as paper, his chest caved in, and blood still streamed from his nose, staining her knees. Don't scream. Zhu Yukai snapped out of his daze, scrambling over his chubby face, drenched in cold sweat. Quick, hurry and drag him back. If we attract more zombies, we're all dead. In that moment, the fat cook mustered unprecedented strength. He and Ru, one on each side, hoisted the unconscious Zhang Heng, dragging him like a heavy sack of rice deeper into car 4. That door? What if it's broken? Ru asked, her voice choked with tears, glancing back at the connecting door that was now warped and shattered. Block it. Use the mattresses. Tables. If all else fails, I'll use my own 200 pounds to hold it. Zhu Yukai gritted his teeth, a glint of desperation flashing in his eyes. He knew full well that if Zhang Heng died, he, a fat man who could only cook, wouldn't last half an episode on this monster. As for the rest of them, they were all useless. Only this ruthless killer of monsters was the true lifeline. A few minutes later, the junction between Car 4 and Car 5 was piled high with a chaotic assortment of debris. Several dismantled bedboards, 2 heavy water boilers, and even a cleaning cart pushed from somewhere were all jammed against the battered iron door. Zhang Heng was laid flat on a lower bunk. Ru held the towel she had used earlier to wipe his sweat, now soaked through with blood. Her hands trembling, she carefully dabbed at the blood on Zhang Heng's face. Zhu Yukai sat on the opposite bunk, panting heavily, clutching the dull-edged cleaver tightly in his hand, his eyes fixed on the pile of debris at the end of the aisle like a startled watchdog. A deathly silence fell over the carriage. Only Zhang Heng's weak and irregular breathing reminded the few survivors that their protector had half collapsed. In the shadows not far away, several furtive heads poked out. Wang Jingwo stood at the front, staring at Zhang Heng, lying unconscious on the bed, then at the emerald green crystal placed by Ru on the pillow beside him. The object glowed with an alluring aura under the dim light. Wang Jingwo swallowed hard, greed sprouting like weeds in his eyes. He's badly hurt. He whispered, a venomous smirk curling at the corner of his mouth, beckoning to the few behind him. Now's our chance. In times of chaos, kill the hypocrites first. In the apocalypse, Horde only supplies. Wang Jingwo understood this principle better than anyone. As the vice chairman of a heavy industry conglomerate, he had spent his life manipulating hearts and wielding power. In peacetime, money is courage and power is prestige. But in this godforsaken place with no phone signal and no one answering the emergency calls, a net worth of billions was worthless, less useful than half a stale bun. He had watched the previous battle from the shadows, observing every detail. Zhang Heng was formidable, terrifyingly so. But now that most uncontrollable variable lay sprawled on the ground like a dead dog. Wang Jingwo narrowed his eyes, staring at the blood-soaked figure being dragged away by Zhu Yukai. A collapsed chest, incessant vomiting of blood. Such injuries would normally require an emergency ICU admission. In this environment with scarce medical supplies, surviving the night was uncertain at best. The biggest obstacle had shattered itself. President Wang. A balding middle-aged man sidled up behind him, gripping a stainless steel table leg he had torn off. His voice was a low, barely concealed whisper laced with undisguised excitement. That kid. Is he finished? This man Lu Chong had been a construction contractor. He had hidden faster than anyone during the battle, but now that the danger seemed past, his ruthless streak reemerged. Wang Jingwo didn't turn around. He reached up to straighten his slightly disheveled suit collar. Though it was smudged with dust, he instinctively maintained the decorum of someone accustomed to authority. Finished or not, he's immobile for now. Wang Jingwo turned his gaze, sweeping over the 5 other men cowering in the shadows. These were men he had scouted during the earlier rest. Among them were a truck driver and a fitness coach, all physically robust, yet they had all cowered like frightened quails before that monster. That's human nature, fear of an invincible monster, but when faced with their own kind, especially a defenseless one, greed and brutality multiply exponentially. Brothers, Wang Jingwo dropped his pretentious airs, pulling out a crushed half-pack of soft-pack Zhonghua cigarettes and passing them around. We all know the situation now. Stranded in the middle of nowhere, phone's dead. Rescue. That's a fairy tale for children. He lit one for himself, and Lu Chong immediately produced a lighter, leaning in to offer a flame. Wang Jingwo took a deep drag, the smoke swirling around his well-maintained face as a sinister expression emerged. Zhang Heng was indeed fierce, but now that he's down, who calls the shots on this train car? The men exchanged glances, none daring to speak, but their eyes flickered with calculation. They'll be blunt. Wang Jingwo flicked his ash, pointing toward the dining car. Whoever controls the food is king. Those women, the elderly, the weak. If they want a bite to eat, they'll have to beg on their knees. As these words left his mouth, the men's breathing grew noticeably heavier. The terror of the monster was instantly eclipsed by a more primal desire. But there's a cop in the dining. The speaker was a bespectacled young man who looked quite refined, yet clutched a fruit knife tightly in his hand. That Li Su. Does he have a gun? A gun? Wang Jingwo sneered, tossing his cigarette, but to the ground, and grinding it viciously under his polished leather shoe. Even if he does, how many rounds can that clip hold? 7 or 5? He stepped forward, fixing his gaze on the young man. Did he fire during the monster attack? No. That kid's a rookie, still a trainee officer. In times like these, the outside order is probably gone. That uniform of his is just for show. With all of us, we could drown him in spittle alone. Besides, Wang Jingwo lowered his voice, a seductive tone creeping in. You saw that green stone Zhang Heng pulled from the monster, didn't you? That's a treasure. If we could get our hands on it. The fitness coach swallowed hard, the muscles on his arm twitching. Brother Wang, tell us what to do. We're with you. Yeah, listen to President Wang. Lu Chong chimed in, swinging his steel pipe with a whoosh. Let's take over the dining car. From now on, we brothers run this train. Wang Jingwo nodded with satisfaction. He had originally worried that Zhang Heng wouldn't make a move that afternoon, forcing him to waste effort recruiting more people. But the kid was impatient. After only 2 hours of rest, he went to fight the monster and crippled himself. It was as if fate had handed him the victory on a silver platter. On the dining car side, besides Li Su, there were only 2 train drivers. With 6 or 7 able-bodied men on his side, catching them off guard would make taking the dining car a trivial task. As for that young cop Li Su, Wang Jingwo sneered inwardly. Once he controlled the food, even the king of heaven himself would have to obey. Let's move. With a wave of his hand, Wang Jingwo ignored Zhu Yukai and Shining Ru, who were busy sealing the door. Leading his 6 men, he strode aggressively toward the dining car in the opposite direction. Their footsteps were chaotic but urgent. Leaving aside Wang Jingwo's plan to seize the dining car, Zhang Heng remained unconscious, and Shining Ru and Zhu Yukai were both at a loss. Shining Ru wrung out a cloth. The water in the basin had turned a murky red. Avoiding the terrifying depression on Zhang Heng's chest, she carefully wiped the blood and grime from his face. Zhang Heng's breathing was heavy, sounding like a broken bellows. With every shudder, Chen Yingra's heart clenched. She knew nothing about setting bones or treating broken ribs and could only stare helplessly at his pallid face. The doorway of the compartment was crowded. The survivors who had been hiding in car 3 had all gathered. They stared at the unconscious Zhang Heng, but even more so at the glowing green crystal beside his pillow. Several men's Adam's apples bobbed as they took tentative steps forward. Chen Yingru suddenly stood up, blocking their greedy gazes from the crystal. What are you looking at? Step back. Chen Yingru grabbed a fruit knife from the table, pointing it at the men in front. She suppressed her racing heart, her voice betraying no weakness. Brother Zhang is just exhausted. He killed that monster in minutes. When he wakes up tomorrow morning and sees you all crowding around, think about the consequences. The crowd halted, some shrank back, while others still craned their necks. Zhu Yotsai shut the door. Chen Yingru called out without looking back. Stand guard at the door. If anyone but you dares to come near, chop them down. Zhu Yukai was wiping cold sweat from his brow. Upon hearing this, his entire body tensed. He had always hated making decisions. Becoming a chef was his way of avoiding mental strain. Now that Zhang Heng was down, Chen Yingra's command gave him a sense of direction. Got it. Zhu Yukai grabbed the chipped, thick-backed cleaver, held it across his chest, and squeezed out of the compartment with a fierce expression. He shoved aside the blocking crowd, spraying spittle on the faces of the frontmost men. Back off. Can't you hear? Brother Zhang needs quiet. Anyone who dares peek in again, I'll test my blade on them first. Zhu Yukai's ferocious stance sent the crowd stumbling backward in fear. He grabbed the compartment door handle and pulled hard. Bam! The door slammed shut, sealing off the greedy, malicious stares outside. Zhu Yukai crouched by the door, gripping the knife handle tightly, a veritable iron fortress guarding the line. And it was precisely his loud voice and the thunderous slam of the door that jolted Zhang Heng awake. The loud slam of Zhu Yukai's door sent dust raining down from the compartment ceiling. The sound was like a heavy hammer forcibly dragging Zhang Heng out of that thick, sticky darkness. Pain. It wasn't the kind of dull ache one could endure, but a maddening pull on every inch of bone, and Zhang Heng opened his eyes. His vision was a blur of overlapping images, and it took several seconds to focus. He tried to move a finger, but a faint crackling sound immediately came from his chest. A broken rib scraped against the edge of his lung with each breath, the pain drenching him in cold sweat. He had been careless. Staring at the flickering fluorescent light on the carriage sealing his mind was a chaotic mess. He had indeed overestimated himself. Awakening the ability to control metal from a distance, even killing a few ordinary zombies, had given him the illusion that the apocalypse was nothing much. He thought he had the protagonist's script, that he could walk unopposed through this monster-infested train. But that creature in the pink dress had just dealt him a stinging slap. Its strength, speed, and that bizarre defensive ability were far beyond what any human could contend with at this stage. And it was only the second day. According to Zhang Heng's understanding of such cataclysms, species evolution had to follow basic rules. The first week should have been a buffer period with ordinary zombies roaming and humans seeking shelter. It would take half a month for individuals with preliminary mutations and special abilities to appear. But now, less than 48 hours after the collapse of Order, a first-stage mutant had already emerged. What did this mean? It meant the environment on this train, or the virus concentration in this area, was far higher than outside. Or perhaps the global rate of evolution was accelerating at a terrifying pace. If this trend continued in another week, such mutants might be everywhere. In another month, would there be monsters capable of surviving a nuclear strike? At this thought, Zhang Heng's heart sank. He had originally believed that with his ability to control metal, he could at least protect his two elderly family members through the initial phase. Now that idea seemed laughably naive. His limit was controlling 9 knives, and he hadn't even lasted 3 minutes before his mental energy was completely drained. The price of that depletion was severe. His brain felt like a red-hot steel needle was stirring inside, his optic nerves twitching uncontrollably. This spiritual weakness unsettled him more than his physical injuries. In the apocalypse, losing the ability to fight back was like offering your neck to the scythe of death. During the time he was unconscious, if Zhu Yukai or Chun Ru had harbored ill intentions, or if those survivors outside had stormed in, he would already be dead. He had placed his life in someone else's hands. This feeling made him deeply uneasy, even more agitated than when facing a mutant zombie. He thought of the monster he had just killed. That thing might have been a little girl traveling with her parents, but in the face of the virus, humanity, kinship, and morality all became fuel for evolution. The world had changed, and it no longer made sense. If you weren't strong or ruthless enough, you weren't even qualified to be cannon fodder. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain, Zhang Heng tried to summon the faint trace of energy within him. It was empty. Like a dried-up ancient well, no matter how he squeezed, not a single drop came out. This feeling of powerlessness was suffocating. He had to become stronger, and he had to cross this threshold as quickly as possible. Since fate had set the difficulty to hellish levels, he would have to turn himself into the most ferocious demon. The methodical ways of getting stronger were too slow. He couldn't wait, and neither could his family. That crystal core. He remembered the emerald green stone he had clutched before passing out. He had earned it with his life. Absorbing it would not only heal his injuries, but also bring a qualitative leap. As he was lost in thought, a faint sobbing reached his ears. Zhang Heng turned his head with effort and saw Chun Ru sitting by the bed, her hand tightly gripping a bloodstained towel. She was crying hard, her eyes swollen and red like 2 peaches. Tears streamed down her cheeks, pattering onto the back of her hand. Zhang Heng was somewhat bewildered. He had known this woman for only a few hours at most, and their relationship was built on mutual benefit and cautious probing. He would never believe that Chun Ru had any feelings for him. Why? Why are you crying? I'm not dead yet. Zhang Heng spoke, his voice hoarse as if scraped over sandpaper. Every word brought a bloody taste to his throat. Startled by the sudden sound, Chun Ru nearly jumped off the stool. She stared blankly at Zhang Heng, tears still clinging to her face, her lips trembling as she struggled to speak. The look in her eyes wasn't pure sorrow, but more a desperate joy, like a drowning person who had suddenly grabbed a Brother Zhang, you're awake. You scare me to death. I thought you. Chun Ru wiped her tears, shaking her head frantically, unable to form a complete sentence. Of course she was afraid of Zhang Heng dying. If he died, she, a beautiful but powerless woman, could easily imagine her fate on this train. The way Wang Jiangwo and his men looked at her made it clear they wanted to devour her. Zhang Heng was her only talisman. Stop wailing. Help me sit up. Zhang Heng frowned and tried to push himself up from the bunk, but his wrist gave way and he nearly collapsed again. Chun Ru quickly reached out to support his back, her movements gentle, as if afraid of breaking something. She was very close, and Zhang Heng could smell the faint sweat and the undeniable scent of blood on her. Brother Zhang, your chest. It's sunken in. Don't move. Chun Ru reminded him in a tearful voice, then carefully pulled out the emerald green crystal core from her pocket. It glowed faintly in the dim compartment, casting a greenish pallor on both their faces. She placed the core by his pillow, her hand still trembling slightly. This thing. Those people try to take it. Zhu Yukai is guarding the door. Chun Ru looked at the core, a trace of lingering fear in her eyes. Brother Zhang put it away quickly. This thing. It's eerie. When I held it, my wounds didn't hurt as much. Zhang Heng looked at the green stone by his pillow, then at Chun Yingra's face etched with fear and dependence. This woman might be timid, but at least for now greed hadn't clouded her judgment. Where's Zhu Yukai? Zhang Heng didn't reach for the core, but asked instead. I told him to squat by the door and not let anyone in. Chen Yingru sniffled and reached out to tuck the corner of his blanket. Wang Jiangwo took a few people to the dining car. Looks like they're going to grab food. Brother Zhang, what do we do now? Zhang Heng sneered, a ruthless glint in his eyes. Grab food. Let him. Once I catch my breath, he'll have to spit out everything he took. He reached out, his fingertip touching the icy crystal core. A refreshing coolness shot from his fingertip straight to his forehead, and the excruciating pain that had been about to split his head actually eased somewhat. A wood-type crystal core specializing in life and recovery. Truly a fine treasure. You go guard the door too. No matter what you hear, don't come in until I call you. Zhang Heng gripped the core, closed his eyes, his tone cold as ice. If anyone tries to force their way and tells Zhu Yukai to kill them, he'll take the responsibility. Zhang Heng rubbed the green crystal core in his hand. A cool stream of air penetrated into his palm, sending a tingling sensation through the broken bone. It felt very comfortable, every cell in his body roared to consume it. If he swallowed it, his injuries would likely heal in 2 or 3 days, and he might even gain the ability to control plants. The temptation was great, but Zhang Heng withdrew his hand. He dared not gamble. Regardless of whether a person could possess dual abilities simultaneously, the tales of explosive deaths in novels were not baseless. The golden sharp energy within him had yet to be fully tamed. If another surge of violent life energy came, the two forces would clash in his stomach, and with his current frail body, he absolutely could not endure it. Moreover, this was a first-tier crystal core. If he accidentally lost his original gold ability and couldn't control the wood ability, it would be disastrous. In this situation, if he fainted for a bit longer, his brain would certainly relocate. Safety first. Since he couldn't consume it himself, he had to find someone to eat it. It would be a waste to use it as a hand warmer. Transforming it into combat power was the real deal. Zhang Heng pulled out another dark red crystal core from his pocket. This was the one obtained from killing the zombie of that crew member, a fire type. 1 red and 1 green placed on the bedsheet. Should he give it to Zhu Yukai? That fat guy had indeed been quite loyal just now, but his character was too timid. Giving him a fire-type ability which was lethal would probably just be used to light cigarettes. As for Li Su, that was a double-edged sword. The identity of a police officer was both a shackle and a hidden danger in the early days of the apocalypse. If he became stronger, would he still obey Zhang Heng like before? It could only be Chen Yingru. This woman was smart, knew how to cling to powerful allies, and was ruthless enough. Most importantly, he urgently needed a healer. Chen Yingru. Zhang Heng's voice was not loud, yet it carried a weak authority. The door opened, and Chen Yingru rushed in, still clutching a fruit knife. Brother Zhang, what's wrong? Is your wound hurting? Without further ado, Zhang Heng nodded towards the 2 stones on the bedsheet. Do you want to become stronger? Chen Yingru was taken aback, her gaze falling on the crystal cores as her breath quickened. She had seen Zhang Heng's skill in controlling flying knives, which was miraculous. This red one, consuming it will allow you to create fire, a weapon for killing and looting. Zhang Heng pointed to the red stone, and then to the green one. This green one from that monster in the pink skirt has energy 10 times stronger than the red one. Primary healing, it can save lives. Choose one. Chen Yingru did not rush to take it, but looked up at Zhang Heng. She was weighing her options. The fire type sounded powerful, but that was a frontline role. As a woman, she couldn't compete with those men. And the wood type. Zhang Heng was gravely injured, and healing was what he needed most. If she became the only doctor, her status in this small team would be unassailable. Even if stronger fighters came later, Zhang Heng would not abandon a healer. This was the safest investment. I choose the green one. Chen Yingru's fingertips turned slightly pale. Zhang Heng raised an eyebrow. Have you thought it through? This thing is a first-tier crystal core, and its energy is very volatile. I dare not absorb it at a higher level, or it could kill me, or the pain might make you want to commit suicide. I'm not afraid. Chen Yingru responded quickly, not even giving herself a chance to regret. Afraid of death. The gazes of those men outside were more terrifying than death. If she couldn't demonstrate her value once Zhang Heng healed, she would be a burden. If Zhang Heng couldn't heal, she would be. No matter how she chose, it was a gamble with her life. Might as well gamble on something bigger. All right. A glimmer of appreciation flashed in Zhang Heng's eyes. This woman was interesting. Go and tear apart that pillowcase, roll it up to bite on later. Chen Yingru complied, quickly grabbing the pillowcase. Zhang Heng picked up the green crystal core and held it out to her. Open your mouth and swallow it. Chen Yingru took the crystal core, feeling its icy touch. She closed her eyes and rolled it down her throat. Gulp. The stone entered her abdomen, and she immediately shoved the pillowcase into her mouth. 2 seconds later, Chen Yingru's eyes widened in shock. Her entire body arched like a boiled shrimp, and the veins on her forehead bulged instantly. As soon as that green stone slid down her esophagus, it felt like swallowing a red-hot iron, then instantly transformed into eternal ice, the 2 extreme energies exploding in her stomach. Ugh. Chen Yingru's eyes bulged, her entire body tensed like a drawn bow, the back of her head pressed hard against the bedboard, and the veins on her neck bulged, showing an eerie purplish red color. She bit down hard on the pillowcase, her teeth grinding the fabric, and the intense pain caused her muscles to convulse uncontrollably. Pain. A tearing pain. This was not ordinary injury. It was as if all her cells were being crushed and reassembled. Zhang Heng leaned against the headboard, coldly observing this scene. The energy of a first-tier crystal core was too wild, directly absorbing it at a higher level. Given a body with a poor foundation, her veins would have burst by now. Chen-Ru was still trembling, sweat mingled with the black filth expelled from her pores instantly, soaking her thin clothes. She rolled her eyes back and fainted, but in less than 2 minutes, she was painfully awakened, letting out a beast-like whimper, as if on the verge of death. Repeated torment. Fainting and waking. Fainting again, waking again. Each time she regained consciousness, the fear in her eyes diminished a bit, while the determination to survive intensified. Zhang Heng glanced at the time on his phone. Only 40 minutes had passed. The commotion had subsided. Chen-Ru lay limp on the bed, her chest rising and falling, gradually stabilizing, and the chaotic energy beneath her skin had also calmed. Zhang Heng's gaze flickered, feeling a bit unsettled. This woman was truly lucky. Only 19 years old, her body had not been ruined by junk food and cigarettes, and the impurities within were few, with her meridians unobstructed. Such a pure body was simply a breeding ground for evolution. Thinking back to last night, when he swallowed a crystal core for the first time, he had rolled on the ground in agony for several hours, nearly vomiting his bile. How could she have been so much more at ease? Youth is capital, and this saying holds true even in the apocalypse. Huff. Chen-Ru suddenly exhaled a breath of stale air, looking like someone just pulled from the water. She slowly opened her eyes. The pupils that had been murky with fear now revealed a hint of faint green light, and her previously pale cheeks regained their color, even becoming more delicate and rosy than before. It worked. Before Chen-Ru could feel the changes in her body, a sudden flurry of hurried and chaotic footsteps came from outside the compartment, followed by Zhu Yukai's panicked shout. "What are you doing? Brother Zhang is resting. No one is allowed in." Ah. A scream was accompanied by the dull sound of something heavy hitting the ground. "Get out of the way, you fat bastard." Bang. The compartment door was kicked open, slamming heavily against the wall, raising a cloud of dust. Lu Chong stood at the door, brandishing a bloodstained stainless steel pipe, his face full of flesh blocking the entrance, followed by the sinister Wang Jingwo. "Oh, still not dead." Wang Jingwo's gaze swept over the fallen Zhu Yukai on the ground, landing on Zhang Heng in bed, then shifted to Chen-Ru, whose clothes clung to her body, due to sweat, a lewd smile creeping across his lips. "Perfect timing. Let's talk about food distribution, and by the way, let's discuss who this girl belongs to tonight." Zhang Heng leaned against the headboard, gazing at the faces twisted with excitement at the doorway, and felt an absurdity rising within him for no reason. It had only been 2 days. The veil of civilization had torn more easily than tissue paper. In the sealed iron box of the train carriage, without law or police, the beasts locked away in these people's hearts had all been set free. "Where's Li Su?" Zhang Heng's voice was soft, revealing neither anger nor joy. Wang Jingwo seemed to hear the greatest joke, his oily face crumpling into a mass of wrinkles. He pulled a crumpled cigarette from his pocket, didn't light it, but greedily sniffed it under his nose. "Officer Li." Wang Jingwo tucked the cigarette behind his ear, tilted his head to look at Zhang Heng, his tone dripping with mockery. "You expect him to save you? Don't be ridiculous. A cop without a gun on this train is less useful than a dog that can bite." Behind him, Lu Chong and the others let out a few strange laughs, banging their steel pipes against the doorframe. Wang Jingwo finished laughing, coughed twice, and spat a thick glob of phlegm onto the floor, the dust had inhaled earlier. "Relax, I didn't kill him. Tied him up tight and threw him in the pantry car to think things over. After all, he's a government man. If he's willing to behave, I don't mind keeping another watchdog." His gaze returned to Zhang Heng, and his previously smiling face instantly fell, turning cold and harsh. "As for you, with broken bones needing care, you're a bottomless pit. Our supplies are limited. Oh, every morsel is precious. We can't afford to feed idlers." "Lu Chong." Wang Jingwo tilted his head, the fat on his chin jiggling. "Here, Brother Wang." Lu Chong stepped forward with his steel pipe, still stained with Zhu Yukai's blood. "Send this kid on his way. Be quick and clean. Don't make a mess we have to clean up." As Wang Jingwo spoke, his gaze had already passed over Zhang Heng, fixing greedily on Chen-Ru, who was huddled. Chen-Ru had just undergone the crystal core baptism, her clothes soaked through. Her thin shirt clung to the curves of her body, rising and falling with her rapid breaths. Wang Jingwo's Adam's apple bobbed up and down, his lust completely undisguised, his eyes nearly popping out. "Keep this little bitch for me." Wang Jingwo rubbed his hands together, a grin splitting his face to reveal a set of smoke-stained yellow teeth. "Such delicate skin, TSK. Back in the office, when would I ever get a chance at a top-notch female college student like this? Tonight, we'll have some fun to liven things up, break our fast." He reached out with his fat hand adorned with a gold ring to grab Chen Yingra's wrist, his face full of the arrogance of power. "Don't be afraid, sis. Stick with Big Brother, and I promise it'll be better than with this cripple. If you serve me well tonight, you won't go hungry." Wang Jingwo rambled on, spittle flying, his mind filled with lewd thoughts of how to toy with the beautiful college student before him. He was too cocky, too caught up in his triumph to notice the strange shift in the air within that short distance. Ru remained silent. She kept her head down, seemingly trembling with fear, but her right hand pressed against Zhang Heng's back was burning. It wasn't body heat, it was energy. The green stone she had swallowed earlier hadn't fully settled. Instead, it felt like a spring had opened inside her. Instinctively, she channeled this newborn stream of heat flowing from the Laogong acupoint in her palm, continuously pouring it into Zhang Heng's broken body. The faint green glow was completely hidden by their bodies. Zhang Heng's lungs, which had felt like a leaky bellows, were now being soothed by this warm energy, the searing pain receding at an astonishing rate. His depleted spiritual energy, like parched earth after a long-awaited rain, instantly coalesced in his mind into a sharp, killing intent. Though his spiritual energy hadn't fully recovered in such a short time, it was more than enough to control a small knife. Go on, Xiangzi. Give our big hero a quick end. Wang Jiangwo waved his hand impatiently, his expression like someone ordering a chicken to be killed. Lu Chang chuckled and took a big step forward, raising his steel pipe. Sorry, brother Zhang. Make sure you watch your step in your next life. He raised the blood-stained pipe high, not even bothering to look at the cripple sitting motionless on the bed, his mind solely on finishing the job quickly to claim his share. 1 meter. For an ordinary person, that was a safe distance. But against telekinesis, it was point-blank range. Just as Lu Chang's arm muscles tensed and the pipe was about to descend, the fruit knife that had been lying quietly on the table beside the berth moved. Without warning, without any build-up, a faint, almost imperceptible hum vibrated through the air. That utterly ordinary stainless steel fruit knife transformed into a silver-white blur in an instant, moving so fast the retina couldn't even trace its path. A soft thud like a blade slicing through a ripe watermelon or a butcher's knife piercing pigskin. The sneer on Lu Chang's face hadn't even had time to fade before he froze in place. His hand holding the pipe stopped midair, and a strange gurgling sound came from his throat, like an old bellows. Then a jet of blood spurted without warning from the center of his neck, spraying straight onto the side window, instantly staining the grimy glass a glaring scarlet. Lu Chang's pipe clattered to the floor. He clutched his neck with both hands, his eyes bulging, as if they would pop out of their sockets, his face a mask of disbelief and terror. Blood gushed wildly through his fingers, impossible to staunch. His windpipe was severed. He struggled to inhale, but it only hissed in and out of the hole in his neck, a chilling sound. Help! Lu Chang staggered, turning around, one bloody hand reaching for Wang Jiangwo. Behind him, his eyes filled with a desperate longing for life and the ultimate fear of death. Wang Jiangwo was stunned. The lecherous grin was still frozen on his face, and a drop of warm liquid had even splashed onto the corner of his mouth. He instinctively licked it, salty coppery. It was blood. Before his sluggish mind could process what had happened, Lu Chang's knees buckled, and he collapsed like a pile of mud, his body convulsing violently on the floor, blood still gushing from his neck, pooling instantly in the narrow aisle. A deathly silence fell. Only Lu Chang's dying gasps echoed, magnified in the sealed carriage. The aisle was terrifyingly quiet. Only the bloody hole in Lu Chang's throat continued to bubble, a gurgling sound that made one's scalp crawl. The rabble-rousers outside had all fallen silent. Someone's teeth chattered uncontrollably. Someone instinctively stepped back, stepping on the foot of the person behind them, but didn't dare make a sound. The strike was too fast, too brutal. No words, no hesitation, just a direct kill. The fat on Wang Jiangwo's face quivered violently, his arrogance deflated as if punctured by that single blow. He looked at Lu Chang, still twitching on the floor, then at Zhang Heng leaning against the headboard with an indifferent expression, and finally his gaze landed on the woman he had been about to toy with. Ru slowly raised her head. The eyes that had only known tears now held not a trace of weakness. They shone with the ferocity of a wolf cub that had tasted blood. Run. The string in Wang Jiangwo's mind snapped. Supplies, women, to hell with it all. He let out a strange cry and turned to bolt, tripping over Lu Chang's body and nearly falling flat on his face, scrambling desperately through the doorway on all fours. Since you're here, why rush off? Chen Yinger's voice was soft, but it carried a chill that sent a shiver down the spine. She raised her right hand, and the green glow in her palm suddenly contracted, then, as if alive, stretched and hardened in an instant. A sharp tearing sound split the air. A half-meter-long emerald-green spike with a bone-grinding whistle chased after Wang Jiangwo's bulky figure. A dull thud of metal-piercing flesh. A scream. Wang Jiangwo lunged forward, crashing heavily onto the wooden spike had driven straight through his thigh from behind, emerging from the front, pinning his thick leg to the floor like a grasshopper on a skewer. Blood instantly soaked his pant leg along the grain of the spike. My leg! My leg! Wang Jiangwo thrashed on the ground, clutching his thigh, his pig-like screams reverberating through the long carriage, shaking the ceiling lights. The survivors gathered at the doorway witnessing this were scared out of their wits. This was no pushover, this was a den of demons. Get lost. Zhang Heng spat out a single cold word. The crowd at the door, as if pardoned, shoved and jostled, scrambling and crawling toward the other carriages, terrified that if they were too slow the eerie wooden spike would find them. In the blink of an eye the aisle was empty, leaving only a scene of chaos, and Wang Jiangwo still waited. The coppery scent of blood hung thick in the carriage reminiscent of a slaughterhouse at closing time. Wang Jiangwo writhed on the ground like a maggot, the wooden splinter lodged with cruel precision in the crevice of his thigh bone, each slightest movement sending searing pain through him. His shrill screams had degenerated into hoarse groans grating on the nerves. "Shut up." Zhang Heng didn't even lift his eyelids. The two words were uttered flatly. Wang Jiangwo, on the floor like a chicken with its neck wrung, abruptly fell silent, only his corpulent frame still trembling uncontrollably from the agony. He stared in terror at the man reclining by the headboard. All the bluster he had shown earlier, as if he would devour the other raw, had now transformed into a chill that seeped into his very marrow. Zhang Heng didn't spare him another glance, turning instead to Zhu Youcai, who was cowering and shivering in the corner. Though this fatty had taken a kick, he was thick-skinned and sturdy, his bones spared. Seeing Zhang Heng's gaze upon him, now Zhu Youcai shuddered from head to toe, his ingratiating smile more hideous than a cry. "Zh. Zhang, sir, your orders." "Go to the dining car." Zhang Heng's voice was weak, but his tone brooked no argument. "See if Li Su, if he isn't, bring him here. If he is, drag his corpse back." Zhu Youcai froze, his gaze involuntarily darting to the pool of blood at the doorway where Lu Chong lay, his Adam's apple bobbing with difficulty. "Yes, sir. He'll go right away." He scrambled over Lu Chong's corpse with a nimbleness that belied his 200 frame. With Zhu Youcai dispatched, the compartment fell silent once more. "Continue." Zhang Heng looked at Cheningru. She nodded, her face pale, but her gaze far more resolute than before. She pressed her palm back to Zhang Heng's chest, and the warm green energy surged again. The earlier attack, though vicious, had nearly drained her newly awakened spiritual energy. She was now overtaxing her physical strength to heal him. "Don't push yourself, slow and steady." Zhang Heng felt her hand tremble and reminded her in a low voice. "I'm fine." Cheningru bit her lower lip, strands of hair plastered to her face with sweat. "Your injury is more important. Without you, this carriage can't be controlled." Zhang Heng glanced at her, said nothing, but silently gave the woman high marks. A smart one. She knew her worth and who she depended on to survive. About 10 minutes later, hurried footsteps echoed from the corridor. Zhu Youcai ran back, panting heavily, his jowls jiggling with each step, his expression holding a strange excitement. "Sir, Zhang, sir." Zhu Youcai rushed to the doorway, gripping the frame as he gasped for air. "Officer Li is fine. Hey, guess what? Those college kids, that kid named Guxiang, while Wang Jiangwo brought his men to corner us, he secretly freed Li." Zhang Heng raised an eyebrow. "Guxiang, the bespectacled, gentle-looking college student. Interesting. And now?" Zhang Heng asked. "They're all guarding the supplies in the dining car." Zhu Youcai wiped the sweat from his brow. "That bastard Wang Jiangwo was so focused on coming after you, he didn't have time to touch the food. Officer Li has some superficial injuries, nothing serious. He's leading those students, confronting the other survivors." A playful cold smirk touched Zhang Heng's lips upon hearing this. It seemed Li Su, though unarmed, still wielded the authority of his uniform and the prestige he had built. In the aftermath of utter chaos, people subconsciously craved order, and Li Su was the symbol of that order. As for Guxiang and the others, siding with Li Su at a time like this meant they were either still burning with youthful passion or clear-headed enough to know that following someone like Wang Jiangwo would lead to no good. "All right, I understand." Zhang Heng nodded slightly, then closed his eyes. "Guard the door. Don't let anyone in." Zhu Youcai looked at the half-dead Wang Jiangwo on the floor, swallowed hard, and obediently retreated outside to stand guard like a stone lion. Time ticked by. 2 hours later, Chun Yinger's body went limp, and she collapsed backward in exhaustion. Zhang Heng was quick, catching her by the waist and helping her sit on the edge of the bed. "It's done." Zhang Heng took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling without the searing pain of bone fragments scraping against his lungs. That wood-type energy was practically cheating. His broken ribs had fully healed, and even the headache from overexerting his mental strength had eased considerably. Though not yet at his peak, he had regained about 70 to 80% of his combat power. He rolled his neck, and a series of crisp pops sounded from his cervical vertebrae. That feeling of surging power had returned. Zhang Heng stood up, looking down at Cheningru. The girl was too exhausted to even move a finger, her face as pale as paper. But seeing him stand, a glimmer of relief shone in her eyes. "Thanks." Zhang Heng produced a can of mixed kanji from somewhere, opened it for her. "Eat this, get some good sleep. Leave the rest to me." Cheningru took the kanji, her eyes inexplicably reddening. She held it back, just nodding vigorously before, after what she had just been through, she had earned a ticket into Zhang Heng's inner circle. Zhang Heng turned his gaze, sweeping over Wang Jiangwo on the floor. The man had fainted and woken up several times from the pain, now lying stiff with his eyes rolled back, clearly on the verge of death. Zhu Youcai, the fat man outside, immediately poked his head in. "Sir, you're better?" Seeing Zhang Heng standing tall, radiating a chilling aura that made it hard to look him in the eye, Zhu Youcai's reverence deepened. This recovery speed was monstrous. "Drag this piece of meat out of here. Don't dirty my territory." Zhang Heng pointed at Wang Jiangwo, his tone as flat as if he were disposing of a bag of trash. "Find a corner to dump him. Just don't let him die. He's a perfect negative example. You got it. Zhu Yukai didn't hesitate, grabbing one of Wang Zhengwo's legs and dragging him out. The movement tore at Wang Zhengwo's wound, eliciting a blood-curdling scream, but Zhu Yukai paid no heed, hauling him relentlessly out of the carriage. With the trash disposed of, Zhang Heng straightened his slightly rumpled collar. It was time to go meet that officer Li. If Chuningru was the team's healer and Zhu Yukai the future tank, though he lacked the corresponding crystal for now, then Li Su was the ideal striker in his plan. But whether this blade could be wielded and how well depended on whether the man knew what was good for him. Zhang Heng stepped out of the compartment, traversing the chaotic aisle. Survivors peeked out from several compartments along the way. When they saw Zhang Heng emerge unscathed, and that the fearsome Lu Chang was now a cold corpse, the look in everyone's eyes changed. Fear or sycophancy. Zhang Heng looked straight ahead, his steps steady and firm. He made his way to the dining car. Just as he reached the connecting door, he heard a cacophony of arguments inside. Why can't we take it? This stuff belongs to the train, not you. Yeah, can a cop just confiscate supplies? We need to eat. Move it. Or don't blame us for getting rough. Zhang Heng pushed open the heavy separating door, and a wave of hot air thick with the smell of sweat, instant noodles, and a faint metallic tang of blood hit him. The dining car was packed with people. The once spacious area now felt incredibly cramped. Behind the dining car counter lay the train's kitchen and food storage, still piled high with supplies, a veritable mountain of gold in this apocalypse. Standing before this mountain of gold were 4 people. Leading them was Li Su. His uniform was torn in several places, a blood-stained bandage wrapped around his left arm, his face bruised and swollen. Clearly he had taken quite a beating earlier. But his back was ramrod straight, like an unyielding spear, blocking the only path to the storage room. Behind him stood 3 slightly green figures. 3 male college students armed with mop handles and broken chair legs. Though their legs were trembling, they gritted their teeth and stood firmly behind Li Su. The bespectacled one in the middle was the Guixiang Zhu Yukai had mentioned. Facing them were over 20 survivors with bloodshot eyes. Hunger and greed had driven this group past the point of reason. Officer Li, I respect you as a man. A bald, burly man at the front, wielding a steel pipe pulled from an upper bunk, closed in with a menacing face. But we brothers are starving. That bastard Wang is no good, we admit that. But that Zhang Heng guy is on his last legs too. What are you still guarding? Don't tell me you want to hog it all. These supplies must be distributed fairly. Li Zu's voice was hoarse, but his tone was firm. If we let people loot now, the weak won't get a single bite, and it'll only lead to greater chaos and bloodshed. I've already drawn up a distribution plan. To hell with your distribution plan, the bald man roared, spittle flying. I want to eat now. Might makes right. That's the rule now. He raised his steel pipe, intending to smash it down on the table in front to intimidate Li Su. Li Zu's eyes narrowed and he moved to block him. Just then, whoosh, a silver flash streaked through the air like lightning. Clang, a sharp ring, sparks flying. The fire axe in the bald man's hand was struck by some invisible massive hammer flying from his grasp to spin and embed itself deep into the side wall of the carriage, its handle still quivering violently. The noisy dining car fell into an instant absolute silence. Everyone seemed frozen, turning their heads stiffly towards the door. Zhang Heng, hands in his pockets, strolled in leisurely. His gaze swept the room, finally landing on the bald man, a cold smile playing on his lips. Who was it who said, "Might makes right"? The bald man looked at the axe embedded in the wall, then at Zhang Heng, a gurgling sound escaping his throat as cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. That flying blade. Know that power. If it had been off by an inch, what would be pinned to the wall wouldn't be the axe, but Zhang Heng ignored the crowd's terror, walking straight through them. The survivors who had been clamoring to loot the supplies now parted like the Red Sea, stumbling back in panic, terrified of even brushing against this harbinger of doom's clothes. He stopped in front of Li Su. Their gazes collided in the air. Li Su looked at Zhang Heng, his expression complex. He could feel the change in Zhang Heng. The oppressive aura was even stronger than before. Who would guess this man had been lying in bed with broken ribs just a few hours ago? You're here. Li Zu's voice was dry. If I hadn't come, you'd have been torn apart. Zhang Heng glanced at Guixiang and the others behind Li Su, then his gaze settled back on Li Zu's face. Officer Li, it's hard to be a good man. Li Su gave a bitter smile. Someone has to do it. Only if they live long enough to. Zhang Heng turned to face the cowering survivors, his voice low, but clear to every ear. From now on, the rules in this carriage have changed. He raised his hand, pointing to the supplies behind him, then to him. The supplies are under my control. Your lives are under my control. If you want to eat, you obey. If you want to cause trouble. Zhang Heng's gaze fell on the bald man, his eyes turning icy cold. Go check on Wang Zhengwo and Lu Chang next door. The bald man's legs gave way and he nearly collapsed to his knees. Officer Li. Zhang Heng didn't turn around, just called out calmly. Here. Li Su answered instinctively, then realized the implication, his expression growing complicated. That single word, here, seemed to herald a shift in their relationship. These students are good. Keep them. Zhang Heng said. As for the rest, that's your forte. Registration, grouping work, for food. If anyone steps out of line, tell me. He'll handle the killing. Li Su looked at Zhang Heng straight back, was silent for 2 seconds, then finally took a deep breath and nodded. All right. In this broken world, pure justice couldn't maintain order, and pure violence only brought. Perhaps only when this bloodstained blade is held by someone with principles can this train laden with despair journey towards the next dawn. Zhang Heng turned looking at Li Su and extended his right hand. Let's reintroduce ourselves. Metal type ability, user Zhang Heng. The air inside the dining car was as thick as congealed lard. The stench of blood, sweat, and the sour, rancid odor of dozens of people crammed together mingled into a nauseating miasma. The steel pipe was still embedded in the carriage wall, its quivering stillness after the impact a silent warning. Zhang Heng stood in the center of the aisle, his gaze sweeping over the survivors huddled like quails. No one dared to meet his eyes. In the face of absolute violence, all greed had to yield. Everyone disperse. Zhang Heng's voice was not loud, but it was exceptionally clear in the deathly silent carriage. A stir ran through the crowd, but no one dared to take the first step. They stared at the warehouse door behind Zhang Heng, the longing in their eyes not yet extinguished. It was an instinctive obsession with food ingrained in the blood of the people surfacing in times of disaster. I said disperse. Zhang Heng furrowed his brow, a note of impatience creeping into his voice. Go back to your own carriages. Don't block the way here. At 6 o'clock in the evening, send a representative to collect today's rations. 1 pack of instant noodles and 1 sausage per person. Hearing this, the crowd immediately erupted in a chorus of swallowing. A pack of instant noodles and a sausage. Hearing that Zhang Heng and his group had not hoarded all the food, but were willing to share it, the tension instantly dissipated. With this promise, the survivors who had been at each other's throats moments before immediately became docile and Thank you, Brother Zhang. Thank you, Brother Zhang. Brother Zhang is righteous. A few scattered flatteries rang out, and the crowd began to disperse quickly. Within a minute, the once crowded dining car was empty, leaving only a mess of footprints on the floor. Zhang Heng turned to look at Li Su, who had been tense the entire time. This police officer was now like a bowstring that had been pulled taut and suddenly released, showing an exhaustion that came from being overdrawn. He leaned against the counter, still gripping the deformed baton tightly, his knuckles white from the excessive force. Officer Li, have a seat. Zhang Heng pointed to a nearby dining table. Li Su hesitated for a moment, then nodded and pulled out a chair to sit down. Guixiang. Zhang Heng looked at the bespectacled college student. Go call Zhu Yukai back and close the door. Guixiang was taken aback for a second, then quickly understood, pushing up his glasses. Okay, I understand. This kid was sharp, knowing that the ensuing conversation wasn't for everyone's ears. Moments later, the dining car door was pushed open. Zhu Yukai rushed in, panting heavily, holding a dirty rag and wiping his hands as if trying to scrub off the blood he had gotten on them while dragging Wang Zhengwo. As soon as he entered and saw Zhang Heng sitting in the main seat, the fat man's face immediately broke into a sycophantic smile. Brother Zhang, you were looking for me. I threw that Wang guy at the entrance of the toilet in car 4. He won't die, but he won't be getting up anytime soon. Sit. Zhang Heng tilted his chin slightly, signaling Zhu Yukai to take a seat. By now 6 people were seated around the table. Zhang Heng, Li Su, Zhu Youcai, Guixiang, and 2 other male college students who had been following Li Su. Those 2 students clearly hadn't recovered from the bloody scene they had just witnessed. Their faces were pale, and they sat fidgeting nervously, not knowing where to put their hands. Zhang Heng pulled a pack of soft-pack Zhonghua cigarettes from his pocket. He had taken it from Lu Chong earlier. That guy certainly knew how to enjoy himself. Snap. Zhang Heng lit one, took a deep drag, letting the acrid smoke circulate in his lungs, carrying away some of the post-killing agitation. He casually tossed the pack onto the table, sliding it over to Li Su. Want one? Li Su looked at the cigarettes, his Adam's apple bobbing. He was a heavy smoker, and after 2 days of intense stress, his craving had long since kicked in. He didn't stand on ceremony. He took one out, lit it, and took a massive drag, not letting go until the butt was practically burning his fingers, then slowly exhaled a thick, murky cloud of smoke. That one drag seemed to strip away the facade he had been holding up, and his whole demeanor instantly deflated. Li Zu's voice was hoarse. Zhu Yukai was quick. Without needing Zhang Heng's invitation, he shamelessly grabbed the pack, tucked one behind his ear, lit another, and took a puff with a look of bliss. Good stuff. In this world from now on, it's one less smoke every time you have one. The 3 college students all shook their heads, indicating they didn't smoke. Amidst the swirling smoke, the atmosphere in the dining car became subtle. It didn't feel like a battlefield fresh from a life-and-death struggle, but rather like a late-night gathering of old friends at a street stall. After these past 2 days, there are some things I don't need to spell out for you to understand. Zhang Heng flicked his ash, breaking the silence. His voice was calm, but carried an unwavering certainty of one in control. This isn't a drill, and it's not some flu. Just like in those Doomsday novels, we're in the real deal. No phone signal, no radio broadcasts, completely cut off from the outside world. Zhang Heng's gaze swept over everyone, finally landing on Li Zu's face. I know what you're thinking. You're waiting for rescue, waiting for the higher-ups to send people to clean up the mess. Li Zu's fingers holding the cigarette trembled slightly. He didn't speak, just smoked in silence. I hope for rescue too. Zhang Heng leaned back in his chair. But we have to prepare for the worst. This train is stuck in the middle of nowhere with no village ahead and no one behind, waiting for rescue. By the time we starve to death, the only things coming will be zombies. So I have a plan. Everyone's eyes instantly focused on Zhang Heng. In this moment of despair, a clear plan was worth more than anything else. Step 1. Clear the carriages. Zhang Heng raised one finger. This train has 18 carriages in total. Right now, most of them are occupied by zombies. We need to clear them one by one, kill all the zombies, and gather the survivors for centralized management. Step 2. Seize the locomotive. Zhang Heng raised a second finger, his eyes sharpening. Once we control the locomotive and have power, we won't be trapped in this metal coffin. We can drive the train back or go wherever we want. Drive back. Li Su, who had been silent, suddenly spoke, his voice filled with a deep sense of helplessness. Drive back where? Back to the city. He took a fierce drag, the ember flickering in the dim dining car, illuminating his stubbled face. The situation on this train is already this tough. Imagine a city with a population of hundreds of thousands, or even those former metropolises with tens of millions. Once it erupts there, that's the real hell. Tens of millions of zombies. Guoxiang and the other two students turned pale at the number, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. That was a magnitude that humanity couldn't oppose. Who said we're going back to the city center to die? Zhang Heng cut him off, his tone chillingly calm. If we can save ourselves, I don't believe the state apparatus has completely collapsed. The military heavy industry bases, remote mountain fortresses. There must be places that can hold out. Maybe soon, just like in those novels, survivor bases will be established everywhere. What we need to do is live until then and find the organization. These words were like a shot of adrenaline. The look of dead despair in Li Zu's eyes faded slightly. Yes, the country was vast, the army was numerous. How could everything be completely lost? As long as there was hope, life was worth living. But that's all talk for later. Zhang Heng changed the subject, stubbing out his cigarette on the metal edge of the table with a faint sizzle. To survive, relying on a police uniform and a few mop handles isn't enough. He raised his right hand. Under their astonished gazes, the stainless steel spoon on the table suddenly seemed to come alive. It bent and twisted on its own, finally transforming into a silvery white metal sphere in his palm, hovering and rotating slowly in midair. This, although they had seen Zhang Heng use flying knives before, witnessing metal deform at such close range was still a staggering visual shock. Zhu Yukai's eyes nearly popped out of his head, and the cigarette in his mouth fell onto his pants without him noticing. This is called an ability. Zhang Heng opened his palm, and the metal sphere danced on his fingertips. Don't think of this as some miracle. It's a product of evolution. Zombies are actually a form of evolution, just an uncontrollable one. We are evolving too. But our evolution requires a little catalyst. He fished a crystal the size of a fingernail from his pocket and tossed it onto the table. The crystal was fiery red, refracting a hazy halo under the light, looking like a piece of red crystal. This thing is called a core. Zhang Heng pointed at the crystal. It's inside the hearts of those zombies. About 1 in 10 zombies produces one of these. Eat it, and you can evolve. Those 3 simple words sent a shiver down the spines of everyone present. Eat. Eat something dug out of a zombie's body. Ugh. One of the students, who had a weaker stomach, covered his mouth, barely holding back a dry heave. Zhang Heng ignored their reactions and continued, this thing is disgusting, but for now it's the only way for people to get stronger. The different colors of the crystal cores represent different attributes. The golden ones correspond to metal control like mine, and they boast the strongest attack power. The green ones correspond to wood, which can heal injuries and stimulate plant growth. Ru used it just now to heal my wounds. The red ones are fire. There should also be blue ones for water and yellow ones for earth, though I haven't seen those 2 types yet. Li Su, Zhu Yotsai, Guoxiang, and the others listened, utterly stunned, as if hearing a tale from another world. But the sight of the floating metal ball in Zhang Heng's hand left them no choice but to believe. Brother. Zhu Yukai swallowed hard, his greedy gaze fixed on the crystal core on the table as he asked cautiously, so, if I eat this thing, will I become as powerful as you? Not necessarily. Zhang Heng shot him a knowing, half-smiling glance. There's an awakening probability with this stuff. If you're lucky, you'll soar to the heavens. If not, you'll just get a stomachache. Or if your constitution is too weak, you might even explode and die on the spot. In truth, Zhang Heng was lying. A basic crystal core would never cause someone to explode. At worst, it would induce a few days of fever. But he had to set the bar high and instill fear in their hearts. Only by doing so could he, as the one controlling distribution and interpretation, remain forever at the apex of the pyramid. Sure enough, at the mention of exploding and dying, Zhu Yukai shrank his neck, the greed in his eyes fading slightly, replaced by a touch of dread. Moreover, this stuff has side effects. Zhang Heng tapped the table, his expression turning grave. The process of devouring a crystal core is excruciating. It's a reorganization at the genetic level. Those with weak willpower might go insane on the spot. The scene fell into dead silence. Opportunity and risk went hand in hand. It was a gamble with one's own life as the stake. Now I've laid down the rules. Zhang Heng lit another cigarette, his gaze piercing through the smoke as he scrutinized everyone before him. I plan to form a core team dedicated to clearing zombies and gathering supplies. Those who join will have priority access to the crystal cores, but on one condition: absolute obedience. Who wants in? As his words faded, the only sound left in the dining car was the heavy rhythm of breathing. Guoxiang adjusted his glasses, his eyes filled with inner conflict. The two students kept their heads down, not daring to meet Zhang Heng's gaze. I'm in. The first to speak was surprisingly Zhu Yukai. The fat man slapped his thigh hard, his jowls quivering, a fierce glint in his eyes that spoke of a man with nothing to lose. Brother Zhang, this life of mine was already a bonus. Following you means I'll eat well. I don't want to be herded around like a pig anymore. If I can get stronger, I'll eat a crystal core. Hell, I'll even eat shit if I have to. Zhang Heng shot him a surprised glance. This fat man, though slick indeed, had a streak of ruthlessness. Count me. A second voice rang out. Li Su lifted his head, the bloodshot eyes now rekindled with a flame called conviction. I have experience with police equipment, and my stamina is decent. Li Su looked at Zhang Heng, his tone solemn. You're right. A police uniform alone can't save anyone. To maintain order, you first need the strength to back it up. He'll join too. Guoxiang gritted his teeth and raised his hand. I'm a sports student, a javelin thrower. I've got strength. The remaining two students exchanged a glance, but ultimately shrank back, too afraid to raise their hands. Zhang Heng nodded, not pressing the issue. Good. He stood up, pocketing the crystal cores from the table, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Since we've got a team together, let's not waste time. With a flick of his wrist, Zhang Heng sent the fingernails-ized crimson crystal arcing through the air. Li Su instinctively reached out and caught it, only to feel a searing pain erupt in his palm, as if he had gripped a piece of freshly forged charcoal. Find a private compartment and swallow it. Zhang Heng gave him no time to hesitate, his tone as casual as if he were saying, take this cold medicine. This is a fire-type crystal core. It's restless. Once you take it, it'll likely burn you into delirium, maybe even cause hallucinations. If you think your willpower isn't up to it, you can still back out now. Li Su clenched his fist, his knuckles turning white from the strain. Without a word, he gripped the burning crystal tightly in his palm, turned around, and strode out with large steps, as if afraid he might change his mind. Guoxiang, Zhang Heng called out. The bespectacled college student jolted, snapping to attention. Yes, Brother Zhang. Take your two classmates and keep an eye on Li Su. Prepare some water for him. If he goes mad and bites someone. Zhang Heng paused, pulling a kitchen knife from his waist and tossing it onto the table with a sharp clatter. Tie him up. If you can't control him, you know what to do. Guoxiang stared at the cold, gleaming blade, his Adam's apple bobbing nervously. He grabbed the knife and led the two pale-faced boys out in pursuit. The dining car suddenly felt much emptier. Zhu Yukai rubbed his pudgy hands together, sidling up with eager anticipation, his beady eyes gleaming. Brother Zhang, what about me? I want to level up too. I'm not afraid of the burn. With your current build, taking this would burst your blood vessels. Zhang Heng shot him a glance, ignoring the fat man's disappointment. Guard this dining car. Every pack of instant noodles, every bottle of water here is our lifeline from now on. He pointed behind Zhu Youcai, lowering his voice to a chilling whisper. If even one thing goes missing, it'll make up the difference with your flesh. Zhu Yukai's chubby face twitched. He immediately dropped the grin, puffing out his belly and offering a clumsy salute. You can count on me. They'll have to walk over my dead body to touch this food. Zhang Heng said nothing more, turning and leaving the dining. Crossing the connecting corridor, he returned to the compartment that had witnessed the earlier slaughter. As the door swung open, a thick stench of blood mixed with a foul odor hit him like a wave, as if entering the cold storage of a slaughterhouse. Though the floor had been hastily wiped, dark brown bloodstains still seeped from the grain of the wood, remnants left by Lu Chong. The sticky soles of his shoes made faint squelching sounds with every step. Zhang Heng frowned. He had intended to find a cleaner compartment, but as his gaze swept over the lower berth, he stopped in his tracks. Chuning Ru was curled up on the inner side of the bed, covered with a slightly yellowed train blanket, only her pale, small face visible, her breathing heavy yet steady. This woman had truly pushed herself to the limit today. Overusing her ability to heal broken bones for a newly awakened person was no different from running a full marathon. If he woke her up to switch rooms now, all that commotion would probably leave their only healer half-crippled by tomorrow. Zhang Heng pulled back the foot he had taken forward. The stench of blood was strong, but in the apocalypse this smell would become a daily affair. Better to get used to it early. He closed the compartment door behind him and slid the bolt shut. He walked to the opposite lower berth and lay down fully clothed, not even bothering to remove his shoes. Though the soft sleeper was slightly better than the hard sleeper, the bed was still cramped. But for Zhang Heng at this moment, it was already paradise. Though his ribs had been set, the dull ache still reminded him of his Buddhist limits. He pulled out the fruit knife he had kept with him all along, tucking it under his pillow, his right hand resting loosely near the handle. These were no longer peaceful times, precautions were necessary. Even while sleeping, at the slightest rustle, this knife could slit an intruder's throat in 0.1 seconds. Outside the window there was nothing but a dead pitch-black silence, occasionally broken by the distant mournful howls of zombies torn apart by the night wind, sending chills down one's spine. Zhang Heng closed his eyes, but the taut string in his mind never fully relaxed. This was just clearing one carriage. They had been repelled while trying to clean car 5. This train was long. There were still over a dozen carriages ahead, nearly 1,000 people, or rather, nearly 1,000 zombies. Tomorrow would mark the beginning of the real battle. That night, a strange, scorched smell wafted through the air of carriage 4. Zhang Heng slept deeply unmoved, even by thunder. He was naturally carefree. Unless a zombie had its teeth at his throat or a height-year mutant unleashed its oppressive aura, ordinary disturbances could never disrupt his biological clock. But the others suffered. In the makeshift quarantine zone converted from the adjacent dining car, Li Zu's screams echoed intermittently through most of the night like 100 cats clawing at glass. That agonized roar squeezed from the depths of his throat due to genetic recombination sent chills down everyone's spines. The survivors huddled in their bedding, staring with bloodshot eyes, terrified that the mad policeman might burst in at any moment to tear out their throats. Only when the sky paled at dawn did the harrowing noise subside. The group had just dozed off, not even into a decent dream, when urgent knocking yanked them from sleep. "Get up. Everyone up. Finish breakfast, then we work." Li Zu's voice, robust and loud as if a subwoofer had been installed in the carriage. It betrayed none of his half-dead state from the night before. Zhang Heng pushed open the compartment door and stretched. A faint scent of rice porridge drifted through the aisle. Zhu Youcai, along with the young man who had been a kitchen helper, pushed a stainless steel cart, distributing meals one by one. The fat man wore his trademark ingratiating smile, but a hint of shrewdness lurked in his eyes. "Brother Zhang, morning. I saved the best for you." Zhu Youcai deftly set down a tray, a large bowl of thick, oily rice porridge, 2 fist-sized white steamed buns, and a dish of sesame oil-drizzled pickled mustard stems. At this time, such a spread rivaled a state banquet. Zhang Heng nodded, took the tray, and returned to the compartment. Li Su and Xinru were already inside. Compared to Zhang Heng's comfort, the atmosphere in the aisle was oppressive. The survivors clutched their hot porridge faces, 1 bun and 1 bowl of porridge per person. This treatment wasn't bad, even merciful. But they all knew calling this a last meal was an exaggeration. Farewell meal was entirely fitting. After this meal, they'd have to move corpses. It was a task that could scare the bile out of anyone. "Brother Zhang, this porridge." Li Su grabbed a bun and took a huge bite, his cheeks bulging. His police uniform was already in tatters, so he had simply taken it off, wearing only a black tight vest. Overnight, the man seemed to have grown another size. The muscles on his exposed arms were sharply defined, his skin glowing with a healthy bronze hue and radiating a faint heat. The right hand, injured by Wang Zhengwo's group, had also fully healed. "How do you feel?" Zhang Heng asked unhurriedly, taking a sip of porridge. Li Su swallowed the bun, put down his chopsticks, and grew serious. "It's amazing." He extended his right hand without any incantation or charging motion. Whoosh! A ball of orange-red flame materialized out of thin air, hovering 3 inches above his palm. The flame was small, about the size of a lemon, and seemed calm rather than violent. But the temperature in the compartment instantly rose several degrees. Xinru instinctively shrank back, her cheeks flushed from the heat. "I've tested it. I can only conjure fireballs this size for now," Li Su said, staring at the flame in his hand with excitement. "The range is about 10 meters. Though it looks like ordinary fire, it's extremely hot." And he flicked his wrist. The fireball didn't fly off, but traced an afterimage through the air as if pulled by an invisible thread, nimbly circling his fingertip. "It's highly adhesive. Once it sticks, it's hard to extinguish unless it burns out completely. Most importantly, this." Li Su concentrated. The blazing fireball suddenly collapsed, turning into a red light that burrowed back into his palm. Li Su took a deep breath, a look of relief on his face. "I can reclaim about half the energy. As long as the fire isn't out, I can eat it back to replenish my internal energy." Zhang Heng raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of approval in his eyes. Now that was interesting. Ordinary fire-type awakened were like High-mana mages in the early stages. They'd be spent after tossing a few fireballs. But Li Zu's reclaim trait maximized endurance. It was practically tailor-made for protracted battles. "Not bad," Zhang Heng offered a fair assessment. "This trait can save your life in a zombie horde." He then turned to look at Xinru. The girl had drained herself last night. Despite a night's rest, her delicate face was still pale, like a porcelain doll. "And you?" Xinru put down her spoon, pursed her lips shyly. "I am not as impressive as Officer Li." She raised her hand, a faint green glow shimmering at her fingertips. "For now, I can only form the wooden spikes from yesterday. They're slightly less hard than steel, but much harder than ordinary wood. As for healing," Xinru hesitated. "That's not really a skill. I just emit the wood energy from my body and guide it into wounds. The energy itself carries vitality, so it accelerates healing. I don't have any skill that can heal someone instantly. That's enough." Zhang Heng finished the last of his porridge, pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, and lit one. Amidst the swirling smoke, his gaze grew deep. A fighter who could endure attack and sustain, a support who could control and heal, plus himself a high-burst assassin. This iron triangle was set. Wood type is indeed support-oriented early on, but don't underestimate it. Zhang Heng exhaled a smoke ring, giving Chun-Ingru a meaningful look. Once you have more crystals, your path will get wild. Plants can devour people too. Chun-Ingru nodded, half understanding. Zhang Heng stubbed out the cigarette, but in the ashtray the embers sizzling out completely. He stood up, his gaze sweeping over them, his tone as cold as a command. Change of roles. Li Su, your fireball burns continuously and makes a lot of noise. You'll take the lead when we go in. Clear the path and block the beasts from surrounding us. Li Su didn't waste words, tightening his grip on the steel pipe and nodding firmly. He'll handle pinpoint elimination. Zhang Heng patted the metal sphere in his pocket, a grim smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Whether it's a mutant or a leader, if it shows its head, he'll send it to meet its maker. Finally, his gaze fell on Chun-Ingru. The girl was nervously twisting her fingers. As for you, Chun-Ingru. Zhang Heng stared into her eyes, lowering his voice. Don't see yourself as just a healer in the rear. If we're hurt, by all means heal us. But if there are no injuries. He paused, pointing at Chun-Ingru's palm. Your wooden spikes aren't just for show. Even if you can't kill zombies, you can blind them or trip them up, can't you? When it comes to a life or death struggle, I don't want to hear you screaming in the back. I want to see your wooden spikes piercing a zombie's brain. Chun-Ingru trembled, her face still pale, but her gaze didn't waver. She gritted her teeth and replied, Full, eh? Full. Then let's go. Zhang Heng kicked open the dining car door and strode out. Time to teach the rotten meat and carriage 5 some manners. The heavy isolation door at the junction was cold to the touch. Zhang Heng stood before it, not rushing to open it, but instead listening intently. There was movement behind the door, the rustling sound of soles rubbing against the carpet along with a low growl, as if phlegm was lodged in a throat. Ready? Zhang Heng turned back. Li Su tightened his grip on the steel pipe in his hand, his palm faintly reddening, a sign of his body temperature rising sharply. He nodded, his gaze shifting from nervousness to a hunter-like focus. Chun-Ingru stood at the rear, her hands clutching the hem of her clothes tightly, her knuckles white, but she did not retreat. Open. Zhang Heng kicked the lock. Bang. The heavy isolation door swung open with a loud crash against the wall. A suffocating stench of decay surged out, a mix of corpse rot fermented over several days and the musty smell of a sealed train car. Carriage 5 was still a soft sleeper. In the narrow corridor, 4 or 5 zombies wandered aimlessly. The loud noise startled them. These rotting grayed monsters spun around with excited snarls like sharks catching the scent of blood, stumbling forward. Moved? Zhang Heng commanded in a low voice. Li Su stepped forward, taking the lead. Facing the decaying face lunging at him, he instinctively wanted to swing the steel pipe, but then he remembered Zhang Heng's instructions and the restless power in his palm. Die! Li Su roared, thrusting his right hand forward. Whoosh! A fiery orange fireball flew from his hand, too close to miss. Thud! The fireball slammed into the face of the leading zombie. It didn't explode, the flames seemed alive, instantly clinging to the zombie's dry skin and clothes, spreading in the blink of an eye. Ow! Though the zombie felt no pain, the eerie screech from its burning vocal cords was hair-raising. It became a human torch charging at Li Su despite the flames. Li Zu's face changed, and he stepped back. Swoosh! A silver light zipped past his ear, an ordinary coin. But in Zhang Heng's hand it was fast. The coin precisely pierced the torch's eye socket, shredded its brain, and flew out the back of its head, trailing red and white matter. The zombie froze, then collapsed limply as if its bones had been removed. But it wasn't over. The narrow corridor became a perfect conduit for the flames. 2 zombies charging from behind collided with the fallen body, their clothes igniting instantly. The fire spread along the carpet and flammable curtains toward the compartments on both sides. The fire's too big, Chun-Ingru exclaimed, instinctively covering her mouth and nose. Smoke began to fill the air. In an open space this fire would have been glorious. But this was a train. If the flames got out of control, losing this carriage was trivial. The smoke alone could suffocate everyone. Li Su realized this too, sweat beading on his forehead. Pull it back. Zhang Heng's voice was cold without a hint of panic. Don't waste it. Li Su took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He stared at the raging flames, silently focusing on the pull he felt. Come back. To me. A miraculous scene unfolded. The rampaging fire suddenly stalled, then, as if sucked by a vacuum, transformed into several streams of light rapidly flowing back into Li Zu's palm. The flames in the corridor vanished instantly, leaving only a few charred corpses emitting wisps of smoke. Awesome. Li Su trembled, a flush of excitement spreading across his face. In that moment, he felt a warm current surge through his arm into his body, restoring nearly half of the energy. This was infinite endurance. Don't space out. Keep moving. Zhang Heng had already stepped over the bodies, twirling a fruit knife casually between his fingers. With the first wave's experience, progress became smoother. There were indeed few zombies in this carriage. Most had been drawn to the hard sleeper cars by the earlier commotion. The remaining 20 or so were scattered in the corridor and open compartments. This battle became the perfect left compartment 2. Zhang Heng was like an emotionless radar precisely calling out positions. Li Su acted as shield and vanguard. He learned to control the size of his fireballs, no longer seeking instant kills, but using the flame's heat to drive back zombies or burn their limbs and joints. Once a zombie was incapacitated, Zhang Heng's thrown blades or Li Zu's steel pipe would follow to finish it. As for Chuningru, a corpse, lying on the floor, suddenly sprang up, grabbing at Chun Yingra's ankle. The girl screamed in terror, but survival instinct kept her from giving up. She instinctively channeled energy within her and pointed sharply at the withered hand. From a crack in the floor, a green wooden thorn as thick as a finger shot up. Though not sharp, it was tough, piercing the zombie's palm and pinning it to the floor. Good job. Zhang Heng passed by casually stabbing the zombie's temple, pulling out the blade with a smear of black blood. React faster next time. Aim for the head. Chun Yingru panted heavily, staring at the blood-stained wooden thorn. Her stomach churned, but her eyes shone with fierce determination. I can do this. I am not a burden. The cleanup progressed faster than expected. In just 20 minutes, Carriage 5 was thoroughly cleared. Behind them was an efficient assembly line. Guoxiang led a few braver boys, covering their mouths with wet towels and stooping low as they rushed into the battlefield. They fought back their nausea, working in pairs to drag the zombies back by their feet. Hurry up. Don't dawdle. You there, be careful not to spill the guts on the floor. Zhu Yukai stood at the junction between carriages 4 and 5, holding a notebook, shouting orders like a foreman. The fat man might not be on the front line, but his mind was sharp. He had the bodies piled up near the toilet at the junction, where there was a drain for easy cleaning. Brother Zhang said these are... Zhu Yukai watched the bodies being dragged back, his beady eyes gleaming. He dared not dig out the crystals himself, but he had to guard them for Zhang Heng. For every body dragged back, he made a tally mark in his notebook. Old Lu, your team has dragged 3 back. Noted. You'll get an extra half a sausage tonight. At the mention of sausage, the survivors who were already exhausted perked up, instantly quickening their pace. In this damned world, dignity and fear meant nothing in the face of hunger. As long as they could eat, they'd do anything. Even drag bodies, though cooking them. Well, that was still a step too far. Zhang Heng stood at the end of carriage 5. At his feet lay a zombie in a conductor's uniform, its head crushed. He flicked the blood off his blade, pulled a clean cloth from his pocket to wipe it, then glanced back. Li Su was leaning against the doorframe, panting. Continuous high-intensity output had left him drained, but his spirit was extremely high. Chun Yingru was trying to soothe her trembling arm with wood energy. The entire carriage had been cleared. Rest for 10 minutes, Zhang Heng said calmly. Guoxiang, have people come in to clean up and gather any usable supplies? Yes. Guoxiang's excited reply came from afar. Zhang Heng turned to face the isolation door leading to carriage 6. This door was different from the previous ones. Earlier doors had been ajar or simply closed, but this one was locked from the inside. And Zhang Heng squinted, his pupils contracting slightly. He could sense a pressure behind the door that made his skin tingle faintly. If he wasn't mistaken, carriage 6 was the dining. No, that wasn't right. Did this train have 2 dining cars? Or... Zhang Heng recalled the train's configuration. Soft sleepers were usually followed by hard sleepers, then hard seats. But this train was special. It was a long-distance tourist special. Carriage 5 was a soft sleeper, and carriage 6 was a luxury compartment area, also known as high-end compartments. It was the most expensive place on the train, where the wealthiest passengers stayed. Now, from the gap in the tightly shut door, there was no chaotic growling of ordinary zombies. Instead, it was quiet. Quiet as a tomb. Only occasionally a low rumble, like a large beast snoring, could be. Snore. Snore. Even the floor beneath them trembled slightly. Li Su rested for a while, then approached, clearly sensing something amiss. Brother Zhang, what's behind this? Li Su swallowed hard. The mad fervor from the fight had faded, replaced by an instinctive biological alertness. Why is there no sound? It's not silent. Zhang Heng reached out, pressing his fingertips gently against the cold door. His metal control ability allowed him to clearly perceive the vibration frequency behind the door. There's a big one sleeping. Zhang Heng withdrew his hand, a playful smirk curling at the corner of his mouth, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. Looks like we're in luck. Another first-tier crystal core is as good as ours. The air at the junction seemed to solidify. Zhang Heng stood before the isolation door leading to car 6, not making a move immediately. He glanced back. Guoxiang, along with the students tasked with moving the bodies, was peeking over their faces, a mix of excitement and fear. Guoxiang, take everyone back to car 5 and seal both doors tight. Zhu Yotsai, extract the crystals from those zombies. Zhang Heng's voice was low but carried an undeniable chill. No one comes over without my order. Even if you hear we're about to die, don't open the door. Guoxiang's heart skipped a beat. The brief ease from the smooth cleanup evaporated instantly. Seeing Zhang Heng's stern expression, he realized this might not be a simple harvest mission. Understood. Brother Zhang, you all. Be careful. Guoxiang didn't dare to waste words. He waved his hand and retreated with the others. Only Zhang Heng, Li Su, and Chun Yingru remained in the corridor. Ready. Zhang Heng's gaze swept over the two. Li Su took a deep breath, his palm faintly glowing red, a sign of the fire ability flowing beneath his skin. He nodded silently, tightening his grip on the steel pipe in his hand. Xianingru bit her lip, trying to steady her breathing, clutching a half-broken mop handle she had picked up earlier, though her skill didn't require a casting medium. Zhang Heng turned, pressing his palm against the cold door handle. His metal control ability activated. No key needed, the pins inside the lock silently clicked into place under the magnetic force. Click, a soft sound, and the door opened. Zhang Heng gently pushed it ajar, not rushing in, but listening. There was no expected chaotic footsteps of a zombie horde or the grating screeches. Instead, the car was eerily only one sound. Snore. Snore. It was low and deep, like an old bellows being pulled or a sated tiger dozing off. With each breath, the air seemed to vibrate. Zhang Heng narrowed his eyes, pushed the door open, and stepped in first. Car 6 was a high-class soft sleeper commonly known as a deluxe compartment. Given Zhang Heng's frugality, he would never have splurged on such a thing. It was said to have a private bathroom, a sofa, and a wardrobe with a ticket price equal to an ordinary person's monthly salary. But now it was nothing but an expensive ruin. The carpet underfoot, once thick and soft wool, was now saturated with dark brownish blood, making a sticky, squelching sound with every step, like walking through a rotting swamp. The compartment doors on both sides of the corridor were a gruesome sight. Some door panels were covered in radial cracks, as if violently struck from the inside by something heavy, while others had been completely torn off, lying twisted in the middle of the corridor. The hinges on the frames ripped apart, revealing jagged, broken edges. Splattered bloodstains covered the walls, some even reaching the ceiling. It didn't look like a zombie bite, but rather as if someone had been thrown into a blender, pulverized, and then sprayed out. This, Lee Zus Adams' apple bobbed hard as he took in the scene. The confidence Head felt after awakening his ability was now drenched in cold water. This level of destruction was far beyond what ordinary zombies could achieve. Zhang Heng raised his hand, making a shush gesture, then pointed deeper into the corridor. The thunderous snoring was coming from the second-to-last compartment at the rear of the car. The three of them pressed against the wall, moving as quietly as possible. Zhang Heng led the way, carefully stepping over broken glass and debris. The closer they got to that compartment, the stronger the stench of blood mixed with a nauseating, earthy smell, like freshly turned grave soil blended with rotting flesh. Finally, Zhang Heng stopped at the compartment's entrance. The door was long gone, leaving only an empty frame gaping like a wide-open mouth. Zhang Heng, back against the wall, mouthed, "Prepare for battle," to Li Su, and Xianingru then pointed to his eyes, signaling them to scout first. Li Su held his breath, raising his steel pipe slightly. Zhang Heng took a deep breath, and three stainless steel dining knives at his waist silently levitated, circling him like sentient fish, their tips aimed into the compartment. He slowly leaned out, his gaze sweeping inside. Even with his mental preparation, Zhang Heng's pupils contracted. The once spacious double deluxe compartment now felt cramped. All the furniture, sofa, coffee table, bed, had been violently broken apart and piled in a corner. In the center of the room, the floor was covered with a thick carpet. Upon closer inspection, it wasn't a carpet at all, but shredded bedding clothes and human tissue. Upon that nauseating nest lay a colossal creature. It was humanoid, but its physique was grotesquely exaggerated. It stood at least 2 meters tall, completely naked. Its fat wasn't flabby like Zhu Yukai's, but presented a strange, hardened plate-like texture. Its skin wasn't the usual grayish white of zombies, but a lifeless, scorched yellow like cracked, arid earth. The surface was covered in rough textures with hardened mud crusts hanging in some places. The monster's belly was astonishingly large, rising and falling with each breath like a giant inflatable ball. Beside its hand lay a half-eaten arm. The broken end showed stark bone, the flesh completely stripped away as if gnawing on a chicken wing. First-order, Earth-type mutant zombie. The thought flashed through Zhang Heng's mind. The oppressive aura of this thing was even stronger than the first-order fire-type zombie they had encountered before. It was even more dangerous than all the zombies in Car 5 combined. Strike while it sleeps. Zhang Heng didn't hesitate, his gaze turned sharp as a blade. Since it was Earth-type, its defense was bound to be formidable. That meant targeting its weaknesses. Whether man or ghost, the eyes and temples are always the most vulnerable points. Go, Zhang Heng willed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The three knives hovering beside him transformed into 3 silver streaks of lightning, tearing through the air with lethal intent, straight for the sleeping monster. The first aimed for the left eye, the second for the right eye, the third locked onto the temple. The distance was too close, less than 5 meters. At this range, Zhang Heng's flying knives were more accurate than a pistol. However, just as the tips were about to touch the monster's skin, the monster, as if possessing a beastly instinct, tensed its belly abruptly. The layer of scorched yellow skin instantly took on a dull grayish sheen. It was the color of rock. Ding, ding. 3 distinctly different sounds exploded in the small compartment. There was no expected dull thud of blade piercing flesh, no spray of blood. The first and second knives struck the monster's eyelids, but its eyes were shut tight. The thin eyelids were now as hard as steel plates. The knives sparked upon impact, then were deflected by the immense recoils, spinning off to embed themselves in the ceiling. As for the third knife, aimed at the temple, it did hit, but only just. The tip seemed to pierce into a mass of tightly packed old cowhide or sun-dried hard loss. It barely penetrated a tip's length and could go no further. Due to the kinetic force, the blade vibrated violently and then snapped in half with a crack. What a... Li Su, who had just peeked and saw this, and his eyes nearly bulged out. He had seen Zhang Heng's knives in action. They might not cut through iron like mud, but they could slice through a skull as easily as tofu. But now they couldn't even break the monster's skin. Was this thing even carbon-based? The moment the attack failed, a cloud of yellowish-brown dust rose in the compartment. It was the hardened mud crust and dead skin shaken loose by the impact. Amidst the flying dust, the thunderous snoring abruptly ceased. The entire car fell into a deathly silence. Zhang Heng's heart sank. Without a moment's hesitation, he instinctively leaped backward, roaring, "Fall back! Everyone get out!" The next second, amidst the dust, two scarlet lanterns blazed to life. They were the monster. It slowly sat up from the ground, its movements seemingly clumsy, but carrying an oppressive weight. Its wide, malformed face showed no anger, only the savagery of having its sleep disturbed and the greed at the sight of food. It reached out with a hand as large as a palm leaf, grabbed the broken blade stuck in its temple, and rubbed it lightly, as if crushing a cookie. Rustling. The hard stainless steel blade turned into metallic powder between its fingers, scattering to the floor. Roar. A roar that could shatter eardrums, carrying a foul, stinking wave of air, erupted from the compartment and slammed into the three at the entrance. This wasn't just hitting a wall of iron. This was crashing into a mountain. The blast of air slammed into the three of them like an invisible wall. Scatter. Zhang Heng's roar was nearly drowned out by the monster's howl. He didn't need to think. His body instinctively rolled to the left, crashing into a nearby booth that had been reduced to a skeletal frame. Li Su's reaction was a beat too slow. As he raised his steel pipe to block, the withered yellow hand swept toward him with a whistling wind. Bang! A dull, thunderous impact echoed. Li Su, along with his pipe, was sent flying like a broken doll, slamming into the wall across the corridor. The decorative wooden panels shattered instantly, sending splinters flying. Cough! Li Su slid to the ground, spitting a mouthful of blood. The steel pipe in his hand was bent at a 90-degree angle. This was a battle of entirely different magnitudes. If an ordinary zombie was a stray dog, this creature was an out-of-control tank. Roar. The Earth-type mutant zombie didn't pursue immediately, seemingly savoring the pleasure of crushing ants. It slowly rose to its full height, its over 2-meter frame nearly scraping the carriage ceiling. As it moved, the layer of scorched yellow skin covering its body began to writhe, as if alive, drawing dust and gravel from its surroundings. In the blink of an eye, its body was encased in a suit of gray-brown rock armor resembling a freshly unearthed terracotta warrior. Damn, isn't this just an Earth-type defense skill from a game? Zhang Heng climbed out of the rubble, his gaze dark and fierce. Any youth steeped in online games and web novels knew that Earth-type defenses were nearly invincible, at the same rank, their only weakness being slow speed. But in the cramped confines of the train carriage, that weakness was minimized while its thick-skinned advantage was amplified. There was no room to kite it. It had to be a direct confrontation. Cheningru, stop playing dead. Restrain it. Zhang Heng's fruit knife danced in his hand, but he didn't throw it. An ordinary blade would be nothing but a tickle to this beast. Cheningru, hiding outside the door, was paralyzed with fear, but Zhang Heng's roar ignited her survival instinct. Trembling, she extended her hands, her fingers digging into the doorframe with such force that her nails snapped. Grow. Now, she screamed, draining every last shred of energy within her. Crack. Crack. Beneath the corridor carpet, several thick vines burst forth. The wooden floorboards, catalyzed by her psychic. Though not particularly tough, the sheer number of vines instantly ensnared the mutant zombie's elephantine ankles. Its forward stride faltered. Li Su, attack its lower body. Burn it. An opportunity. Zhang Heng bellowed, thrusting both hands upward. A low hum resonated through the entire sixth carriage. Scattered stainless steel knives, deformed door hinges, even electrical conduits ripped from the carriage walls. All answered the call. Over a dozen metal objects hung in midair, converging into a storm of steel under Zhang Heng's control. Go. He pressed his hands down. The metal tempest howled toward the mutant zombie's face. Not to pierce, but to batter. Clang. 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 The relentless clatter sounded like hammering on an anvil. The zombie instinctively raised its arms to shield its head, the rock armor chipping and flaking, but only a superficial layer was scuffed. At that moment, Li Su moved. This man was a true brute. Spitting out bloody spittle, his eyes bloodshot, he discarded the useless pipe and charged the zombie still tangled in vines. Burn, you bastard. Li Su wrapped his arms around the zombie's thick thigh, pressing his palms against the rock armor. Whoosh. Orange-eared flames erupted instantly. Not a fireball, but a sustained blast of high-temperature heat. The cramped carriage temperature soared, the air shimmering. Though the rock armor was hard, it was still earthen. Under such close-range intense heat, the gray-brown layer rapidly reddened and cracked. Ow! The mutant zombie finally felt pain. It let out a furious roar. Its arms, which had been shielding its head, swung down violently. If that blow landed, Li Su's head would burst like a watermelon. Dodge! Zhang Heng's pupils contracted. Ignoring the strain on his psyche, he clenched his right hand. A metal handrail above the corridor was ripped free, transforming into a javelin that shot straight for the zombie's wrist joint. Zzz. A grating screech of metal scraping bone. The strike didn't sever the arm, but the immense impact deflected its trajectory. Bang! The zombie's fist slammed into the floor beside Li Zu's shoulder. Crash! The solid wood flooring was gouged into a crater, splinters and metal shards flying. Li Su screamed in agony. Though he avoided the direct hit, the shockwave from the punch fractured his shoulder blade. He was thrown to the ground, rolling to Zhang Heng's feet. No good. Brother Zhang, this thing is too tough. Li Su was drenched in cold sweat, his right arm hanging limp, the flames in his palm dimming. Can't burn through, it's impossible. Zhang Heng stared at the monster, frantically tearing through the vines. Most of the vines Chunning-Ru had summoned were already snapped. Blood trickled from her nostrils, a clear sign she had pushed her powers to the breaking point. The situation was a dead end. Physical attacks were useless, his firepower was too weak to breach the defense, and the control skills were failing. Tough. Zhang Heng looked at the zombie's leg armor, slightly glowing red from the heat, and a mad idea flashed through his mind. He pulled a handful of gray crystals from his pocket, cores harvested from other zombies before killing the fire type. There were 6 in total, just enough to push Li Su to the first rank. Zhang Heng had intended to use them for his own ascension, but now boosting Li Su was the only way to take down this behemoth. Li Su. Zhang Heng's voice was as cold as ice, yet laced with a desperate madness. Can you still move? As long as I'm not dead. I can. Li Su gritted his teeth and struggled to his feet. Open your mouth. Li Su was startled but instinctively obeyed. Zhang Heng flicked his finger, and 6 gray crystals flew straight into Li Zu's throat. Gulp. Li Su swallowed. The next second his face flushed crimson like a boiled shrimp. Veins bulged on his neck, his eyes bloodshot, as if a volcano was erupting inside him. Ea! Li Su howled in agony, faint white steam rising from his skin. This is a forced breakthrough. Zhang Heng grabbed Li Zu's uninjured left shoulder, locking eyes with him. I know it hurts. Bear it. Channel that fire inside you. Now you are the balm. Zhang Heng shoved him hard, sending the teetering Li Su hurtling back toward the mutant zombie, which had just broken free. Go. Grab its head. Burn it to ashes. Kill. Li Zu's sanity was on the verge of collapse. The 6 crystals in his abdomen frantically released violent energy. His skin split open, oozing not blood, but magma-like liquid laced with sparks. This agony was tenfold more excruciating than death by 1,000 cuts. But he heard Zhang Heng's command. That was the only anchor in his chaotic consciousness. Like a human cannonball, Li Su leaped high, propelled by Zhang Heng's push. At that moment, the mutated zombie had just snapped the last vine at its feet and was about to crush the annoying little bug Chunning-Ru. It never expected that the crippled human would willingly deliver himself to its grasp. Thud. Li Su clamped his legs around the zombie's thick neck, his remaining left arm locking its head like an iron vice. Die for me. Now. Boom. This time it was no longer orange flames. From Li Zu's orifices and pores erupted incandescent white fire. This was an eruption fueled by draining his life force, a qualitative shift from the combined energy of 6 crystal cores. The mutated zombie's head was instantly engulfed in that terrifying inferno. Roar, roar. A piercing scream echoed through the carriage. The once impenetrable rock armor blackened, turned brittle, and began to flake under the white-hot blaze. The heat relentlessly bored into its eye sockets, nostrils, and ear canals. The mutated zombie went berserk. It thrashed wildly, its massive hands grabbing Li Su to tear him off. Crack. 3 of Li Zu's ribs snapped. But he held tighter, his consciousness fading to a single thought: burn it to death. Chunning-Ru. Zhang Heng roared. Throw all the wood over here. Fuel the flames. Chunning-Ru collapsed on the floor, bit her tongue at the command, forcing out the last shred of her mental energy. All the broken planks, door frames, and even severed vines in the aisle flew toward the blazing fireball as wood fed the fire. The flames surged, completely engulfing the zombie's upper body. But it wasn't enough. A first-tier mutated zombie possessed terrifying vitality. Even as its head sizzled, it thrashed madly. It slammed backward, crushing Li Su against the carriage wall. Thud. The entire carriage shook violently. Li Su spat blood, and the flames visibly dimmed for an instant. Still alive. Zhang Heng's eyes turned icy as he waited for his chance. He waited for the moment the monster's defenses were breached. Guoxiang, give me that door panel. Zhang Heng reached back without turning. Guoxiang, cowering in the distance, snapped out of his stupor and instinctively tossed the thick steel plate head used to barricade the door. It was 2 centimeters thick, ripped from an electrical box. Zhang Heng caught it, but he didn't throw it. His eyes turned silver white, a sign of his metal ability pushed to its limit. Condense. Crackle, crackle. The heavy steel plate twisted, folded, and compressed midair. Amid the screeching metal, it became a meter-long, arm-thick spiral steel cone. The tip gleamed with a chilling sharpness. This wasn't just a shape change, it was a density compression. Zhang Heng held it with both hands as if cradling a mountain. Blood trickled from his nostrils. a sign of mental overload. But he didn't care. Li Su. Zhang Heng bellowed. Li Su, hanging on the zombie, buried his head into its chest by sheer instinct. The next second, whoosh, the air tore apart. The spiral cone with a piercing whistle became a black streak of lightning. Its target, the back of the mutated zombie's head where the fire had stripped the armor, exposing a patch of charred skin. Thud. No metallic clang. Only the dull sound of a blade cutting through leather. The high-speed rotating cone, driven by all of Zhang Heng's killing intent, drilled precisely into the weak spot. Spinning. Shredding. The mutated zombie's movements froze instantly. The cone entered its skull, pulverizing the stone-hard cerebellum, and emerged from its right eye socket, trailing a gush of reddened white pulp. The zombie's throat emitted two meaningless gasps. Its massive body swayed, then crashed to the ground like a falling mountain, taking Li Su with it into the bloody mess. Silence. A deathly stillness. Only the faint crackle of residual flames on Li Su. Huff. Huff. Zhang Heng panted, hands on his knees, lungs feeling like they were stuffed with red-hot blades. They had won. This was the true apocalypse. No system prompts, no level-up glows. Only blood and barely escaped lives. He wiped the blood from his face and staggered to the corpse. Li Su was unconscious, his body a gruesome patchwork of burns and crush injuries. Chuningru. Zhang Heng's voice was hoarse. Don't lie there. Come save him. If he dies, we've suffered for— Chuningru crawled over, tears streaming at the sight of Li Su. Stop crying. Tears won't save anyone. Zhang Heng cut her off coldly. Stabilize him first. Broken ribs are fine, just stop any major internal bleeding. He then stepped onto the zombie's chest, now stripped of its earthen armor. He plunged the fruit knife into the heart area, carved a large gash, and stirred skillfully. Ding. A glimmer of joy flashed in Zhang Heng's eyes. He reached into the mess of red and white and pulled out a— This crystal core was larger than ordinary ones, a heavy, earthy yellow. It felt weighty in his palm, like holding a piece of earth. A first-tier earth-type crystal core. A true treasure. Brother Zhang. Guoxiang's trembling voice came from behind. Zhang Heng pocketed the core and turned. Guoxiang and a few boys stood at the end of car 6, before the sealed door to car 7. Their faces were pale. What's wrong? Zhang Heng frowned. This door. Behind it. Guoxiang pointed, his fingers shaking. Zhang Heng approached. Even without getting close, he could feel the floor vibrating. That vibration wasn't from a single— It was thousands of claws scraping and pounding simultaneously. He pressed his ear to the door. Rustle. Rustle. The sound of countless nails on metal, dense enough to make one's scalp crawl. Low suppressed roars merged into a suffocating wave. Looks like we guessed right. Zhang Heng stepped back, eyeing the slightly deformed door with a bitter smile. This Earth-type mutant wasn't just the king of car 6. It was a gatekeeper. Its presence suppressed the zombies behind, keeping them at bay. Now it's dead. Zhang Heng patted the heavy door, his eyes filled with deep exhaustion and chill. The things in there have caught our scent. The atmosphere in the carriage was even heavier than during the earlier battle. If facing the Earth-type mutant was despair, then now facing the unknown tide of corpses just a door away was a fear named powerlessness. Zhang. Brother Zhang, what should we do? Guoxiang's voice trembled with a cry. If that door opens. If it opens, we all die. Zhang Heng interrupted him, his tone terrifyingly calm. So we cannot let it open. He turned around and glanced at the unconscious Li Su and Chuningru, who was desperately trying to save him. This small team, which had just been formed, was now basically completely devastated. Li Su was severely injured and would likely be bedded in for 3 to 5 days. Chuningru was exhausted, her combat power now inferior to that of an ordinary adult man. As for himself, Zhang Heng looked down at his trembling hands. The headache from mental exhaustion made his vision somewhat blurry. Now, let alone killing zombies, even a strong living person could take him down. Guoxiang. Zhang Heng took a deep breath, forcibly rallying his spirit. Don't just stand there. Take your people and bring over everything that can be moved. Mattresses, cabinets, corpses. Whatever it is, block that door for me. Also find something to seal the door cracks. No, there's no electric welder. Zhang Heng rubbed his temples, forcing himself to calm down. Use tape, use strips of cloth, stuff all the gaps. Don't let the smell of blood drift over. Yes, yes. Guoxiang seemed to wake from a dream and hurriedly called the other students, who were equally stunned, to get to work. For a moment, the previously silent carriage was filled with the sounds of dragging heavy objects. Zhang Heng did not go to help. He walked over to Li Su and squatted down. After Chen Yingris' emergency treatment, Li Zu's breathing stabilized a bit, but his face remained as pale as paper and the burns on his body looked horrifying. How is he? Zhang Heng asked. He's alive. Chuningru wiped the sweat from her forehead, weakly slumping to the ground. But the 6 energy crystals he swallowed were too violent. Although a part erupted just now, the meridians. I mean, the blood vessels and muscles are severely damaged. As long as he's not dead, that's good. Zhang Heng nodded. He has made a great contribution this time. He took out the Earth-type crystal he had just obtained and played with it in his hand. If this thing were given to Li Su, it would probably raise his defense, but his current physical condition couldn't withstand the impact of a second crystal. Moreover, earth and fire types were not compatible. This thing should be kept for now. With it we can directly create a high defense tank. Zhang Heng put the crystal away. He stood up and looked around. The No. 6 carriage, although heavily damaged, was still a high-end carriage and had a solid foundation. The sound insulation here was good, privacy was strong, and it was located in the middle of the train. In front were the already clean No. 5 soft sleeper and No. 4 soft sleeper, and behind was the sealed No. 7 carriage. This was an excellent buffer zone. It was also a natural safe house. First, carry Li Su to the No. 4. Zhang Heng commanded seal off the No. 5 carriage temporarily as a buffer zone. Except for me and the core members, no one else is allowed to enter. Understood. Guoxiang had already blocked that door tightly, and the piled-up debris was as high as a person. After doing all this, the few of them were exhausted and slumped to the ground. Zhang Heng leaned against the wall and lit a cigarette. The smoke swirled in his lungs, carrying away a bit of fatigue. Today's battle was brutal, but worth it. Zhang Heng looked at everyone and slowly spoke. We secured a first-tier crystal, cleared 2 carriages, and most importantly, he pointed at the blocked door. We now know the scale of the enemy. Behind the No. 7 carriage there are all hard sleepers and hard seats. The personnel density there is several times, even a dozen times that of here. In other words, the real tide of corpses is still behind. Hearing this, everyone's hearts tightened again. But don't. Zhang Heng flicked the ash from his cigarette, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The more zombies there are, the more crystals there will be. As long as we hold this position and use the terrain advantage, it will be a natural monster farming spot. Once Li Su wakes up, his strength will greatly increase. Chuningru, your proficiency in your powers will also improve. Plus me. Zhang Heng squinted at the fruit knife in his hand that had already become dull. Weapons. He must obtain suitable weapons. This fruit knife and kitchen knife can handle ordinary zombies, but against mutants it's like sending vegetables. Guoxiang. Yes. Go ask the group of survivors if there are any who understand machinery or have worked as renovation workers, Zhang Heng said in a deep voice. There must be a toolbox on this train, even a cutting machine for repairs. I want to turn the scrap metal on this train into killing knives. The night deepened. Outside the train, the wilderness was pitch black, only occasionally illuminated by lightning that illuminated the grotesque shadows of distant trees. In a compartment of the No. 5 carriage, Zhang Heng sat cross-legged on the bed holding the yellowish crystal. He dared not swallow it, sensing that each type of power was independent. It was completely impossible to mix with other types, which meant that double or even triple type ability users or zombies could never exist in this world. He was contemplating. Today's battle exposed a fatal problem. Although his attack power was high, he lacked the means to break defenses. Once encountering defensive mutants, he could end up in a bitter struggle. If he could utilize this Earth-type crystal, it didn't necessarily have to be eaten to be used. Zhang Heng's metal control ability was essentially a microscopic manipulation of magnetic fields and material structures. If he could embed this crystal into some weapon and utilize the energy properties of the crystal itself. Enchantment. This word popped into Zhang Heng's mind. He remembered how many high-level weapon masters in novels and games did this. Although he didn't have that kind of technology, yet this crystal provided him with an idea. Perhaps he could attempt to forge a flying knife that was not just sharp, but also possessed properties like gravity or armor breaking. Just then there was a gentle knock at the door. Come in. The door opened, and Chuningru walked in holding a bowl of... She had changed into clean clothes which were still a bit large, but covered the blood on her body. Her hair was also simply arranged, revealing a delicate, yet somewhat resolute face. Brother Zhang, have something to eat. She placed the noodles on the table, standing awkwardly to the side. How is Li Su? Zhang Heng picked up the chopsticks and started eating heartily. He has a fever, but it's going down, Chuningru said softly. He was mumbling in his sleep, still shouting, burn you to death. Zhang Heng paused for a moment, then chuckled softly. He's a real man. He finished the noodles in a few bites, drinking the soup clean. Putting down the bowl, Zhang Heng looked at Chuningru. Were you scared today? Yes, Chuningru nodded honestly. My legs felt weak. It's good to be scared. Zhang Heng pulled out a brand new dagger from under the pillow which he had found when Guoxiang was gathering supplies. Although it wasn't a magic weapon, it was much better than a fruit knife. He tossed the dagger to Chuningru. Take it. Chuningru fumbled to catch it. For me, you are a healer, and you also have control abilities. But if one day both Li Su and I go down, you need to have the ability to protect yourself. Zhang Heng lay back on the bed and closed his eyes. Starting tomorrow, besides healing, I will teach you how to kill. In this carriage, wanting to survive depends solely on kindness is not enough. You need to become a knife. Chuningru tightened her grip on the dagger, the cold touch sending a shiver down her spine, but deep down, she felt an unprecedented sense of security. Yes, Brother Zhang. She gently retreated and closed the door. In the darkness, Zhang Heng did not sleep. He listened to the faint sounds of roaring coming from the distant No. 7 carriage, his fingers tracing invisible patterns in the air. A tiny screw spun rapidly at his fingertips, emitting a faint humming sound. Since the hardness was insufficient, he would make up for it with speed. To the zombies behind. Zhang Heng murmured, you still have a few days left to live. Over the next 2 days, an eerie calm settled over Car 5. There were no more roars from the zombies, only the occasional sound of coughing and the faint scraping of metal. The scenery outside the train remained unchangingly desolate, withered weeds dancing wildly in the wind, as if bidding farewell to the world. Zhang Heng did not rush to advance. This makeshift team was already on the verge of collapse. Li Su lay on the lower bunk, his body wrapped in strips torn from the bedsheets, looking like a mummy. Though his fever had subsided, his broken ribs made even breathing a painful effort. Qining Ru, on the other hand, had overexerted her spiritual energy, leaving her listless and sickly. Aside from cooking noodles and changing bandages, she spent most of her time staring blankly into space. "We can't keep fighting like this," Zhang Heng said, sitting on a folding chair in the aisle, idly playing with the earth-yellow crystal core in his hand. "This tactic of trading 1,000 of the enemy for 800 of your own might carve out a slim chance of survival in the early days of the apocalypse, but in the long run, it was suicide." The team needed a tank to absorb damage, not to send their damage dealers into melee combat. His gaze crossed the aisle and landed on Zhu Youcai, who was huddled in a corner slurping noodles. This fatty, though cowardly and gluttonous, had the build for it, and an extremely strong will to survive. "Zhu Youcai, come here." Zhang Heng beckoned. The fatty shuddered, spilling soup from his mouth, and shuffled over nervously. "Zh. Zhanga, what's up?" "I didn't sneak any snacks today." Zhang Heng didn't waste words. He tossed the heavy earth-type crystal core over. "Eat it." "Huh." Zhu Youcai fumbled to catch it, his face turning green as he looked at the rock-like object in his hand. "Zhanga, this thing came from that monster's heart, right? It's not sanitary, is it? Will I get diarrhea? This is a first-tier earth-type crystal core. Eat it, and you'll awaken an ability." Zhang Heng's voice was calm, but carried a tempting allure. "With an ability, you won't have to hide in the back moving corpses or worry about getting bitten to death by a zombie. Of course, the process might hurt a bit." Li Su screamed pretty badly. Zhu Youcai looked at Li Su, who was lying half dead on the bed, then at the crystal core in his hand, a symbol of power. He was timid, but not stupid. On this train, those without value would eventually be abandoned. Screw it. The fatty closed his eyes, tilted his head back, and swallowed the crystal core whole. A few seconds later, "Ooh!" A blood-curdling scream like a stuck pig echoed through the carriage. Zhu Youcai collapsed to the floor, his entire body of fat trembling violently, as if countless rats were scurrying under his skin. Black grease and mud oozed from his pores, and a pungent, earthy smell instantly filled the air. "Bear it," Zhang Heng said coldly. "Guide that energy, let it flow through your whole body, and transform it." It took a full half-hour for the screams to gradually subside. Zhu Youcai gasped for air and climbed to his feet. Miraculously, his previously flabby flesh seemed to have tightened up, making him look a size bulkier. "How do you feel?" Zhang Heng asked. "Feels." Zhu Youcai scratched his head, and with a thought like, "Very hard." The dust in the surrounding air quickly converged on him. A faint yellow-brown light shimmered on his skin. Then a thick suit of rock armor materialized, covering his entire... Zhang Heng nearly spat out the water he had just drunk. The armor the fatty had formed wasn't crude rock, it was polished, smooth, and shiny with an extremely exaggerated design. A massive bullhorn helmet, a heavy chest plate, and even shoulder guards shaped like bull heads. It was entirely golden, exuding an outrageous flare. The gold cloth of Taurus. Zhang Heng's mouth twitched. "You're something else, you know that." "Hee Zhangge, that's just my little hobby." Zhu Youcai patted his chest proudly, producing a dull thud. "I've wanted to be Aldebaran since I was a kid. Never thought I'd actually live the dream." "Stop showing off. Stand still." Zhang Heng grabbed a thick-backed cleaver without warning and swung it at Zhu Youcai's chest. "Holy crap." Zhu Youcai screamed in fright, instinctively trying to dodge, but failing due to his heavy body. Clang. A sharp sound rang out. The cleaver struck the gold cloth with a shower of sparks. Zhang Heng felt a slight numbness in his tiger's mouth, but only a shallow white mark was left on the rock armor. "Whoa." Zhu Youcai touched his chest, his eyes lighting up. "No feeling. Doesn't hurt at all." Zhang Heng nodded in satisfaction. Despite the ridiculous appearance, the defensive power was solid. The crystal core of a first-tier Earth-type mutant was indeed formidable. With this fatty's current defense, ordinary zombies couldn't even scratch him, and even a first-tier zombie could only land a few hits. "From now on, you're the front line," Zhang Heng said, patting the thick shoulder guard. "But don't get too cocky. This thing consumes spiritual energy. If it breaks, you'll have to rebuild it." With the tank sorted, Zhang Heng returned to his private compartment. He sat cross-legged on the bed, a piece of rebar removed from a discarded handrail floating before him. Over the past 2 days, besides resting, he had been pondering one issue: attack power. When facing that Earth-type mutant earlier, his throwing knives had been almost useless. Metal control, though flexible, seemed too weak against absolute defense. Magneto. Zhang Heng thought of those movie scenes. Though it was fiction, the principle was universal. To increase penetrating power when the material couldn't be changed, there were only 2 ways: increase speed or change the form. Simple linear acceleration was limited by the narrow space of the carriage, offering limited kinetic energy. So, what about rotation? Zhang Heng took a deep breath, his eyes narrowing as a silvery white luster glowed deep in his pupils. The floating rebar began to tremble. This was a piece Zhang Heng had twisted together from several upper berth railings using his ability. Spin. It wasn't a whole body rotation like a dart, but a high-speed self-rotation around its central axis like a drill bit. Hum. Hum hum. At first the rebar spun slowly, even wobbling a bit. Zhang Heng felt as if his brain was being pulled by countless fine threads. Controlling such precise high-speed motion consumed far more spiritual energy than a simple throw. Faster. Need to go faster. Sweat trickled down Zhang Heng's forehead. Hum. A teeth-grinding buzz filled the air. The rebar's rotation speed increased, leaving a blurry afterimage on his retina. Due to the high-speed friction with the air, the tip of the rebar even began to glow faintly red, radiating intense heat. That was it. This was the power of industry. Go. Zhang Heng growled softly, pointing at the thick steel plate used for testing. It was an electrical cabinet door panel. Guoxiang had found a full 2 centimeters thick. Whoosh. There was no loud impact. Only an extremely piercing high-frequency noise like an electric drill boring into a wall. The rapidly spinning rebar, like a hot knife, threw butter drilled into the steel plate without any resistance. It didn't even cause the plate to deform as a whole. Instead, it directly melted and squeezed out a smooth round hole piercing straight through. Thud. The rebar shot through the steel plate and buried itself deep into the wall behind up to its hilt. On the once indestructible plate, a smoking red-hot circular hole remained. Phew. Zhang Heng swayed and nearly collapsed onto the bed. 2 warm trickles of nosebleed flowed from his nostrils. This single strike had drained most of his spiritual energy. But he smiled. A somewhat ferocious smile. This was armor-piercing. This was spiral force. As long as he had enough time to build up power, even if that Earth-type mutant were to revive, this spiral drill would be enough to bore a hole straight through its head. Just as Zhang Heng was about to wipe away his nosebleed and rest, a dull vibration suddenly came from under the floor. Thud. Thud. The sound was rhythmic like a heartbeat or the footsteps of some giant beast. Then Guoxiang's terrified shout came from the aisle. Zhang Ge. Zhang Ge, come quick. The door on car 6. The door panel is bulging outward. Zhang Heng's eyes sharpened. Forgetting to wipe the blood, he grabbed a few table knives beside him and rushed out. Standing at the entrance to car 6, his pupils contracted sharply. The isolation door they had blocked with debris was now bulging violently with each impact like a thin sheet of paper. The cloth strips stuffed in the gaps had been forced out, and a thick, nauseating stench of rot accompanied by a low tide-like roar surged in madly. That gatekeeper was dead. The hell that had been suppressed behind it was now open. The deformed metal door let out a grating, teeth-clenching squeal. The isolation door connecting carriages 5 and 6 bulged severely at its center like a drum skin stretched taut. 2 welds at the door seam had already burst, spewing blackish red blood mixed with the stench of decay, jetting out like a high-pressure water gun. We can't hold it. Brother Zhang, we really can't hold it. Guoxiang pressed desperately against the cabinet, his face trembling. The force from behind is too strong. It's like hundreds of people are pushing. Hundreds. Zhang Heng sneered. Carriages 6, 7, and 8 were hard sleeper cars linked to the hard seat section beyond. The number crammed in there was more than just hundreds. Move the cabinet away, Zhang Heng suddenly ordered. What? Guoxiang thought he misheard, his eyes bulging. Move it. Then well. I said move the cabinet, not open the door. Zhang Heng shoved Guoxiang aside, staring at the crumbling door with a glint of near-mad calculation in his eyes. I originally planned for everyone to rest another night. But since the guests are so eager to deliver gifts, why should we turn them away? He turned, scanning the few people present. Li Su lay on a nearby berth, pale, but with fierce eyes. Zhu Youcai, clad in his flashy golden saint armor, fidgeted nervously. Chen Yingru, though weak, held her dagger steadily. This is a dead end, but also an opportunity. Zhang Heng spoke rapidly, his voice icy. Once the door breaks completely, a zombie horde of that size will overwhelm us in a minute. But what if the door doesn't break, only a hole opens? Li Zu's eyes lit up as he struggled to sit up. Like that bottleneck tactic before. Exactly. Bottleneck. Zhang Heng snapped his fingers. The tempered glass on this door is already cracked. Guoxiang, take some people and smash the glass, leaving only this opening. Zombies have no brains. They just follow the scent. That window will only let one zombie's upper body through it. Zhang Heng licked his dry lips, twirling a fruit knife between his fingers. That's our slaughter table. Listen up, hey, race the group assignment. Group 1, me and Chen Yingru. In the main attacker, she handles finishing blows and control. Group 2, Zhu Youcai and Li Su. Zhu Youcai, you're thick-skinned, so take the front. Li Su, even injured, you can still set heads on fire. Zhang Heng glanced at Li Zu's bandaged chest. You're hurt, rest first. They'll take the first shift. As for the rest. Zhang Heng looked at Guoxiang and the trembling boys behind him. You're on hauling duty. Every time a zombie falls, drag it away. Don't let the bodies block the entrance and slow down the next one. The fat man about to remove his armor froze. Huh, Brother Zhang, what's up? Don't slack off. Zhang Heng pointed toward where Guoxiang and the others were dragging bodies. When our group is killing, you handle digging out the crystals from the back. Li Su, grab a bucket and collect them. Zhu Yukai's face instantly twisted into a grimace. Brother Zhang in the tank. A noble saint. And you want me to mess with that? Want to get stronger? Want to survive? Zhang Heng asked just one question. Zhu Yukai glanced at the door about to burst and swallowed hard. Yes. Then get to work. Zhang Heng said no more and walked to the door. By now the tempered glass was spiderwebbed with cracks. Behind it countless twisted grotesque faces pressed together, some with skin peeling off, eyes bulging, fixated on the fresh flesh ahead. Guoxiang, do it. Guoxiang took a deep breath, raised a steel pipe railing head dismantled from an upper bunk, and smashed it against the glass. Crash. The already strained glass shattered instantly. At the same time, a thick, tangible stench of decay surged out, making everyone's eyes roll back. Roar. An elderly zombie in a gray jacket shoved its head and shoulders through first its ashen claws, clawing wildly at the air, less than half a meter from Zhang Heng's face. Whoosh. A flash of cold light. Zhang Heng didn't even use a throwing knife. He drove the fruit knife directly through the zombie's eye socket, twisted his wrist to shred the brain, then pulled it out. The movement was fluid, without a single wasted motion. The zombie's howl cut off abruptly, its body slumping limply against the window frame. Drag it away. Next. Zhang Heng barked. Fighting their nausea, Guoxiang and the others rushed over, grabbed the zombie's arms, and yanked it out of the frame, dragging it like a dead pig to the rear. No sooner was one dragged away than a second zombie filled the gap, roaring as it squeezed through. Thud. Another stab. Drag it away. Next. What had been a survival scenario filled with fear and screams had, under Zhang Heng's command, eerily transformed into an efficient, cold-blooded assembly line. Zhang Heng stood by the window, focused and detached. He didn't need to expend massive psychic energy controlling metal. Just a single strike the moment a zombie's head appeared. This level of exertion was negligible to him. At the other end of the corridor, however, the scene was far more graphic. Ugh! Zhu Yukai gagged as he fumbled with a boning knife on a corpse's chest. This is too damn disgusting. Harder than butchering pigs. The fat man complained, but didn't dare stop. He knew each crystal meant hope for strength. Ryup. The blade cut through rotten flesh. Ignoring the slimy feel, Zhu Yukai reached and groped around, and pulled out a grain-sized crystal smeared with black blood. Had lost count of how many zombies had gutted. Got it. This one too. He excitedly tossed the crystal into a nearby red plastic bucket. Clink. A crisp sound. Li Su, sitting on a small stool with the bucket in his arms, glanced at the dozen or so dull crystals at the bottom and managed a pale smile. 18th one, Li Su said hoarsely. This carriage 7 is a gold mine. No more talk, hurry up. Another one's coming. Guoxiang, panting, dropped a corpse at Zhu Yukai's feet and wiped the sweat from his brow. By now the fear in Guoxiang's eyes had mostly faded. That's how people are. When fear becomes repetitive labor, numbness replaces terror. Watching those monsters that had once scared them witless now piled like dead dogs in the corner, a strange sense of security took root. Time ticked by. The wall beside Zhang Heng was splattered with dark brown blood, yet his clothes remained spotless. Chuningru stood behind him, dagger in hand, but never had a chance to strike. Brother Zhang, don't you need a break? She asked, watching his mechanically precise back. This is nothing. Zhang Heng casually flicked blood off the blade, his eyes still sharp. The zombie density is still low. Just the ones near the door are crowding hard. But when the real tide comes. Before he finished, the pressure behind the door surged. Instead of coming one by one, 2 zombies tried to squeeze through, simultaneously getting stuck in the window frame and flailing their arms wildly. Stuck. Chuningru was relieved. Not good, Zhang Heng frowned. The push from behind is too strong. The frame is about to deform. Creak. As predicted, the once sturdy frame began to twist under immense pressure, the opening meant for one being forced wider. If the hole got big enough for 2 or 3 at a time, the line would break. Li Su. Zhu Yukai. Switch. Zhang Heng acted, instantly stepping back. Zhu Youcai, use your big move to shrink the hole. Li Su, burn them. Coming. Zhu Youcai, already itching for action, roared, tossed aside the boning knife, and flashed with golden light. The flashy golden saint armor covered him again. Like a heavy tank, he rumbled to the door. Get back, fat man. Zhu Yukai slammed his thick shoulder armor into the 2 zombies stuck in the window. Bang. The impact crushed them into pulp, forcing them back through the door. Then, pressing his hands on the deformed frame, he activated his earth ability. Solidify. Dust in the air and metal shards from the door quickly condensed, sealing part of the enlarged opening and leaving only a small hole just big enough for a head. Li Su, fire. Though Li Su couldn't move much, throwing flames only required a gesture. Sitting on the ground, he aimed his palm at the hole. Whoosh. A jet of orange flame surged through the hole into carriage 7. Arg. Behind the door turned into an inferno. The cramped space was perfect fuel for the fire, with agonized screams echoing as even the thick isolation door grew scorching hot. Enough, conserve your psychic energy. Zhang Heng, stop Li Su. Don't melt the crystals. The flames died. Silence reigned behind the door for a moment, then another wave of pushing began. But this time facing the reinforced firing port by Zhu Youcai, the zombies could only line up obediently for death. Continue. Zhang Heng stepped back, took a sip of water from Chuningru, and watched Zhu Yukai clumsily stab at zombies with a steel pipe detached from a mop. This is the apocalypse. Zhang Heng smirked coldly at the red bucket that kept clinking. Find the right method, and even hell can become an ATM. Over the next 3 days, Carriage 5 transformed into a bloody and efficient factory. There were no thrilling life-and-death struggles, only mechanical repetitive labor. Stab, twist, pull out, drag away. Zhang Heng and his makeshift team had repeated this set of moves 200 or 300 times. The air was thick with the lingering stench of decay and blood. The carriage walls stained a dark brown. On the afternoon of the second day, Zhang Heng sat on a pile of debris, wiping a blunted steak knife with a rag. Before him sat the red plastic bucket. Ting. Zhu Youcai, still donning his flamboyant golden saint armor, expertly dug a crystal from the chest of a freshly fallen zombie and tossed it into the bucket. The sound was crisp and pleasant. Zhang Heng squinted, staring at the pile of grayish crushed diamonds at the bottom of the bucket, his brow furrowing slightly. Something's not right, Zhang Heng murmured. What's wrong, brother Zhang? This is a huge haul. Zhu Yukai wiped the black blood from his face, grinning widely to reveal 2 rows of white teeth. I just counted, we've collected over 40 of these in the past few days. These aren't zombies, they're walking ATMs. That's exactly the problem. There are too many. Zhang Heng reached out and grabbed a handful of crystals. They were cold and hard. According to web novel or game logic, low-level monsters usually have extremely low drop rates. A day or two ago, would be lucky to get 1 or 2 crystals from killing 10 zombies. Now the drop rate is close to 70%. Zhang Heng's gaze grew profound. What does that mean? It means the energy crystals in these zombies' brains are forming, they are evolving. If zombies were crops, then this batch was ripening too fast. Evolving. Ru, who had been resting nearby, paled. You mean they'll become like that Earth-type monster? Not that quickly, but the strength and speed of ordinary zombies are indeed increasing. Zhang Heng pointed at the rock armor on Zhu Yukai. Yesterday this armor could withstand 5 scratches before cracking. Today, it needs repair after 3. It's not that you've become weaker, their claws have gotten harder. A brief silence fell over the carriage. Zhang Heng's mind flashed back to the bizarre blood-red rainstorm from a few days ago when they first boarded. What turned people into monsters? A virus? Radiation? Or some higher-dimensional energy erosion? What baffled Zhang Heng the most was, why were they unaffected? Ru, Zhang Heng suddenly spoke. When we boarded that day, the red rain had already started. Did it? Ru thought for a moment and nodded. A few drops landed on me. I felt a slight sting on my skin and thought it was acid rain, so I didn't pay it any mind. They had been rained on, but hadn't mutated. This ruled out the infection upon contact theory. Could there be an incubation period? Or is this a form of selection? Zhang Heng looked at his own palm. The lines were clear with no signs of decay. If that rain was a frenzy of evolution, were the people who became zombies the failed products of evolution, or were they the survivors, the aberrations abandoned by the world? This philosophical question was too taxing. Zhang Heng shook his head, deciding to set these messy thoughts aside. No matter how the world changed, brute strength was the ultimate truth. I need to advance. Zhang Heng stood up, grabbed the red bucket, and turned towards the compartment. Hold this door. Don't disturb me unless the sky falls. Back in the compartment, Zhang Heng locked the door and sat cross-legged on the bed. His current strength was stuck at an awkward bottleneck. Though his mental power was stronger than an average person's, it was still insufficient against even slightly thick metal. It felt like trying to pull an ox with a thin thread. The thread could snap at any moment. According to my theory, ordinary crystals have impure energy, but quantity leads to a qualitative change. Zhang Heng took a deep breath, grabbed 3 gray crystals, and tossed them into his mouth like candy beans. Gulp. As the crystals entered his stomach, they instantly transformed into a surge of heat flowing through his limbs and bones. It was painful. Not as extreme as when Li Su had forcibly swallowed 6 at once, but it felt like someone was scrubbing his blood vessels with a steel wool ball. Zhang Heng clenched his teeth, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he forcefully guided this energy towards his brain. Half an hour later, the heat dissipated. Still not enough. Zhang Heng assessed himself. His mental power had indeed increased, but the feeling of a membrane being in the way remained. Again, another 3 crystals. The tearing pain doubled. Zhang Heng's body trembled, and a warm trickle of liquid flowed from his nose. Just a little more. It was like a climber seeing the summit but blocked by the final cliff. Damn it, I'm going all out. A fierce glint flashed in Zhang Heng's eyes. He grabbed the remaining 4 crystals and shoved them all into his mouth. 10 in total. Boom. In that instant, Zhang Heng felt as if a grenade had been stuffed into his head and the pin pulled. The excruciating pain nearly made him pass out, his vision filled with large patches of static, and a sharp ringing noise echoed in his ears. Just as he thought his cerebral blood vessels would burst. Click. An incredibly crisp sound, as if some invisible shackle deep within his soul had been broken. The world fell silent. All the pain receded like a tide, replaced by an unprecedented clarity. Zhang Heng's eyes snapped open. If before he saw the world in blurry 480p, now it was in stunning 4K ultra-high def. He could clearly see. not with his eyes, but with his mental power, the intricate steel structure within the compartment walls, and feel the trace metallic elements floating in the air. His control over metal was no longer as strenuous moving, but as effortless as moving his own limbs. So this is the first order. Zhang Heng raised his hand, his gaze falling on the stainless steel knife lying on the table. Come. No large movement was needed, not even a hand gesture. Hum. The knife emitted a cheerful whisper and instantly floated before him. Too crude. Zhang Heng looked at the knife, a silver glint flashing in his eyes. Too many impurities, uneven carbon content, poor chromium distribution. Before he could only control its shape, now he could touch its very essence. Purified. Zhang Heng clenched his hand as if grasping something. The knife began to tremble violently, a layer of black-gray powder oozing from its surface, the impurities being forcibly extracted. As the impurities were expelled, the knife visibly shrank. The palm-sized knife eventually condensed into a silver willow leaf blade no larger than a key. Though smaller in size, its biting coldness was 10 times greater than before. This was no longer a piece of tin, but a high-density alloy blade tempered through 1,000 refinements. Zhang Heng focused his mind. Whoosh. A flash of silver. There was no sound. The willow leaf blade instantly pierced through the thick metal wall of the compartment, then traced a perfect arc through the air, slipped back through the crack in the door, and hovered silently above Zhang Heng's fingertip. The cut was as smooth as a mirror. A fanatical smile curled at the corner of Zhang Heng's mouth. This is what I call metal control. That old man Magneto wasn't lying. As Zhang Heng pushed open the door of the private room and stepped out, his entire demeanor had transformed. The constant taut anxiety had vanished, replaced by a profound, unfathomable stillness. He was like a blade returned to its sheath, its edge hidden, yet all knew that once drawn it would draw blood. Brother Zhang, you succeeded. Guoxiang, who was passing by while carrying a corpse, felt the oppressive aura emanating from Zhang Heng and instinctively shrank his neck. Zhang Heng nodded, his gaze sweeping over the group. Call everyone over. Time to divide the spoils. 5 minutes later, in the aisle of carriage 5, Li Su, Zhu Youcai, Chen Ru, and even Guoxiang, the core laborers, all sat together in a circle. Zhang Heng kicked the red bucket into the center. You've all worked hard these past 3 days. Zhang Heng didn't bother with sentimental words, cutting straight to the point. Now it's time to fulfill my promise. He pointed at the crystal cores in the bucket. Li Su, you take 15. Zhu Youcai 15. Chen Ru 15. So many. Zhu Youcai's eyes nearly popped out. Brother Zhang, won't eating too many of these things make us explode, eh? Take 3 at a time. Only start the next round after you've fully absorbed them. Zhang Heng shot him a glance. Your bodies are already adapted to the abilities now. It won't be as painful as the first time. But remember, this is for breaking through ranks, not for stuffing your faces. Guoxiang. Zhang Heng looked at the student beside him, whose face was full of envy. Yes, Brother Zhang, I'm here. Guoxiang immediately straightened his back. Take the remaining few. They won't be enough to awaken an ability, but they'll strengthen your physique. Zhang Heng casually tossed 3 crystal cores to him. Don't expect to reach the sky in a single step. First, make sure you can outrun the zombies. Guoxiang received them as if they were a priceless treasure, his hands trembling with excitement. Thank you, Brother Zhang. Over the next few hours, the carriage was filled with the sound of suppressed groans. Everyone was undergoing a transformation. Li Su was the first to complete his breakthrough. That guy was a tough one to begin with, and with his near-death burst of power earlier, his meridians had already been widened. Uff. Li Su sat up from the bed, exhaling a mouthful of hot air that smelled of sulfur. The bandages on his body had been removed. The originally shocking burns had scabbed over, and the newly grown skin displayed a healthy bronze color. How do you feel? Zhang Heng asked, leaning against the doorframe. Li Su didn't speak. He simply raised his right hand and clenched it tightly. Boom. It was no longer a scattered spray of flames. A fire serpent as thick as an arm materialized out of thin air, coiling around his arm. Its head was lifelike, and with every flick of its tongue the air warped and twisted from the heat. Go. Li Su waved his hand casually. The fire serpent shot out like an arrow from a bow, crossing 5 meters in an instant and slamming into a trash can at the end of the aisle. Bang. The stainless steel trash can was blasted into the air, melting into a pool of molten iron before it even hit the ground. Dragon flame art. Li Su stared at his own palm, a flicker of excitement in his eyes. It's just a fire serpent for now, but both its range and power have doubled. And I can control it to turn. Not bad. That's what a ranged DPS should be. Zhang Heng nodded with satisfaction. Next came Chen Ru. Although this girl had the weakest physique, her willpower was surprisingly tenacious. She opened her eyes drenched in sweat. Her previously somewhat dry hair had become glossy and black, and her skin was fair with a rosy glow, as if she had just had a top-tier beauty treatment. I feel like my wooden thorns are stronger now, and I can control more of them. I haven't tested the exact number yet. Try something else. Zhang Heng pointed at the scar on Li Zu's chest that hadn't fully healed. Use your ability on him. Chen Ru hesitated, then extended her hand palm, facing Li Su. There were no vines, no wooden thorns. A soft emerald green light surged from her palm, flowing like liquid jade, gently covering Li Zu's wound. Li Su let out a comfortable groan. It's cool. Feels amazing. Visible to the naked eye, the gruesome scar began to writhe and heal, with new flesh growing at an astonishing speed. In less than 10 minutes, the wound that would have taken half a month to heal had been reduced to nothing but a faint white mark. Light of life. Chen Yingru stared at her hands, a mix of surprise and joy washing over her. I am a healer now. In the apocalypse, a healer is more precious than anything else. Zhang Heng smiled. From now on, if anyone dares to bully you, Li Su and Zhu Yukai will be the first to disagree. Whoever messes with my little sister, he'll sit on them to death. Just then a vigorous roar rang out. Zhu Yukai swaggered over. This fatty had undergone the most dramatic transformation. His once flabby fat had become taut and solid, and the floor trembled with every step he took. You succeeded too? Zhang Heng raised an eyebrow. Of course. Zhu Yukai stomped his foot triumphantly. Watch this. Thud. The floor shook violently. But nothing happened. My bad, my bad. Zhu Yukai scratched his head awkwardly. The floor in this carriage is iron. My earth spike technique needs actual soil. Don't worry, you'll get your chance. Zhang Heng's gaze finally landed on Guxiang. Behind this kid, 2 other boys were cowering, their faces sallow, looking as if they had just recovered from a serious illness. What about you? Zhang Heng gestured with his chin. Guxiang stepped forward, shielding the 2 behind him, his face eager to show off his achievements. Brother Zhang, I swallowed 5. He paused, glancing at the 2 trembling companions behind him, a hint of frustration creeping into his voice. These 2 are useless. They only ate 1 and were rolling on the ground in pain, crying for their parents. I saw they couldn't take it, so I didn't dare feed them anymore. I was afraid they'd die from the pain. Zhang Heng didn't comment on the 2 students' endurance. He just stared at Guxiang. Talk is cheap. Show me what you've got. You got it. Guxiang rolled up his sleeves, looked around, and finally fixed his gaze on the carriage wall panel on the side. This was part of the train's load-bearing structure, made of solid alloy steel. Even a sledgehammer would only leave a faint white mark on it. Guxiang took a deep breath. He didn't bother with any flashy stances or even put much effort into building up power. He simply threw a seemingly casual straight punch. Bang! A dull, heavy explosion echoed through the narrow aisle, and the entire carriage floor seemed to shudder. Zhu Youcai, who was counting crystal cores, was so startled that he almost dropped them all. Holy crap! Earthquake! Everyone turned to look. There on the originally flat hard steel plate was a clear, deep fist imprint. The metal around the fist mark showed radiating twisted patterns, and the center was deeply sunken, a full half-fist deep. This was all done with pure physical strength. Guxiang withdrew his hand, looked at his slightly reddened knuckles, and shook them a couple of times. My hand's a bit numb, but it doesn't hurt. He jumped a couple of times on the spot, his lightness belying the weight of a full-grown man. It's not just strength. Guxiang clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him. Brother Zhang, I feel as light as a feather now, and my reflexes are much faster. If I run into that kind of zombie again, I can twist its head off myself without you lifting a finger. The confidence radiating from his very bones was impossible to fake. This was the confidence that came from power. Zhang Heng looked at his 3 transformed teammates before him. A tank who could take damage and control the field, a high-burst ranged mage, and a powerful healer who could save lives. Adding himself as an assassin and commander who could control the battlefield and break defenses, with Guxiang as the substitute. Everyone's original abilities had been enhanced, and they had gained new skills. This ragtag group, which was on the verge of falling apart at any moment, had finally gained the strength to fight. Everyone pack up. Zhang Heng's smile faded as his gaze shifted toward Carriage 7. The leisurely leveling is over. Next we need to speed up our advance. But first we need to test the fatty's skill. Brother Zhang, are we really going out to test it? A side door of the train had been pried open a crack, letting in the biting wind mingled with the stench of blood. Though it was still early summer, the temperature felt bone-chillingly cold. Zhu Yukai shrank his neck, gazing at the pitch-black wilderness outside, his courage faltering. How else will you know your limits if you don't try? Zhang Heng kicked the fat man's backside. Get on with it, no more dawdling. We might as well dispose of these corpses. Guxiang and a few other boys were laboriously pushing the headless zombie corpses off the train. This was a desolate plain, the railway embankment covered in rubble and dirt. All right, let me show you what I've got. Zhu Yukai took a deep breath, standing at the door. He pressed his hands down abruptly and shouted at the pile of corpses below the embankment, rise. Boom. The ground seemed to turn over. A thick spike of earth and stone as stout as an adult's thigh shot out from the soil, without any warning. Its speed was astonishing, carrying an unstoppable piercing force. Thud. The earth spike precisely impaled 2 zombie corpses stacked together, skewering them in midair like candied hawthorns on a stick. The tip of the spike still trembled slightly, with bits of dirt falling off. Holy crap. Guxiang and the others who were moving the bodies stared in disbelief. If this were to hit a person, even from below, it would pierce straight through a truly deadly skill. This hardness. Zhang Heng squinted, casually flicking a coin. Ding. The coin bounced off the earth spike, leaving only a tiny white mark. This isn't ordinary earth, it's rock compressed by the ability. Zhang Heng commented, though not as tough as metal in field combat, this move is a game changer. Unpredictable and deadly. Zhu Yukai smugly wiped his nose. Of course, who do you think I am? From now on, anyone who dares to mess with me gets launched into the sky. Alright, stop showing off. Close the door. Zhang Heng gestured. The door slid shut, sealing out the cold wind. Back in the warm carriage, the atmosphere had shifted noticeably. The survivors who had been working with Guoxiang now looked at Zhang Heng and his three companions with awe, even a hint of fanatical reverence. Before this, they had feared Zhang Heng, but mainly because of the knife in his hand and his ruthless demeanor. But now, having witnessed Li Zu's fire dragon Chen Yingra's healing light, Zhu Yukai's terrifying earth spikes, and Zhang Heng's uncanny throwing knife skills, they realized this was no longer a gap between the same species. This was the difference between gods and mortals. Brother Zhang. Guoxiang cautiously approached, holding a bottle of mineral water he had found somewhere, unscrewing the cap and handing it to Zhang Heng. So, where do we go next? Do we keep clearing the carriages behind us? Zhang Heng took a sip of water, his gaze piercing as he looked at the door leading to car 7. A large gap had been torn open there, the floor covered in black ash and severed limbs. Of course we do. Zhang Heng's voice was not loud, but it rang out clearly in the quiet carriage. This train is long with plenty of resources. But more importantly, he turned to look at his teammates. We can't keep hiding here like rats. Now that we have fangs, we need to learn how to eat meat. Li Su, have you rested enough? Always ready. Li Su toyed with a wisp of flame on his fingertip, his eyes burning with fervor. Zhu Yotsai, stop posing and get your sacred armor on. You got it. Cheningru, stay close to me and don't fall behind. Zhang Heng approached the shattered door, the silver willow leaf knife spinning at his fingertip, emitting a disquieting hum. Let's move out. Let's turn this train completely into our territory. As Zhang Heng stepped across the bloodstained threshold, this newly transformed apocalypse team finally began their conquest in earnest. In the shadows behind them, a few survivors exchanged glances, a glimmer of what could only be called ambition shining in their eyes. Since following a god meant survival, if they performed well, could they one day become gods themselves? In car 5 behind them, the group of survivors huddled in a corner whispering. Some prayed for rescue, others schemed about how much food they'd get for the next meal. But in the shadows unseen by them, Zhang Heng had already led his people to stand before the isolation door leading to car 7. The air was thick with the smell of burning and blood. The floor felt soft and hot underfoot. Zhang Heng reached behind his back and pulled out a knife. Its design was wildly aggressive, a thick spine, a bizarre curve to the blade reminiscent of the oversized cleavers from gangster movies. But this was no cheap street find. He had dismantled 2 stainless steel wash basins the night before, using his advanced metal control to forcibly remove impurities, compress the density, and forge it from scratch. Catch. Zhang Heng tossed it casually. Zhu Yukai fumbled to catch at his wrist, dipping sharply under the weight. Damn, this is heavy. The fat man estimated it must weigh at least 20 G. The density was absurd. This whole carriage is alloy steel. Your earth spikes are useless here, unless you want to pierce the floor and drop us all down. Zhang Heng pointed at the gleaming heavy blade in the fat man's hand. From now on, this is your main weapon. The armor is just for defense, it has no offensive power. Use this to chop. Zhu Yukai gripped the handle. The heavy solid feel gave him a sense of security. He swung it a couple of times, the blade whistling through the air. Not bad. The fat man grinned, golden light flowing over his body as that flashy horned armor covered him once more. Now I'm a perfect blend of offense and defense. Don't get cocky. Listen up. Zhang Heng's expression was cold, his words rapid. Change formation. Zhu Yotsai, you take the front as our shield and bulldozer. Li Su, position yourself behind the fat man on his left. Your fire is powerful, but in these tight quarters it's easy to cause friendly fire. Aim carefully before you release. They'll be in the 3rd position to control the field. Zhang Heng glanced back at Guoxiang, who was itching for action. You and your brothers bring up the rear. Guoxiang was taken aback. Brother Zhang, what are we supposed to do? We want to fight too. Fight my ass. Zhang Heng cut him off. Your task is the most important. We just kill, you're in charge of moving. Every time a zombie falls, you drag it away. Don't let the bodies block the corridor and make things harder for us. Zhang Heng pointed at Cheningru, who was standing further away. Drag them to her. She's the overseer and the healer. Digging out the crystals is her job. Anyone caught hiding one. Zhang Heng didn't finish the sentence, but the willow leaf throwing knife spun at his fingertip with a soft whir. Guoxiang shrank his neck, nodding repeatedly. Understood. Understood. Whoever dares to hide one, will deal with them first. One more thing, the most crucial. Zhang Heng's gaze swept over the 3 of them. The corridor is only a meter wide. When we engage, you must stagger your positions. Zhu Yotsai, crouch lower so you don't block Li Zu's line of sight. Li Su, stick to the wall and leave me a clear trajectory for my throwing knives. If the formation breaks, it's our own people who die. The group's expressions turned serious. Everyone ready. Zhang Heng stared at the isolation door, which was warped from the heat, yet still firmly shut. From behind it, the grating sound of nails scraping against metal never ceased. Let's get to work. Time to work. With Zhang Heng's order, the severely deformed isolation door was violently kicked open. There was no imagined surge of zombies pouring out because Zhu Yukai's massive body blocked the doorway like a door panel fitting perfectly. Roar! The horde that had been packed behind the door instantly erupted with countless grayish-white arms clawing at Zhu Yukai. Their nails scraped against his rock armor, producing a teeth-grinding screech and sparks. Shut the hell up. You're annoying, you're fatty. Zhu Yukai bellowed. Instead of swinging his blade hastily, he leveraged the weight of his golden holy armor and charged forward like a wild bull. Bang! The 3 or 4 zombies at the front were shattered by the immense force, collapsing backward like bowling pins, instantly clearing a meter of space at the crowded entrance. Now Li Su. Zhang Heng's voice rang out calmly from behind. Li Su sidestepped, steadying himself on Zhu Yukai's rocky pauldron while firelight blazed in his right palm. Taste this, you scum. Boom. A thick serpent of fire roared forth. It was no longer a haphazard spray. Instead, as if imbued with sentience, it coiled around Zhu Yukai's body and precisely burrowed into the densest part of the horde before exploding. The searing heat instantly ignited the zombies' clothes and grease, turning the narrow corridor into a sea of flames. Fall back. Having landed his strike, Li Su quickly retreated behind Zhu Yukai. Zhu Yukai then stepped forward, swinging his 20-gene alloy heavy blade in a horizontal arc powered by his waist. Thwack! The blade cut through the air with a dull moan. 3 burning heads flew into the air, and before the black blood could even spurt, it was vaporized by the heat into a foul red mist. Awesome! Zhu Yukai felt the blade slice through like cutting tofu. The satisfying weight instead filled him with boundless confidence. Don't stop. Push forward. Zhang Heng stood in the 3rd position, hands in his pockets, appearing relaxed, but his psionic energy had already spread out, covering all areas 5 meters ahead. This newly formed ability user squad operated like a precise meat grinder, slowly advancing through the corridor of Car 7. Zhu Yukai was responsible for ramming, blocking, and sweeping. Li Su dealt damage in the gaps and ignited and any stragglers or assassins trying to crawl over from the upper bunks would inexplicably have their heads burst before they could even get close. Swish! A silver light flashed. A zombie that had just poked half its body out from an upper bunk suddenly had a red dot appear on its brow. Its body stiffened instantly, then it tumbled down limply. That was Zhang Heng's willow leaf blade. It was like a silver piranha swimming through the air, silent and deadly. Guoxiang, get to work. Coming, brother Zhang. Guoxiang led 2 other boys as they rushed up like diligent ants. They worked in perfect sync, one grabbing the arms, another the legs, swiftly dragging the bodies to the rear. They tossed them to other survivors responsible for extracting the crystals, then quickly cleaned up the blood on the floor to prevent those in front from slipping. Meanwhile, Chun Ingru supervised the crystal extraction while also keeping an eye on the fighters up front. The entire process was fluid, without a single wasted movement. Car 7 was a hard sleeper carriage with a narrow corridor flanked by semi-open compartments. This terrain was a nightmare for survivors, as zombies could be hiding on any bunk. But for Zhang Heng's squad, it was a perfect grinding spot. Left middle bunk, 2 of them, Zhang Heng stated calm. Without even looking, Zhu Yukai swung the back of his blade in a counterblow. Crack! The zombie attempting an ambush had its sternum shattered and was pinned against the wall. Right upper bunk, Li Su burn it. Whoosh! A flash of fire, and the zombie above turned into a torch, howling as it tumbled down, landing right at Zhu Yukai's feet. The fatty crushed its head with a single stomp. The advance was astonishingly fast. In just half an hour, Car 7 was completely cleared. Huff! Huff! Zhu Yukai leaned against the doorframe at the connecting point, panting heavily. He deactivated the helmet, revealing a sweaty, chubby face. Brother Zhang, this job is satisfying, but it's really draining. That blade is too heavy. Get used to it. Zhang Heng handed him a bottle of water. Your strength is sufficient, but your technique is terrible. Don't just use brute force. Learn to use your waist and legs. Rest for 10 minutes. Chun Ingru, report the results. Chun Ingru held the red bucket, her face flushed. Whether from heat or excitement was unclear. We cleared 68 zombies from Car 7 and dug out 41 crystals. The drop rate is a bit higher than before. Zhang Heng nodded, picking up a crystal to toy with. The zombies are getting stronger, and the energy in the crystals is purer. This is both good and bad for us. Let's continue. Car 8. The stench of blood here was thicker than in Car 7. Gnawed bone-white remains were scattered everywhere on the floor, a clear sign of an extremely brutal massacre that had occurred here in the early stages of the outbreak. Be careful. Zhang Heng frowned slightly. His psionic sense detected something amiss. The magnetic field here is a bit chaotic. Before he could even finish speaking, a dark shadow suddenly shot out from the shadows at the end of the corridor. Fast. Too fast. Its speed exceeded the limits of ordinary dynamic vision, like a giant gecko skimming across the ground. Fatty! Li Su exclaimed. Zhu Yukai had no time to swing his blade. He instinctively crossed his arms in front of his chest. Clang! A deafening metallic ring. 3 deep grooves had been gouged into Zhu Yukai's 3 centimeter thick rock arm guards, sending stone chips flying. The immense impact force slid his 200 body half a meter backward the iron floor beneath his... Holy crap! What the hell is that? It's got that much power. Zhu Yukai broke out in a cold sweat. The dark shadow, having failed its strike, immediately used the momentum to bounce off the side bunk frame. It landed on all fours, clinging to the ceiling like a spider hissing at the group. This was a mutated zombie. Its limbs were extremely elongated, joints twisted backward, and its nails as long as daggers glowed with an eerie blue light. Its tongue was the most disgusting part, flickering in and out like a snake's, a full half-foot long. First stage speed-type mutant, Zhang Heng's gaze turned cold. Basically the prototype of what they call a licker in Resident Evil. Li Su seal off its escape route. Got it. Li Su thrust out both hands and two walls of fire instantly blocked the space front and back. The monster seemed to sense the danger. It kicked off with its hind legs, ignoring the flames, and turned into a blurry shadow lunging straight at Zhang Heng in the third position. It possessed instinctive intelligence, knowing that the man with the small knife was the biggest threat. Courting death, Zhang Heng stood his ground motionless, just as the monster's claws were 10 centimeters from his throat home. The metallic elements in the surrounding air seemed to solidify instantly. Four stainless steel guardrails originally fixed to the middle bunks on both sides suddenly twisted, snapped, and then like four venomous snakes shot from all directions, top, bottom, left, and right, simultaneously piercing the monster in midair. Thud, 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 thud. There was no suspense. The four steel pipes precisely impaled the monster's limbs, pinning it firmly to the carriage ceiling with immense force. SSS. The monster struggled violently, but under Zhang Heng's absolute control, the steel pipes were as immovable, as if rooted, even beginning to twist like a corkscrew, digging into its flesh and bone. This, Guoxiang and the others behind were dumbstruck. Was this Zhang Heng's true power? No need to lift a finger, not even eye contact. With but a thought, everything becomes a weapon. Zhang Heng raised his hand, his fingertip curling slightly. The willow leaf blade that had been floating beside him rose slowly, aiming at the monster's brow. Better luck in your next life. Swish. The blade pierced its brain. The monster's hissing ceased abruptly. Zhang Heng turned around as if he had done something trivial. This crystal is mine. You can split the rest. After this incident, the team's advance became more cautious, yet also more ruthless. All carelessness was discarded. Even Zhu Yukai stopped complaining about the blade's weight, putting his full strength into every swing. Finally, by the time Car 9 was cleared, evening had arrived. The setting sun streamed through the broken windows, casting a hellish dark red over the pools of black blood. The group stood at the junction between Car 9 and Car 10, but no one dared to take another step forward. Even the usually bold Li Su, now looking at the transparent isolation door, had a face as pale as a sheet. This? How the hell are we supposed to fight this? Zhu Yukai swallowed his saliva, his voice trembling. Car 10 was a hard seat carriage. If the hard sleeper was crowded, then the hard seat was a sardine can. Through the glass door, one could see a dense mass of heads. Every inch of space was filled. The aisle, the seats, under the seats, on the luggage racks. Those zombies didn't even need to stand, as they were squeezed so tightly they had no room to fall. They were like a writhing wall of flesh blocking the door solidly. What was more terrifying was that due to prolonged confinement and heat, the corpse miasma inside the carriage had reached a tangible density, coating the glass with a layer of brownish greasy filth. That's way too many. Guoxiang felt his legs go weak. If we opened that door, they wouldn't even need to walk. The sheer pressure of them pushing out would crush us to death. Zhang Heng stared at this scene in silence. Hard seat carriages are usually severely overcrowded. A single carriage has a capacity of 118, but it might actually hold 200 or even 300 people. 5 hard seat carriages linked together meant over 1,000 zombies. And in such a high-density environment, their rate of cannibalization and mutation was far higher than in the hard sleeper carriages. We can't push through Heden. Zhang Heng made his judgment. The previous bottleneck tactic wouldn't work here, because the sheer numbers meant the corpses would pile up faster than they could clear them, eventually blocking the entrance completely or even bursting the isolation door. Then what? Retreat. Cheningru asked quietly. Retreat. Where to? Zhang Heng sneered. Our food and water are on this train. If we don't crack this hard, not well, just be waiting to die. He turned to look at the exhausted group. After continuously clearing 3 carriages, the high-intensity combat and mental strain had pushed everyone to their physical limits. Zhu Yukai's hands were trembling, Li Zu's face was pale as paper, and even Zhang Heng felt a throbbing pain in his temples. That's enough for today. Zhang Heng issued the orders. Guoxiang, take some people and block the door on the Car 9 side. Stack more bunks against it to seal it tight. Cheningru, take inventory of the supplies and cook dinner. We're eating well tonight. Li Su, Zhu Youcai, focus on recovering your abilities. Zhang Heng cast one last look at the countless murky eyes staring fixedly at them from behind the glass door, a glint of madness flashing in his own eyes. Tomorrow we're going to change the game. Since we can't block it well, set a fire and turn this hell train into a steel furnace. Night fell. The train sat isolated on the desolate plain like a giant iron coffin. And deep within that iron coffin, a few faint points of fire flickered to life. They were the hope of the survivors and the sparks from a hunter sharpening his blade. At the end of Car 9, several bunks had been dismantled and hastily assembled into a makeshift defensive. The nauseating stench of blood and decay still hung thick in the air, but now another more domineering aroma was fiercely vying for olfactory dominance. The fragrance of braised beef noodles mingled with pickled cabbage. For those in the apocalypse, this scent was more intoxicating than any top-tier perfume. Slurp. Zhu Yukai cradled a large stainless steel bowl, shamelessly gulping down the last of the soup, letting out a satisfied sigh. Awesome. This is what it means to be alive. For the past 2 days with Sister Chun in charge of supplies, I haven't had a drop of oil. He wiped the grease from his mouth, his eyes darting slyly toward the portable stove, where water was still boiling. Sister Chun, any more? Fatty here, just evolved and running on empty, need to replenish. Replenish your big head. Chun Yingru shot him a glare, but her hands obediently tore open another pack of sausages and tossed them into the pot. Ration them, we don't have much left. Her words were like a bucket of cold water, instantly quenching everyone's appetite. Zhang Heng sat by the window holding a bottle of mineral water, gently swirling it. The water in the bottle was less than a third full. That bad? Zhang Heng set down the bottle, his gaze sweeping over the few present. Chun Yingru sighed, pulling a notebook from her bag. Not bad. Downright dire. I just did a tally. After these past few days of consumption, especially since our appetites have grown with our strength, our food reserves can last at most a dozen more days. A dozen days? Li Su frowned. Isn't there still plenty of stock in the dining car warehouse? We have over 30 people, 3 meals a day. Just the rice alone has taken a toll. Chun Yingru pointed to the data in her notebook. The bigger problem is water. The water tanks in cars 5 through 9 suffered massive waste due to the chaos and lack of management earlier. Each car's tank was small to begin with, and we used to replenish at every stop. Now that we're stuck here, there's no chance to refill. 30-some people. Zhang Heng tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table, producing a steady thud-thud. Just to sustain life, we need at least 50 liters of water daily. If we don't solve the water issue, the zombies won't have to lift a finger. In a few days, we'll die of thirst, or start fighting over a bottle of urine. The atmosphere froze instantly. Guoxiang cowered in a corner, swallowing hard, afraid to speak. The survivors behind him were ashen-faced. So we have to take the cars behind us. Zhang Heng stood up and walked to the sealed isolation door. Through the foggy glass, the horrifying wall of flesh on the other side was still visible. Brother Zhang, I get the logic, Zhu Yukai grimaced as he approached. But how? This isn't a train car, it's a zombie can. If we force our way in, the pressure when the door opens will crush us. If we set a fire, no fire. Zhang Heng cut him off, having already dismissed the same idea after care. The hard seat cars are the richest in supplies on the whole train. Passengers, snacks, drinks, and the independent water tanks on the roof. That's our lifeline. Burning it all would be suicide. So what do? Li Su toyed with his lighter. Onion were fine. Group fights too. But this is a damn landslide. Once I'm buried in there, I'll be trampled into pulp. Zhang Heng didn't answer immediately. Instead, he closed his eyes, extending his spiritual sense like tendrils. After advancing a rank, his perception of metal was no longer limited to his line of sight. He could see countless twisted bones pressed together behind that fragile glass door, the car's panels groaning under immense internal pressure. More importantly, he sensed the structure of Car 10. The old green train had windows that could slide upward, but they were all locked shut during operation. The doors were folding types with simple crude latches. Since we can't open them from the inside, we'll do it from the outside. Zhang Heng's eyes snapped open, a cold smirk curling at his lips. Outside. Zhu Yukai was stunned. Brother Zhang, you mean? We go out, right? Zhang Heng pointed at the roof. We get on top of the train. Are you crazy? Guoxiang couldn't help but exclaim. Out here in the wilderness with no cover. What if zombies swarm from all sides? Do you think I'd let you feed the zombies for nothing? Zhang Heng shot him a cold glance. Listen, here's my plan. Opening the can. He picked up the willow leaf knife on the table and sketched a simple diagram on the surface. The hard seat cars are tough because the density is too high, we have no room to maneuver. But what if we open all the side windows and doors? Zhang Heng's knife tip jabbed heavily at several points on the diagram, like letting steam out of a pressure cooker. Once we create openings, the zombies inside will flow out like fluid and fall onto the tracks. Once the density drops, the rest will be trapped like fish in a barrel. Brilliant. Zhu Yukai slapped his thigh. But after they're out, what then? The zombies outside will be scattered everywhere. How do we fight them? And there's another issue. Li Su pointed out the key. The windows and doors are all locked from inside. Given the crowding, breaking them from outside by force is tough, and we might get pulled down ourselves. That's where I come in. Zhang Heng spun the willow leaf knife in his hand, a silver glint flashing in his eyes. I couldn't do it before, but now. Those old latches are like obedient putty to me. As for the zombies that spill out, you'll know how to handle them then. 10 minutes later on the train roof. The night wind on the plain was fierce, whipping their clothes noisily. Zhang Heng, Li Su, and Zhu Yukai lay flat on the edge of Car 9's roof, clinging to the cold metal like Chuning Ru stayed inside to coordinate while Guxiang and the others held the defensive line. Damn, it's high. Zhu Yukai glanced down. The dark tracks below gaped like a massive mouth. From the roof to the base of the rails, it was a drop of at least 5 or 6 meters. Shut up, don't look down. Zhang Heng hissed, his eyes locked on Car 10 ahead. From above, Car 9 looked like a swollen python, its body slightly deformed. Faint, low growls could be heard from within like the roars of countless tormented souls. Ready? Zhang Heng took a deep breath, pressing his palm against the icy roof metal. Hum. An invisible wave spread rapidly through the metal. In Zhang Heng's mind, a 3D structural map of Car 9's metal components formed instantly. He saw the deformed window latches and the door hinges bearing immense pressure. Now, open. Zhang Heng's eyes bulged, veins standing out on his forehead. Crack, crack, crack. A series of metallic snapping sounds exploded in the night air. The latches on over a dozen left side windows of Car 10 snapped simultaneously. Then the most spectacular scene unfolded. Due to the terrifying internal pressure, the window glass shattered instantly as the restraints gave way, smashed by the zombie horde within. Crash. With the sound of breaking glass, countless zombies poured out of the windows like dumplings being dumped. Roar. Eerie howls echoed across the plain. The zombies couldn't control themselves, shoved out by those behind, flailing as they plunged into the dark tracks below. Holy crap. A zombie fountain. Zhu Yukai stared in awe. This is more thrilling than any movie. But it wasn't over yet. Zhang Heng gritted his teeth, unleashing his spiritual power again, locking onto the 2 folding doors in the middle of the car. One more big one. Bang. The door hinges were twisted and snapped. Boom. The 2 doors flew off, followed by a torrent of black. In that instant, at least 100 zombies surged out. The once swollen car visibly deflated. Not bad. Li Su clenched his fists in excitement. At least a third is gone. Zhang Heng's face was pale. The long-range multi-target precision control drained his spiritual energy heavily. He fished a crystal core from his pocket and stuffed it into his mouth, mumbling, "Don't celebrate too early. The real trouble is still inside." What trouble? Zhu Yukai was still watching the show. Haven't you noticed? Zhang Heng pointed at the zombies below, missing limbs, yet still snarling. The ones that fell out were all ordinary zombies. What's wrong with that? A high-density environment is like raising goo insects. Zhang Heng's voice turned cold. The weak are pushed to the edges and out the windows. So what's left in the middle unmoved? What do you think it will be? The night wind howled, carrying a thick stench of blood that pierced the nostrils. Zhang Heng lay atop the No. 9 carriage, making no move to attack the zombies below, who were stumbling and dazed from the fall. He pressed his hand against the iron sheet beneath him, his spiritual energy seeping down like quicksilver. The metal lock core in the connecting joint between carriages 9 and 10 instantly melted, and several steel bars grew from inside the door frame, locking the door plate firmly in place. After securing this safeguard, Zhang Heng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Let's begin. With his command, Li Su, who had been itching for action, could no longer hold back. He crouched at the edge of the carriage roof, conjuring a ball of orange-red flames in his hand, and hurled it down toward the embankment like a bowling ball. Boom. The fireball crashed into the rubble, instantly igniting a patch of withered grass. In the darkness, this blaze was like a deadly beacon. The zombies that had just tumbled out of the windows, still wandering and roaring in confusion, now surged toward the flames like sharks catching the scent of blood. Don't jump down yet. Zhang Heng grabbed Zhu Yotsai, who was about to leap. We're 5 meters up, they can't reach it. This is a natural firing platform. Isn't this just kiting mobs? I'm familiar with that. Zhu Yukai chuckled, pulling back his extended leg. The zombies below gathered in greater numbers, their dense gray-white heads bobbing in the firelight like a pot of boiling gruel. Go! Zhang Heng flicked his fingers. 2 streaks of silver light shot out like swimming dragons. These were his willow leaf blades, also scythes of death reaping lives. At this distance and density, no aiming was needed. Splat! Splat! The silver light wove through the horde, each flash drawing a spurt of black blood. The blades were terrifyingly sharp, and with Zhang Heng's current spiritual control, it was a one-sided slaughter. Skewering candied hawthorns. With a thought, Zhang Heng sent the 2 flying daggers piercing through 3 zombies' heads in an instant, then using the returning momentum, sliced off half the skull of another nearby zombie. The efficiency was astonishing. Li Su, unwilling to be outdone, couldn't match Zhang Heng's precise headshots, but his fireballs, when hurled into the crowd, caused massive burns and chaos. Awesome. This is what I call leveling up. Zhu Yukai watched from above, his eyes burning with envy, itching to throw his alloy greatsword down and smash a few. Time ticked by. The corpses beneath the embankment piled up higher, almost covering the ground. 58. 60. Zhang Heng silently counted the kills, but his frown deepened. The windows and doors that had been spewing zombies like a fountain suddenly slowed their flow. It was as if someone had tightened a faucet, leaving only a few stragglers tumbling out. Stop! Zhang Heng suddenly barked. What's wrong, brother Zhang? We were just having a blast. Li Su, still holding a fireball, looked confused. Something's off. Zhang Heng stood up, his gaze locked on the dark windows below. A hard-seat carriage has a capacity of 118 plus standing tickets, and overcrowding this car must have held at least 150 zombies. Zhang Heng's voice was chillingly cold in the night wind. We've killed less than half. Where are the rest? Maybe they're stuck. Zhu Yukai scratched his head. It's so crowded inside. The door was blown off. How could they be stuck? Zhang Heng shook his head. And haven't you noticed? The group paused, listening intently. The earlier cacophony of hair-raising roars had vanished. In its place was an eerie silence. Only the moaning of wind through broken windows could be heard like a... The remaining zombies didn't come out, Zhang Heng asserted. They're still inside. If they were ordinary zombies, the scent of living humans and the firelight would have driven them out recklessly. Unless something had ordered them not to move. All of you fall back. Zhang Heng took a deep breath and lay back down on the carriage roof. This time, instead of simply sensing the structure, he unleashed his spiritual energy without reserve. Whoosh! The world in his mind turned into black and white lines. The outlines of metal were crystal clear. He saw the interior of the carriage. At that sight, Zhang Heng's pupils contracted sharply, his heart seized, as if by an icy hand. The carriage wasn't empty. The remaining 70 or 80 zombies weren't stumbling around aimlessly. They were forming ranks. Though they stood crookedly, their bodies twitching instinctively, they had indeed formed a semicircular defensive, and at the very center of that circle in the aisle of the middle carriage stood a figure. It was a zombie, yet not quite like one. It wore a blood-stained sky-blue dress with long hair draped over its shoulders. Its skin, though also a grayish-white, hadn't festered or oozed like other zombies, but instead displayed an eerie smoothness like a corpse carved from marble. It stood there silently, arms hanging naturally at its sides. The normally ferocious zombies around it were now like the most loyal guards, shielding it tightly in the middle, even suppressing their throaty growls to the barest minimum. What the hell is this thing? A fine layer of cold sweat broke out on Zhang Heng's forehead. The earlier liquor had been strong, but it was driven only by bestial instinct. But this one, was it thinking? Or controlling? Brother Zhang, what did you see? You look terrible, Li Su whispered from behind. There's a big one. Zhang Heng withdrew his hand, his face as grim as if it could drip water. Inside, there's a female zombie in a blue dress. The others are protecting it. Protecting? Li Zu's eyes widened. Zombies have that kind of intelligence. Are they becoming spirits? Not becoming spirits, evolving. Zhang Heng's mind flashed with descriptions of height-year zombies from films and novels. Though fictional, they served as a reference. In almost all zombie literature, the true horror wasn't the zombie's strength, but their hierarchy. If the liquor was a first-stage mutant relying on physical enhancement, then this one. Zhang Heng swallowed hard. It's likely second stage. And a second-stage mental control type. Second stage. Zhu Yukai nearly jumped up. Brother Zhang, don't scare me. It's only been a few days into the apocalypse. And we're getting second-stage monsters. Where's the game balance? This is a train. Zhang Heng pointed at the iron beneath them. Enclosed, high temperature, high density. With 150 people crammed together for zombies, this is the perfect breeding ground. They devour each other, fight each other, and evolve at a rate 10 or 100 times faster than outside. We didn't open a can, we opened Pandora's box. Just then a piercing shriek erupted from inside the carriage. Squeal. The sound wasn't like that from vocal cords, but more like a high-frequency infrasound stabbing directly into everyone's eardrums. Aunt Chen Ningru covered her ears in pain, crouching down. Even Zhu Youcai, with his strongest physique, felt his head buzzing with nausea. Zhang Heng, bearing the brunt of the mental assault, saw darkness before his eyes and nearly rolled off the carriage roof. It's found us. Zhang Heng bit his tongue sharply, using the pain to stay conscious. In his perception, the blue-dressed figure slowly lifted its head. Though separated by a thick layer of iron, Zhang Heng could clearly feel a pair of cold, dead eyes staring at him. Then the once stationary royal guard inside the carriage moved. They didn't jump out of the windows. They began furiously pounding the roof. Thump, thump, thump. Each impact landed right beneath Zhang Heng and his group, deforming and bulging the iron. It knows we're up here. Zhang Heng roared, fall back. Head to carriage 9. This iron can't hold them. Before his words faded, a claw tore through the carriage roof's iron right at Li Zu's feet. If he had been half a second slower, his ankle, that blue-dressed female zombie had no intention of hiding inside. It wanted to drag all these ants daring to stand above it down as snacks. The iron sheet beneath their feet resembled a piece of tinfoil being violently torn, emitting a grating, teeth-clenching screech. Several ashen hand claws like iron hooks brutally pierced through the roof, the sparks from nails scraping against metal glaringly bright in the night. Jump! Zhang Heng barked. This was no ordinary tearing. These zombies possessed monstrous strength. All three rolled backward almost simultaneously. The moment they vacated their spot, the 2-meter square section of the roof was ripped clean off. A massive gaping hole was exposed to the air, followed by 7 or 8 dark shadows like cannonballs fired from a chamber launching directly from inside the carriage onto the roof. Under the moonlight, the group finally saw the true form of these Praetorians. They were not tall, even more gaunt than ordinary zombies, their muscles tightly clinging to their bones, displaying a sinister purplish-black hue. But bone spurs grew at their joints, and their eyes were no a murky gray, but a bloodshot dark red. What the hell are these monkeys? Zhu Yukai had just cursed when a purple-skinned zombie lunged at him. Its speed was so great that the retina could only capture a blur. Zhu Yukai instinctively raised his petrified arm to block. Clang. With a crisp sound, the fatty's rock armor, tough enough to withstand a sledgehammer, was gouged with 3 deep gashes. The immense impact sent his 200 body sliding back several meters, nearly throwing him off the train. Don't fight them, Hedon. They're nail-reinforced types. Zhang Heng's pupils contracted. But this group of purple-skinned zombies gave them no respite. Having succeeded in one strike, 3 more immediately flanked them from the sides, coordinating like a well-trained special forces squad. Burn, you bastards. Li Su roared, flames erupting from his palm, forming a wall of fire. Ordinary zombies would have cowered at the sight of flames. But these purple freaks advanced instead of retreating. They lowered their bodies, moving on all fours like geckos, swiftly skittering across the roof, easily dodging the core area of the flames, and lunging at Li Zu's throat from the side. You're asking for it. Zhang Heng's fingers spread wide, unleashing his full control. Several rivets beneath Li Zu's feet instantly flew off, transforming into steel darts that pierced precisely at the airborne purple freaks. Thud thud. 2 zombies had their eye sockets pierced by the steel darts, but they didn't die, nor did they even scream. The darts piercing their brains seemed merely stuck into a piece of rotten wood. They simply shook their heads, their movements without any delay, continuing their assault. Useless. Li Su was horrified, forced to roll awkwardly on the ground, a chunk of flesh torn from his shoulder, blood pouring out. They feel no pain, their brain structure has changed, ordinary physical penetration can't kill them. Zhang Heng's mind raced. Decapitation. We have to cut off their heads. Just then the voice that made everyone's soul tremble sounded again. Squeak. This time it was closer, its power even greater. The figure in the blue dress slowly rose from the gap in the carriage. It stood on the shoulders of 2 purple-skinned zombies, looking down at the group from above. Its face, pale as marble, was expressionless except for its pitch-black eyes, which suddenly rippled with visible waves. Zhang Heng felt as if a blender had been shoved into his brain. Pain. A sharp, piercing pain. His vision blurred instantly, the once clear blueprint of the metal structure in his mind collapsing into countless fragments. The 2 willow leaf blades he controlled paused in midair, losing their aim, flying past a purple freak's ear. Zhu Yukai and Li Su both clutched their heads, screaming in agony, blood seeping from their 7 orifices. This was a mental shock. And the moment they lost their ability to resist, the remaining 5 purple-skinned zombies simultaneously erupted, their sharp claws aiming for the throats, hearts, and groins of the 3. A certain death scenario. Guixiang, throw those 2 door panels over. Zhang Heng roared, forcing himself through the agonizing pain of his seething brain. Guixiang, who had been cowering at the junction of Car 9, was already terrified out of his wits. Upon hearing Zhang Heng's shout, his body reacted faster than his mind. He let out a strange cry, unleashing all his brute strength, hurling the 2 heavy alloy door panels he had previously dismantled like frisbees. Hold them off for me. Zhang Heng's eyes were bloodshot, blood gushing from his nose. He was overexerting his mental energy. The flying door panels seemed caught by an invisible giant hand, forcibly altering their trajectory, instantly disassembling and reassembling. In the blink of an eye, 2 semicircular steel shield walls materialized out of thin air, fiercely protecting the 3 in the middle. Clang, clang, clang. A dense rain of impacts sounded like raindrops hitting banana leaves. The purple-skinned zombies' claws madly tore at the shield wall, sparks flying everywhere. This woman is too damn sinister. Zhu Yukai slumped behind the shield wall, panting heavily, his face covered in blood. Brother Zhang, my brain feels like it's exploding. I can't muster any strength. It's a second-order psychic type, capable of interfering with our brainwaves. Zhang Heng wiped the blood from his face, his gaze chillingly cold. As long as it's alive, we can't use our abilities. We can only wait to die. Li Su leaned against the wall, his face pale as paper. Then what do we do? Rush out and take it down. There are still 5 mad dogs guarding outside. Not 5. Zhang Heng listened to the increasingly dense scratching sounds outside. The ordinary zombies that fell off earlier are climbing back up. The shield wall was deforming. The blue-dressed female zombie clearly had no intention of letting them live. It was manipulating the horde outside, slowly crushing this last layer of their turtle shell. No way back. Zhang Heng drew a spare dagger from his waist, holding it in a reverse grip. Li Su, how much fire do you have left? If I go all out, I can still unleash a big one. Fatty, can you still move? As long as you don't blow up my brain, I can lift this whole damn train. Good. Zhang Heng took a deep breath. The thick smell of blood in the air only calmed him down. Listen. This layer of iron won't hold for more than 10 seconds. In a moment, it'll release the shield wall and turn it into fragments to shoot out. Fatty, you don't need to worry about anything else. Just one word: hold. Hold it. Yes, hold on to those purple-skinned dogs. Even if you get bitten to death, don't let go. Li Su, don't throw your fire. Wait until Fatty has them, then you detonate it right inside the shield wall. And you, Li Zu's eyes widened. Detonating it in here will cook us all. Me, Zhang Heng looked at the ordinary dagger in his hand, a mad curve forming on his lips. I'm going to ask that queen for a dance. Who cared about turning into a zombie at a time like this? That was a concern for those who survived. If they couldn't forget about becoming a zombie, they wouldn't even leave a complete corpse just torn into shreds and pulped by these mad dogs. Outside the shield wall, the sound of claws scraping against metal was hair-raising. Thump! A piece of iron was pried open at one corner. A purplish-black arm reached in rotting flesh hanging from its fingertips, nearly gouging out Li Zu's eye. Zhang Heng stared at the shadows that were nearly becoming black lines, his heartbeat threatening to explode. This explosive power, this hardness. All first-tier evolutionary forms. Plus that second-tier female corpse with psychic attacks, this was a fucking certain death scenario. 3, 2, 1. Zhang Heng couldn't shout it out. The countdown only rolled once in his throat. The two battered steel walls in front of him instantly collapsed. It wasn't a beautiful shatter, rather it was the last remnants of his exhausted mental power ground into countless irregular metal shrapnel. Puff, puff, puff. The dense sounds of flesh being pierced made one's teeth ache. The few purple-skinned zombies surrounding the perimeter hadn't reacted, yet when dozens of blood holes appeared on their bodies, black blood gushing out. Such a degree of physical damage wouldn't kill them, but it was enough to freeze the movements of these beasts for a second. That was sufficient. Die for me, you fat bastard. Zhu Yukai's whole body of fat quivered, but no one found it amusing at this moment. Instead of retreating, he charged forward, arms spread wide like a bull blinded with rage, recklessly crashing into the three densest purple-skinned monsters ahead. There was no technique. It was all about mass. It was pure brute force. Bang! The dull sound of impact. The three zombies were crushed into a heap by his charge. Zhu Yukai clung tightly to them, allowing those razor-sharp claws to penetrate his shoulders and back, blood instantly soaking his clothes and flowing down his pant legs. This fat man didn't utter a sound, instead grinning with blood froth at the corners of his mouth as he snarled at the back. Boldly. Fire. Don't dawdle. Li Zu's eyes were about to bulge out. Watching Zhu Yukai being torn apart by the zombies, his teeth gritted audibly, and the blazing white ball of light in his palm was blinding. This was no ordinary fireball. It was a high-temperature bomb compressed from all his stored abilities. Damn! Li Su roared, and the light ball shot out. Explode. Boom. No mushroom cloud, only an instant expanding sea of orange-earth flames. The high-temperature shockwave swept across the vehicle's roof, causing even the metal to start glowing red and curling. In the center of the explosion, Zhu Yukai and those few zombies were instantly engulfed. The purple-skinned zombies let out a wailing scream, their proud, resilient skin bubbling and carbonizing under thousands of degrees of heat. At the very moment the fire erupted, a shadow dashed in. Zhang Heng. No shield, no knife. He was gambling. Betting that in the instant the second-tier female zombie commanded her minions to defend against the explosion, there would be a gap in her mental power. The flames licked across Zhang Heng's skin, instantly singeing his eyebrows. The female zombie in the blue dress, standing in the back, clearly didn't expect these humans to be this insane. They even blew up their own. In her pitch-black, lifeless eyes, a faint glimmer of astonishment flashed for the first time. She opened her mouth, the high-frequency wave in her throat about to burst forth. Too late. Zhang Heng had already rushed under her nose. But he couldn't swing his knife. The two purple-skinned monsters responsible for close protection, though half-burned, still had their instincts intact, directly positioning their bodies to shield the female zombie. These were two walls of flesh. Stabbing a dagger into them would get stuck on bones. Get lost. Zhang Heng pressed down fiercely with his left hand. Rise. Two jets of hot air burst from his nostrils, a sign of ruptured cerebral blood vessels. The steel plate under his feet emitted a painful twisting sound. Crack. Without warning, the steel plate beneath the female zombie burst upwards like a giant trap, viciously clamping down on the calves of the two guarding zombies. With this trip, the main door swung wide open. The blue-dressed female zombie was right in front of him, less than half a meter away. Her dead fish-like eyes fixed intently on Zhang Heng. Buzz. It was as if someone had stuffed a whirring electric drill into Zhang Heng's head. Pain. It hurt. His vision instantly doubled. Countless distorted human faces swirled before him. The wails of millions erupted in his mind. His body stiffened, the raised dagger frozen in midair, unable to pierce down. That was a fear stemming from biological instinct. Absolute suppression of a higher level over a lower one. Kneel down. A cold voice echoed in his mind, laced with an air of superiority. Zhang Heng's knee buckled, and he uncontrollably slid down. Just then a charred meatball rolled out from the burning pot. Kneel to your grandpa. Zhu Yukai. This fat man's skin was cracked all over, some areas even scorched, yet somehow he found the strength to grab a piece of glowing red metal. He swung it around. Like slamming a brick, he struck the female zombie hard on the back of her head. Bang! This hit didn't cause substantial damage, but was highly insulting, directly interrupting the female zombie's mental pressure. Zhang Heng's confusion instantly dissipated. Opportunity. Only once. His hand still trembled, unable to grip the knife. Zhang Heng simply released his hold, his neck veins bulging, and lunged forward. Using his forehead, he slammed hard into the female zombie's forehead. Bang! This collision was frighteningly dull. Their faces were pressed against each other, noses touching. Die! Zhang Heng's bloodshot eyes contained all his mental energy, all his will, even that reckless ferocity compressed into a single needle at that moment. Since you are of the mental type, then I will compete with you in brains. In the instant their foreheads touched, Zhang Heng's violent, chaotic, and bloodthirsty mental torrent surged into the female zombie's brain without restraint. This was not technique. It was a suicidal mental clash. Ah! The female zombie let out a scream that was anything but human. Two streams of black blood flowed down the corners of her eyes, the once smooth marble-like face starting to show fine cracks. Her brain structure was forcefully crushed by Zhang Heng's overwhelming mental power. At the same time, Zhang Heng felt his consciousness plunging into an abyss. In his last glance, he saw the female zombie slump down weakly. Plop! A crystalline core, translucent and glowing with a faint blue light, rolled out from her cracked forehead. The surrounding purple-skinned zombies instantly froze like puppets, with their strings cut, their actions stiffening as they stood there in confusion. I won. Zhang Heng's body swayed, his legs weakened, and he fell straight back. The world spun around him. The last image frozen on his retina was the blue crystal rolling in the filthy blood. So bizarre. Did this thing actually pop out from her forehead? Didn't the cores from the rotten meat I killed before always hide in the chest? This second-tier monster truly disregarded the rules of combat. Even its positioning was so tricky. His vision began to darken, and his consciousness was rapidly fading. Strangely, he glanced at that face, which was now cracking. Earlier, he was too focused on fighting to notice the details. This female zombie's skin looked polished, her features intact. If she hadn't mutated in the pre-apocalyptic era, she would have definitely been a level of beauty that could cause chaos. What a damn pity. Such a beautiful face. Oh, was that last hit a bit too hard? Just as this absurd thought flashed through his mind, darkness surged in like a tide, completely severing all consciousness. In the corridor of Car 9, a deathly silence reigned. The air was thick with the nauseating stench of burnt flesh and blood. Guoxiang dragged a charred body behind him. It was Zhu Yukai. The fat man was barely breathing, his skin covered in severe burns, with some areas exposing carbonized muscle. Behind him, two male students struggled to carry Li Su and Zhang Heng. Li Su was in better shape, merely exhausted with a torn shoulder. But Zhang Heng's condition was the most alarming. Blood oozed from his 7 orifices, his face pale as paper, his breath so faint he seemed like a corpse just pulled from a freezer. Put them here. Guoxiang's voice trembled as he gently laid Zhu Yukai on the blanket-covered floor. Xiaoningru knelt among the 3 tears, streaming uncontrollably, yet her hands never ceased their work. I must save them. I must. Her hands hovered over Zhu Yukai's charred chest, and an emerald green light of life poured forth without restraint. She was draining her own life force. With the infusion of green light, the horrific burns on Zhu Yukai's body began to scab and peel visibly. Though still shocking, at least his life was hanging by a thread. Next came Li Su, then Zhang Heng. Chun Yingra's complexion grew worse. Her once rosy lips turned pale and cracked, and a few silver strands appeared among her black hair. Sister Chun, stop. You'll ruin yourself. Guoxiang grabbed her wrist, shouting in desperation. No. Brother Zhang's brain damage is too severe. If I don't repair it now, he'll become a vegetable. Xiaoningru shook her head weakly, her eyes unfocused, but her hands stubbornly pressed against Zhang Heng's forehead. 10 minutes passed. Xiaoningru swayed, the light in her eyes fading completely, and she collapsed softly onto Zhang Heng. All 4 were down. The entire core team lay in the corridor like lambs to the slaughter, utterly defenseless. Guoxiang sat slumped on the floor, gasping for air, staring at the wounded before him, his mind blank. Just then a rustling of footsteps came from the other end of the car. Guoxiang looked up. 7 or 8 survivors were slowly approaching. Leading them was a middle-aged man in glasses, surnamed Wang, once a clerk in a government office. He usually seemed timid, but now behind his lenses a glint of greed flickered. Their gazes weren't on the wounded, but fixed on the red plastic bucket by Guoxiang's feet. Inside lay the freshly acquired spoils, the blue crystal core from the second-tier female zombie, and dozens of advanced crystal cores from the purple-skinned zombies. This wealth was enough to drive anyone mad. Brother Guo. Wang rubbed his hands together, a fake smile plastered on his face. Brother Zhang and the others. Are they done for? Guoxiang stood up, instinctively blocking the red bucket, and glared at the group warily. They're just unconscious. They'll be fine after a night's rest. What do you want? Nothing, just showing concern. Wang took a step forward, his gaze sliding past Guoxiang to the bucket, licking his lips greedily. But you see, everyone's down now. Someone needs to take charge here, right? Yeah, a man with a tattooed arm chimed in, sinisterly wielding a steel pipe had scavenged from somewhere. These crystal cores are good stuff. They make people stronger. With so many zombies around, isn't it wasteful to leave them with a few unconscious folks? Why not share them? Wang's true colors emerged. If we get stronger, we can protect everyone too. It's for the collective good, right? Why should they hog all the good stuff? They're useless now. Who knows if they'll even wake up? The crowd began to stir their earlier fear, dissolving under greed's sway. They closed and forming a semicircle. Guxiang looked at these familiar faces. Just hours ago, Brother Zhang had risked his life for them. Fatty Zhu had held the line against zombies, and Sister Chun had treated their scrapes. Now they wanted to loot the wounded. Get back. Guxiang lowered his head, his voice soft. What did you say? The tattooed man sneered, brandishing his pipe. Kid, don't be ungrateful. You're just an errand boy. Think you're hot stuff. Move, or we'll take you down too. He reached for the red bucket. Guxiang didn't move, but as the man's fingers were about to touch the bucket's rim, schlick, a sharp dagger plunged into the tattooed man's neck without warning. Blood sprayed, splattering across Wang's face. The tattooed man clutched his neck, staring at Guxiang in disbelief, making gurgling sounds before collapsing softly. Dead silence fell. Guxiang slowly raised his head. His face, once bearing the youthful innocence of a college student, was now utterly expressionless. Blood flecked his glasses, and his eyes were cold as ice. I said get back. He pulled out the dagger and wiped it casually on his clothes. Murder. The kid's gone mad. Wang screamed and turned to flee, but Guxiang was faster. His body, enhanced by the crystal cores, exploded with power. He shot forward like a cheetah, grabbed Wang by the hair, and slammed his head hard against the wall. Bang! Wang collapsed like a dead dog. The remaining 5 or 6 were frozen in terror. Some pulled out fruit knives to fight, others knelt begging for mercy. Guxiang said nothing and didn't stop. In that moment, Zhang Heng's words echoed in his mind. Don't expect to leap to the top. First, make sure you can outrun the zombies. In this damned apocalypse, kindness was for the dead. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of blade-piercing flesh rang out in the car. Guxiang wasn't as precise and elegant as Zhang Heng, nor as forceful and bold as Zhu Yukai. But he had swallowed several gray, ordinary crystals, and his strength and speed far surpassed any ordinary person. Yet he lacked combat talent. His movements were clumsy and brutal, just stabbing, pulling out, and stabbing again. 1 minute later, 6 more bodies lay in the corridor. The remaining survivors huddled in the distance, trembling, not daring to breathe. Guxiang, drenched in blood, stood amid the pile of corpses. His stomach churned, but he forced himself not to vomit. He turned and limped back to Zhang Heng and the others collapsing onto the floor. He picked up the blood-stained dagger, laid it across his knees, and leaned against the red bucket, his gaze fixed on the dark end of the car. He was like a lone wolf guarding a pride's cubs. Anyone who takes one more step, Guxiang's voice rasped, echoing through the silent car. This will be your fate. No one answered. Only the wind outside continued to wail. His head felt as if it were being split open by a rusty saw, each throb sending a sharp pain into his temples. Zhang Heng opened his eyes, his vision blurry. What met his eyes was not the torn-off broken roof of a car, but a ceiling lamp emitting a warm yellow glow. Judging by the scene outside the window, it must have been deep into the night. Beneath him was not cold iron, but a soft bed. He was still alive. Memories surged back like a tide. The second-tier zombie in the blue dress, that fatal headbutt, and finally the blue crystal core that had popped out. Zhang Heng tried to move his fingers. Fortunately, all his parts were still there, but his body felt hollowed out. Even lifting an arm seemed exhausting. He turned his head and saw someone lying on the bed beside him. Chiningru. She was sleeping soundly, her face as pale as paper, her brows slightly furrowed, as if even in her dreams she found no peace. Zhang Heng propped himself up on the edge of the bed, pausing for several seconds to let the dizziness pass. He reached out to check Chinyinger's breath. It was faint but steady. This girl had truly risked her life this time. If it hadn't been for her relentless infusion of vitality at the end, he would probably be dead by now, or turned into one of those monsters outside that only craved flesh. Zhang Heng grabbed a bottle of mineral water from the bedside and gulped down most of it, finally soothing his parched throat. This was Carriage 8, a luxury soft sleeper. The environment here was far superior to the ordinary soft sleeper section. The compartment door was slightly ajar, and outside was eerily quiet without the usual cacophony of voices. Too quiet. Zhang Heng's heart skipped a beat. Given the number of survivors in the carriage earlier, and after such a fierce battle, it shouldn't have been this silent. Unless everyone was dead. He grabbed the willow leaf knife from the nightstand, tucked it into his sleeve, and pushed the door open. The scene in the corridor made him pause. Someone was sitting on the floor. Guxiang was leaning against the wall, his legs curled up, the blood-stained dagger lying. His head was bowed, arms wrapped around his knees. His originally clean jacket was now covered in dark, dried blood. Hearing the door open, Guxiang jerked his head up. His eyes were bloodshot, his gaze as fierce as a startled beast. Upon recognizing Zhang Heng, the ferocity slowly faded, replaced by an indescribable weariness and fear. Zhang. Brother Zhang. Guxiang opened his mouth, his voice hoarse. Zhang Heng said nothing, his gaze sweeping past Guxiang to the carriage connection. 2 sentinels stood guard there. Zhu Yukai was a sight to behold, his body wrapped in bedsheets. Used as bandages, of course. He looked like a mummy, but that didn't stop him from layering a rock armor over it. This armor was thicker than before with a metallic sheen, making him look like the Taurus from a Saint Seiya set. Li Su sat on a folding chair nearby, fiddling with a lighter in his right hand, the flame flickering. His left arm was immobilized against his chest with strips torn from bedsheets and 2 boards, his shoulder wrapped in thick gauze, where the purple-skinned zombie had torn a chunk of flesh. At their feet, in the connection between carriage 8 and carriage 9, lay several corpses strewn about. Zhang Heng narrowed his eyes. These bodies were fresh with no signs of zombification. No ashen pallor on the skin, no bulging veins. The wounds on the necks were clean and precise, a single fatal cut. They were human, corpses of the living who had been killed. Awake! Li Su turned at the sound, his usually stern face now dark enough to drip with gloom. Zhu Yukai also turned, calling out in a muffled voice, "Brother Zhang." Zhang Heng walked over to Guxiang and patted him on the shoulder. The kid flinched, clearly still not recovered from some state of shock. What happened? Zhang Heng pointed at the bodies on the floor, then at the closed connecting door. Where are the other survivors? And what's with these bodies? Guxiang's lips trembled, his Adam's apple bobbing, but he couldn't utter a word for a long time. His hands were still shaking, the physiological tremor that came after killing. This kid scared stiff. Let me speak. Li Su put away his lighter, stood up, and kicked one of the bodies, the tattooed man from before. These bastards saw the 4 of us unconscious and tried to take advantage. Zhang Heng's eyes turned cold. After the crystal cores, more than that, Li Su sneered, pointing at Guxiang on the floor. If this kid hadn't gotten ruthless, would probably have been thrown off the train to feed the zombies by now. That bespectacled leader said they'd split the crystal cores, and that keeping us around was a burden. We should just contribute. So Guxiang struck. Yeah, this kid's a tough one too. Usually acts all timid, but when it comes to action, he's darker than anyone. Li Su clicked his tongue, stabbed 6 of them all in the neck and arteries. The rest were scared out of their wits and didn't dare move. Zhang Heng looked down at Guxiang. The young man, who looked like a college student, now buried his head in his knees, his shoulders heaving. Killing for the first time and killing his own kind. This was a hard hurdle to overcome. What happened next? Zhang Heng asked. Then Li Su and I woke up. Zhu Yukai took over, his tone fiery. Seeing this scene, I wanted to throw all those ingrates off the train. But there were too many, all in chaos. Some knelt and begged, saying they weren't involved, others were playing dead. We couldn't tell who was the mastermind and who were the followers. So you drove them all over? Zhang Heng interjected. Right, Li Su nodded. Since these people could watch us fight for our lives and then stab us in the back, they don't deserve to stay with us. Carriage 9 is a bit damaged, but it still offers some shelter. Fatty and I discussed it, locked the door, and waited for you to wake up to decide. Zhang Heng was silent for a moment, then walked to the glass window at the connection. Through the grimy glass, he could see the scene in Carriage 9. It was a refugee camp over there. Because a large section of the roof had been torn off, the night wind howled in. Over 20 people huddled in a corner, wrapped in fabric torn from seats, shivering. That red plastic bucket had been brought over by Li Su and was now on the Carriage 8 side. When the group saw Zhang Heng's figure at the window, they stirred restlessly. Some rushed to the door, pounding on the glass, their mouths moving as if pleading. Others gestured, pointing at a child inside, who was purple from the cold. Zhang Heng watched all of this expressionlessly. 2 days ago, he might have felt a flicker of compassion. But now, looking at the corpses of those who had tried to kill him, and at Guxiang, who had to stain his hands with blood, and was now mentally broken to protect everyone, any trace of mercy in his heart had long been devoured by dogs. Brother Zhang. Guxiang finally spoke, his voice choked with tears. Did I do wrong? I killed people. They were people. Zhang Heng turned around and crouched before Guxiang. He offered no words of comfort, no grand principles. He simply reached out, took Guxiang's still trembling right hand, still stained with dried blood. Look clearly, Zhang Heng said, pointing at the tattooed man on the floor. If this knife hadn't gone into his neck, you Chuning Ru, and I would be lying here right now. Guxiang looked up, his face streaked with tears. In this world, if you want to be a good person, you first need the capital to be a bad one. Zhang Heng's voice was soft, but every word struck Guxiang's ears like a nail. You did nothing wrong. You saved all our lives. The blood on your hands isn't dirty. It's your metal. Guxiang stared blankly at Zhang Heng, the fear in his eyes slowly fading, replaced by a complex emotion. All right, stop being so soft, Zhang Heng said, standing up and brushing off his pants. Go wash your face, and Li Su. Fatty, open the door. Open the door. Zhu Yukai was taken aback. Brother Zhang, you're letting them come over. Let them come over. A cold smile curled at the corner of Zhang Heng's mouth, a smile that made Zhu Yukai shiver. What are you thinking? I'm going to collect rent. Rent. This train was taken by us. This safe zone was earned with our lives. Zhang Heng straightened his collar. Though his clothes were full of holes and bloodstains, his aura was stronger than ever. Since they want to ride, they have to follow the rules. Before, we were all surviving together. But now, he pointed at the floor beneath his feet. This is my train. If they don't want to get off and feed the zombies, they'll have to play by my rules. Li Su and Zhu Yukai exchanged a glance, both seeing the excitement in each other's eyes. This was their boss, the decisive and ruthless Zhang Heng, who could carve a path through a horde of corpses with them. Got it. Zhu Yukai grinned, reaching for the door handle. His rockified arm exerted a sudden force. Click. The sound of the latch springing open was jarringly loud in the silent carriage. The survivors in carriage 9, as seeing the door open, thought their pleas had worked and scrambled to rush over. Everyone stopped right there. Zhu Yukai bellowed, his 200-engine frame blocking the doorway like a mountain. The layer of rock armor on his body gleamed with a cold, hard luster under the light. In his hand, he held an alloy broadsword still stained with purple-black zombie blood. The crowd slammed to a halt. A few at the front nearly stumbled onto the blade. Zhang Heng pushed past Zhu Yukai and walked in with deliberate calm. The night wind hit him, carrying the stench of blood. He surveyed the group of gaunt, shifty-eyed survivors. There was only scrutiny. Who's in charge? Zhang Heng asked flatly. No one spoke. Everyone kept their heads down, terrified of meeting this harbinger of doom's eyes. That Wong Glasses was dead now. This group was nothing but a heap of loose sand. No one's talking, huh? Zhang Heng nodded. Fine. Li Su. Here. Point out those who were stirring things up with Wong Glasses before and the ones who took up. A stir ran through the crowd. The faces of several men turned deathly pale. No, boss. We were forced. It was that Wong Glasses who made us. We didn't dare refuse. Mercy. I have a wife and kids at home. And Wang Jiangwo, he came up with the idea. Whales rose and fell. Zhang Heng paid them no mind, his gaze fixed on Li Su. Li Zu's face was cold as he pointed them out one by one, the one in the gray jacket, the bald one, and the long-haired guy shrinking in the back. They were the loudest. 5 men in total. Their legs gave way, and they collapsed to the floor. Throw them off, Zhang Heng said. What a... The men stared in disbelief. This is the middle of nowhere. There could be zombies out there. Throwing us off is a death sentence. Did you think about us dying when you wanted to steal the spirit cores, eh? Zhang Heng walked over, looking down at the bald man. You made your choice. Now face the consequences. Fatty, do it. You got it. Zhu Yukai grinned savagely, stepping forward and picking the men up like they were chicks, one in each hand. No, you can't do this. This is murder. It's against the law. Help. Someone save us. Screams echoed through the carriage, but the others clamped their hands over their mouths, not daring to breathe, let alone step in to help. They even shrank back, terrified of being associated with them in any way. That was human nature. Moments ago, they were comrades in a revolt. Now they were pariahs to be avoided at all costs. As the last of the agonized screams faded into the howling wind, the carriage fell into absolute silence. The remaining survivors stared at Zhang Heng, their eyes filled with terror. In their eyes, this young man was more terrifying than the zombies outside. The rest of you. Zhang Heng turned his gaze, sweeping over the dozen or so survivors, the elderly women and a few men who looked honest and simple. If you want to live, listen up. 1. This carriage is yours. Carriage 8 is off limits. Cross the line and you die. 2. All food and water are to be surrendered. Well, ration it out daily. Don't talk to me about private property. Every screw on this train belongs to Zhang now. 3. When we encounter zombies, if you don't want to die, pick up a weapon and fight. Anyone who hangs back or tries any tricks. Zhang Heng pointed at the gaping hole in the carriage. Understand? Yais. A scattered, fearful murmur of assent answered him. Zhang Heng waved his hand. The crowd parted, revealing a trembling, middle-aged man cowering in the corner. It was Wang Jiangwo. This old fox had lost all his official airs from their first meeting. His once fancy dress shirt was now filled. He had his head buried between his knees, wishing the ground would swallow him whole. Back in the dining car, Zhang Heng had stabbed him through the thigh with a dinner knife. If not for the others helping to bandage him, he would have bled out. Head barely scraped back half a life, and after only 2 days of peace, he was already stirring up trouble again. Others could be thrown out to fend for themselves, but not this troublemaker. Zhang Heng jerked his chin in that direction. Fatty, drag him over. Zhu Yukai had just tossed the last 2 unlucky souls out through the hole. He clapped his hands and walked toward the corner with a fierce grin. The crowd parted like he was a plague. No, don't touch me. I'm wounded. I have immunity. Wang Jiangwo shrieked like a stuck pig, his fingers clawing at the seat legs. Zhu Yukai didn't waste words. His rock-hard hand grabbed the scruff of Wang Jiangwo's neck and dragged him like a dead dog into the middle of the aisle. With a thud, Wang Jiangwo was thrown heavily at Zhang Heng's feet, writhing in pain. Zhang Heng looked down at the dirty bandage on his thigh, stained with yellow fluid. That was the mark from last time. He lifted his foot, aimed the sole directly at the wound, and without a moment's hesitation stomped down. And he twisted it. The agonized scream drowned out the wind outside, making everyone's scalp tingle and teeth ache. Wang Jiangwo's eyes bulged with pain as he slapped the floor frantically, his face a mess of snot and tears. Ancestor Zhang. Mercy. Have mercy. I was forced to. It was that Wong Glasses. Zhang Heng didn't let up, he increased the pressure. The wound split open and blood seeped through his pant leg, spreading a dark red stain on the floor. That stab last time was to teach you how to behave. Zhang Heng's voice was low and flat, but in the deathly still carriage, it was piercing. I was going to let you live, let you scrape by for a few days in this apocalypse. Too bad. Zhang Heng shook his head. There wasn't even killing intent in his dark eyes, only the detached indifference one shows to a dead thing. You just had to court death. No. No. Wang Jingwo looked at Zhang Heng's expressionless face and finally caught the scent of death. His whole body of fat trembled violently. I have money. I have an account in a Swiss. Snap. A crisp snap of fingers cut off his plate. A flash of silver streaked through the air. Too fast. No one saw Zhang Heng move. A willow leaf-shaped alloy blade materialized out of nowhere and pierced through Wang Jingwo's forehead. A wet thud. The back of his head exploded in a spray of red and white splattering the pants of the survivors behind him. Wang Jingwo's scream was cut short. His murky eyes were still wide open as if he couldn't believe even in death that this young man could kill without so much as a blink. The body slumped to one side. The carriage was terrifyingly quiet. A few seconds later, a few timid women came to their senses, covering their mouths with suppressed sobs as their legs gave way and they collapsed to their knees. That was the consequence. No need for words, no need for a trial. In this carriage, Zhang Heng was the only law. In that moment, the order of the civilized world was utterly shattered. On this train, stranded in the apocalyptic wilderness, a new law was established. It was Zhang Heng's law, the naked law of the jungle. The eastern sky was tinged with the pale light of dawn, signaling that this damned long night had finally passed. Beyond the window, the wilderness revealed a bleak gray outline in the early morning light. Occasionally, a few zombies could be seen shuffling around a distant village before disappearing from sight. A strange odor permeated Car 9, a mixture of blood-burnt smell and the sour stench of dozens of people packed together. Zhang Heng did not rush to sleep. He sat on a relatively intact hard seat, idly playing with the willow leaf knife in his hand. None of the remaining dozen or so survivors dared to look up at him. Get to work. Zhang Heng uttered 2 words. The crowd shuddered as if struck by a whip. Without needing further orders, a few sharper men scrambled to their feet and began moving the corpses. The unfortunate souls who had been thrown out earlier were still trembling outside the door. Though the door was now open, they dared not come back in. They had witnessed Zhang Heng killing Wang Jingwo. They feared that without his permission, boarding again would lead to the same fate. Take down everything from the luggage racks. Zhang Heng pointed upward. Open every bag, no matter whose it is. Sort the food, drinks, and supplies by if I catch anyone trying to pocket something. He didn't finish the sentence, but gently tapped the tip of the knife on the small table before him. Tap, tap, tap. The crisp sound sent chills down everyone's spines. Soon the car was filled with the sounds of zippers and rummaging. Various suitcases were pried open violently. Colorful clothes were tossed aside, while food and water were carefully brought out and piled in the aisle. The scene was ironic. Just days ago, the owners of these bags were probably worrying about what gifts to bring home for their children or calculating how to spend their year-end bonuses. Now they were gone, and their belongings had become lifelines for others. Zhang Heng ignored the snacks and bottled water, his gaze fixed on several expensive-looking leather cases. That black one, bring it here. A middle-aged woman nervously carried the case over. Opening it, he was taken aback. Several unopened packs of soft China cigarettes, 2 bottles of mitai, and a box of tea that looked exorbitantly expensive. All right, put these aside. Zhang Heng waved his hand. The cleanup lasted half an hour. The haul was richer than expected. After all, this was a long-distance train, and the passengers had brought considerable supplies. They found over a dozen boxes of instant noodles alone, along with piles of sausages and braised eggs. They even unearthed a few fruit knives and 2 cans of pepper spray. Zhang Heng left Guxiang to watch over the group while he walked toward the rear of the car. That was the connecting door to car 10. Through the heavy fire door and the small observation window, he could see it was packed tight on the other side. Nothing but heads. Or rather, nothing but zombie heads. Cars 9 through 12 were all hard-seat cars, the worst for overcrowding. Dense clusters of grayish-white faces pressed against the glass, their eyes murky and yellow, mouths opening and closing as if in silent roars. The glass was smeared with grime and mucus from their scratching. Even through the door, Zhang Heng could feel the overwhelming stench of decay and the oppressive atmosphere. If this door opened, it would be a zombie horde. Zhang Heng narrowed his eyes and pushed against the doorframe. It was sturdy enough, but the hardware on this old green train was only so-so. If the hundreds of zombies on the other side pushed with all their might, the door might not hold. He turned and pulled out a few steel pipes he had removed from under the seats along with some thick iron wire. No need for aesthetics, just sturdiness. Half an hour later, the door handle was tightly bound with wire and several steel pipes were wedged diagonally between the doorframe and the legs of the adjacent seats, forming a simple reinforcement structure. After finishing, Zhang Heng dusted off the rust from his hands. Guxiang. Here, brother Zhang. Guxiang responded, his voice still a bit tense, but much steadier than before. Leave 2 people to watch this door in shifts. Report any movement immediately. The rest stay in car 9. Anyone who crosses that line. Zhang Heng pointed to the floor connecting to car 8. You know what to do. Guxiang pursed his lips and nodded firmly. The dagger in his hand was gripped tightly, his knuckles white. Zhang Heng said no more, stepped over the connector and returned to car 8. Once the door closed, the world fell silent. The soft sleeper compartment had decent soundproofing, muffling the noisy chatter and faint zombie roars. Though a trace of blood still lingered in the air, it was far better than the other side. Li Su was leaning against a chair by the door, his head nodding, clearly exhausted. Hearing a sound, his eyes snapped open, his hand instinctively reaching for the steel pipe at his waist. Seeing it was Zhang Heng, he relaxed, the tension draining from him as he slumped back into the chair. "Finished over there?" Li Su asked, his voice hoarse as if he had swallowed sand. "Yeah, those people are scared witless. They won't cause trouble for now." Zhang Heng walked over to Li Su, pulled out a pack of the newly looted soft china cigarettes, opened it, and tossed him one. "Go get some sleep. They'll keep watch." Li Su took the cigarette, sniffed it greedily, but didn't light it. "I'm not tired. Fatty is snoring like thunder in there, rattling my brain." Zhang Heng smiled, but didn't insist. He walked over to check on Sheningru. The girl hadn't woken up yet, but her complexion was rosier than when she first collapsed, and her breathing was steady and strong. If it weren't for her, this group would have fallen apart long ago. Zhang Heng felt his eyelids growing heavy, the fatigue of overexerting his mental energy washing over him like waves. But he couldn't sleep soundly. He lay down on another empty berth, still gripping the willow leaf knife. As he closed his eyes, the image of the ferocious, blue-dressed female zombie flashed in his mind, along with the blue crystal core that had rolled out from between her brows. He had to grow stronger. This was only the beginning of the apocalypse. Such monsters would only become more numerous. As he thought, his consciousness gradually faded. Outside the window, the sun rose, its golden rays streaming through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating the dried bloodstains on the floor. The train still sat in the silent wilderness like a great beast that had long since died. This sleep was far from peaceful. His dreams were filled with nothing but flames, gnashing sounds, and that excruciating pain, as if his brain were being churned by a blender. When Zhang Heng woke up, it was already broad daylight outside. Judging by the sun's position, he estimated it was around noon. His head still throbbed with a dull ache, like a tendon twitching and tugging at his nerves. This was the aftermath of mental energy depletion. He sat up and rubbed his temples. Despite the pain, he could clearly sense that the once dry pond in his mind seemed to have expanded a little. The sensation was profoundly mysterious. It was akin to how torn muscle fibers upon healing become thicker and stronger. This intangible, invisible thing called mental energy also adhered to the principle of no breakthrough without destruction. In the previous battles, whether it was controlling the dagger or that desperate final mental strike, he had been pushing himself to the absolute limit. Now that he had recovered, although his total mental energy hadn't fully replenished, its upper limit had clearly increased. "Awake!" Zhu Yukai's voice came from the lower bunk. Zhang Heng leaned over and saw the fat man leaning against the headboard, fiercely chewing on a pack of beef jerky of some unknown brand. His body was still wrapped in layers of bandages like a mummy, looking both comical and pathetic. "Where's Chuningru?" Zhang Heng asked. "Still asleep." Zhu Yukai pointed to the bunk across the way. She turned over and groaned a couple of times just now. "She'll probably wake up soon. This girl is really tough. Healing the three of us all by herself without being drained dry is a stroke of luck." Zhang Heng swung himself out of bed and stretched his limbs. Every joint in his body cracked loudly. The soreness was still there, but the feeling of weakness had largely vanished. Li Su wasn't in the room, probably keeping watch outside. Zhang Heng walked over to the small table and picked up the several packs of premium cigarettes they had scavenged from Karnai. Besides the soft-pack Zhonghua, there were also 2 packs of Yellow Crane Tower 1916. Before the apocalypse, these were hard currency, and ordinary people had never even seen what the pack looked like. He tore open a pack of 1916, took out a cigarette, and tossed it to Zhu Yukai. "Catch." Zhu Yukai fumbled to catch it. When he saw the golden band on the filter, his eyes went wide. "Holy shit, brother Zhang, this is some good stuff. I used to only see these on the desks of those big bosses, never dared to bum one. Now you've got plenty." Zhang Heng also put one between his lips. "On this train, if nothing else, there's enough smokes and booze to go around." He pushed open the door and walked into the corridor. Li Su was sitting on a folding chair, meticulously wiping down his steel pipe with a rag. Hearing the noise, he looked up. Those eyes, usually bloodshot, seemed much clearer today. "How do you feel?" Zhang Heng tossed the cigarette pack over. Li Su caught it, expertly tapped one out, put it in his mouth, and leaned in to light it from Zhang Heng's lighter. He took a deep drag, let the smoke fill his lungs, and then slowly exhaled a plume of bluish smoke. "Refreshing," Li Su said succinctly. "My head feels much clearer than before. Before using that fire serpent, I'd feel dizzy and see stars after 2 or 3. Now I feel like I could conjure a few more. That's a good thing." Zhang Heng leaned against the window, gazing at the verdant wilderness outside. "Overdrawing is dangerous, but as long as you don't die surviving it is a gain. What about that blue crystal core?" Zhu Yukai hobbled out of the compartment, still clutching the unlit cigarette. "Brother Zhang, is that thing a big tonic?" Zhang Heng fished the blue crystal from his pocket. It was only the size of a thumbnail, refracting a faint blue light in the sun. It looked as if liquid were flowing inside it, appearing far more advanced than the crystal cores of those purple-skinned zombies. "The energy in this thing is too intense." Zhang Heng rubbed the crystal's surface, its icy coolness seeping straight into his fingertips. My current physique might not be able to handle it. Let's hold on to it for now. We'll deal with it after we've absorbed all the ordinary ones. The three of them just leaned against the corridor, smoking and blowing clouds. In the haze of smoke, the pressing urgency of surviving the apocalypse seemed to fade a little. Brother Zhang, do you think this counts as a blessing in disguise? Zhu Yukai chuckled, no longer bothered by his pain. Back in the day, I never dared to dream I'd be smoking this kind of cigarette and fighting zombies. Blessing my ass. Li Su snorted coldly. If I had the choice, I'd rather go back to being my lowly train guard, even if it meant getting yelled at by the captain every day. Zhang Heng said nothing, just smoked in silence. Go back. There was no going back. That orderly, albeit mediocre and safe world had already collapsed. The only path before them now was to step over corpses and move forward. 3 more cars left. Zhang Heng flicked his ash. Cars 10, 11, 0, and 12. Once we clear those, the whole train will be clean. I checked car 10. It's all hard seats. The zombie density is terrifying. Li Su frowned. In our current state, a heat and assault definitely won't work. No rush. Zhang Heng squinted. Chen Yingris not awake yet, and our injuries haven't healed properly. Just then a weak groan came from the compartment. The three exchanged a glance, immediately stubbed out their cigarettes, and rushed inside. Chen Yingru was awake. She was struggling to sit up, her short hair a mess. Though her face was still a bit pale, her eyes were focused. Water. Zhang Heng was quick. He unscrewed a bottle of mineral water and handed it over. Chen Yingru gulped down more than half the bottle before letting out a long breath. Looking at the 3 big men surrounding her bed, she was stunned for a moment, then gave a wry smile. I'm still alive. Alive and kicking. Zhu Yukai grinned, showing a mouthful of white teeth. All 4 of us have tough luck. Zhang Heng asked. Headache week all over. Chen Yingru rubbed her temples, then her eyes suddenly lit up. But I feel like the energy inside me has increased. That dry, parched feeling is gone. Instead, it feels very full. That's right. Zhang Heng nodded. It seems we've all made considerable progress, even if we haven't advanced to the next level. Since everyone was awake, some matters needed to be addressed. Zhang Heng turned to Zhu Yukai. Fatty, go get the 2 drivers. I have some questions for them. You got it. Zhu Yukai acknowledged and headed toward car 9. Soon he returned with 2 men in grease-stained. One was in his 50s with graying hair, looking quite steady. The other was in his early 20s wearing glasses with a tint. These 2 had been hiding in the crowd all along, never joining in with Wang Yanjing's troublemaking, nor contributing much. They were the kind of honest folks who just went with the flow. Sit down. Zhang Heng pointed to the bunks opposite. The 2 men nervously perched on the edge, not knowing where to put their hands. Don't be nervous. I just called you over to ask a few things. Zhang Heng opened another pack of cigarettes and tossed it to the older driver. Master, what's your surname? My surname is Liu. This is Xiao Wang. Old Liu caught the cigarettes, his hands trembling a little, but he still expertly tucked one behind his ear. You? What are your orders? How much farther can this train go? Zhang Heng got straight to the point. Old Liu and Xiao Wang exchanged a glance as if they had already pondered this question. Well, Old Liu rubbed his hands together, choosing his words carefully. This train is a modified old model green train, a diesel locomotive. It was originally designed with dual power. It could run on electricity or diesel. Electricity is out of the question. The overhead lines have been dead for a while. Xiao Wang chimed in, pushing up his glasses. Now we can only rely on that diesel engine to keep going. How much fuel is left in the tank? Zhang Heng asked the crucial question. Old Liu sighed, the wrinkles on his face bunching together. This route is long. We were supposed to resupply at Hongqing Station ahead. But now, I checked the gauge. There's probably less than a quarter tank left. How much is a quarter? Li Su interjected. Converted into kilometers. Old Liu did a quick mental calculation. At most 500 to 600 kilometers. And that's under good road conditions without any obstacles. If we have to brake and start frequently or tow those heavy cars behind us, the fuel consumption will go up. 500 to 600 kilometers. Zhang Heng's heart sank. That distance sounded like a lot, but for this train traveling from the coast to the northern frontier, it was only about a tenth of the journey. Going back, however, to their starting point at Luling Station shouldn't be a big problem. The sun was unrelentingly scorching. Just past the beginning of summer, the green train parked in the wilderness had turned into a stifling oven. Touching the train's wall felt like touching a hot stove. Outside the window, a few half-dead, crooked trees were filled with the heart-wrenching cries of cicadas, mingling with the lingering stench of blood and sweat in the carriage, drilling straight into people's minds, creating an unsettling anxiety. Inside car 8 was smoke swirled. 500 or 600 kilometers. Zhang Heng lightly tapped the table with his fingers, his brow slightly furrowed. Heading north is definitely not an option. The cities there are densely populated and the road conditions are complex. If we stop, it's a dead end. Old Liu and Little Wang, the 2 drivers, sat upright like elementary school students, not daring to breathe. Then let's head back. Zhang Heng extinguished his cigarette, his gaze turning to the window. Back to Luling. Back to Luling. Zhu Yukai was momentarily stunned, forgetting to chew the beef jerky in his mouth. Brother Zhang, we barely escaped. That place is probably crawling with zombies by now. Where aren't there many zombies? Zhang Heng countered. Luling is our stronghold, and we know the terrain well. Besides, I have my reasons to return. As for what those reasons were, Zhang Heng did not reveal. He believed that with a smaller population in Luling and military police station there, a relatively stable survivor base should have been established. There were troops, order, and more opportunities for evolution. Seeing the direction set, old Lu nodded quickly and said no more. Then it settled. Zhang Heng stood up. For the next 3 days, everyone will take turns resting to recover from injuries. After 3 days, we will clear the last 3 carriages. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, the train that had stopped in the apocalypse seemed to have turned into a fortress of safety. With sufficient food and water combined with Qin Yingra's relentless treatment, everyone's condition improved remarkably. Especially Zhang Heng, whose previously dried-up mental power not only fully recovered, but became even more refined. Although he had yet to dare consume the second-tier blue crystal, just carrying it with him allowed the energy fluctuations to subtly nourish his body. On the morning of the 3rd day, sunlight pierced through the clouds, casting down on the dirt-covered roof of the carriage. At the junction of car 10A, the steel pipes and wires that had originally blocked the door had been removed, leaving only a solitary connecting door. Behind the door was a mass of zombies. They had been hungry for 3 whole days, and upon smelling the scent of the living, were frantically clawing at the glass, producing a sound that made one's teeth ache. Are you ready? Zhang Heng stretched his neck, making a cracking sound. I've been waiting for this. Zhu Yukai grinned, his rocky armor suddenly enveloping him. This time the thickness of the armor doubled, with a texture resembling granite on the surface and vicious barbs sprouting at the joints. Li Su stood at the back, cradling his right wrist with his left hand, a bright red fireball compressing and rotating in his palm, radiating intense heat. Guoxiang gripped 2 sharpened daggers in reverse. Though still somewhat nervous, his eyes no longer held the previous timidity, replaced instead with a fierce eagerness. As for Chuning Ru, she stood at the back, holding several spare ordinary crystal cores ready to replenish any consumption. Open the door. Zhang Heng issued the order nonchalantly. Guoxiang took a deep breath, yanked down the door handle, and quickly withdrew. Roar! The long-accumulated tide of corpses surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam, instantly crashing through the fire door and flooding into car 8. The stench was enough to make someone dizzy. You bastards, Grandpa is here. Zhu Yukai shouted, charging forward instead of retreating. His massive frame crashed into the densest part of the zombie horde like a heavy tank. Bang! 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 A series of dull crashing sounds rang out. The 3 or 4 zombies at the forefront were directly smashed to pieces, flying out like rag dolls. Zhu Yukai swung the alloy saber, using his rock-like brute force to sweep across. Thud! 3 rotting heads flew into the air, black blood splattering onto the rocky armor, quickly sliding off. Refreshing, the chubby man laughed heartily. If it had been 3 days ago facing such a density of zombies, he would have lasted at most a minute before being overwhelmed. But now the ordinary zombies clawing and biting felt like mere tickling to him, unable to break through the thick layer of defense. Don't just enjoy yourself, watch out for stray ones. Li Zu's cold voice echoed. A few small zombies slipped past Zhu Yukai's side, clawing and pouncing. Boom! A fireball the size of a fist whizzed past, accurately striking one zombie in the face. Flames erupted instantly, turning the head into char. At the same time, a flash of silver light appeared. It was Zhang Heng's willow leaf blade. It danced like a silver fish, tracing a strange arc in the air. Thud! Thud! 2 zombies had blood holes appear simultaneously in their foreheads, their bodies still lunging forward due to inertia, but their lives were already extinguished. Guoxiang finished them off. Zhang Heng flicked his fingers, and the willow leaf blade flew back to his side, swirling around. Yes. Guoxiang crouched down, darting out like a nimble cat. He specifically targeted the zombies that had been knocked down by Zhu Yukai or injured by explosions, swiftly and accurately stabbing his dagger into their eye sockets or temples. Though his movements were still a bit clumsy, they were quick and decisive. This was teamwork. The tank absorbed damage, the mage dealt damage, the assassin harvested, and the commander controlled the battlefield. The once dreaded tide of corpses had now turned into a one-sided slaughter. Car 10 was cleared. Car 11 was cleared. By the time they advanced to the last car 12, everyone's coordination was seamless. Zhang Heng hadn't even needed to act much. He had kept his mental energy reserved, vigilant for any potential. But unfortunately, or perhaps fortunately, although there were over 200 zombies in these 3 hard-seated carriages, none had evolved into those terrifying second-tier monsters. At most, there were only a dozen or so first-tier zombies, with slightly greater strength and purple skin. But before the present Zhu Youzai, first-tier zombies were merely a matter of one more cut. Half an hour later, at the last corner of car 12, a zombie with a severed leg was still crawling on the ground. Zhang Heng walked over, stepped on its back, and plunged the willow leaf blade downward. Thud! The world fell silent. The entire train was thoroughly cleansed. Phew! I'm exhausted. Zhu Yukai released his rocky transformation and plopped down on the corpse-strewn floor, gasping for breath. Though his defense was invincible, the energy expenditure was very real. Chuning Ru immediately stepped forward, her hands glowing green as she placed them on Zhu Yukai's shoulder. Don't rush, let's dig out the crystal cores first. Zhang Heng kicked the corpse at his feet. Guoxiang called those 2 students in the back to help. Let them practice their courage. Cleaning the battlefield was a dirty job, but also the most exciting part. An hour later, all the spoils of war were piled up on the dining car table. That scene was enough to make any survivor go mad with envy. Ordinary crystal cores, 76 pieces. Li Su counted the last grayish crystal, adjusted his glasses, his tone barely concealing his excitement. First-tier crystals, 12 pieces, though they are all attributeless. Zhu Yukai lined up those first-tier gray crystals that seemed to glisten with oil saliva nearly dripping from his mouth. We hit the jackpot this time. We really struck it rich. Combined with what they had saved up before, the resources they now held were enough to form a small squad of evolvers. But that wasn't all. Although the hard-seated carriages were crowded, the supplies were also the most abundant. Besides the crystal cores, the other end of the table was piled high with all sorts of random food. A huge pile of various instant noodles, loose sausages, and even 2 unopened cases of Red Bull and a few packs of soft cigarettes. These supplies, aside from the 30% that must be reserved, the rest. Zhang Heng's gaze swept over everyone. All were holding their breath. The rest, everyone shares. Long lived. Zhu Yukai cheered, reaching for the case of Red Bull. Zhang Heng slapped his chubby hand away, a smile appearing on his face. Eat and drink to your heart's content. Get in the best shape. The upcoming journey is the real test. He turned his head to look out the window. Turn back. Old Lu nearly dropped his cigarette, the ash falling onto his greasy pants and burning it. This was the second time Zhang Heng and his men had summoned the 2 drivers for questioning, and they demanded the train be driven back to Luling City. He didn't bother to brush off the ash, staring at Zhang Heng with bleary eyes as if he had just heard something utterly fantastical. What, the tracks are broken? Zhang Heng flicked his ash calmly. The tracks? Well, they're not broken. Old Lu swallowed hard and instinctively glanced at Xiao Wang beside him. Xiao Wang adjusted his glasses and nervously interjected, Brother, it's like this. This train is a diesel locomotive with a single cab. If we go back, we'd be reversing. It's about 200 kilometers to Luling, and with obstructed visibility if there's a big rock or a wrecked car on the tracks. We wouldn't even have time to brake, we'd derail immediately. Can't we turn around? Li Su asked. A train can't turn on the spot, Old Lu said with a bitter smile. Would have to swap ends. Uncouple the locomotive, move it to another track, circle around to the rear, and reattach. That's called changing ends. Zhang Heng understood. This wasn't like a car where you could just turn the wheel, it required specialized track facility. Is there a place nearby where we can change ends? Zhang Heng asked. Not out here in the wilderness, Old Lu said, mentally scanning a map. Would have to go to Qingshan Station ahead. It's a second-class station with shunting tracks and a Y capable of swapping ends. Then we head to Qingshan Station, Zhang Heng decided. How far? Not far. With this momentum, we'll be there in about an hour. Old Lu hesitated but couldn't help asking, but, Boss Zhang, have you really thought this through? Going back to Luling. Old Lu blurted out, Boss Zhang, after holding back for a while, treating Zhang Heng like a mob boss. Problem. Luling may be a small 7th-tier city, but it's still a prefecture level 1. Old Liu's voice trembled. With a permanent population of hundreds of thousands. In this situation, the more people, the more it's a bloodbath. We've finally escaped the city, and now we're heading back. Isn't that suicide? Xiao Wang nodded vigorously beside him. Yeah, big brother. I've watched those apocalypse movies and read the novels. Going back to the city in this situation is just asking to die. How about we find a remote village and wait for the government's rescue? Zhang Heng remained silent, just staring at the burning cigarette in his hand. Amid the swirling smoke, his gaze was so deep it made people uneasy. The countryside. Indeed, the countryside had a lower population density, fewer zombies, and seemed safe. But in an apocalypse, safety often meant a slow suicide. Without enough supplies, without medical care, and most importantly, without enough zombies for him to hunt and harvest. In this world of jungle law, not evolving meant devolving. Hiding in the mountains to survive would eventually make you prey for evolved higher-level mutants or lead to annexation by stronger human factions. Moreover, he had to personally return to check on his parents. The city held danger, but also opportunity. Zhang Heng stubbed out his cigarette, his tone brooking no argument. Once we reach Luling, you can go wherever you like. They'll even give you this train. Old Lu and Xiao Wang exchanged looks, both seeing the terror and helplessness in each other's eyes. On this train, Zhang Heng's word was law. All right. Old Lu sighed, standing up. We'll head to the cab first and get the train to Qingshan. The 2 fled as if pardoned, escaping car 8. The compartment door closed. The air fell silent again. Zhang Heng sank into thought. After more than half an hour, as they neared Qingshan Station, Zhang Heng looked at the 3 people in the compartment. Zhu Yukai was still picking at the bandage on his foot, Li Su had his eyes closed in meditation, and Chuning Ru was staring blankly at the wilderness outside the window. You heard what was said earlier, Zhang Heng said, leaning against the doorframe, his voice flat. I'm going back to Luling. It's a densely populated city, and the danger there now could be 10 or 100 times worse than here. I won't force you to follow. At Qingshan Station or in Luling, you can get off. Find a survivor base or hide in your hometown, whatever you choose. As soon as he finished, Ru turned around. The girl's eyes were clear, carrying the innocence unique to a college student, but even more so determination. I'm from Luling, Ru said softly. My parents are still in the city. The phone isn't working, and I'm worried. The reason was simple and compelling. In this shattered world, family was the only thing that could make someone disregard life and death, even if they might have already turned into zombies. Zhang Heng asked directly, even cruelly. Chun Yinger's face paled, her fingers gripping the bedsheet tightly until her knuckles turned white. Even if they've turned, I have to go back and see for myself, she bit her lip. Otherwise I'll die with regret. Zhang Heng nodded, his gaze shifting to Zhu Yukai. Fatty, what about you? I remember you're not from Luling. I'm from Anfu County, right next to Luling, Zhu Yukai said with a grin, putting his leg down. It's close. Besides, brother Zhang, look at this fat of mine. Without a strong thigh to cling to, ID, just be takeout for the zombies. He patted the rocky armor on his chest. With you there's meat to eat and cigarettes to smoke. We just took down a carload of people. We're strong and well-armed now. Screw the zombies. This fatty, though looking simple, had a mind as clear as a mirror. He knew his own limits and understood that in this world following the right person was paramount. Finally, Li Su, the former trained policeman, now a fire mage. He slowly opened his eyes, fished a lighter from his pocket, and flicked the lid open and shut in his hand. Click, click, click. The crisp metallic sound echoed through the car. I'm from Hongqing, Li Su said flatly. A provincial capital with a population of at least 5 million. If I went back now, it would be pure suicide. I wouldn't even make it past the second ring road before being swamped by the zombie horde. He looked up, his bloodshot eyes gleaming with rationality. Luling is a good training ground. The population isn't too large or too small. There are enough resources and the number of mutants is within a controllable range. Li Su looked at Zhang Heng. I want to follow you first to raise my strength. When I feel strong enough to fight my way back to Hongqing, you'll leave. Very realistic, very honest. No empty vows, just a calculation of interests. But Zhang Heng liked the bonds of interest were often stronger than moral constraints. All right, Zhang Heng said, a faint smile curving his lips. Since no one's getting off, get ready to work. Work? Zhu Yukai was taken aback. Aren't we just riding the train? Dream on, Zhang Heng said, walking to the window and looking at the building outlines appearing in the distance. The train was decelerating. The tracks ahead began to branch, the complex overhead wires spreading like spiderwebs across the sky. Several dusty concrete buildings stood in the wilderness, the faded characters Qingshan Station painted on their walls. We've arrived at Qingshan Station. Zhang Heng squinted, his gaze crossing a few hundred meters to the eerily silent platform. Several freight trains were parked there, their carriages covered in rust. The wind sent scraps of paper tumbling along the tracks. Too quiet. Such a transport hub couldn't be without zombies. Unless something had cleared them all out, or they were all hiding in the shadows waiting for a meal. Old Lu made it sound easy, but changing ends means someone has to go down to switch the points and uncouple the hooks. Zhang Heng turned and took a small backpack from the compartment cabinet containing weapons he had made over the past few days. And do you think this station will let us just waltz in and swap the locomotive? He tossed a long sword to Li Su, modeled after those in martial arts dramas, and a shield to Zhu Youzai, made from various metals fused and repeatedly refined. He fastened a belt modified into a knife belt around his waist with over a dozen small willow leaf throwing knives inserted. All hands, Zhang Heng's voice turned cold, carrying a murderous intent. Prepare to disembark. Clear the area. The train screeched to a halt, steel grinding against steel, sparks flying. With a violent shudder, the green giant slowly came to a stop on the siding at Qingshan Station. The door opened. A wave of air mixed with rust, oil, and rotting flesh rushed in. Zhang Heng was the first to jump off. The gravel under his feet crunched softly. All around was silent except for the moan of wind through the wires. In Car 9, the survivors pressed against the windows, staring in terror at the outside world, not daring to make a sound. Li Su, take Fatty to the locomotive and help old Lu with the uncoupling, Zhang Heng ordered in a low voice. Ru, guard the carriage connection and watch those in Car 9. Don't let them run and don't let anything sneak up. What about you? Li Su asked. Zhang Heng pointed at the station office building not far away. It was a 3-story red brick building, half its windows shattered, the dark openings like gaping mouths. I'm going to see if there's anything good. Zhang Heng didn't move immediately. He stood on the gravel pile, his gaze like a boning knife scraping inch by inch over the lifeless red building. Qingshan Station, though a freight station with its dispatching, signaling, and loading crews, should have had at least 15 to 20 people. Where were they? Even if they had all turned into zombies, there should have been a few in work uniforms shambling around the platform. But now this place was unnaturally clean. Except for the wind blowing a few scraps of paper across the ground, not even a zombie's roar could be heard. Too quiet. Quiet enough to make your hair stand on end. Either a passing expert had cleared the place out, or Zhang Heng flicked his thumb, spinning a willow leaf knife in his palm, its cold gleam flashing. There was a big one hiding here, one that had swallowed all the small fry. Qingshan Station office building, 3rd floor. The curtains were made of thick dark blue velvet, originally meant to block the projector's light in the meeting room, but now they were nailed to the window frames with rusty iron nails shutting out the scorching midday sun. The room was dim, the air stagnant like a pool of dead water. The stench of tobacco, sweat, an indescribable fishy odor, and a nauseating aroma of meat mingled together enough to saturate one's lungs. A rough, calloused hand pinched a corner of the curtain, lifting it slightly. Sunlight pierced through like a sword, illuminating a pair of bloodshot eyes. Those yellowish eyeballs with constricted pupils gleamed with a wolfish ferocity and greed. "What's happening? Where's that car from?" The voice was hoarse, as if a lump of phlegm was stuck in the throat. The speaker was a middle-aged man sitting behind a large rosewood desk. He wore a dark gray suit, a brand-name piece, but 2 sizes too small. The cuffs were tightly bound around his wrists. The buttons seemed ready to pop off at any moment, revealing a greasy belly. He propped his feet on the desk, his leather shoes polished to a shine, but stained with a few dried dark red spots. In his hand, he held half a cigarette. He couldn't bear to finish a long ash accumulating, about to fall onto his. The man by the window, as thin as a monkey, quickly lowered the curtain. When he turned back, his face was plastered with a fawning smile, his back bent like a shrimp. "Brother Ma, I saw it clearly. It's a green train 12 cars long." The thin man swallowed his greed no less than the one called Ma. "It hasn't entered the station yet, can't tell where it's from. But a long-distance train like this still running at a time like this. There must be plenty of live people on board and definitely no shortage of supplies. A green train." Brother Ma took a deep drag, reluctant to let go until the butt burned his fingers, then threw it on the ground and crushed it viciously with his toe. "To bring a train here means these people have some skill. But on our turf, even a dragon must coil, even a tiger must crouch." He licked his cracked lips, revealing a mouthful of yellow smoke-stained teeth. "Just in time, our stock at home is running low." As soon as the word stock was uttered, the thin man visibly shuddered and instinctively glanced toward the corner of the room. In the southeast corner, within the shadows, a silent tragedy was unfolding. 3 men were assaulting a woman. She lay there, her eyes vacant, her body bruised and battered, not a single patch. The sounds of impact echoed in the dim room, yet stirred no one. At the other end of the room, near the door, a makeshift earthen stove was set up. It was built from a few red bricks and dismantled floor tiles, with a fire crackling beneath, licking at a large iron pot of unknown origin. The pot bubbled and churned muddy broth, rolling. Without ginger, scallions, or spices, only a primal fishy meaty smell permeated the air. The thin man sniffed, his stomach betraying him with a growl. As the broth boiled, suspicious lumps of meat bobbed. Occasionally, a strip-like object with a nail surfaced, swirling in the murky liquid before sinking again. "Go call 3rd and 4th. Brother Ma put his legs down from the desk and pulled out a homemade sawed-off shotgun from a drawer modified from a nail gun. It wasn't powerful, but at this range it was enough to blow a hole in someone's head. "Bring the gear and wait on the floor below. When the train stops, don't act rashly. See if they're fat sheep first." Brother Ma roared in a low voice, stopping the thin man who was about to dart out. The thin man froze, turning back with a bewildered look. "What's up, Brother Ma? Shouldn't I take a stroll on the platform? What if they don't dare to get off? You've got a pig's brain." Brother Ma spat out a bloody wad of phlegm, full of disdain. "In this world, if there were live people wandering on the platform, that would be strange. If you go out now, you'd be wearing I have an ambush on your forehead for everyone to see." The thin man shrank his neck, not daring to talk back. Brother Ma toyed with the modified shotgun, the muzzle casually pointing toward the door. "The more deserted it is outside, the more deathly still the safer these people will feel, thinking they've found a haven. Get it?" Seeing the thin man still dazed, Brother Ma impatiently tapped the desk leg with his heel. "Wait. They'll definitely send their toughest, hardest nuts into this building to scout first. We'll tighten the noose in this hallway." As he spoke, the fleshy lumps on Brother Ma's face twitched violently, his lips curling back to reveal a row of blackened, smoke-stained teeth. "Once we smash those leading hard bones to pieces, the remaining few hundred pounds of meat on the train." He pointed the gun barrel at the bubbling iron pot. "Won't they all be food on our plates?" Brother Ma stood up, adjusted his tight suit, and a vicious grin spread across his face. "If they're fat sheep, kill all the men for jerky and the women. We'll keep them for later use." "Got it, Brother Ma." The thin man replied, grabbing a sharpened rebar leaning against the wall, then turned and ran. The moment the thin man stepped out, 6 burly men emerged from the shadows. All wore gray-blue work uniforms, standard for station porters. Besides the old grease stains, the clothes were covered in large dark red patches, long since crusted and hardened, rustling softly as they moved. These men once used their strength to earn a meal, but now that strength was all for killing. The weapons in their hands, sharpened rebar, rusty large pipe wrenches, thick iron bars for prying open containers. No one spoke, only heavy breathing and the rustle of work boots on the floor. The former honest, simple demeanor was gone. In its place was a nauseating thuggishness. One bald man passing by the big pot fished out a piece of soft meat of unknown origin from the boiling broth. Unfazed by the heat, he stuffed it directly into his mouth and chewed voraciously. The murky broth dripped from the corner of his mouth into his collar. He didn't wipe it, just charged downstairs with his steel pipe. He looked ready to feast. The door opened and closed. In that instant, the flood of light illuminated a pile of bleached bones stacked in the corner. They were human leg bones scraped clean, with clear teeth marks still visible. The second floor was the administrative area. The corridor was long and narrow, the floor covered in blackened terrazzo. There were 6 offices in total, most door plates missing, the air thick with the smell of moldy paper. The thin man led the 6 burly men down their steps, extremely light. His eyes darted around, stopping in the middle of the corridor. "Everyone stop." The thin man lowered his voice, pointing ahead. "Kick open the doors of room 1 and room 2, leave them open." The bald man paused, wiping the grease from his mouth. "Brother Monkey, shouldn't we hide in the farthest room? That's more concealed." "Hide my ass." The thin man smacked the bald man's head, his voice full of frustrated intensity. "I told you to watch fewer chick flicks and more cop movies, but you never listen. Hiding at the back is suicide. If they search 2 rooms and find no one and get annoyed and go straight to the 3rd floor to find Brother Ma, what then?" He pointed at room 3 beneath his feet, a sly, malicious look on his face, the cunning of a small-time crook. "Right here? When they see the first 2 rooms empty, those bastards will breathe a sigh of relief, thinking this floor, when they reach this door." The thin man made a stabbing motion with his sharpened rebar, grinning with yellow teeth. "Well, burst out and give them a nice cold surprise." This was the tactic Head learned from TV. Loose in front, tight in the back, ambush midway. The burly men nodded in approval, their eyes gleaming with malice as they tightened their grips on pipe wrenches and crowbars. "Get in and hide well, all of you." The thin man hissed, spittle flying. "If anyone makes a sound and blows our cover, he'll butcher you first and throw you in the pot for extra rations." They filed in. The office was small, littered with waste paper and a few broken desks scattered about. 2 men squeezed into rusty iron filing cabinets, the rest crouched under desks or pressed against the walls, holding their breath like beasts waiting for prey. The thin man left the door ajar, a finger-wide crack. He shrank into the shadows behind the door, his breathing lowered to a minimum, gripping the rebar so tightly his knuckles turned white. Footsteps could be faintly heard from below. Crack. The sound of thick-soled boots crushing glass, shards crisp and clear. "They're here." The thin man's palms were sweaty, but a grin uncontrollably spread across his face, revealing his yellow teeth. The fat sheep had arrived. Zhang Heng stood before the glass door of the one-story office, building, his brows slightly furrowed. This 3-story red brick building was eerily silent. Many of the exterior tiles had fallen off, revealing the gray-black concrete beneath like festering wounds. The door was an old-fashioned double-leaf glass one with thick iron chains wrapped around the handles, several times locked from the inside with a large padlock. Interesting. A cold smirk curled at the corner of Zhang Heng's mouth. If it were zombies, the door would usually be smashed open or left wide ajar. Only humans would lock the door, and from the inside. This meant there were people inside, alert survivors. If there were people, why was it so quiet? If this were just an ordinary survivor outpost seeing a train pull into the station, even if they didn't come out for help, someone would at least be looking out the window. But he had observed from outside for a long time. This building was like a tomb, not a single soul in sight. Except that fleeting glint of reflected light from the 3rd floor window. Someone was spying. Zhang Heng didn't knock, nor did he foolishly shout, "Anyone there?" In the apocalypse, that was tantamount to suicide. He pressed his hand against the cold glass door handle, his palm warming slightly. His spiritual energy flowed out like quicksilver, instantly enveloping the iron chains and lock core on the handle. In the past, he might have needed to break it open by force. But now, with his metal manipulation ability nearly at the peak of the 1st tier, opening this door was almost effortless. Click. A faint crisp sound. The pins inside the lock core were nudged by an invisible force, and the latch sprang open. Then the thick iron chains wrapped around the handles slithered like living snakes, loosening and falling away on their own. The door was open. Zhang Heng pushed it open and stepped inside, his movements as light as a stalking cat. The willow leaf knife circled soundlessly at his fingertips, ready to taste blood at any moment. The 1st floor lobby was empty. The rooms that should have been the dispatch office and duty room had their doors wide open. Zhang Heng walked in and looked around, his gaze growing colder. No people, no zombies. A thin layer of dust covered the floor, crisscrossed with chaotic footprints. Some were fresh, others long dried. In the corners, there were still traces of long-dried, blackened bloodstains left over from the early days of the apocalypse. The strangest thing was how utterly empty it was. Apart from a few iron cabinets in the corners, every movable piece of wooden furniture, desks, chairs, filing cabinets, was completely gone. The floor still bore the square, ghostly imprints left by the long-term pressure of desk legs. They even took the... Zhang Heng crouched down and wiped his finger across a scorch mark on the floor. It was ash along with black spots from solidified grease drips. He stood up, his gaze shifting to the stairwell leading to the 2nd floor. If they were reinforcing defenses, they should have used heavy objects to block the door. Moving all the tables and chairs away was a puzzling move. Unless they were short on fuel. A calculation formed in Zhang Heng's mind. Qingshan Station was in the wilderness with no forests nearby. Apart from coal, the only fuel source was these wooden furnishings. This group had been here for quite a while. He walked up the stairs. The corridor was dim, and a strange odor in the air grew stronger. It was no longer just the smell of mold and dust, but the scent of cooked meat. The smell was odd. It wasn't the rich aroma of pork nor the gamey freshness of lamb or beef. It carried an indescribable sourness, a nauseatingly sweet and fishy stench. It was as if all sorts of random meats had been thrown into a pot without being clean boiled, without any deodorizing spices. Zhang Heng stopped at the landing on the second floor. There was no cover here, only bare concrete walls. That smell was coming from upstairs. Cooked meat. Zhang Heng sneered inwardly. It had been nearly a month since the apocalypse broke out. In this godforsaken place, where would fresh meat come from? Unless these people were all sharpshooters who could hunt every day. But given the desolate surroundings where even a mutated rat was a rare sight, that was unlikely. Then only one possibility remained. Zhang Heng tightened his grip on the willow leaf knife, the last trace of warmth in his eyes vanishing completely. He thought of the horrors described in novels. When the veil of civilization is torn away, humans will eat anything. Could it be? He murmured, lifting his foot to ascend to the third floor. His footsteps echoed in the silent stairwell, each one like a death knell for someone. The light filtering through the crack in the door was dim. Skinny Monkey stared intently at the terrazzo pattern on the corridor floor, his ears pricked up like a rabbit's. The footsteps were getting closer. Click, click, click. The rhythm was terrifyingly steady without a hint of hesitation. Skinny Monkey held his breath, his hand gripping the steel bar slick with cold sweat. He waited for the footsteps to stop at room 1, for the creak of the door opening, for the unlucky bastard to walk into their trap while searching for supplies. But the footsteps didn't stop. They passed room 1. Then they passed room 2. They didn't even pause at room 3, where they were hiding. The crisp sound of heels headed straight for the stairwell at the end of the corridor. Skinny Monkey's mind went blank. What the hell? This wasn't playing by the rules. The offices on the second floor were wide open. Wouldn't a normal person want to check them out? Even picking up a piece of paper was loot, but this guy didn't care. Heading straight for the third floor. Only Brother Ma, if he let this guy get up there unscathed and disturb Brother Ma, or make Brother Ma think Skinny Monkey had failed to guard the door, then the next chunk of meat bubbling in that big iron pot might just be his own thigh. At the thought of that murky broth and the sound of the bald man crunching on human bones, Skinny Monkey shuddered, and his survival instinct instantly overpowered his fear of the intruder. If this guy went up, he'd die. If he stopped him, he might live. Fuck. Skinny Monkey cursed under his breath and kicked the office door open. Bang. The wooden door slammed against the wall, shaking down a layer of dust. Stop hiding, you bastards. The target didn't come in, he went straight up. This shout startled the few burly men still huddled under the desks. The bald man, pipe wrench in hand, crawled out from under a desk looking completely confused. Chase him. What the hell are you staring for? If he gets up there, well, all end up in the pot. Skinny Monkey's eyes were bloodshot, his features twisted in desperation. He grabbed his sharpened steel bar and was the first to rush out of the room, his shoes skidding on the smooth corridor floor, nearly sending him face first to the ground. At the words, "in the pot," the dull looks in the eyes of the men behind him instantly turned ferocious as they surged out wielding crowbars and pipe wrenches. Skinny Monkey stumbled to the stairwell and looked up. The figure was already stepping onto the stairs to the third floor, casually twirling a glint of silver in his hand with no intention of stopping. He absolutely couldn't let him go up. Skinny Monkey roared with all his might, his voice like a broken gong. "You on the stairs. Stop right there." Zhang Heng halted his steps. He turned around slowly, his movements as languid as an elderly man strolling in the park. The willow leaf blade, thin as a cicada's wing, danced merrily between his fingers like a silver butterfly, tracing chilly afterimages through the dim corridor. He had already sensed it. From the very first second he stepped into this building, that faint, elusive feeling of being watched had never ceased. Especially after ascending to the second floor, the nauseating stench of boiled meat mingled with a peculiar rancid odor assailed his nostrils relentlessly. It was the smell of a fellow being's death. As an evolver on the verge of breaking through to the second rank, Zhang Heng possessed an almost terrifying sensitivity to malice. Although the burly men before him lacked the unique energy fluctuations of evolvers, he could clearly perceive the ferocity and greed that seeped from the very marrow of their bones. That was the look in the eyes of those who had tasted human flesh and witnessed human blood. "Oh, something I can help you with." Zhang Heng stood on the steps looking down at the scrawny, leading man, his tone as flat as if asking for directions. The scrawny man, nicknamed Monkey, craned his neck, a chill creeping into his heart from Zhang Heng's gaze, which seemed to look upon a corpse. But he quickly suppressed the unease. After all, there were 7 of them, all armed, while their opponent was just an ordinary-looking young man. Nothing major. Monkey forced a smile that didn't reach his eyes, revealing a mouthful of yellow tartar-stained teeth. He brandished a sharply pointed rebar honed to a vicious gleam and jabbed it vaguely in the air. "Just want to borrow something from you." Zhang Heng tilted his head, seeming genuinely interested. "Oh, borrow what? Borrow?" The murderous intent in Monkey's eyes exploded abruptly. He swung his arm violently, a ghastly cackle tearing from his throat. "Borrow the meat off your bones to fill our brothers' bellies." "Get him." Bang. The narrow stairwell instantly became a maelstrom of chaos. 6 burly men in bloodstained work clothes like hyenas catching the scent of blood roared as they charged at Zhang Heng. Pipe wrenches, crowbars, and steel bars were raised high, whistling through the air as they aimed for Zhang Heng's head, shoulders, and knees. This group was clearly accustomed to working together, their strikes vicious and designed to cripple. Leave the legs. Don't bruise the meat. The bald man leading the charge still had greasy stains around his mouth, his eyes a terrifying shade of red. Facing this lethal onslaught, Zhang Heng did not retreat, but instead let out a soft sigh. Since you want to borrow meat. He clenched his right hand, and the willow leaf blade that had been dancing between his fingers froze instantly. Then pay with your lives. Whoosh. An invisible wave exploded outward from Zhang Heng, rippling through the surroundings. It wasn't the wind, it was a magnetic field. The bald man at the front suddenly felt his pipe wrench become incredibly heavy, as if gripped by an unseen giant hand. Then an irresistible force surged from the weapon. What the hell? The bald man screamed in terror. Before he could react, the pipe wrench originally aimed at Zhang Heng twisted violently in midair and smashed brutally into his own nose. Crack. The sickening sound of bone breaking echoed. The bald man's face collapsed instantly, blood spurting as he flew backward like had been hit by a truck. But this was only the beginning. The weapons of the 6 burly men, the rebar, the iron crowbar, the large wrench, suddenly seemed to gain a life of their own, flying from their grasps to hover in the air. Time seemed to freeze for a second. The grin on Monkey's face stiffened, his mouth agape. He watched helplessly as the iron tools meant for murder turned their points toward their owners. A ghost? Monkey shrieked, his voice shrill with terror. Trapped in this small freight station since the apocalypse began, they had never encountered an evolver. He was convinced he had met a demon. Run, run. Monkey turned to bolt downstairs, but Zhang Heng cast him a cold glance and pressed his finger down gently. Thud, 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 thud. The hovering metal weapons rained down like a storm. There were no fancy techniques, only the crushing weight of absolute power. The sharpened rebar pierced straight through one man's chest, pinning him to the wall. The heavy crowbar shattered another's cervical spine. The sharp wrench spun, slicing through a throat. In just 2 seconds, the narrow stairwell had become a charnel house. The 6 ferocious men were now twisted corpses, blood trickling down the steps, converging into a dark red stream. Only Monkey remained alive, but he wished he were dead. A rusty iron nail seemingly from nowhere flew in and precisely pierced his instep, nailing him to the terrazzo floor. Monkey let out a pig-like squeal, collapsing to the ground, his body convulsing violently. He watched Zhang Heng descend step by step like a demon crawling out of hell. Don't kill me. Big brother. Grandfather. I was wrong. Monkey's face was a mess of snot and tears as he kowtowed frantically, his forehead thudding against the pool of blood. I'm just a lookout. It was Brother Ma. Brother Ma forced us. Zhang Heng walked up to Monkey. His hiking boots, taken from a zombie on the train, stepped into the blood, staining them. He looked down at the trembling worm, his eyes devoid of any pity. Brother Ma. Zhang Heng's voice was soft, but carried a bone-chilling coldness. He's on the 3rd floor? Yes. 3rd floor. The room at the end. Monkey clung to the lifeline, his words spilling out like a machine gun. Brother Ma has a gun. He's got a modified nail gun, a homemade shotgun. Big brother, be careful. I've told you everything. Can you spare my worthless life? Zhang Heng did not answer. He simply raised his head, looking at the tightly shut, dark red wooden door on the 3rd floor. The nauseating stench of blood and boiled meat emanated from that very room. A nail gun. A mocking smile curled at the corner of Zhang Heng's mouth. Using a nail gun against a metal controller. It was like wielding an axe before Liu banned the master carpenter. Since you've been so cooperative. Zhang Heng looked down at Monkey and gently crooked his finger. The rebar embedded in the wall wrenched free, flying back into Zhang Heng's hand with a spray of blood. Then use your life to deliver a message to your brother Ma. No, thud. The rebar turned into a black flash, instantly piercing Monkey's throat. The immense kinetic energy carried his body backward, slamming it against the corner wall leading to the 3rd floor. The world fell silent. Zhang Heng stepped over the scattered corpses, walking through the sticky blood, ascending step by step to the 3rd floor. The red wooden door at the end stood ajar. From within came the muffled gurgling of boiling water and a thick, suffocating aroma of meat. The scent was cloying, carrying an indescribable sweet and fishy tang that churned Zhang Heng's stomach. Suppressing his nausea, he strode to the door and kicked it open. Bang! The heavy wooden door slammed against the wall, shaking loose a cloud of dust. The room was spacious, originally the station master's office. But now it was a veritable hell on earth. In the corner lay a heap of bleached, white bones, some already cracked open. 3 naked female corpses were strewn across the sofa like discarded rag dolls, not an inch of flesh unmarred, clearly subjected to unspeakable torment while alive. Against the wall, a large iron cauldron sat on a blazing fire. Inside, murky broth roiled with several ribs still attached to skin and flesh bobbing on the surface. A portly middle-aged man in a tight suit sat behind the desk, gripping a crude, menacing homemade firearm, its dark muzzle aimed squarely at the door. It was Brother Ma. His fleshy face trembled uncontrollably. The screams from downstairs had clearly made him a jittery bird. Don't move. Make a move and he'll blow your head off. Brother Ma roared hoarsely, his finger white-knuckled on the trigger. Where are those useless bastards? Since we're both in the game, let's keep out of each other's way. Keep out of each other's way. Zhang Heng's gaze swept over the cauldron, then the horrors in the corner, his killing intent nearly solidifying. Scum like you dare call yourselves human. Go to hell. Brother Ma's nerve snapped under Zhang Heng's murderous glare, and he pulled the trigger. Bang! A muffled blast. A storm of buckshot and steel nails erupted from the muzzle, forming a lethal metal tempest that engulfed Zhang Heng. At that range, even a riot shield would be shredded. A savage glee twisted Brother Ma's face. No matter how skilled a bullet brings you down. Yet the next second his smile froze. The high-speed nails and shot a foot from Zhang Heng's face suddenly struck an invisible wall. They hung in midair, dense as a swarm of frozen wasps. Zhang Heng stood there without even a blink. He raised a hand and made a grasping motion through the air toward Brother Ma. Playing with metal. Zhang Heng's voice was like a whisper from the abyss. Are you insulting me? Whoosh. The hundreds of suspended steel nails reversed direction in an instant. The crude shotgun in Brother Ma's hand emitted a sickening screech as the barrel twisted like a noodle, coiling around his wrist, tightening until it snapped bone. Arg! Brother Ma screamed in agony as the gun became a deadly manacle. Don't kill me. I know where the supplies are. I have spirit crystals. I have women. They'll give you everything. Brother Ma, tears and snot streaming, knelt and kowtowed frantically. I'm an evolver too. I'm a strength-type evolver. I can be your dog. I'm a good fighter. So he was a pseudo-evolver who had just awakened to strength enhancement, and he had clearly hidden the truth about crystals and evolution from his men. No wonder he could keep those desperados in line. But trash like him didn't even deserve to be a dog. Save it for the... With a thought from Zhang Heng, the hundreds of suspended steel nails like a homing swarm instantly pierced Brother Ma into a pincushion. Blood splattered and the screams ceased abruptly. Somewhere along the line, Zhang Heng no longer felt any unease about killing. Perhaps the times had forced him, or perhaps cold-bloodedness was in his nature. With a look of disgust, Zhang Heng waved his hand and turned to leave the nauseating room. He stood in the corridor, taking a deep breath of the blood-tinged air from the window to quell the nausea. Just then a faint rustle came from a side door nearby. The sound of chains scraping and stifled sobs. Zhang Heng frowned, walked to the side door, twisted off the lock, and pushed it open. The sight before him made his pupils contract. It was probably a storage room. But in the dark corner, a dozen people were men and women, old and young. They were skin and bones, naked, their eyes vacant and numb. Seeing the door open, they instinctively shrank back, trembling, yet none dared make a sound. Like livestock awaiting slaughter. On a rack beside them hung several rows of dried meat strips. Zhang Heng stared into those terror-filled eyes for a long time. This was the apocalypse. No law, no morality, only the raw instinct to survive. Once order crumbles, some become gods while others become demons more terrifying than zombies. Come out. Zhang Heng's voice was hoarse. That fat man is dead. The crowd in the corner remained dead silent, no one daring to move. Until a slightly bolder young girl looked up, saw Zhang Heng's spotless clothes and the bloodless knife dancing at his fingertips, and a flicker of light finally kindled in her ashen eyes. Really? Really? Zhang Heng offered no explanation. He turned and walked downstairs, leaving only a single sentence echoing in the empty corridor. If you want to live, follow me. If not, there's soup in the pot. 10 minutes later, on the platform of Qingshan's, Zhu Yukai was idly tapping the rail with the back of his knife, while Li Su leaned against the carriage smoking. Suddenly, Li Su straightened up, squinting toward the office building. Brother Zhang is back. Zhu Yukai scrambled to his feet. How'd it go? All done. Zhang Heng emerged from the shadows, his face dark. Done. Is the locomotive swapped? Almost. I'll go hurry them up. Zhu Yukai grinned and was about to dash toward the engine when he froze. Behind Zhang Heng, a ragged procession of emaciated survivors emerged one by one. They leaned on each other like ghosts crawling out of hell, greedily breathing the outside air. Holy shit. Zhu Yukai's eyes widened. Brother Zhang, did you dig up a beggar's den? Zhang Heng ignored the fat man's outburst. He walked up to Li Su, pulled a key head found in Brother Ma's office from his pocket, and handed it over along with a leather case. Li Su, take a few men to check the warehouse. That fat man said there's plenty of supplies. Hope it's enough to keep these. Li Su took the key and case, glanced at the survivors, and said gravely, so this is the hell on earth you spoke of. Zhang Heng nodded, his gaze fixed on the tracks stretching to the horizon. This is nothing. He patted Li Zu's shoulder. On the way back to Luling, there'll be much more of this. Tell old Lu to hurry with the locomotive swap. Take these people with us. We leave immediately. Where to? First get out of here. Zhang Heng looked back at the blood-tainted red building, his eyes icy. This place reeks of blood. It'll draw the real monsters soon. As if to confirm his words, a piercing shriek suddenly rang out from the distant wilderness. The sound was not the hoarse cry of an ordinary zombie, but sharp, like metal scraping. Zhang Heng's expression shifted. Everyone on board. Fatty, tell old Lu to hurry. If this train isn't moving in 3 minutes, we're all dead. The loud crash echoed as the water pipe was violently torn apart. In an instant, the once quiet platform erupted into chaos at Zhang Heng's shout of 3 minutes. Old Lu and the co-driver Xiao Wang clearly had seen their share of intense situations. Upon hearing Zhang Heng's altered shout, they wasted no time with questions, abandoning the water hose and sprinting towards the driver's cabin. At this moment, who cared if the water tank was full? Their lives were at stake. They had to survive, even if it meant drinking urine. Hurry up. Don't just stand there. Get in the vehicle. Zhu Youcai, with his chubby frame, suddenly exploded with surprising agility. Like a farmer herding ducks, he shoved the bewildered survivors while shouting hoarsely towards the front of the vehicle. Old Lu, step on it. No time to warm up. Just go all the way. Though the recently rescued survivors did not understand what was happening, their survival instincts unleashed their last reserves of strength. One by one, they scrambled into the open doorway of the vehicle, using all limbs to roll and crawl. Li Su stood by the door, grabbing the last woman, who nearly fell, tossing her into the cabin like a sandbag. He then jumped in himself, clutching the handrail with one hand hanging outside the vehicle. Close the door. Let's go. The engine of the Dongfeng 4B diesel locomotive let out a deep roar akin to a giant awakening. Black smoke billowed from the exhaust, shooting straight into the sky. The wheels spun wildly on the tracks, creating a deafening screech, and sparks followed by a heavy jolt as the massive body of the train slowly began to move forward. Faster. This is so slow, it's frustrating. Zhu Youcai stomped his feet impatiently behind the driver's seat, wishing he could jump out and push the train. Old Lu was sweating profusely, gripping the brake lever tightly, his eyes fixed on the dashboard as he shouted back, without turning his head, shut your mouth. If you keep pushing, the engine will blow, and well, all be done for. As the engine's RPM climbed higher, the train's speed began to gradually increase. From 5 kilometers per hour to 10 kilometers, then 20 kilometers. The scenery outside began to rush. The suffocating sense of pressure did not dissipate with the train's launch. Instead, as the distance increased, it became even more pronounced. In Carno, 9, Zhang Heng stood before the window. He had previously shattered his hands, gripping the frame tightly, his knuckles turning white from the strain. The wind howled as it rushed in, tousling his hair, but failing to disperse the gravity in his gaze. His eyes were locked on the distant office building at Qingshan Station. The train had already traveled nearly 1,000 meters. At this distance, the 3-story Little Red building appeared to shrink to the size of a matchbox. Yet Zhang Heng could see clearly. In the brief 2 minutes since their departure, the previously lifeless station suddenly came to life. A shadow darted out from behind the office building like a giant lizard, appearing without any warning. Its speed was astonishing, moving effortlessly up the vertical wall and onto the rooftop. The creature was not large, even a bit smaller than an average adult, with disproportionately long limbs. It crouched atop the water tank on the rooftop, resembling a poised cheetah. Then came a chillingly piercing roar hiss. Azo. Even from over 1,000 meters away, the sound pierced through the wind and reached Zhang Heng's ears. The sound was not something a living creature could produce. It was akin to a rusty metal sheet scraping violently against glass, sharp, grating, and carrying a metallic quality that felt like it pierced the soul. Zhang Heng felt a sharp pain in his eardrum, and his heart contracted violently. With that roar, a more terrifying scene unfolded. The once desolate wilderness surrounding Qingshan Station suddenly writhed like a black tide. It was a swarm of zombies, dense, hundreds upon thousands of them. They emerged from who knows where, likely summoned by the creature on the rooftop. A dark mass like an army of ants, sensing blood, surged crazily towards the office building. Then, as if receiving a command, they all turned in unison, facing the direction the train was departing. Even from such a distance, Zhang Heng could feel the overwhelming malice. Gulp. He swallowed hard, his throat. Cold sweat dripped down his temples, instantly dried by the wind, stealing away a bit of his warmth. 400 or 500. No more. Zhang Heng murmured, his voice hoarse. What was this place? It was clearly a monster's lair. That small figure on the rooftop was definitely not an ordinary evolved zombie. The heart-stopping pressure and the ability to command a horde of the undead. Second stage. As Zhang Heng uttered those 2 words, the bitterness filled his mouth. If they had lingered a few minutes longer for supplies, if he had decided to clear the station out of excitement, the consequences would have been unimaginable. In such an open terrain, facing a second-stage agile variant zombie, along with 400 to 500 ordinary zombies surrounding them, let alone him who had yet to fully break through to the second stage as a metal controller, even a genuine second-stage powerhouse would be exhausted to death. It was an absolute deadlock, a situation where survival was impossible. Huff. Watching the shadow jump angrily on the rooftop, yet unable to pursue, due to the distance Zhang Heng's taut nerves finally relaxed a little. He had guessed correctly. That instinct saved everyone's lives. Meanwhile, out of Zhang Heng's sight, 2 large figures stood behind the 3-story building. The aura radiating from them was no weaker than that of the one roaring on the rooftop, perhaps even stronger. Zhang. Brother Zhang. A trembling voice came from behind. Zhang Heng turned around. It was Li Su. The kid's face was pale, clearly shaken by that inhuman roar. Behind him, a dozen recently rescued survivors huddled in the corner of the cabin, each holding their heads, trembling, their eyes filled with lingering terror. Though they did not know exactly what was happening outside, the primal fear instinctively alerted them that they had just danced on the edge of death. It's okay now. Zhang Heng turned away from the drafty window, shutting out the terrifying roar beyond the cabin. He took out a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes, lit one, and took a deep drag. The pungent smoke swirled in his lungs, carrying away a hint of chill. We're safe now. Zhang Heng exhaled a ring of smoke, his gaze regaining its cold and calm demeanor, at least. Li Su sighed in relief, plopping down on the floor, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. What was that noise just now? What the hell was it? It didn't sound like a human, he added. Not human. Zhang Heng flicked the ash off his cigarette, glancing at the corner where the ragged survivors huddled. It's something far more terrifying than humans. He did not explain further. Sometimes ignorance was a kind of bliss. The train was now fully in motion, exceeding 60 kilometers per hour. At this speed, unless a flying mutated beast appeared, no zombie on the ground could catch up. The cabin returned to calm. Only the monotonous rhythm of wheels striking the tracks remained. Thud, thud, thud. This sound was oddly pleasant at this moment. Zhang Heng approached the group of survivors. There was a young girl, the one who had bravely spoken up earlier. Now she was wrapped in a tattered cloth, her gaze flitting away, unable to meet Zhang Heng's eyes. Are you hungry? Zhang Heng asked. The girl froze for a moment, then nodded vigorously, tears streaming down her cheeks. Zhang Heng turned to Li Su. Take them to the dining car. Have the fat guy cook some porridge, no dry rations, their stomachs won't handle it. Also find them some decent clothes to change into. Understood. Li Su nodded and beckoned a few people to follow him to the rear cabin. Once the cabin was left with only Zhang Heng, he slowly opened his palm. In his palm lay a set of blood-stained keys and several crystal-clear, diamond-shaped crystals. These had been found on Ma Guest's corpse. The crystals were only the size of a fingernail, appearing murky grayish-white, yet they still emitted a captivating glow in the dim cabin. Crystal nuclei. And they were the most basic type. Though the fat man's surname Ma was a waste, he had not lied. He truly had some stock. Having been delayed by various matters, my small team has another several ordinary crystal nuclei, along with a few first-stage crystal nuclei. It's time for everyone to level up. Zhang Heng clenched his fist, feeling the hardness of the crystals. The apocalypse had only just begun for half a month. He had already encountered second-stage zombies twice. The rate of evolution was faster and more brutal than he had imagined. If he didn't strengthen himself quickly, the next time this train might just become their metal coffin. Zhang Heng crushed the cigarette, but underfoot, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. Since we survived, let's see what that dead fat man had hidden in his box. As for that warehouse, it seems I won't have the chance to find out what's inside. Click. The brass lock of the suitcase snapped open in the silent train carriage, the sound crisp and somewhat jarring. Everyone's gaze instantly focused on the dark brown crocodile leather suitcase. Zhu Yukai craned his neck even further, a smear of grease still on his lips, his eyes gleaming. Brother Zhang, hurry up and see what treasures that fat bastard hid away. Is it a suitcase full of crystal cores? Even if it's just one of those noisy guns, that's fine too. Zhang Heng's face remained expressionless. With a light flick of his finger, he flipped open the lid. The air in the carriage froze for a second. There were no sparkling energy crystals as expected, nor were there glinting firearms and ammunition. What met their eyes was a patch of dazzling yellow and several neatly stacked bundles of pink paper. Over a dozen thick gold necklaces, 7 or 8 diamond-studded gold rings, and a thick stack of 100 yuan bills reflected a luster called wealth under the dim carriage lights. This? The fat on Zhu Yukai's face twitched twice. The light in his eyes instantly died out, replaced by an indescribable disdain. That's it. TCH, how unlucky. Li Su couldn't help but curse. He pulled out an empty cigarette pack from his pocket, crushed it in annoyance, and threw it on the ground. Zhang Heng looked at this suitcase full of things that could once drive countless people crazy, a mocking smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. He casually grabbed a handful of gold necklaces. They were heavy, finely crafted. Half a month ago, this handful would have been enough for a down payment on a house in a second-tier city. Clang. Zhang Heng threw the gold jewelry onto the dusty iron table like trash. The gold hit the table with a dull thud, rolling everywhere. It seems that Fatty Ma, though he awakened his power, his mind is still stuck in the old era. Zhang Heng picked up a stack of bills and lightly rubbed them with his fingers. The crisp new notes rustled. Gold in troubled times, antiques in prosperous times. That's when human order still exists. Now, Zhang Heng loosened his fingers and the bills scattered on the ground. The survivors huddled in the corner instinctively stepped on them, but no one bent down to pick them up. Scrap metal, scrap paper. Zhang Heng's voice was icy, as if pronouncing a final death sentence on this old era. For an evolver, the value of a piece of bread far exceeds that of a gold bar. The value of a single crystal core is 10,000 times that of this entire case of gold. That brother Ma guarding a pile of scrap metal like treasure, yet not knowing to hunt zombies for real evolutionary resources. His death was not unjust at all. All right, stop staring. It's an eyesore. Zhang Heng closed the suitcase and kicked it into a corner. He raised his wrist to check his watch. A mechanical one pried off a dead man. The hands pointed to 2 in the afternoon. Fatty, go call everyone to car 8. Whether they were just rescued or were already on the train, anyone breathing. 5 minutes later, car 8 was somewhat crowded. The air was thick with the smell of sweat and an undeniable the dozen or so survivors rescued from Qingshan Station had changed into slightly cleaner train crew uniforms. They didn't fit well, but at least they covered their bodies. They held some biscuits, ate treasure kanji, and bottled water that Li Su had handed out, wolfing them down, not even letting a single crumb fall. Seeing Zhang Heng walk in, everyone's movements froze. A bone-deep fear made them instinctively want to retreat. They had witnessed with their own eyes how this young man had butchered those demons like chickens, and how he had coldly watched Brother Ma turn into a pincushion. He was a god of death. Zhang Heng didn't take a seat. He simply leaned against the doorframe connecting the carriages, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. They'll make it brief. Zhang Heng's voice wasn't loud, but it easily overpowered the noise of the wheels hitting the rails. We don't plan to ride this train all the way. He pointed at the wilderness rapidly receding outside the window. From Qingshan Station to Luling City, it's about a 4-hour ride. But this train makes too much noise. It's like a moving tin can full of fresh meat. The closer we get to the city, the higher the zombie density. Staying on the train is suicide. A stir rippled through the crowd. So the few of us planned to get off before entering the city. Zhang Heng pointed at Zhu Youcai, Li Su, Qining Ru, and Guxiang. I'm only taking these 4 with me. As for the rest of you, Zhang Heng's gaze fell on the survivors and the 2 classmates of Guxiang who had been hiding. That's your own business. I have 2 suggestions for you. First, the train will slow down near a town ahead. You can jump off, find a place to hide, and wait for rescue. Second, you can stay on the train. There should be enough fuel for a few hundred kilometers until it runs out or zombies break in. A deathly silence. A middle-aged man bravely raised his hand, his voice trembling. Boss, can you take? We can work really. Just give us something to eat. Take you. Zhang Heng sneered, his gaze sharp as a blade. We're heading to Luling City, a city with a population of hundreds of thousands. With your current physical condition, taking you along. Do you think I want to die sooner? The man was choked into silence, his face pale, and he withdrew his hand. Him taking a portion of the supplies from the train. Zhang Heng ignored their emotions and continued. High-calorie food and water. We'll take 5 hiking bags worth. The rest is yours. Any objections? Zhang Heng's fingers unconsciously rubbed the handle of the willow leaf knife at his waist. The survivors' eyes flickered, some with greed, some with fear, but ultimately all turned into submission. Though they were extremely unwilling, feeling that this group was taking the best part, who dared to say no? In this lawless world, might makes right. Zhang Heng hadn't gone too far, leaving them most of the supplies, and the train was already the greatest mercy. If it had been someone like Brother Ma, they would have probably been turned into food reserves or bait. That's human nature. As long as there's a way to survive, as long as they aren't pushed to the brink, the vast majority will choose compromise and muddle through. And no objections. Well, listen to you, boss. Scattered voices of agreement rose. Zhang Heng nodded in satisfaction and waved for Zhu Youcai and the others to start moving. Fatty, Li Su, go find the 5 largest hiking bags. Only high-calorie stuff like compressed biscuits, canned food, and chocolate. 3 bottles of water each. Anything more is a burden. The few moved quickly, rummaging through the carriage for supplies. Zhang Heng walked over to Guxiang. The young man was looking at the 2 boys in the corner with a complex expression. They were his university classmates. When the crystal cores were distributed earlier, each of them had eaten 1 gray, ordinary core. But because they couldn't bear the pain, they chose not to continue. Zhang Heng had given them a chance back then. Though a bit stronger than ordinary people, in Zhang Heng's eyes they were still weaklings. What's the word? Zhang Heng jerked his chin. Are they coming? Guxiang gave a wry smile and shook his head. Just ask them. They said they don't want to risk the city. They think it's too dangerous. They plan to get off at the next town, find a cellar or a supermarket to hide in, and wait for the national rescue. Suit themselves. Zhang Heng's tone was flat without any surprise. In the apocalypse, people with this kind of thinking are the vast majority. They still fantasize that order will be restored, that the army will descend from the heavens to save them. Little do they know this kind of waiting is often the slow lane to death. Brother Zhang, one of the boys with glasses, pushed up the frames on his nose and mustered the courage to say, I think hiding is safer. Going to a big city. That's suicide. Zhang Heng didn't even glance at him. He just patted Guxiang on the shoulder. Hurry up. About 20 minutes left until we reach Luling Station. Guxiang took a deep breath, cast one last look at his former classmates, and his gaze gradually hardened. Take care. He turned around, picked up a fully packed hiking bag, and followed Zhang Heng. Those who walk different paths cannot make plans together. From this moment on, they were already people from 2 different worlds. 20 minutes later, the train entered a huge U-shaped curve, and its speed indeed dropped to about 30 kilometers per hour. Sure enough, a medium-sized train station could be seen in the distance. This was their destination. Jump! With a low shout from Zhang Heng, 5 figures carrying heavy hiking bags jumped out of the open carriage door one by one. They rolled a few times on the gravel-covered track bed to absorb the impact, then quickly got up and scanned their surroundings vigilantly. The train roared into the distance like a steel serpent carrying those who chose to survive by hiding towards an unknown abyss. Zhang Heng dusted off his clothes and stood up straight. The setting sun was as red as blood, stretching their shadows. In the distance, the outline of a massive city loomed faintly on the horizon. Skyscrapers stood like tombstones, silent and oppressive. Luling City. They had arrived. The sunset resembled a jar of thick, spilled blood painting the distant skyline. That was the lingering warmth left by the friction of the train on the tracks. In the distance, the iron beast was gradually fading away, with its muffled roar ultimately disappearing at the end of the desolate wilderness. The world fell silent in an instant. This silence was not peaceful. Rather, it felt like a heavy, damp cloth suffocating everyone's mouths and noses, making it hard to breathe. With a hiss, Zhu Yukai rubbed his sore backside and climbed up, wincing in pain. His backpack behind him was bulging, and aside from compressed biscuits, who knew if this fat man had secretly stuffed in a few bottles of liquor? He glanced around, his face instantly falling. Zhang, this place feels a bit sinister. Indeed, it felt. They were at the junction of the tracks 2 kilometers north of Luling Station. Beneath their feet lay numerous tracks, densely packed like a giant centipede. To the right, a tumter-high red brick wall was covered with barbed wire, and the base of the wall was piled high with rotting clothes and the remains of unidentified creatures, acting as a barrier to the commercial zone. 500 meters to the left, behind a similar wall, a row of neatly arranged modern buildings was faint. That was Luling University Town, once the most vibrant place in the city, now eerily silent, like a vast open graveyard. Shen Yingru tightly gripped the straps of her backpack, her knuckles turning white from the strain. She looked south towards the city center, the direction of her home. Zhang Heng, how do we proceed? Her voice trembled. 5 pairs of eyes turned to Zhang Heng in unison. In this crumbling world, confusion was the greatest sin. Zhang Heng did not answer immediately. He slowly closed his eyes lightly, placing his right index finger on the nearby track. Buzz. In the gaze of the crowd, it seemed as if an invisible ripple spread from his fingertip. With his metal control ability fully activated, he no longer relied on his eyes, but felt the vibrations of the earth through the interwoven tracks beneath him. This was a new technique he was about to comprehend after stepping into the first-tier metal sensing. At 2 o'clock, behind the wall of the commercial zone, there are dense dragging sounds. The number exceeds 50, they should be low-level zombies. At 10 o'clock, within the university town's wall, there are rhythmic metallic clashing sounds. Is it human or some kind of mutated species? Zhang Heng opened his eyes, a glint of cold silver flashing deep within his pupils. Luling City has a population of around 600 to 700,000. Based on the situation at Qingshan Station, the current zombie conversion rate is at least over 80%. Zhang Heng's voice was flat, devoid of any fluctuation. In other words, there are at least 500,000 zombies waiting to feast in the city now. Recklessly walking on the street, we want last 10 minutes. Li Su spat out the grass roots in his mouth, tightening his grip on the machete. What about crawling into the sewer? That's asking for death. We still don't know if animals have mutated. The sewer is the domain of rats, and we won't even have room to turn around. Zhang Heng turned to Guxiang. Are you familiar with the university town? Guxiang was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. I have a few high school classmates who got into this university, so I often came here to hang out during the summer vacation. I'm somewhat familiar with it. Good. Zhang Heng took out a cloth bag from his pocket and tossed it onto the tracks. With a clatter, a dozen grayish-white crystal cores rolled out among the gravel, shimmering enticingly in the sunset. What the hell? Zhu Yukai's eyes nearly bulged out. So many. These are from Ma guest stock along with what I get. Zhang Heng glanced at everyone. Before entering the city, I want all of us to complete the second-tier evolution. The air instantly thickened. Li Su and Chen Yingru's breaths became rapid. They had witnessed Zhang Heng's ability to slaughter zombies like cutting grass, so they naturally knew the value of this thing. In the apocalypse, this was the ticket to the altar. As for Guxiang, Zhang Heng stared at this still somewhat naive young man. Currently, there are no attribute crystal cores to bring, so after they evolve to the second tier, you can eat a few to enhance your physical quality. Zhang, what about you? Guxiang had no objections, but looked at Zhang Heng with concern. Zhang Heng's lips curled into a self-deprecating smile. He took out a slightly larger crystal core, faintly translucent, with a hint of pale blue. It was dropped from the second-tier psychic zombie, in carriage no. 9. I will use this to break through to the second tier. Zhang Heng's words struck like a heavy hammer on everyone's heart. Originally, this crystal was prepared for himself, but at that time, he had just broken through to the first tier, and his spiritual power was insufficient to contend with the energy of this crystal. Moreover, one thing after another happened, and there was no stable environment for Zhang Heng to improve. Now Zhang Heng had already reached the peak of the first tier, making it the most suitable time to consume this second-tier crystal. Now consume it. In 10 minutes, if we're still alive, we'll set off. After saying this, Zhang Heng paid no more attention to the others sitting cross-legged in the middle of the tracks, directly shoving the pale blue crystal core into his mouth. Boom. A surge of violent energy erupted in his stomach like a torrent of magma rushing through his veins to his limbs and bones. Zhang Heng felt his bones groaning as every cell was being torn apart and reassembled in this brutal onslaught. This pain was worse than being cut into 1,000 pieces. Yet he didn't even furrow his brow. Around him, Zhu Yukai and others were also swallowing their crystal cores. In an instant, suppressed low growls and painful gasps echoed by the railway. Zhu Yukai rolled on the ground in pain, still mumbling, "Damn it. This stuff is spicier than the burn from home. Ouch, my old back." Li Su bit down hard on his collar, his muscles bulging like a dragon's, sweat instantly soaking his clothes. 10 minutes felt as long as a century. When Zhang Heng opened his eyes again, the silver light in his eyes had condensed into 2 small stars. He waved his hand gently and a section of rusty rail beneath him emitted a screeching sound, then was forcibly pulled up an inch, transforming into countless tiny metal shards that spun wildly around him. He had successfully reached the 2nd tier. Now he could even change the magnetic field within a 10-meter radius for a short time. "Get up, stop playing dead." Zhang Heng kicked Zhu Youzai, who was still twitching on the ground. Zhu Yukai sprang up like a carp, looking at his fists with surprise. "Zhang Gu, I feel like I can punch a cow to death with one blow." "Really?" Li Su also stood up, his gaze sharper, and his figure seemed to have grown taller, exuding a killing aura. Chen Yingru made the least noise, yet her transformation was the most astonishing. She stood up casually, pushing her slightly messy bob behind her ear. Her face, which had been grimy from days of travel, was now unbelievably clean, her skin fair and luminous, even emanating a faint glow in the sunset with pores so fine they were nearly invisible. As she stood there, the pungent stench of decay around them was repelled a few degrees, replaced by a refreshing scent of grass, and would making one feel at ease. This was not evolution, it was a complete transformation. Zhu Yukai circled around Chen Yingru, his eyes wide with disbelief, unable to help but enviously comment, "This is outrageous. I'm in agony here, and you on the other hand seem to have undergone a full-body spa." The fat man wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, filled with envy and jealousy. "Miss, if you pointed your ears and held a bow, I'd have to kneel and call you the Elven Queen." Although Guoxiang's changes were not as dramatic, his complexion had also turned much rosier. His strength, speed, and muscle intensity had all seen considerable improvement, and the fear in his eyes was replaced by a newfound sense of power. "Let's go to the university town." Zhang Heng pointed to the wall on their left. "Why not go to the commercial zone? There should be more supplies there, right?" Zhu Yukai seemed puzzled. "The commercial zone has too open a terrain. If surrounded by a horde of zombies, unless you can fly, you're surely dead." Zhang Heng shot him a cold glance. "The university town has dense buildings, but the population is not much larger than that of a small neighborhood." Guoxiang nodded in agreement. "Indeed, this campus only has undergraduate institutions. Of vocational students aren't here. I once asked high school classmates who got in here, and there are just over 1,000 students." The group said no more and headed towards the university town. The 5 of them climbed over the wall, moving with a grace that was several times lighter than before. The back street of the university town was once famous for being decadent street. The streets were filled with bubble tea shops, barbecue stalls, and cheap hotels. Now overturned food carts and dried bloodstains littered the area. A few zombies in school uniforms with their intestines hanging from their waists were squatting at the entrance of a Mishue Bingqing, mechanically gnawing at a blackened severed limb. Crack! Guoxiang accidentally stepped on a dry twig. The zombies suddenly turned their heads, their murky eyeballs instantly filled with frenzied bloodlust. Roar! A sharp howl shattered the street's silence in an instant. "Don't waste your strength. He'll handle it." Zhang Heng didn't even draw the willow leaf knife at his waist. He simply pressed his fingers together like a sword and made a gentle slash toward the charging zombies. By the roadside, a steel rim from an abandoned bicycle snapped instantly. 5 razor-sharp wires transformed into 5 streaks of silver lightning, tracing eerie arcs through the air. Thud! 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 There was no suspense. The heads of the 5 zombies burst like watermelons, splattering foul black blood across the ground. Zhu Yukai swallowed hard, muttering inwardly, "This isn't just an ability, it's divine arts." The group advanced swiftly along the back street. This back street, commonly known as Food Street, would normally be bustling with noise at this hour, but now it was deathly silent. Most of the shops on both sides had their rolling shutters pulled down. The apocalypse struck around 8 or 9 in the morning. Most establishments here were restaurants with barbecue joints yet to open. Only a few breakfast stalls selling steamed buns and soy milk had their doors ajar. Steaming baskets lay scattered on the ground, white flour buns trampled into black mud, now hardened like stone under days of scorching sun. With a roar, a zombie wearing an apron from Shaxian Snacks lunged out from a half-open shop door, still clutching a severed hand from some unfortunate soul, its mouth smeared with black blood. Li Su was about to raise his blade, but Zhang Heng didn't even pause his stride. He simply curled his finger slightly. The rear wheel wire of an overturned shared bike by the roadside snapped instantly. Snap! The grease-stained wire traced a blur through the air, piercing the zombie's eye socket with pinpoint precision and exiting through the back of its skull, trailing a stream of reddened white pulp. The zombie stiffened and toppled straight down, the boning knife in its hand clattering to the ground. "Badass." Zhu Yukai smacked his lips in awe, tucking the alloy machete head just drawn back into his waist. Brother Zhang, with skills like that, you're practically a walking human Gatling gun. No need to reload. Zhang Heng ignored the fatty's flattery. With a flick of his finger, the wire spun in the air, flinging off the grime until it was spotless, then coiled obediently around his wrist like a tamed serpent. Along this path, he had already taken down 20 or 30 zombies. Yet the finely crafted willow leaf knives at his waist had never once left their sheaths. Zhang Heng, why don't you use those knives? Ru couldn't help asking. This wire is so thin. What if it can't kill a zombie in one strike? Why use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken? Zhang Heng kicked aside a corpse, blocking the way, his gaze sweeping over the rubble-strewn street. In this forest of steel, what need is there for weapons, eh? He pointed to the deformed guardrails by the roadside, the screws on the shop's rolling shutters, the scattered car parts all over the ground, even the iron sheets on the trash bins. Where there's metal, this is my arsenal. This was the sheer dominance of second-tier metal control. No need for special refinement. Any metal could kill. The group swiftly cleared the stray zombies along the way and slipped into a budget hotel lobby with its doors tightly shut. Zhang Heng locked the door behind them by manipulating the lock cylinder. Catch your breath and plan the route. Zhang Heng found a relatively clean sofa and sat down, pulling a bottle of water from his bag and taking a few gulps. Guxiang, tell me more about the situation at that school. Guxiang caught his breath, his face pale. This campus might only have undergraduates, but including graduate students and staff, the permanent population is around 15,000. 15,000. Zhu Yukai's jowls quivered. The ham sausage had just opened, losing its appeal. Assuming a 70% conversion rate. Zhang Heng tapped the table lightly, producing a rhythmic thud. That means at least over 10,000 zombies and over 10,000. Li Su wiped the blood from his blade, his brow furrowed into a deep crease. If we get surrounded by that many, even if we're made of iron, we'll be ground into iron filings. Forget 10,000 zombies, Zhu Yukai chimed in with a grimace. Even if 10,000 pigs stood there for you to slaughter, your arms would cramp up. The air grew heavy. Everyone understood the weight of that number. At Qingshan Station, just a few hundred zombies and a single second-tier mutant had sent them fleeing. Of course, they had also missed the other 2 high-tier zombies lurking there. Now it was over 10,000. With such a base, the emergence of second-tier zombies was almost certain, and perhaps even something more terrifying. So do we still go in? Ru asked softly, her voice laced with barely concealed fear. We go in, Zhang Heng replied without hesitation. He stood up and gazed through the dust-covered glass window at the imposing back gate of the university not far away. Great fortune lies in great risk. The more people, the more zombies, but also more supplies and survivors. Most importantly, Zhang Heng turned back, a glint of fervor in his eyes. The crystal cores there are enough to elevate us to heights we can't yet imagine. Let's settle here first and clear out this area. Zhang Heng gave orders. Li Su, this building has 4 floors. Take Fatty to clear the top 2, then head to the rooftop to scout the zombie distribution around us. Guxiang, you and Ru clear the 2nd floor and check if there are any survivors. Though he said it, Zhang Heng didn't hold much hope. This kind of budget hotel near the university campus. When the apocalypse hit, it wasn't the weekend, so there shouldn't be many people. Even if there are zombies, they won't be numerous or high-level. I believe you can handle it. Zhang Heng extended his hand toward the group. Give me your weapons. He took the long spear from Guxiang. This weapon was originally crudely twisted together from 3 train bunk bed rails, thick and clumsy. It worked fine for sweeping open outdoor areas, but in a narrow hotel corridor, it was impossible to swing. Guxiang scratched his head. Brother Zhang, this thing is a bit heavy. Can you modify it? What do you want? Shorter, thinner, and dual-wielded. Zhang Heng wasted no words. He grasped the air with his fingers, and the long spear hovered midair. The metal structure rapidly reorganized under the control of his second-tier ability. The originally dark gray iron pipe softened into a silvery liquid mass tumbling in the air. Large amounts of black impurities separated from the fluid, falling to the ground with faint sounds. The liquid mass split in 2. Zhang Heng's fingers moved rapidly, elongating the spear tips and compressing the edges to an extremely thin state. Minutes later, 2 silver short spears took shape. The spearheads were about 10 centimeters long and 5 centimeters at their widest. The handles had several rings of anti-slip metal patterns. Zhang Heng waved his hand casually, and both spears landed steadily in Guxiang's grip. Try them out. Guxiang grasped the handles. They were ice cold with an exceptionally balanced weight distribution. He thrust twice into the air, moving twice as fast as before. This is way better than that iron rod. Guxiang exclaimed, gripping the short spears with excitement. Then Zhang Heng took Zhu Yukai's machete and Li Zu's long spear. The metal continuously reorganized and purified in his hands. The once bulky weapons were remolded, impurities removed, shrinking in size, while the quality soared several levels. Zhu Yukai weighed the cold, glinting, short-handled battle axe in his hand and casually chopped at a wooden table nearby. With a crack, the solid wooden table split cleanly, the cut surface smooth. The sharpness is incredible. Zhu Yukai wiped the blade, his eyes wide with amazement. The lobby of the budget hotel was dimly lit as if drenched in a layer of inferior ink. Zhang Heng sat on a dusty faux leather sofa, his eyes slightly closed. Instead of relying on sight like an ordinary person, he immersed his consciousness into the ground beneath his feet. Second-tier ability metal sensing. In an instant, the outline of the entire building presented itself in his mind as a strange line drawing. The steel reinforcement in the walls, the cast iron of the drainage pipes, the steel cables of the elevator shaft, and even the springs in the room locks were all distinctly visible in his perception. He could sense 4 vibrant life energies rapidly moving upstairs, accompanied by the subtle vibrations of metal blades slicing through rotting flesh. That was Li Su and the others. Their movements are quite nimble, Zhang Heng murmured softly. He opened his eyes, and the silver gleam in his pupils gradually faded. He stood up and walked towards the front desk. The counter was in disarray, with several room cards that had yet to be collected scattered in a pool of blood, the stains already dried and blackened, emitting an odor of decay. Zhang Heng reached out to push aside a pile of takeout orders, lightly brushing his fingers across the wooden counter. Creak! With the activation of his metal ability, a metal drawer hidden beneath the counter let out a grating groan and was yanked out by an invisible force. Zhang Heng rummaged through the drawer. He needed a detailed layout of Luling University. This budget hotel close to the university town usually prepared some campus guides or local food maps at the front desk to attract business. Even a rough promotional flyer would be better than them flailing around like headless flies. Condoms, lighters, expired mints. Zhang Heng frowned as he pushed a pile of junk aside. He searched the entire front desk, even violently dismantling the display cabinet on the wall, but only found a few dusty hotel management manuals and a stack of cards with vulgar advertisements. The images of women on the cards appeared particularly ironic in the dim light. TSK. A hint of irritation rose in Zhang Heng's heart. Although he was a second-tier powerhouse, he was no god. In a university town overrun by more than 10,000 zombies, without an accurate map, they could easily wander into dead ends or directly into the most densely populated teaching areas of the zombies. Those second-tier abilities were strong, physical and mental stamina were ultimately limited. Once trapped in a circle surrounded by thousands of zombies, he could only ensure his own escape, while Zhu Yukai and the others would undoubtedly perish. Just then, heavy footsteps echoed from the staircase. Bang! Bang! Zhu Yukai was holding the short-handled battle axe that had just been modified by Zhang Heng, with a string of thick black liquid still clinging to the blade. As he walked, he boisterously shouted, "Brother Zhang, it's all cleaned up." The upper 3 floors looked like a haunted house. Besides a few unfortunate souls in pajamas, there wasn't a single living person in sight. Li Su followed closely behind, the long gun in his hand angled towards the ground, his gaze still sharp like that of a hawk. Xiongru and Guoxiang brought up the rear, their faces still somewhat pale, but their steps were noticeably steadier than before. There were a total of 11 all-ordinary zombies. Li Su stepped in front of Zhang Heng and briefly reported their movements are very sluggish, probably because they've been locked in their rooms for too long and are severely dehydrated. The fat guy and I split a few, and the rest were given to Guoxiang and Shen to practice with. Guoxiang held 2 silver short guns, his palms slightly sweating. Brother Zhang, that feeling. It's very strange. What used to feel terrifying now seems like watching slow-motion footage when I see their movements. That's because your second-tier evolution has enhanced your neural reflexes again. Although you haven't gained any abilities, you could be considered a little superhuman. Zhang Heng turned around and smiled, looking at these 4 teammates who had undergone a transformation. Don't be careless. The zombies in this hotel are just an appetizer. What's outside is the real nightmare. Xiongru walked to the front desk, glanced at the disassembled counter that Zhang Heng had torn apart, and softly asked, "What are you looking for?" "Found nothing." "No." Zhang Heng shook his head. "I wanted to find a map of Luling University, but all I found was a pile of garbage." "Brother Zhang, I remember a little." Zhu Yukai leaned over and looked at the condoms and flyers scattered on the ground, grinning. Today's college students have their minds not on studying which hotel keeps maps. They just have this junk. Before he could finish, he was shot a cold glare by Li Su, causing Zhu Yukai to quickly retract his neck and swallow the rest of his words. "I vaguely remember something." Guoxiang pointed outside. The center of the campus is the library, the tallest building. To the south of the library is the living area, which includes the dormitories and cafeteria, where the most people gather, so there are definitely the most zombies there. To the north are the teaching buildings and the experimental center. If we are looking for supplies, the cafeteria is the first choice. If we are looking for survivors, the dormitory area has the highest probability. Zhang Heng walked to the window and pulled aside a corner of the heavy blackout curtain. From this angle, he faced the back door of the university town. The originally majestic retractable door had completely deformed, stuck in the tracks. On the tree-lined avenue behind the door, dozens of figures in security uniforms or school uniforms wandered densely. With over 10,000 zombies, if they are evenly distributed, we could still infiltrate. But if they have a king? Zhang Heng's voice turned somber. Then this place is a giant beehive. A king? Zhu Yukai was taken aback. You mean like those things in novels that can summon and command other zombies? Moreover, those who can become leaders of the corpse horde likely possess abilities. Zhang Heng released the curtain, turned around, and his eyes held an undeniable resolve. Everyone find a room to rest. Replenish food and water. After eating, the 5 of us will take turns on the rooftop to keep watch. Ru, after you finish eating, gather all the items from the backpacks and clear out 2 backpacks to pack crystal cores tomorrow. Yes. The group quickly sprang into action. In the 2 weeks of apocalyptic life, they had become accustomed to this high-intensity pace. Zhu Yukai pulled out a can of luncheon meat from his bag, skillfully pried, opened the lid with the tip of his axe, and handed it to Ru. Sister, eat more. Your skin is as tender as tofu now. If you lose weight from hunger, brother Zhang will be heartbroken. Ru took the can, ignored the fat guy's teasing, and quietly shared half with Guxiang. Zhang Heng did not eat anything. He leaned against the wall, lit a cigarette, and played with a small copper pipe he had taken from the front desk. The copper pipe danced between his fingers, sometimes curling into a ring, sometimes stretching into a spike. This absolute control over the metal brought him a kind of morbid tranquility. The night was as dark as ink, shrouding the dead, silent university town in its embrace. On the rooftop of the budget hotel, the wind howled fiercely, whipping the corners of their clothes into a frantic dance. Zhang Heng crouched by the parapet, a cigarette dangling from his lips. His binoculars had no reflective coating, and his form seemed to merge seamlessly with the darkness. Brother Zhang, something's off. Li Su squatted beside him, his brow furrowed deeply. His voice was a low, chilling whisper. It's too quiet. This is Backstreet. By all rights, zombies should be stumbling around like headless flies, but aside from the few we saw when we first got here, I haven't seen a single straggler. Zhang Heng lowered the binoculars and pointed towards the intersection 200 meters away. This back street ran east-west. They had come from the west, and now the entire horde was concentrated at the eastern crossroads. It's not that there are no stragglers, they're all over there. Squinting under the faint moonlight, Li Zu's pupils constricted sharply. Hundreds of zombies stood packed tightly together in the open space of the intersection. They weren't howling or wandering as usual. Instead, they stood rooted to the spot like wooden stakes, all facing the same direction. The No. 3 cafeteria inside the university walls. More bizarrely, at the periphery, several gaunt zombies were pacing back and forth. They moved on all fours with a feline grace, pausing now and then to sniff the air clearly. Patrolling. Damn. Zhu Youcai, who had just climbed onto the roof for his shift, gasped at the sight. What the hell are these things? Drill practice. It's domination. Zhang Heng's voice was as cold as ice. Second-tier zombies have already evolved a rudimentary intelligence, or rather an instinctive command ability. They're using the lower-tier zombies like soldiers. Before, the zombies were a scattered mess. That was a disaster. Now the zombies are an army. This is war. These were 2 entirely different concepts. See that one perched on the street lamp? Zhang Heng gestured subtly with his fingers. The others followed his gaze. Crouched atop the dim yellow lamp pole was a grotesque creature. Its limbs were unnaturally long and thin, its claws dug deep into the metal lampshade. It wore a tattered SpongeBob SquarePants pajama set. Judging by its frame, it must have been a young student before its death. Its head was the most striking feature. Swollen and enormous. It was at least twice the size of an ordinary zombie's, resting heavily on its thin neck, as if the slightest movement would snap its spine. The dark cyan scalp was stretched taut, with bulging, throbbing veins visible beneath. It made no sound, nor did it stand around stupidly like the fools below. Its yellow, murky eyeballs darted wildly in their sockets, each eye even capable of looking in a different direction, scanning inch by inch across the pitch-black windows around it. It felt like an overseer inspecting its territory. That's a sentinel. Just as Zhang Heng straightened up, the rusty lamp pole let out a strained creak. The massive head on the lampshade snapped around. Its deadfish eyes, without blinking, fixed directly on the few people they had been spotted. Squeak. The monster's throat bulged, and a sound exploded forth. The noise was utterly inhuman, piercing straight into the brain, enough to set one's teeth on edge. It was 100 times more agonizing than nails scraping a chalkboard. The hundreds of dead bodies that had been standing like statues at the intersection below moved instantly. There were no superfluous roars, no chaotic jostling like before. Swish. Hundreds of feet hit the ground simultaneously. Hundreds of bodies turned as one. Hundreds of ashen faces, hundreds of cloudy eyes, all looked up in unison towards the hotel roof. Then came the thunder. It was the sound of hundreds of feet pounding the ground as they ran at once. A dull, oppressive roar that made even the 4-story building tremble. Damn it, are these things bloodhounds? Zhu Yukai's scalp crawled at the synchronized commotion. The newly modified battle axe in his hand clanged hard against the concrete railing, sending sparks flying. Brother Zhang, let's hold the stairwell door right. The corridor is narrow, one man could hold it against 1,000. Hold nothing. Zhang Heng's face was grim. He ground his toe firmly into the ground. Zhang Heng grabbed his backpack, slung it over his shoulder, and charged towards the stairwell, without giving anyone a moment to react. This place is too cramped. If we get trapped here, we're dead. Go downstairs. Get to the street. Lead them in circles. Guxiang, protect Ru. Zhang Heng tightened the straps of his backpack, not looking at anyone. Fatty, take point. On it. Zhu Yukai hoisted the newly modified short-handled battle axe onto his shoulder, cracking his neck with a loud pop. Whoosh! A thick, earthy yellow light burst forth from his pores, pure energy made manifest. His originally loose jacket couldn't handle it, tearing apart with a loud rip into a shower of cloth shreds. The gold Saint cloth of Taurus. It might look cringy, but anyone who'd used it knew its hardness. The fatty, wreathed in golden light, kicked off the stair railing and shot down the stairs like a golden cannonball. Come on, you bastards. Grandpa's here to send you off. The stairwell instantly echoed with the dull thuds of heavy impacts and the snapping of bones, causing the entire building to shake twice. Zhang Heng suddenly stopped, turned around, and walked back. He stood at the edge of the rooftop, tilting his head. 200 meters away, the big-head monster on the lamppost was still screeching, its voice piercing enough to split eardrums. So annoying. Zhang Heng raised his right hand and gently hooked his index finger at the empty air. An aluminum drainpipe at the corner of the wall twisted violently and snapped. A palm-sized shard of metal broke free, tumbled through the air, and then suddenly accelerated. Whoosh! A silver streak cut through the night. The still screaming big-head monster froze. Its swollen, massive head exploded, directly splattering red and white across the entire lampshade. It didn't even have time to let out a death cry. The headless corpse swayed twice and tumbled limply from the street lamp. The world fell silent. Yell at your grandpa. Zhang Heng withdrew his hand, not even bothering to confirm the kill, and turned to disappear into the pitch-black stairwell. Zhang Heng moved with lightning speed, taking the stairs 2 or 3 at a time, each step landing with a dull thud on the concrete. The thought of hunkering down and waiting for rescue that flickered in his mind was ruthlessly crushed. The hotel corridor was narrow, and if they really wanted to turtle up, given their current skills, even with 2-man shifts, holding out for 10 or 15 days wouldn't be a problem. They could kill as many mindless zombies as came piling up bodies to block the hallway and build a wall of flesh. But what then? This place was a dead end. Once they were trapped above the second floor by a few hundred zombies, this building would instantly become a sealed iron coffin. The noise outside was growing, like the dinner bell ringing in a cafeteria. A few hundred were gathered now. In another half hour, half the zombies in the university town would be drawn by the commotion. By then, forget about breaking out. They wouldn't even have a place to land if they tried to jump. Even as second-tier powerhouses, they couldn't withstand thousands of mouths gnawing at them. Only by moving could they find a way to survive. Stay close to Fatty. Don't get bogged down. Zhang Heng growled, without looking back, his voice echoing in the narrow stairwell. Our goal is to break out and fight a mobile war. Anyone who falls behind is on their own. Li Su tightened his grip on his spear, guarding Chen Yinger's side without a word. Guoxiang held a pistol in each hand, the veins on his hands bulging, his face taut with tension. Everyone understood. Staying here was a slow suicide. Breaking out was a desperate gamble for survival. The glass doors of the hotel lobby had long been shattered. A pitch-black tide of corpses surged in like a breached dam, carrying a nauseating stench of decay. Get out of my way. Zhu Yukai bellowed, swinging his battle axe in a wide arc. The terrifying brute force from his second-tier strength enhancement sliced the 3 leading zombies cleanly in half. Filthy blood splattered and entrails spilled across the floor. Yet this did nothing to halt the advancing horde. The zombies behind trampled over their fallen kin, pressing forward without cease. Too many. Guoxiang wielded his twin spears in an impenetrable dance, the silver tips tracing streaks of cold light through the air, piercing the eye sockets of one zombie after another with deadly precision. But without awakened powers, his stamina was waning and his breathing grew ragged. Li Su. Zhang Heng, standing atop the front desk, flicked his fingers repeatedly, sending countless steel needles into the horde like a storm of pear blossoms. Coming. Li Su swept his long spear, and crimson flames instantly coiled around the shaft. He lunged forward with a slash, unleashing a fan-shaped wave of fire that ignited over a dozen zombies in an instant. The acrid stench of burning flesh filled the air. Yet these zombies seemed devoid of pain, still lunging madly at the group, even as flames consumed them. They're wearing us down. Zhang Heng said, his sharp gaze piercing the horde's strategy. The ordinary zombies were mere cannon fodder. The true killing blow lurked behind. Just then, several dark figures leaped from above the horde, moving with startling speed. These were first-tier agility-type zombies, their claws as sharp as boning knives, diving straight for Chen, who appeared the most vulnerable. Watch out! Guoxiang cried out in alarm, but he was pinned down by 2 strength-type zombies. Chen did not dodge. Instead, she took a step forward as the agile zombies closed in. She clapped her hands together sharply, her knuckles turning white. Rise! The withered money trees in the lobby's corner exploded instantly. Tiles flew and soil churned. Thick roots burst from the ground, not with the soft growth of plants, but with a twisted metallic ferocity, whipping wildly. The vines ignored the zombies, instead curling back to wrap around Chen Yinger's body. A grating, teeth-clenching screech echoed as the roots tightened. In an instant, the vines contracted, dehydrated, and hardened against her skin. The rough bark surface took on a deep green horn-like luster as hard as steel. Within the blink of an eye, a full suit of deep green vine armor encased her. The pauldrons were hardened, blooming buds. The breastplate hugged her curves. Even the leg guards bore barbs at the joints. Most striking was her left arm. 2 slender vines trailed to the ground, each ending in a heavy wooden spike that dragged sparks across the floor as she moved. Zhu Youzai, after cleaving a zombie's skull, turned and nearly dropped his jaw. Holy crap. Flash! The fat man wiped the black blood from his face and yelled, "Whoa, that armor looks way cooler than my gold saint." Chen Yingru ignored him, not even a blush coloring her cheeks. The agile zombie's claws were already upon her. Round lock. She raised her left arm, and a vine chain spun into a shield before her, moving so fast it left only afterimages. Clang, clang, clang. The claws struck the vine net, sparking wildly, but not even a scratch remained. The moment the attack was blocked, Chen Yingru whipped her right hand. Horn lock. The other vine shot out like a viper, giving the zombie no time to react. With a wet thud, the spike pierced the eye socket of a mid-air zombie, emerging from the back of its skull, trailing a mix of red and white fluid. With a flick of her wrist, Chen Yingru sent the corpse flying, knocking over a cluster of zombies. That's freaking insane. Zhu Youzai, kicking a charging zombie backward, shouted to Li Su on the other side. Hey Xiao Su, how about you use your flames to forge yourself a phoenix saint cloth? Or have Miss Chen make you a wooden one? Boring. Li Su rolled his eyes, his long spear thrusting and sweeping without pause. Chen Yingru used her vines to shatter another zombie's cervical spine, a fine sheen of sweat on her brow. This thing drains my mental energy. Just maintaining this set is exhausting me. She panted heavily, glancing at the human torch blazing beside her. And Li Su is an exception. Li Su swept his spear, the crimson flames warping the air, reducing 3 zombies to charred remains. He added a finishing blow, his voice icy. Don't look at me. If I wore that thing, I'd cook myself in 3 seconds. Shut up. Zhang Heng snapped, cutting off the fat man's chatter. The ground trembled, not from the patter of footsteps, but from a dull, rhythmic pounding. Thud, thud. With each thud, the pen on the front desk jumped, and the shattered glass on the lobby floor vibrated. The frenzied horde outside suddenly fell silent. The zombies recoiled as if in terror of a predator pressing against each other, even breaking bones to clear a path down the middle of the street. The light at the entrance dimmed. A colossal foot crushed the threshold. This creature stood over 2.5 meters tall, its head scraping the doorframe. With a slight shrug, the concrete frame cracked with a sharp snap, raining dust and debris. It had no skin. Dark red muscle fibers lay bare, writhing violently with each breath, covered in layers of pale bone growths that fit tightly over its vital points. Most grotesque were its arms. Completely ossified, grotesquely thick, they formed 2 natural battering rams when pressed together, still clinging with shreds of flesh and cloth. A second-tier mutant, strength type. Unlike ordinary zombies, it didn't roar mindlessly. Instead, it paused for a second upon entering. Its tiny blood-red eyes, squeezed into slits by the bone growth, swept coldly over the group before locking onto Zhang Heng. The muscles at the corners of its mouth twitched, pulling back to reveal jagged yellow teeth. It was smiling with a mocking Catan mouse amusement. Roar! A blast of foul wind erupted. The giant zombie lowered its center of gravity, shattering the tiles beneath it into dust. In the next second, this half-done mass of flesh shielded by bone charged straight into the lobby. Holy shit, is that the tyrant from Resident Evil? The fat man exclaimed. Zhang Heng, standing on the shaky front desk, didn't even blink as the foul wind rushed at him. He spread his right hand and clenched it toward the wrecked lounge area. Dismantle. Bang, bang, bang. Several leather sofas exploded, sending yellow foam flying everywhere. The stainless steel frames hidden inside, as if obeying a command, tore through the upholstery and emerged. The nearby coffee tables fared worse, their glass tops shattered instantly, and the metal supports beneath twisted and groaned with a grating screech. Over a dozen metal pipes hurtled into the air, hovering. Zhang Heng closed his fingers and twisted them in the void. A hum resonated as the pipes spun wildly, their ends elongating and sharpening. The smooth pipe walls were forcibly twisted into complex spiral grooves designed for ultimate penetration. From metal pipes rising to lethal weapons, it took no more than 2 seconds. Second-tier ability, metal remolding. Go! Zhang Heng pressed his palm downward, his tone casual. The dozen spiral spikes broke the sound barrier, shrieking as they shot toward the moving wall of bone. Clang, clang, clang. A series of harsh metallic explosions rang out across the hall. Sparks flew more wildly than from a welder. Zhang Heng's hand, which had been pressing down with confidence, froze midair. These dozen or so steel spikes, accelerated by a second-stage psychic spiral, should have pierced this brutish ox like a hot knife through butter, turning it into a sieve. A few spikes aimed at the thigh and side did penetrate, accompanied by dull thuds, as black blood instantly, but the 2 most lethal ones, aimed straight for the temple and the heart, shattered on impact against that ghastly white bone armor, ricocheting away. The steel spikes spun through the air before embedding deep into a nearby concrete pillar, their ends still humming with vibration. No penetration. Zhang Heng raised an eyebrow. Was this creature's bone density even higher than steel plates? The skeletal giant only staggered back 2 steps from the immense force, its body pierced by a few steel tubes and oozing black blood, but its bones remained unscathed. The pain only enraged it further. Roar! It bellowed, stomping the ground with such force that the hall's floor tiles exploded outward. Its massive frame, now even more ferocious, charged forward again. With reckless abandon, the smoking bone shield held high. Only 5 meters remained. The nauseating stench of rot hit their faces. A tough one. Li Su cursed, his spear ready to thrust, but the gale forced him back half a step. This wasn't a zombie. It was a dump truck wrapped in bone armor. Scatter! Zhang Heng shouted, leaping back. Boom! The bone armor tyrant crashed into the front desk like a cannonball. The solid wooden counter exploded into a cloud of splinters, and even the load-bearing pillar behind it cracked like a spiderweb. Such terrifying force would have turned a person into pulp. He'll hold it. Zhu Yukai gritted his teeth, every muscle taut as iron. His second-stage Earth-type strength enhancement granted him defenses like bronze skin and iron bones. He raised his battle axe, and instead of retreating, charged forward, slashing at the tyrant's back. Clang! A blow that could split a car had left only a faint white scratch on the tyrant's back armor. The recoil split Zhu Yukai's tiger's mouth, sending him stumbling back. Damn! Is this thing part turtle? How is it this hard? Zhu Yukai winced in pain. The tyrant spun around, its thick arms swinging in a wide arc. Bang! Zhu Yukai was sent flying like a baseball, crashing through 2 sofas before stopping. Fatty! Guxiang cried out. Not dead yet. Zhu Yukai spat out a mouthful of blood, staggering to his feet. Damn, that hit hard. Don't go head-to-head with it. It's bone enhanced with extremely high physical defense. Zhang Heng hovered in midair, standing on a metal plate ripped from the ceiling. He reached out with both hands, pulling countless steel bars from the walls, which shot toward the tyrant's face like javelins. The tyrant seemed to sense the danger, raising its arm bone shields to cover its head. Clang! Clang! The steel bars struck the bone shields, sparks flying. Though they pierced a few inches, they failed to reach any vital points. Li Su, burn it. Ru restrained its legs. Zhang Heng commanded calmly. Got it. Li Su slammed his spear into the ground and clapped his hands on the floor. Whoosh! A ring of flames erupted around the tyrant, engulfing it instantly. The intense heat scorched the bone armor, causing crackling sounds. Meanwhile, Ru manipulated vine chains, ignoring the flames, to tightly bind the tyrant's legs. The tyrant roared in fury, sensing the threat, and struggled violently. The vines snapped under the immense force, but new ones quickly replaced them. Now! Zhang Heng's eyes blazed with silver light. He had no intention of breaking through by brute force. If its bones were hard, he would use something even harder. Zhang Heng raised his hand sharply. Crack! Crack! Outside the hotel lobby, 2 lampposts on the street were ripped from their foundations. Under the intense compression of Zhang Heng's psychic power, the hollow steel tubes twisted, folded, and compressed, morphing into 2 solid spiral steel spears, 3 meters long, with razor-sharp tips. The spears hovered in the air, their surfaces radiating immense heat from the extreme compression. Fall! Zhang Heng lowered his hand. Whoosh! The air screamed as it was torn apart. The 2 steel spears plummeted with the force of 1,000 tons. The tyrant sensed the lethal threat and tried to raise its shield, but its legs were trapped by vines, delaying its reaction. Thud! The first spear pierced its left shoulder precisely, the immense kinetic energy forcing it to one knee. Pin! Roar! The tyrant let out a blood-curdling scream. Then came the second. Thud! This one entered through the gap in the bone armor at the back of its neck, pierced through the chest cavity, emerged from the front, and plunged deep into the ground. The tyrant's massive body convulsed violently, its crimson eyes gradually losing their light. That indestructible bone armor before Zhang Heng's hyper-compressed metal had finally shattered. With the king's fall, the ordinary zombies that had been frenziedly attacking seemed to lose their anchor, growing sluggish and disoriented, even shoving each other. Clean up! Zhang Heng landed, his face pale from the psychic strain. 10 minutes later, the battle was over. The hotel lobby was a complete ruin. Li Su pried open the giant zombie's chest armor with his spear, stabbed into the heart, and flicked out a crystal core the size of a quail egg. Wow, look at that quality! Zhu Yukai hobbled over, ignoring his injuries, his eyes gleaming. This must be a peak 2nd stage crystal core, right? Maybe even touching the threshold of the 3rd stage. Zhang Heng took the core, feeling the surging energy within. This core carried a distinct solidification, a tribute perfect for a defense-type evolver like Zhu Yukai. Fatty, this one's yours. Zhang Heng tossed it to Zhu Yukai. If your hide were any thicker, that slap wouldn't have made you Thanks, brother Zhang. Zhu Yukai beamed, quickly wiping the core and pocketing it. Don't celebrate too soon. Zhang Heng glanced at the dark street outside. The previous battle had made too much noise. There's definitely more than one 2nd stage creature in this university. Zhang Heng walked to the shattered floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the towering library in the distance. And before it died, that tyrant seemed to be looking in that direction. In that direction, it felt as if an even more terrifying pair of eyes were watching them from the darkness. Let's move. Change locations, Zhang Heng said, turning around. We've been exposed here. And we need to find some proper hot food. Crack. Li Zu's spear pierced through a zombie's chest, and with a flick of the tip, a gray-white crystal core rolled onto the ground. Don't waste time, clear the battlefield within 2 minutes. Zhang Heng shook the blood off his knife, his gaze crossing the broken school gate and landing on the dark cluster of buildings. Zhu Yukai squatted on the ground, pinching the crystal core between 2 fingers and rubbing it on his clothes. Even a mosquito's leg is meat. Although these things are of low rank, their sheer numbers are enough to fill the stomach. He stuffed the crystal core into his pocket and looked up at Zhang Heng. Brother Zhang, are we really going to canteen? No. 3. That's the student dormitory area. The density of zombies there is definitely alarming. That's exactly why the density is high. Zhang Heng pointed at the faint outlines of several buildings in the distance. Luling University is just an ordinary institution, neither 985 nor 211. Today's college students can't even open a bottle cap. Do you expect them to kill zombies with a mop handle? Guixiang, who was cleaning his dual guns, felt a bit uneasy hearing this, as he too was a university student. Zhang Heng glanced at him. The apocalypse broke out in the morning. Most students were still dreaming in their beds. Even if there are a few practicing martial arts or taekwondo in front of thousands of zombies, they would just be a pre-dinner performance. So are we still going? Zhu Yukai adjusted his belt and hoisted the heavy battle axe onto his shoulder, going to deliver takeout to zombies. Look for living people. Zhang Heng's voice was somewhat chilling in the night wind. The canteen and the small supermarket are resource strongholds. If there are still living people inside after so many days, they must be starving and would definitely try to go to the canteen. Even if they are dead, they would leave traces. He paused, turning his gaze toward the north. As for the faculty, perhaps among those young teachers, 1 or 2 tough ones could survive with others. But for the students here, I bet the survival rate is less than 1%. Xiaoningru adjusted her slightly loose vine shoulder armor, which was pressing painfully on her shoulder. How can we determine how many survivors are inside? Zhang Heng did not respond directly, but nodded toward an inconspicuous iron door at the side and back of the canteen. That's the unloading dock. This contracted university canteen stockpiles frozen and dry goods monthly for maximum profit. Rice, flour, oil, and salt piled higher than your dorm bed. He paused, a hint of mockery in his tone. As for fresh meat and vegetables, the school is afraid students will eat something spoiled and expose it online, so they basically clear out daily and can't store any. As long as we take a look inside the dry goods storage. If the rice bags haven't been touched, it means there are only dead bodies inside. Zhang Heng twirled a leaf-shaped knife in his hand. If a significant amount of rice is missing and even the seasonings have been used up, it suggests someone has been hosting a banquet here for half a month. Regardless of the situation, canteen no. 3 is the best touchstone. Form up. Zhang Heng flicked his wrist, and 3 leaf-shaped knives hovered at his fingertips, emitting a high-frequency buzz. Fatty, clear the way. Don't hold back, just charge through. Got it. Zhu Yukai grinned, tightening his hefty frame. Buzz. A dense, earthy yellow light immediately solidified, forming a rock-like armor that fit snugly around him. He didn't draw the axe, but instead lowered his shoulders and stomped heavily on the cement ground. Boom. The ground trembled. Zhu Yukai charged out, each step cracking the surface like spiderwebs. Outside the hotel, the road was a dark mass. The noise from the previous tyrant was too loud, like throwing a bomb into a fish pond, attracting all the zombies from the nooks and crannies. 70 or 80 zombies squeezed onto the asphalt road leading to the school gate, shoulder to shoulder, blocking both lanes so tightly that even a rat couldn't squeeze through. Countless murky eyes fixated on the living person who had emerged, and from their rotting throats came greedy low growls. The nauseating stench of decay assaulted the senses, making one's head throb. This is a wall of flesh. If we want to get to the back door of the school, there's no choice but to force our way through. Don't slow down. Zhang Heng shouted sharply, exerting force beneath his feet, advancing instead of retreating as he charged directly into the oncoming tide of zombies. Let's loosen up those bones for you. The team showed no hesitation, 5 of them like bullets shot from a gun, crashing fiercely into the mass of rotting flesh. The 5-person squad instantly contracted, transforming into a sharp blade that plunged deep into the horde of zombies. This was not a battle, it was a one-sided slaughter. Roar! Several zombie security guards in tattered uniforms barely had their claws touch a person when Zhu Yukai had already slammed into them. Crack! The sickening sound of bones cracking erupted. The leading zombie's ribcage shattered, and it flew backward, knocking down a few others like rolling gourds. To the left, Li Su swept his spear, the shaft swirling with crimson flames. Whoosh! A fan-shaped wave of fire spread, igniting 7 or 8 zombies instantly, their charred flesh producing a stench that hadn't dissipated before they became piles of blackened corpses. No need to worry about the right side. Zhang Heng didn't even turn his neck. His right index finger casually pointed in the air, the motion as nonchalant as brushing off dust from his clothes. Buzz. The air trembled. The 3 leaf-shaped knives hovering beside him vanished in an instant, so fast that even the sound of the wind couldn't catch up. Uffed. That was the crisp sound of metal forcibly crushing a skull. The few zombies on the right that had just opened their mouths suddenly had their heads jerked back, a thumb-sized hole appearing in the center of their foreheads, followed by their skulls exploding. Red and white brain matter splattered everywhere, staining the concrete road behind into a bloody mess. Several corpses fell without a sound, instantly losing power, crashing to the ground, leaving only their nerves twitching, uncontrollably, black blood oozing from the holes quickly pooling into a puddle. The team's advance was rapid, running over the remains of limbs and broken arms. Xingru was protected in the middle with several thick vines shooting out from her sleeves, snapping and exploding a zombie's head that tried to ambush them. Guxiang held dual guns guarding the rear of the team. The cold gleam flashed as he targeted those agile zombies that slipped through the cracks. Ahead, an iron fence blocked their path. "Open up!" Zhu Yukai shouted violently, swinging his battle axe down in a wide arc. Clang! Sparks flew. The thumb-thick iron bar was directly chopped through and twisted. Zhu Yukai kicked open the deformed fence, wiped the black blood off his face, and shouted excitedly, "That's exhilarating. This is what monster grinding is." Before, that was just being ground by monsters. In just 200 meters, they had carved out a bloody path. Everyone came to a sudden stop. The two heavy glass doors of Canteen No. 3 were right in front of them. It was a 3-story building with a red banner reading "Action Against Food Waste" hanging on the outer wall, but at this moment, it was already torn in half, swaying sadly in the wind. Zhang Heng suddenly raised his hand. "Stop!" The team immediately halted. Zhu Yukai couldn't stop in time, grinding out sparks on the cement ground, just managing to stop at the steps in front of the canteen. "What's wrong, brother Zhang?" Zhu Yukai panted, wiping the blood off his face. Zhang Heng said nothing, only staring at the canteen's main door, which stood wide open, as if it were a gaping maw of a deep abyss waiting to devour the unwary. Upon entering the school gate, the world seemed to have its mute button pressed. Compared to the chaotic horde of corpses outside the so-called Luling University campus, was eerily silent. The camphor trees lining the road grew lush and green, and aside from the occasional dried bloodstains and scattered books on the ground, the campus still retained a hint of ivory tower tranquility. This place, if it weren't for the zombies, would be perfect for a picnic, Zhu Yukai muttered, though he gripped his battle axe tightly. "Cut the chatter," Li Su growled. Several zombies in sportswear lunged from the greenery, their movements stiff, clearly low-tier creatures recently transformed or long-starved. Zhang Heng didn't even lift his eyelids, nor did he slow his pace. A row of shared electric scooters parked by the roadside suddenly emitted a faint trembling hum. Snap! 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 Several mud-stained steel wires snapped instantly, leaving silver-gray afterimages in the air. Without any flashy moves, just as the zombies opened their mouths, black blood exploded from the backs of their heads. Their bodies stumbled forward a few steps before collapsing limply, as if their bones had been yanked out. Zhu Yukai was about to bend down to retrieve the crystals when Zhang Heng coldly stopped him. "Don't pick up trash." Zhang Heng kicked aside a corpse blocking his path. "The energy in these sub-Tyrone crystals is too impure now, they won't help us much. Don't waste time. Head to the cafeteria." Zhu Yukai reluctantly glanced at the bodies on the ground, swallowed hard, and quickly caught up with the group. The team hugged the wall, swiftly crossing the green area between the back gate and the cafeteria. Turning a corner, the redanded white 3-story building of Cafeteria No. 3 came into view. "Shoo!" Zhang Heng raised his hand in warning. The 5 of them instantly pressed against the wall, clinging like geckos in the shadow beside the cafeteria. Zhang Heng peered out, his gaze piercing through the 2 open glass doors. The scene inside was hair-raising. In the 100 soft square-meter hall, heads were densely packed. To be precise, they were zombie heads. Hundreds of zombies crowded between the food counters and dining tables. Some wandered aimlessly, banging against the stainless steel tables and chairs with a clatter. Others huddled in circles, crouching on the floor, frantically gnawing at something. The floor tiles were covered in black-red slime, a mix of old blood and zombie grease fermented by the heat into a stench that could knock someone over from dozens of meters away. This smell. Guxiang pinched his nose, his stomach churning. Worse than a dry latrine. Still eating, Li Su squinted, staring at the zombies on the ground. "Is that a thigh bone in their hands? Doesn't look fresh." Zhang Heng withdrew his gaze, his expression darkening. The cafeteria doors were wide open, and while the number of zombies inside was considerable, there was no frantic frenzy at the sight of living humans. This suggested no fresh flesh had entered here for a long time. "The dorm buildings around here are probably doomed." Zhang Heng leaned against the wall, his fingers lightly tracing the rough brick surface. If there were still survivors, they'd have found a way to charge the cafeteria by now. Given the situation, either everyone's dead or they fled long ago. "So are we still taking this place?" Zhu Yukai lowered his voice. "With over 100 zombies, making a move won't be quiet. Take it. Why not?" A cold smirk curled at the corner of Zhang Heng's mouth, exuding an arrogant confidence of total control. He closed his eyes, and his perception instantly spread out. In his mind, this stench-filled cafeteria transformed into a metallic world composed of lines. Stainless steel tables, iron chairs welded to the floor, rows of sharp kitchen knives in the back, giant ladles. especially the chopstick holders at the food counter. Thousands upon thousands of stainless steel chopsticks were densely packed inside. Those weren't just utensils, they were thousands of armor-piercing arrows waiting to be launched. This wasn't a cafeteria at all. It was a personal arsenal prepared for him by fate. This place is practically— Zhang Heng's eyes snapped open, two silver flames seeming to dance in the depths of his pupils. He turned to face his teammates whose nerves were already stretched taut. Formation stays the same. Zhang Heng's hand clenched slightly in the air, and a faint hum of vibrating metal resonated. Fatty takes the front, Li Su seals the left, Guoxiang the right, Chen Yingru guards the rear. He stepped out of the shadow, facing the open gates of hell. Get in there and clear out these bastards squatting with— The moment Zhang Heng finished speaking, Zhu Yukai moved. This fatty didn't even regard the 100+ zombies as a threat. A burst of earthy yellow light exploded around him, forming a rock armor that looked jaw-breakingly tough. Dinner time, you bastards. Zhu Yukai let out a strange cry, ignoring any footwork or positioning, and slammed his shoulder like a battering ram into the zombie horde with a thunderous crash. Bang! The leading zombie in a chef's uniform was split in half, its upper body flying off to smash onto a stainless steel table, instantly turning into a pulp. Zhu Yukai swung his battle axe in a wide arc. Crack! Another 3 zombies were cleaved in two at the waist, their colorful intestines spilling all over the floor. While he bulldozed ahead, Li Su wasn't idle on the left flank. This man was ruthless and sparing with words, his long spear trembling as crimson fire waves burst from the tip. Whoosh! Li Su didn't bother with precision kills. He swung the spear in wide sweeps. Any zombie struck by the spear shaft instantly erupted in flames, skin and flesh crackling as they burned. Within a few steps they collapsed as charred corpses, the acrid stench of burning quickly overwhelming the rotting smell. Chen Yingru guarded the rear. She raised her left arm, and a thick vine chain spun in the air, fiercely protecting their backs. With a sudden flick of her right hand, another vine shot out like a venomous snake, its wooden spike aimed straight for the zombies' eye sockets. Splat! In and out, pulling a stream of red and white pulp. Her movements were clean and efficient, terrifyingly so. But the most absurd of all was Zhang Heng, standing nearby. He barely moved, just stood there casually, raising his hands, fingers dancing. Clatter! The entire cafeteria— The chopstick holders at the counter exploded, scattered ladles on the tables leaped up, and crushed stainless steel forks on the floor rose into the air. Thousands of metal utensils came alive, all suspended midair, densely packed, blotting out the sky. Go! Zhang Heng flicked his fingers. Hum! A metal storm swept through. These everyday eating tools had become deadly weapons. Chopsticks streaked through the air like silver lines, faster than bullets. Thud, 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 thud. The front row of zombies was instantly riddled with holes, transparent punctures all over their bodies. Black blood hadn't even spurted before they fell. Next came ladles of various shapes and sizes, spinning, slicing, piercing. That area turned into a meat grinder. Zombies went in and came out as a pile of mangled flesh. Guoxiang gripped 2 newly modified silver short spears, his arms pumping so fast they seemed ready to smoke. Thwack! He stabbed a spear through a zombie's temple and kicked it away. He panted heavily, sweat dripping from his chin, both hands trembling. Stealing a glance to the side, his morale shattered instantly. Zhu Yukai was mowing down zombies like a god of war. Li Su was having a barbecue party, and Zhang Heng was even more outrageous, clearing the field like a magician without lifting a hand. Even the seemingly delicate Chen Yingru was killing 1 zombie per vine whip. Was he the only one honestly slogging through with brute force? Damn! Guoxiang stabbed another zombie, feeling utterly frustrated. They were all second tier, so why was the gap between them bigger than the gap between humans and dogs? Not having an ability really sucked. This wasn't teaming up to fight monsters. It was 4 cheaters dragging along. The metal storm in the hall finally ceased. The air was thick with the pungent stench of blood and scorched flesh, the floor strewn with severed limbs and broken bodies, black blood filling every crack between the white tiles. Guoxiang braced his hands on his knees, gasping for breath. As he gazed at the 4 silhouettes ahead, a sense of powerlessness surged within him like wild grass. Zhu Yukai's brute strength, Li Zu's blazing flames, Chen Yingru's twisting vines, and Zhang Heng's almost divine control over metal. Compared to them, his mere second-stage strength enhancement was like that of a primitive wielding a burning stick. All right, stop wallowing in self-pity. Zhang Heng's voice suddenly rang out. Without turning back, he flicked his finger lightly, and several willow leaf knives embedded in the wall flew back to his waist. Don't rush. Evolution is a matter of luck and fate. Zhang Heng turned, looking at Guoxiang's frustrated face, and smiled. If we encounter a mutant zombie with an ability its core is yours after we kill it, then you'll awaken something like lightning or frost, and you won't need to envy anyone. Guoxiang paused, then let out a bitter laugh. Brother Zhang, ability-wielding zombies are as rare as pandas. It's not easy to come across one. They're scarce, but they exist. Zhang Heng kicked aside a head at his feet, his gaze sweeping over the corpses. Rest now. Don't charge ahead. While push forward, you handle the fine work. Fine work. Digging out the cores. Zhang Heng pointed at the heap of mangled flesh on the ground. Though the energy in these ordinary zombie cores is impure and offers little boost to us, they'll be hard currency in the future. He pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag. Once things settle down, these will be money. Even a first-grade core might buy you a bun or a bullet. There are at least 100 here. Dig them all out. Don't waste any. Guoxiang listened, and the gloom in his heart began to lift. True enough. In any team, someone has to do the dirty hard work. Since he couldn't match them in output, had become a flawless support. Got it. Guoxiang tucked the short spear in his left hand into the belt at the back of his waist, keeping only one in his right hand. He steadied his breath, the scholarly air of a college student, completely suppressed, replaced by the practiced ease of a head. Zhu Yukai was already noisily crashing through a pile of tables and chairs, while Li Zi's spear blazed with fire once more. They bulldozed their way deeper into the cafeteria, leaving behind a mess of twitching remnants for Guoxiang. Guoxiang approached a zombie that Zhu Yukai had cleaved in half at the waist. This creature's vitality was horrifyingly tenacious. Its lower body was gone, entrails trailing across the floor, while its pale hands clawed frantically at the ground, emitting low hisses as it tried to bite Guoxiang's ankle. Save it! Guoxiang's face was expressionless. The muscles in his right arm tensed slightly. With a dull thud, the silver short spear drove straight through the zombie's crown, the tip striking the ground with a crisp sound. The zombie's hissing ceased abruptly, its clawing hands going limp. Guoxiang pulled out the spear and kicked the zombie's shoulder, flipping it onto its back. It was a female zombie, her face suggesting she was a freshman. She was decent-looking, a pity. Guoxiang thrust the spear into her chest, piercing the heart and twisting, but felt no hard object. Empty. He withdrew the spear, a stream of black blood trailing, and moved on to the next target without pause. Not every zombie had a core in its heart. Based on their half-month of experience, the drop rate for ordinary zombies was about 60 to 70%. The second was a middle-aged man in an apron, half his head sliced off by Zhang Heng's spoon. Guoxiang walked over and planted a foot on the corpse's chest. With a squelch, the spear pierced precisely beneath the third rib on the left. His second-stage strength enhancement made the strike immensely heavy, the tip snapping the rib. The broken bone shards, driven by the force, stabbed back into the heart, tearing apart the decayed, blackened organ. Guoxiang flicked his wrist, lifting the spear tip outward through the wound. With a clink, a pale gray crystal the size of a fingernail leaped out, with the black blood arcing through the air. Guoxiang caught it deftly with his left hand. The core was coated in viscous gore, but a faint sheen still glimmered. He wiped it casually on the apron of the middle-aged zombie, revealing the dull luster of the grayish crystal. 1. He tossed the core into a pouch at his waist and continued searching for the next target. The clamor of battle surged ahead, but Guoxiang had entered a peculiar rhythm. Stab, step, pry, collect. His movements were fluid, without any wasted motion. If anyone were watching, they wouldn't find it repulsive. Instead, it possessed a strange industrial elegance. Like a seasoned beachcomber with a bucket and rake, precisely sifting through the sand for clams buried in the mud. Only this beach was paved with flesh, and what he dug up wasn't seafood but the currency of the apocalypse. 3. 5. Empty. Guoxiang muttered under his breath. The anxiety born from his inferiority gradually faded as the pouch at his waist grew heavier. It was strangely cathartic. This one's empty too. Deadbeat. He kicked aside a corpse in an Adidas tracksuit, muttering a complaint. Just then a strange cry from Zhu Yukai rang out ahead. What the hell is that? Followed by a deafening clang like metal striking solid rock. Guoxiang's heart tightened, and he nearly dropped the core he had just dug out. He looked up sharply to see Zhu Yukai dozens of meters away at the kitchen entrance, stumbling backward while clutching his stomach. 3 deep, bone-deep gashes marred his earthy yellow rock armor. Stay calm. Zhang Heng's voice remained steady but carried a chill. The stainless steel double doors to the kitchen, once tightly shut, had been violently torn open. A slender dark figure crouched on the doorframe, its posture bizarre, like a giant mantis. Its body was pitch black, skin stretched taut over its bones, as if scorched, limbs unnaturally long and thin. Most terrifying were its hands. The fingers had completely degenerated, replaced by 2 keratinized bone blades that gleamed a pale white in the dim cafeteria light. It had no eyes, its face was just a gaping mouth that split to its ears, filled with rows of tiny serrated teeth. It looks just like the lickers from Resident Evil. Li Su held his spear horizontally, brows furrowed. No, it's faster than the ones in the movies. It's a mutant, Zhang Heng said, squinting as the metal line diagram in his mind flickered wildly. In that instant, the creature had lunged from behind the door, moving so fast that even his metal sense had only caught a fleeting afterimage. If not for Zhu Yukai's thick skin blocking the front, anyone else would have been disemboweled. Speed-type mutant, mid-second stage. Zhang Heng made a quick assessment. The monster tilted its head as if sizing up the intruders. Suddenly, it let out a piercing shriek and kicked off the doorframe with its hind legs. Boom. The stainless steel frame buckled. It shot like a black lightning bolt straight at Chun Ingru, who stood on the far left. Picking on the weak, this beast already possessed rudimentary intelligence. You're asking for death. Chun Ingru snorted. The vines on her left arm instantly surged, weaving into a shield before her. With a screech, the bone blades slashed across the vine shield, producing a grating sound. The iron-hard vines were sliced halfway through, splinters flying. But the delay was enough. Bind. Shuningru clenched her right hand. The severed vine fragments didn't fall, though instead they came alive, instantly wrapping around the monster's limbs, growing and tightening wildly. The monster let out a furious roar, struggling desperately as the bone blades on its body slashed wildly, trying to cut through its restraints. Fatty, Zhang Heng barked. Coming. Zhu Yukai bellowed, enduring the searing pain in his abdomen. Instead of swinging his axe, he slammed both palms against the ground. Swamp. A resonant hum filled the air. Within a 3-meter radius of the monster, the floor tiles, the once solid concrete floor and ceramic tiles, softened, forming a pit akin to a swamp. The monster's feet sank straight and submerged up to its knees. Its speed advantage was nullified. Burn it. Li Su, already poised, thrust his spear like a dragon, the roaring flames lancing straight toward the monster's chest. With a piercing sound, the spear struck solidly. The flames coursed down the shaft into the monster's body, instantly reducing its innards to ash. A shrill, agonized screech tore from the monster. Its body convulsed violently a few times before thick black smoke billowed from within, and it lay still. The entire ordeal lasted less than 10 seconds. Their seamless coordination and ruthless efficiency left Guxiang watching from behind, his blood boiling, yet his heart chilled with awe. This monster's strength was hardly inferior to the tyrant they had faced before, yet under the team's combined assault, it met its end so decisively. This was the power of a team. Zhang Heng strode forward, gazed at the charred corpse, then turned to look at the distant Guxiang. Come here. Guxiang hurried over. Lucky break, Zhang Heng said, pointing at the monster's head. This one mutated for speed. No elemental attribute, but its crystal core is remarkably effective for boosting neural reaction speed. Since we didn't get an elemental type, take this one for now. A willow leaf knife materialized in Zhang Heng's hand. With practiced ease, he sliced open the monster's chest and extracted a deep azure crystal core. The core was a size larger than ordinary ones, with what seemed like flowing wind trapped within. He casually tossed it to Guxiang. Guxiang caught at his palms, sweating. Brother Zhang, this. Keep it. Zhang Heng cut him off before he could protest. With your speed up, you'll dig out cores more efficiently. Zhu Yotsai, clutching his belly, limped over with a grin. Exactly, just eat it. If that strike had hit you, your kidneys would have been ripped out. Fatty's blubber ain't for nothing. Hurts like hell, though. Cheningru approached and examined Zhu Yukai's wound. No internal damage, just a flesh wound. He'll heal it once we're done cleaning up. Had the lattice got a soft spot? Zhang Heng ignored their banter, his gaze fixed on the depths of the kitchen. Beyond the door shattered by the monster lay a dim, narrow corridor. A faint, musty odor wafted out, mingled with a hint of aged rice fragrance. All cleared, Zhang Heng asked Guxiang. 87 cores from the hall, Guxiang replied, patting his bulging pouch, a newfound confidence in his eyes. Good. Zhang Heng nodded and stepped over the monster's corpse. Into the kitchen. Let's see what surprises this university's pantry has in store for us. He had a premonition that what lay hidden in the kitchen might be more precious than crystal cores. Yet it could also harbor something far more dangerous than the beast they had just slain. After all, before the liquor emerged, the silence within was eerily profound. The kitchen door swung open, releasing a wave of mustiness mixed with the rancid stench of rotting vegetables and meat. Half a month had passed since the apocalypse began. The produce and meat bought that day had long decayed. Zhu Yukai hoisted his blood-dripping battle axe, his stone armor still intact, and took point like a heavy tank. He braced himself for a horde of zombie chefs to burst from the tight space. But it was empty. The sprawling 100-square-meter kitchen, with its rows of cold stainless steel counters and stoves, held not a single soul. No one. Zhu Yukai used his axe handle to pry open 2 half-shut cold storage doors. Inside, aside from a few slabs of maggot-ridden pork, the cleanliness baffled him. This ain't right. Zhang Heng followed his gaze, sweeping every corner like a scanner. Something was definitely off. He walked to a chopping station and wiped a finger across the dust-covered surface. Half-cut potato shreds lay on the board, now moldy and blackened into a fuzzy colony. Yet the broad-backed cleaver was still neatly embedded in the cutting block. In the draining basket beside it, several cabbages rotted to mush, still poised, as if waiting to be cooked. The outbreak hit around 8 or 9 in the morning. Zhang Heng set his voice low as he stared at the cleaver. That's peak prep time. Chopping, stir-frying, washing. This kitchen would have had at least a dozen people running nonstop. Li Su approached, using his spear tip to lift an apron draped over a chair back. And of the 100+ zombies we killed outside, maybe 2 or 3 were wearing chef whites. Where had the rest gone? Turned into zombies and wandered off. Or been devoured by the liquor. If eaten, the floor wouldn't be this clean. Not a single bone fragment left behind. If they fled, this enclosed kitchen had only one exit. The door they came through. Where could they have vanished? The entire space felt as if someone had pressed pause, and every living thing had evaporated in an instant. Who cares? Empty means less work for Fatty. Zhu Yukai thudded his axe on the floor with a shrug, then kicked open the iron door at the back labeled storage. The door slammed against the wall, revealing a sight that stole everyone's breath for a second. Stacks upon stack. To the left, bags of rice piled high as a wall, to the right, cases of cooking oil. In the corner sat dozens of unopened crates of cured meat, fish, and vacuum-packed sausages. Holy crap. Zhu Yukai's eyes turned green, his atoms, apple bobbing with a loud gulp. This is heaven. Even Chen Yingris' eyes gleamed with delight at the sight of the supplies. Back on the train to conserve resources, they had only eaten half their fill of proper meals, subsisting on instant noodles, ate treasure porridge, and various snacks found aboard. Now facing a warehouse full of rice and cured meats, the joy was more intense than leveling up. Don't just stare at the rice. Zhang Heng walked to the stove, bending down to check the pipes beneath. The school doesn't have natural gas, it uses bottled liquefied petroleum gas. He reached out, turned the valve, and pressed the igniter. A series of clicks, then a whoosh. A small blue flame sprang to life, feeble, yet to their eyes more beautiful than any luminous ability. Fire rice meat. Zhang Heng turned off the stove, a rare, faint smile tugging at his lips. We'll have a prop. Then what are we waiting for? Fire up the wok. Zhu Yukai rubbed his hands together excitedly, barely restraining himself from biting into a bag of rice. First we clean out that morgue out front. Zhang Heng gestured toward the hall where over 100 mangled corpses lay, piled, black blood pooling everywhere. The stench was enough to knock someone out. You think you can eat with that mess still in there? Zhu Yukai's jowls quivered as the hellish scene flashed through his mind, his stomach churning. Fine. Fatty's born to work. Let's haul. Guoxiang Yu and Ding Ru dragged the bodies out to the small plaza behind the kitchen. Li Su will torch them later. Zhang Heng swiftly assigned tasks. Fatty, you've got the strength. Clear a space in the hall. Use your earth ability to cover the blood pools and seal the smell. And you, brother Zhang. Zhang Heng pulled the cleaver from the cutting board, weighing it in his hand. His gaze shifted to the back door of the kitchen, the passage leading to the staff changing room and unloading area. I'm going to find out where those chefs went. This unnatural cleanliness nagged at him like a splinter. In the apocalypse, the dangers you couldn't see were often deadlier than the zombies in plain sight. Zhang Heng walked up to the shattered glass door and cast a couple of glances outside. The vicinity was unervingly quiet, with only the occasional zombie growl drifting from the nearby dormitory. Though the commotion earlier was considerable, fortunately, aside from the few wandering zombies nearby, there was no sign of a large horde surging this way. The zombies in the dormitories must be trapped. Safe. Zhang Heng withdrew his gaze, turned around, and glanced at the others who were busy at work. Guoxiang was dragging a headless corpse outside, Chen Ru was cleaning the bloodstains on the floor with vines, and Li Su was giving the liquor a final cremation. They'll check the back, Zhang Heng said, pointing to the iron door at the rear of the kitchen that led to the staff break room and unloading area. You guys get to move on. Once you're done cleaning, shut this glass door. He paused, his gaze falling on Zhu Yukai. Fatty, don't just stand there grinning like an idiot. Move those stainless steel tables over and block the main entrance. This glass door is just a decoration now, it won't hold anything back. You got it, brother Zhang. Leave it to me, I guarantee not even a fly will get in. Zhu Yukai slapped his chest in assurance, but his eyes kept darting towards the pile of rice in the storeroom. Zhang Heng said no more and strode towards the center of the kitchen. After that fight, he was quite dissatisfied with his equipment. The flesh and hide of second-tier zombies had become significantly tougher, especially when facing monsters with bone spurs like the Tyrant or the extremely fast mutant from earlier. The ordinary willow leaf knives were too light and too brittle. Insufficient penetrating power meant the lethality was greatly compromised. An upgrade was necessary. Zhang Heng stopped in front of a stainless steel workbench. This was a standard commercial kitchen counter, 1.5 meters long, welded with a sturdy angle iron frame underneath, weighing at least 50 or 60 G. Rise. Zhang Heng spread his 5 fingers and grabbed at the table from the air. A grating screech of twisting metal suddenly filled the air. That originally indestructible stainless steel table seemed to be violently squeezed by an invisible giant hand, its legs bending and its surface folding, instantly compressing into a ball of scrap metal. But this was not enough. Zhang Heng's gaze swept across the surroundings. Several thick cleavers hanging on the wall, the angle iron piled in the corner, the stainless steel chopsticks scattered in the draining basket, and even the slightly curled willow leaf knives at his waist were all drawn by some kind of magnetic field. A clattering cacophony erupted. Dozens of metal objects flew into the air, plunging into the sphere of metal suspended in midair. Refine. A silver light flickered in Zhang Heng's eyes, and a vein bulged on his forehead. This was not merely squeezing, it was restructuring at the molecular level. A scorched smell permeated the air. It was the paint grime and wooden handles on the metal surfaces instantly carbonizing under the extreme heat and pressure. The suspended metal mass began to tremble violently, its surface glowing with a dark red luster which then shifted to a dazzling silver white. Countless black powders and ash fell like snow from beneath the metal mass, the impurities being forcible. The enormous metal mass, originally nearly a meter in diameter, shrank visibly under the intense compression, from the size of a basketball to a volleyball. Finally, it settled at the size of a small pomelo. But the aura emanating from this silver sphere was unsettling. It was the density achieved by forcibly compressing over 100 gene of steel essence to its extreme limit. Divide. Zhang Heng flicked his finger. The surface of the silver sphere writhed and instantly split. One large piece, 10 small ones. The large mass of molten metal following Zhang Heng's will drifted slowly towards his left arm. The liquid metal stretched and elongated in the air, gradually solidifying into the rough shape of a rectangular shield. Zhang Heng frowned. Too big, it would hinder movement. Shrink. He applied pressure with his will again. The shield, originally half a man's height, emitted a low hum and was forcibly compressed into a rectangular shield 40 centimeters wide and 60 centimeters long. The shield's surface bore no fancy patterns, only an extreme smoothness and coldness. Its edges were honed as sharp as a blade. This was not just a defense, but a broad-edged axe when rammed into something. Zhang Heng reached out and gripped the handle on the back of the shield. Heavy. Even with his current arm strength, he could feel a distinct weight pulling down. But that was exactly what he wanted. With this density, let alone a zombie's claws, even if that dump truck-like tyrant rammed it again, this shield would remain absolutely still. With the defense taken care of, next came the weapons. Under Zhang Heng's control, the 10 small suspended masses of molten metal began to stretch and take shape. No longer the light, flimsy willow leaf knife style. This time it was swords. 10 miniature swords gradually formed. About 10 centimeters long, 2 centimeters wide. No guard, completely straight with a slightly raised spine and blades as thin as a cicada's wing. At first glance, they looked like the cheap 50-cent plastic toy swords sold at the stationery store near elementary schools, delicate to the point of being ridiculous. But only Zhang Heng knew the killing intent contained within. He waved his hand. 9 small swords, like fish returning to their nest, precisely inserted into the specially made compartments inside his belt. The remaining one fell into his palm. It was cold to the touch and had a very strong sense of weight. This was no toy, it was clearly a high-density tungsten steel ingot. Zhang Heng weighed it in his hand. Its weight was more than 3 times that of the previous willow leaf knives. Let's test its quality. He turned and looked at another intact stainless steel workbench beside him. Without even a large swing of his wrist, he simply flicked his hand. Thud. A soft sound. No sparks, no crisp clang of metal collision. The small sword cut into the stainless steel surface like it was soft tofu, instantly sinking and leaving only a thin black line. Zhang Heng pinched the hilt with 2 fingers and gently pulled it to the side. SSSSS. The hard stainless steel surface was easily sliced open, the cut as smooth as a mirror without a single burr. It was like cutting through butter with a hot knife. Not bad. Zhang Heng pulled out the small sword, gently running his fingertip over the blade. There was no rolling. With this density and hardness, coupled with the spiral acceleration of his second-tier ability, the next time he encountered those bony frames, he would definitely be able to drill a hole straight through their hearts. He inserted the last small sword back into his waist, adjusted the shield on his left arm, concealing it beneath his sleeve. Having done all this, Zhang Heng raised his head and looked at the tightly shut iron door at the back of the kitchen. Despite the ruckus he had just made, it remained deathly silent inside. If those dozen or so chefs were really in there, even dead bodies should have shown some reaction by now. Unless there was something inside that prevented them from making a sound. Zhang Heng narrowed his eyes, his right hand resting on the sword hilt at his waist, and kicked open the iron door leading to the unknown. Bang! Zhang Heng stood by the door, not rushing to enter. The 2 stainless steel doors that he had violently broken into the kitchen gaped open like the maw of a beast, revealing a corridor 7 or 8 meters long, as dark as ink. Light was devoured at the threshold. The musty smell mingled with an indescribable stench, heavier and more oppressive than the rotting odor outside, like the fermented remains of dead rats festering in the crevices of the walls for half a month. Interesting. To the left is the staff lounge door, locked. To the right is the warehouse access passage, also locked. Zhang Heng squinted, examining the signs on the doors on both sides. At the end of the corridor is a hall, probably the unloading area. What surprised him most was that all the windows in the unloading area had been sealed shut with iron sheets and steel bars. It wasn't the work of zombies. Zombies only destroy, they don't build. Someone had been inside, or perhaps was still there. Zhang Heng raised his shield in his left hand to protect his front, while his right hand hovered 3 small swords floating silently above his head and on either side, ready to be launched at any moment. He called no one, and with the tip of his toe he glided into the darkness like a silent cat. The air instantly turned a few degrees colder. He pressed against the wall and reached the first door on the left, the staff lounge. The doorknob was an old-fashioned spherical lock. Zhang Heng gently tapped it with his index finger. Click. The pins inside the lock cylinder fell into place under the pull of magnetism, emitting a crisp sound. He shoved the door open abruptly, simultaneously sidestepping his shield, held horizontally before his chest. No one lunged out. No zombie growls either. Zhang Heng waited 2 seconds before peering inside. By the faint residual light from the corridor, he could see the dozen-square-meter room in utter disarray. Several bunk beds lay, overturned blue employee uniforms scattered everywhere. On the floor lay the shattered inner liner of a thermos, its glittering glass shards mixed with long-dried blackened bloodstains. The walls were covered in scratches, marks gouged out by human fingernails, each one deep enough to reveal the bone beneath, sending a pang through one's fingertips. Zhang Heng paused as he reached the corner. 8 people lay strewn across the floor. None were zombies, all were corpses. And their deaths were gruesome. Each one was skin and bones, their eye sockets sunken like 2 black pits, lips cracked and turned outward, revealing teeth that seemed eerily prominent. Their skin, like dried jerky, clung tightly to their skeletons, taking on a grayish-purplish hue. They had all died of starvation and thirst. Zhang Heng nudged the nearest corpse with his toe. It was a man with a broad frame, now curled up, but clearly once quite robust. He glanced at the others, 5 men and 3 women. This was intriguing. Less than 5 meters away lay the warehouse piled with tons of rice and cured meat. These 5 grown men, even with only stool legs in hand, could have survived if they dared to fight their way out yet they chose to huddle in this tiny lounge, watching each other dehydrate and wither away, finally breathing their last in despair, never daring to step half a foot out the door. What was out there? That liquor from before. If it were a liquor, this wooden door would be as flimsy as paper, utterly useless against such a monster. Unless what was out there at the time was more terrifying than death itself. Zhang Heng crouched down, scanning the pile of corpses. Finally, his gaze fixed on a middle-aged man in a chef's uniform. This man was curled up in the innermost corner, his posture strange. His whole body hunched like a shrimp, both hands clutching tightly at his chest, as if holding some treasure. Zhang Heng reached out to pull his curled arms apart. Rigid. The body was completely stiff. Sorry for the intrusion. He exerted force. Crack. A crisp sound, and the 2 withered arm bones snapped apart. A soft-covered notebook with a black cover fell out. This man, even in his final moments of delirium, had clung desperately to this object. Zhang Heng picked up the notebook, dusting off the corpse grease and grime. The first page. The handwriting was a chaotic scrawl, the pen tip even piercing through the paper with several words overlapping. What bled through the page was not force but fear. May 15th. Crazy. It's all fucking crazy. It was 8:30 in the morning, right in the thick of meal prep. Old Wong was at the chopping board bragging to me about his mahjong winnings from last night, when mid-sentence he suddenly collapsed, the cleaver in his hand clattering to the floor. It wasn't just him. Through the serving hatch, students in the main hall were dropping 2 one after another like dominoes. Panic erupted. Everyone thought it was gas poisoning or some acute illness. Some called 120, others shouted for the school nurse. Utter chaos. It was useless. The phones wouldn't connect to nothing but busy tones. Zhang Heng's gaze swept across the page. The handwriting that followed was even more frenzied, ink splattered everywhere. Clearly by the time he wrote this, the head chef's hands were trembling like a leaf in a storm. Minutes. Just minutes. Those who had fallen motionless suddenly began to convulse, their joints cracking loudly, then they sat bolt upright. Everyone thought they were fine and rushed over to help. Old Wong sat up too. Shaoli, the kitchen assistant, went to support him, but the moment he reached out, he bit down. Old Wong sank his teeth into Shaoli's neck. A real bite, tearing away a chunk of flesh. Blood sprayed everywhere. On the stove, the chopping board, all over. That was cannibalism. Devouring a living person. Zhang Heng had no time for such drivel. He flicked his fingers, the pages rustling, and flipped directly to the final entries. The once legible script had devolved into the death throes of a dying man. The pen tip had torn through the paper in several places, the ink trails fragmented, exuding a desperate aura of doom. May 22nd. Day 7. No water. We've even drunk our own urine. Old Lu wanted to drink blood, but I stopped him. Drinking it would only hasten death. Xiao Zhao and the other 2 couldn't take it anymore. The storeroom is right across the hall, 5 meters away. Just 5 meters. It's full of rice, flour, and oil. Even chewing raw rice would keep us alive. They grabbed a boning knife and charged out. Zhang Heng's eyes scanned the words, his brow furrowing slightly. A distance an adult could cover in 2 strides. Yet the subsequent account turned those 5 meters into an insurmountable chasm. Silence. Not a single sound. The door opened, they went in, and then nothing. I pressed my ear to the door crack and listened all day. No screams, no fighting, not even the fading of footsteps. It was as if that storeroom door was a mouth. They stepped in and were swallowed whole, not even a bone fragment spat out. How could there be no sound? Even if they were torn apart by zombies, they'd have at least screamed right. Could a rescue team have taken them away? Then why didn't they call out to us? Why didn't they come back? Zhang Heng turned a page. This one had only a few lines, the characters so faint and wavering they were barely legible. The writer clearly lacked the strength to even hold the pen. May 23rd. No one returned. The opposite storeroom door is still ajar, a dark, gaping void. Xiao Wang is failing too, lying on the ground convulsing. I'm almost there myself. Everything is going black. What? What is in that storeroom? The diary ended abruptly here. The final mark was a long, dragged ink blot, as if the pen had fallen and bled onto the paper. Zhang Heng closed the notebook and casually stuffed it into his pocket. He lifted his head, his gaze piercing through the corridor locked onto the tightly shut iron door across from him. To the left was the break room littered with dried corpses. To the right was the storeroom, piled high with supplies. Between them lay a corridor less than 2 meters wide. 3 able-bodied men armed with a knife charged into that storeroom and vanished without so much as a whimper. This wasn't a storeroom, it was a bottomless abyss. And the most crucial point was this: that storeroom door was now closed. The storeroom had 2 doors, one facing the unloading hall, the other facing the cafeteria kitchen. This design facilitated the flow of incoming and outgoing goods without hindrance. When Zhu Yukai had kicked open the kitchen door leading to the storeroom, the lock had been violently broken. Meaning before Zhu Youcai, that door had been locked from the inside, by someone or something. Since Xiao Zhao and the others went in and never came out, who closed the door? And who locked it? This place was tainted, deeply so. There was definitely something hidden inside that they had overlooked. The diary was shoved back into his pocket, and Zhang Heng's hand pressed downward as it left. A faint metallic friction sound echoed in the air. The 3 small swords that had been floating beside him, as if sensing their master's mood, swiftly expanded their orbit outward. Then 2 more silver lights silently slid out from the belt's inner compartment, joining the formation. 5 small swords, tips pointing outward, encircled him like a sophisticated security system. The shield on his left arm lifted slightly, guarding the vital area of his heart. The words left by the deceased chef carried a spine-chilling eeriness. Within 5 meters, a living person entered and vanished without a sound. This was not just a crushing disparity in strength, but a highly efficient, silent method of predation. Zhang Heng did not rush to the devouring warehouse door. Instead, he turned and walked toward the unloading hall at the end of the corridor. This was the only external exit in the entire kitchen area, also the place where the survivors had sealed the windows. The hall was dimly lit, with only a few dusty shafts of light filtering through the gaps in the high exhaust fans. The floor was a chaotic mess, impossible to navigate, littered with scattered seasoning packets. Red chili flakes, white MSG, and yellow curry powder were all mixed together, soaked in some unknown liquid, and pasted onto the ground like an abstract painting of vomit. In the corner, several baskets of vegetables had long turned into black liquid, with even some brightly colored fungi growing on top. Zhang Heng held his breath, his gaze sweeping across every corner like a radar. No zombies. No corpses. Not even a single bone fragment. If a battle had occurred here, or if a horde of zombies had charged in, it would never be in this state of mere filth without disarray. The chaos here was the kind from dropping things while moving, not the destruction from a life-or-death struggle. The sealed windows were intact, indicating nothing from outside had entered. The danger was inside. Zhang Heng slowly retreated back into the corridor and stood again before the iron door leading to the warehouse. The lock had already been opened by the kitchen staff who entered earlier. The door was ajar, revealing a sliver of blackness. He pressed his ear against the doorframe. Dead silence. Apart from the faint sounds of Zhu Yukai and the others talking and the rustling of dragging corpses from the other end of the warehouse, he heard nothing unusual. But that was the most abnormal thing of all. The kick Zhu Yukai had given the door earlier was as loud as thunder. Add to that the talking and laughing of the several people in the kitchen. If there were zombies hiding in the warehouse, even the lowest-level limping ones would have been screaming their throats raw by now, and the sound of nails scratching the door would be incessant. If it were living people hearing voices, they would have been crying for help or shouting out an alert. But now there was nothing. Zhang Heng's mind flashed back to the warehouse layout he had glimpsed earlier. A rectangular space of about 30 square meters. To maximize space, it was densely packed with 4 rows of heavy-duty shelves. These shelves were the common angle iron type found in supermarkets, reaching up to the ceiling at least 2.5 meters high. They had entered from the main kitchen door earlier and were immediately drawn to the piles of rice flour and oil. Those supplies stacked in the first 2 rows and on the open floor had a powerful visual impact. This back door, however, faced the deep end of the shelves, the blind spots blocked by layers of cardboard boxes and woven bags. A blind spot. In the apocalypse, a blind spot meant death. Zhang Heng took a deep breath, adjusted his breathing rhythm, and used his metal ability to slowly open the large door, his toes touching the ground. The door hinges turned with a faint creak. The air inside the warehouse was drier than outside, filled with the aged fragrance of rice and the greasy smell of cured meat. The sound of the turning hinges was amplified infinitely in the dead-silent warehouse. Zhang Heng had only taken half a step in when he felt a sticky sensation under his sole. Not dust, but blood plasma. A thick layer, long dried and hardened like a black-red carpet, laid over the... With every step, the soles of his shoes crushed this hard crust, producing a grating crunch. This was no warehouse, it was a slaughterhouse. On the shelf to his left, several 50-kilogram bags of northeast rice had been torn open. The once snow-white grains were now a dark purple, clumped into large bloody masses. The MSG and salt beside them were reduced to a paste, emitting a strange, salty, and putrid odor. But the most bizarre thing was the emptiness. Aside from this overwhelming blood, there was nothing. What about the 3 living people with boning knives who had charged in as mentioned in the diary? Even if they were eaten, there should be some bones left, right? Zombies leave skulls when they eat people, beasts spit out bones. This place was as clean as if something had meticulously cleaned it. Zhang Heng didn't rush deeper. He kicked aside a woven bag near his foot. A clattering sound. A dark object rolled out and stopped against the leg of the shelf. Half a palm. To be precise, the front half of a palm with only 4 fingers. The severed edge was jagged with bone exposed as if it had been brutally torn off by some blunt instrument. The skin was completely dehydrated, blackened, and withered like a dead twig. Is this all that's left? Zhang Heng crouched down and prodded the severed palm with the small sword. No bite marks. It wasn't bitten off what looked like it had been cut by a sharp blade. Something was off about this place. If it were a zombie horde, it would have been utter chaos here. If it were a mutant like that licker from before, it would kill by tearing with claws, leaving behind severed limbs. But here, besides the blood, not even a thigh bone could be found. It was as if those people had dissolved into the warehouse. Zhang Heng stood up, his gaze following the pools of blood on the floor. Though the bloodstains were chaotic, they had a main direction. All the blood trails ultimately converged at the bottom of the innermost row of shelves. He walked over slowly, every nerve stretched to its limit. He arrived. That row of shelves was originally painted with red anti-rust paint, but now it was covered with a thick layer of black grime. That was the residue of dried blood plasma mixed with human fat. But this grime wasn't splattered, it was smeared. A half-meter-wide drag mark started from the ground and went straight up along the shelf's vertical post. Even the several boxes of cooking wine placed on the shelf were knocked askew. A clear, bloody handprint was stamped on one cardboard box. The final struggle of a person in utter despair trying to grab onto something. Upward. Zhang Heng's pupils contracted sharply. It was almost an instinctive muscle reaction. His entire body shot backward instantly. The heavy shield on his left arm sprang up with a were firmly guarding his head and neck. The 5 floating swords instantly shifted their tips, pointing straight at the ceiling. No attack. No monster pounced. The warehouse remained deathly still, only the sound of the wind from his rapid movements. Zhang Heng maintained his defensive stance and slowly looked up. Right above that row of shelves in the corner of the ceiling, the ventilation duct opening, which should have been sealed tight, was now wide open. The square meter of iron cover plate had long since disappeared somewhere, leaving only a pitch-black hole, like a single eye hanging upside down above, coldly watching the living below. The edges of the duct opening were covered in black blood grime, so thick it had formed icicle-like stalactites. Several expansion bolts that had originally secured the cover plate were blown off, leaving only one stubbornly hanging there with a few strands of blue fabric twisted into its threads. That was the collar of a chef's uniform. Zhang Heng stared at the black hole, the images in his mind instantly connecting. It wasn't a case of vanishing into thin air at all. The moment those people charged into the warehouse, before they could even see what was around them, something dropped from above, instantly looping around their necks or biting their heads. Then it dragged them straight up. They didn't even have time to scream before they were in the ventilation duct. 5 meters. For a hunter that builds its nest above, stepping through that door meant entering its stomach. It's above. Zhang Heng's mouth pressed into a slight frown. His right hand gripped the sword hilt, his knuckles whitening from the force. No wonder that liquor outside was only a mid-second stage. The real big catch didn't deign to compete with low-level zombies for food on the ground. It had been hiding above this granary, waiting for the survivors outside to deliver themselves. Drip. A drop of viscous liquid suddenly fell from that black hole, landing squarely on the rice bag beside Zhang Heng's foot, splashing a tiny black spot. It wasn't dry yet. This was fresh. A viscous drop of saliva fell silently. Plop. It struck a vacuum-sealed bag of rice, splattering into a few glistening strands. Zhang Heng did not look up. In the apocalypse, curiosity was the cheapest thing to die for, especially when you were trapped in a narrow, confined warehouse piled high with flammable and explosive supplies. Confirming what was above your head was far less important than retreating to a safe zone. He held his breath, his toes barely touching the ground as his body, like a weightless feather, slid backward. 1 step, 2 steps. The sense of being locked onto by an apex predator pricked at the nape of his neck like a needle. The warehouse was too narrow. The towering stacks of rice flour and oil on both sides not only obstructed his view, but also limited his mental controllability. If a fight broke out here, not to mention destroying half the warehouse's food supply, the cramped space alone would be enough to hamper his movements and turn him into a sitting duck. Retreating to the doorway, Zhang Heng did not hesitate. His left hand curled slightly. Hum. The heavy iron door let out a faint groan as it began to close slowly under the pull of his metal manipulating ability. He kept his eyes fixed on the dark ventilation shaft in the corner of the ceiling. It was too quiet there. The mucus had dripped from that very spot. Zhang Heng could have instantly controlled the metal fittings of the vent to seal the opening, trapping whatever was inside the duct. But he didn't. The ventilation system of a university cafeteria was a labyrinthine network. Blocking this one opening, who knew which exhaust fan or sewer drain it would crawl out from? An unknown enemy was the most terrifying. Rather than letting it scurry in the dark, it was better to keep this opening and at least know where it was. Driven by that invisible force, the iron door inched toward the frame. The light grew dimmer. Just as the gap was about to close, leaving only a hand's width. Whoosh. Two lanterns suddenly emerged from the vent. They weren't lanterns. They were eyes. A ghastly green, unnaturally large, filling half the opening. What sent chills down the spine was the pupil. Not a human circle, but a pitch-black, icy vertical slit. Zhang Heng's heart clenched. In nature, only two types of creatures had such eyes: cold-blooded snakes or nocturnal felines. Whichever it was, when its size had evolved to fill that ventilation duct, it spelled a nightmare for humanity. Especially felines, natural-born killing machines, agile, silent, with explosive power. Those eyes stared down at Zhang Heng through the gap in the door. No hissing, no roaring. Only the cold indifference of gazing at a lifeless object. Clang. The iron door shut completely, flush and seamless. Zhang Heng's right hand swept over the lock, and the bolt slid down on its own, locking it tight. Standing outside, his back was already soaked with cold sweat. Huff. Zhang Heng let out a long breath and turned to walk toward the back kitchen hall. In the hall, Zhu Yukai was on his hands and knees, stacking several stainless steel tables together to block the shadow. "Brother Zhang, how is it?" The fat man heard the footsteps and turned around with a grin, his big face barely containing his joy. "That rice in there is piled like a mountain. We've hit the jackpot. Tonight I'm going to cook a proper meal. He'll eat 3 big bowls." Guoxiang and Chuningru also gathered around, their faces showing the relief of survivors. "Don't get your hopes up." Zhang Heng's cold words doused them like ice water. Zhu Yukai's smile froze. What's wrong? Is the rice moldy?" "The rice is fine, but something is guarding it." Zhang Heng walked back into the cafeteria hall, glancing around. The zombie corpses had been thrown outside by Zhu Yukai and the others. He pulled out a cigarette, lit it, then tossed the diary he had found to Li Su, briefly explaining what he had seen in the staff break room. That diary wasn't wrong. This warehouse is a bottomless pit. Anyone who goes in is just feeding it. There's something inside. Li Su tightened his grip on his spear, sparks faintly flickering at its tip. "What is it?" "A zombie." "Not a..." Zhang Heng pointed to his own eyes and made a vertical line gesture. "A living thing. Green eyes, vertical pupils, hiding in the ventilation duct." "Vertical pupils." Chen Yinger's face paled. "A snake?" "I don't know. I didn't see its full form." Zhang Heng shook his head. "But to silently kill several grown people without even a scream. This thing is definitely faster than that liquor from earlier." Zhu Yukai swallowed hard, his foot, which had been eager to charge into the warehouse, instinctively retreating. Then what do we do? We're not giving up on the rice, are we?" "Give up? Why should we?" Zhang Heng's eyes sharpened, a cruel grin curling at the corner of his mouth. "This is my granary now. No one gets to keep it. Whether it's a cat or a snake, since it dares to guard my rice, it has to die. But we can't fight in the warehouse." He quickly reconstructed a 3-dimensional map of the warehouse in his mind. "The space is too small, and it's full of flammables. If Li Su sets a fire, our half-month's food supply will turn into popcorn. Fatty can't swing his axe in there either. One swing, and hell missed the monster, blocked by all those shelves. We have to lure it out." Zhang Heng looked at the spacious cafeteria hall, now mostly cleared of tables. "This place is open, no obstructions. Perfect for a group fight. Lure it out." "How?" asked Guoxiang. "Since it's hiding in there, it must have made that its nest." Zhang Heng walked outside to the charred corpse of the liquor. Mutated creatures can't resist high-energy flesh and blood. He approached, fighting back nausea, and used his knife to cut a piece of relatively intact muscle from the liquor's thigh. The dark red flesh emitted a pungent, fishy odor, but it also contained dense mutated energy. Zhang Heng stood in the center of the hall, staring up at the pitch-black vent. His right hand spread slightly. High up on the ceiling, the 4 self-tapping screws holding the vent grill began to rotate on their own, gradually backing out of the wall. Clatter. The screws fell. The greasy plastic grill, losing its support, dropped vertically. Without looking, Zhang Heng casually raised his left hand, caught it silently, and handed it to Guoxiang behind him. Next, a stainless steel chopstick from a nearby holder flew into the air. The hard 304 stainless steel became as soft as a noodle in his hands, its ends quickly bending and sharpening into an shaped razor-sharp meat hook. Thud. The hook sank deep into the piece of mutated thigh meat, still dripping black blood. Up. Zhang Heng flicked his finger. The steel hook, laden with bait, floated unsteadily into the air. He didn't shove the meat directly inside. Instead, he controlled the hook, precisely hanging it on the edge of the vent's iron rim. The placement was exquisitely cunning. It was right at the air intake. That intense, pungent, high-level, bloody scent, irresistible to mutated creatures, would flow straight into the duct. Hiding. Let's see how long you can last. Zhang Heng led the group to the edge of the hall, using several stainless steel tables as cover. Get ready. Zhang Heng stood at the center of the formation, his hands raised slightly. A faint hum filled the air. It was the vibration of metal. Rustling sounds came from the ventilation duct in the ceiling. Everyone's breath stopped. Guoxiang stood behind a stainless steel table, gripping his twin guns, his palms slick with sweat. Li Zu's spear was already glowing red, ready to erupt at any moment. Click. A faint collision came from within the duct. A chill wind blew out from inside, carrying that distinct smell of mold and decay. The piece of liquor meat lay at the vent opening, exuding an enticing aroma. 1 second. 2 seconds. 5 seconds passed. The ventilation duct remained pitch black, devoid of any movement. "Brother Zhang, is that thing asleep?" Zhu Yukai whispered. "Want me to toss another rock?" "Shut up." Zhang Heng stared at the door, not even blinking. The moment Zhu Yukai's words faded, a dark shadow stirred. It didn't walk out, it flowed out. Like a puddle of black mercury, it slid silently down from above the doorframe. It didn't pounce directly on the meat on the ground, but instead hung upside down from the vent opening. Its massive head slowly rotating, its eerie green vertical pupils scanning the entire cafeteria. At that moment, everyone finally saw its true form. It was a cat, or rather it had once been a cat. Its current size was a full circle larger than an adult farm dog, and all its fur had fallen off, replaced by a fine layer of black scales gleaming with a metallic luster. Its limbs were long and powerful, its claws not retracted into pads, but protruding directly like daggers, gripping the iron of the vent with a faint scraping sound. Most bizarre was its tail. It wasn't one tail, but three. Three whip-like tails swayed gently behind it, each ending in a scorpion-like barb. "The hell is this, a cat?" Zhu Yukai's eyes nearly popped out. "This is a xenomorph, right?" The monster seemed to understand Zhu Yukai's words. It tilted its head, and those green vertical pupils instantly locked onto the fat man hiding behind the table. Its mouth split open, revealing 2 rows of interlocking saw-like fangs. "Meow." A piercingly shrill cry rang out like a baby's wail in the night or a vengeful spirit demanding a life. The sound waves even created visible ripples in the air. "Now," Zhang Heng barked. But the monster was faster than sound. The instant Zhang Heng spoke, its hind legs kicked off violently against the vent opening. Boom. Even the wall around the vent was dented inward by the force of its kick. The dark shadow, like a black lightning bolt, crossed over 10 meters in an instant, completely ignoring the bait hanging at the vent, and lunged straight at Zhu Yukai. It was clever. It knew who in this group had the most meat and would taste the best. "Holy shit. Why me again?" Zhu Yukai yelped, not even having time to swing his axe. He instinctively crossed his arms in front of his chest, his earthy yellow rock armor instantly pushed to its limit. Bang! A deafening sound. The 300-pound Zhu Yotsai, along with his rock armor, was sent flying like a rubber ball, crashing heavily into the wall behind him and shattering the tiles. "Fatty!" Chuning Ru exclaimed. "Don't worry about me. Hit it." Zhu Yukai crawled out of the rubble, a large chunk of his chest armor broken off, revealing blood-oozing skin. This beast is incredibly strong. By then, the mutated black cat had already landed. It didn't pursue, but elegantly licked the blood off its claws, its green eyes tinged with mockery. It was the king of this cafeteria, and these people were just fresh toys delivered to its doorstep. Li Su blocked the path. Guxiang aimed for its eyes. Zhang Heng clapped his hands together. Clatter. All the stainless steel chopping boards, kitchen knives, and soup ladles instantly levitated, converging into a torrent of metal in midair. "Since you came out, don't think about going back." A silver light blazed in Zhang Heng's eyes. "Die." Boom. Countless metal objects shot out like a storm, completely enveloping the mutated black cat. Swish, swish, swish. At that moment, the shrieking sound of air being torn drowned out everything. Dozens of kitchen knives, heavy stainless steel soup pots, and even the exhaust hood fixed to the wall, all transformed into deadly weapons under Zhang Heng's will. There was no fancy trajectory, just pure speed, pure force. The mutated black cat was still midair, with close in. Zhang Heng clenched his fist, veins bulging on the back of his hand. Clang. A thunderous crash of metal echoed through the hall. The moment the metal objects touched the black cat, they didn't bounce off, but as if drawn by a powerful magnet, crazily compressed and locked onto the center. Blade edges of knives jammed against pot rims, table legs wrapped around exhaust pipes, layer upon layer perfectly sealed. In the blink of an eye, the once arrogant monster vanished. In its place was a massive iron ball, nearly 2 meters in diameter, its surface bristling with sharp metal objects. Thud. The iron ball crashed heavily onto the floor tiles, kicking up a cloud of dust and even denting the ground. The hall fell instantly silent. Only the giant iron ball lay there quietly, no longer rolling, emitting huff, huff. Zhu Yukai plopped down in the rubble, gasping for air, blood still seeping from his chest wound. But ignoring the pain, he stared at the iron lump and grinned, still acting tough. "Thought you could eat me. Now you're king goods." Li Su, still pointing his spear forward, slowly shuffled over and poked the iron ball's shell with its tip. Rock hard. No movement. Dead. Guosiang peered out from behind the table, wiping cold sweat from his forehead. Brother Zhang's move was brutal, wrapped it up tight. Even if it had an iron head and steel arms, it must be minced meat by now, right? Ru rushed over to treat Zhu Yukai's wound, using her ability to heal while glancing back. That impact was massive, plus Zhang Heng's compression. The bones inside are probably shattered. Time ticked by. 1 minute. 2 minutes. The iron ball remained dead silent, not even a vibration escaping. This stillness slightly relaxed everyone's nerves. After all, the monster's speed had been terrifying, and now that it was sealed, the sense of impending death finally dissipated. "Let me take a look." Zhu Yotsai, never one to stay idle, felt greed stir as soon as his wound stopped bleeding. A beast this fierce must have a top-tier crystal core. Maybe I can even get a mutated beast hide to make Brother Zhang a soft armor. He pushed himself up, grabbed his axe, and started walking toward the iron ball. Don't move. An icy voice suddenly rang out. Zhang Heng stood still, maintaining his open palm gesture, a fine layer of sweat beading on his forehead. His face was grim, even more somber than when facing the Horde. Zhu Yukai froze, turning back in confusion. What's up, Brother Zhang? It's all wrapped up like this, how can it? Fall back. Zhang Heng barked, a rare note of anxiety in his voice. Everyone retreat outside the door. What? Guxiang was stunned. It's not dead. Zhang Heng stared fixedly at the iron ball, his fingertips trembling slightly. To others it was a lifeless lump. But in his perception, it wasn't scrap metal. It was his metal domain. Through the tightly interlocked metal, he could clearly sense the situation inside. No sensation of flesh being crushed. No crisp sound of bones breaking. When the sharp knives and heavy angle irons reached the core, they collided with something slick yet hard as a special alloy. They couldn't cut through it all. In fact, Zhang Heng's pupils contracted sharply. Creak. A teeth-grinding sound of metal twisting suddenly came from inside the iron ball. Zhu Yukai's raised foot froze in midair. A large bulge suddenly swelled on the surface of the once round, tight iron ball. Then several knives stuck in it flew off like snapped springs, whistling through the air and embedding deeply into the nearby wall. Thighs. The hell? Zhu Yukai's eyes went wide. It's moving. Zhang Heng gritted his teeth frantically, pushing his ability to suppress it. But the opposing force was immense, like an adult prying open a cardboard box. Creak. Creak. The iron ball began to deform violently, the interlocked metal joints snapping and flying off. It's not even injured. Zhang Heng spat out the words through clenched teeth, then bolted backward. Run. Before the words faded. Boom. The iron ball, compressed from tons of metal, exploded. Countless metal shards shot outward like shrapnel. The smoke cleared. The mutated black cat still stood. Its black scales glowed faintly in the dim light, not even a single scratch left behind. It didn't even glance at the group. Instead, it lowered its head, elegantly stretched its front paws, arched its back high, and shook its long tail lazily. It was stretching. To it, the metal cage that could have crushed an ordinary zombie into paste was merely a slightly snug sleeping bag. After its stretch, it slowly turned its head. The mockery in its eerie green vertical pupils deepened. Meow. That soft call sent a chill down Zhu Yukai's spine. It's over. This thing is completely invulnerable. With a sharp cry, the monstrous cat lunged again, morphing into a streak of black shadow that traced a bizarre zigzag arc through the air, even bouncing off the ceiling to bypass the front row of stainless steel tables and hurtle straight for the most conspicuous target in the crowd. Holy crap. Zhu Yukai barely had time to curse before the rocky armor on his body had just begun to glow with an earthy yellow radiance, and a tremendous impact slammed into his chest. Bang. The 300 fatty was sent flying like a rubber ball, crashing viciously into the kitchen wall tiles, shattering them to pieces and embedding himself into the wall. Its ghastly green vertical pupils ignored everyone else, fixed solely on Zhu Yukai, trapped in the wall, its forked tongue flickering in and out, clearly showing a particular fondness for this prey of exceptionally high body fat. Why the hell? Is it me again? Zhu Yukai pried himself out of the wall, clutching his chest as he coughed twice, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. What did this fat master's flesh ever do to deserve this, say? Why does every monster want a taste? The creature gave no respite. It kicked off with its hind legs and once again transformed into a blur, launching itself at him. No running. Zhang Heng's eyes turned cold. This thing was too fast, and it could move across walls and ceilings as if on flat ground. If they retreated now, exposing their backs to it, they'd be lining up to die. They had to fight it heat in. Fatty, hold the line. Zhang Heng barked. Stop your damn whining and max out your turtle shell. As long as you're not dead, don't let up. Li Su, forget accuracy, use fire to cut off its path. Don't let it get on the wall. Ingru, keep the healing coming. As long as Fatty has a breath left in him, keep him patched up. Guxiang, you don't have powers, don't get in the way. Guard Ingru with your gun. If this thing switches targets, you take the hit, even if it costs you your life. His words came out rapid fire, each one like a driven nail. And what about you? Zhu Yukai roared, slamming both hands onto the ground, causing a thick earthen wall to erupt from the floor. Boom. The monster crashed headfirst into the earthen wall, sending dirt and stone flying, instantly covering the half-meter thick barrier with cracks. Give me 3 minutes. Zhang Heng didn't look back. He spread his hands wide, his knuckles turning white from the strain. In 3 minutes, he'll send it to its grave. With that, he turned his gaze away from the battle, his entire spiritual energy surging wildly. The entire back kitchen hall began to tremble. Clang, clang. The stainless steel workstations used as cover, the scattered stainless steel soup pots, the iron ladles and strainers hanging on the walls, even the 2 giant cast iron woks in the corner. All of them seemed to come alive. Metal screamed. Dozens of metal objects levitated into the air, converging above Zhang Heng's head. Melt. Now. Veins bulged on Zhang Heng's forehead, and a stream of hot fluid rushed from his nostrils. This wasn't simple shape manipulation, this was forcibly altering the state of matter. A piercing screech of twisting metal filled the hall, drowning out even the monster's roars. A scorched smell filled the air, the paint and grime on the metal surfaces instantly carbonizing from the intense heat generated by the violent molecular friction. Those stainless steel table legs, the cast iron walks, the iron buckets, all were kneaded together in midair by an invisible immense force like a giant lump of Play-Doh. Impurities were stripped away. Black waste slag fell like rain. What remained was the purest iron and steel. A scream came from Zhu Yukai's direction. The scales on the mutated black cat were too slippery. Liza's spear had nearly struck it several times, but each time it was deflected by the layer of slime. It was like a loach slithering past the earthen wall and sinking its fangs into Zhu Yukai's shoulder. The rock armor crumbled like a cracker under its sharp teeth, shattering with a crack. Burn it. Burn its mouth. Zhu Yukai's entire body of fat trembled in pain as he swung his axe backhand, but it cleaved through empty air. The thing had already leaped onto the ceiling. Hang in there, fatty. Chen Yinger's face was pale as she poured green light onto Zhu Yukai without restraint. Flesh writhed wildly at the wound, stopping the bleeding and forming scabs. 3 minutes. Hurry it up, Brother Zhang. Fat Master's about to be eaten as sashimi. Zhu Yukai wailed, swinging his giant axe in a frantic, impenetrable arc, but he couldn't keep up with the monster's speed, only passively taking hits. Zhang Heng paid no attention. The silver light in his eyes had reached its peak intensity. The suspended mass of molten metal was transforming, stretching further. The chaotic clump of metal was drawn out into solid steel bars, each as thick as a thumb. These weren't ordinary rebar. They were high-density alloys repeatedly folded, compressed, and purified. Each one was immensely heavy and incredibly hard. Rotate. Zhang Heng's fingers twitched. Dozens of steel bars began to intertwine, like weaving a bamboo basket, but the material was red-hot steel. Crisscrossing nodes fusing together. The rough form of a massive cage 2 meters in every dimension rapidly took shape in the air. But this wasn't enough. A cage alone was useless, it had to be able to hold the creature. Zhang Heng's gaze swept over a nearby meat grinder, spotting a thick hardened steel shaft inside. Come. The shaft flew out, shattering its housing and directly merged into the top of the iron cage, forming a sliding rail mechanism for the lid. 2 minutes had passed. Over there, Zhu Yukai was already a bloody mess. The monster seemed to be getting bored, increasing its attack frequency. It realized that while this fatty had thick skin, constant blood loss would eventually bring him down. The monster's tail lashed out like a whip, dispersing the flame spear shot from Li Su, then it whipped around, its claws tearing a large chunk of flesh from Zhu Yukai's thigh. Off. Zhu Yukai collapsed to his knees, his rock armor nearly completely shattered. I can't. I really can't. Li Su was also forced back, blood at the corner of his mouth, his spear trembling in his hand. This thing was too strong. Peak second tier, maybe even brushing the threshold of the third tier. In both speed and strength, it completely overpowered them. Get down. A furious shout came from behind. Zhang Heng moved. The massive iron cage suspended in the air was now fully formed. It was entirely silver white, radiating a cold metallic gleam, every bar exuding an aura of indestructibility. But he didn't just hurl it directly. This monster was too fast, a direct throw would surely miss. Fatty. Zhang Heng's eyes were wild. Wanna live? Zhu Yukai hissed in pain, turning his head back. No shit. Next time it pounces on you, don't block. Zhang Heng's voice was as cold as ice. Hug it. Huh. Zhu Yukai's eyes nearly popped out. Brother Zhang, have you lost your mind? This thing can bite my neck off in one go. Yinger's here, you won't die. Zhang Heng left no room for negotiation. Hug it for 1 second. Just 1 second. If you can lock it down for 1 second, it'll turn it into kin goods. Zhu Yukai looked at the monster poised to strike on the wall, then at the menacing iron cage hovering above Zhang Heng. Those ghastly green vertical pupils were filled with mockery, as if laughing at the prey's desperate struggles. Screw it. I'm all in. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Zhu Yukai's eyes. Death was certain either way, might as well bet big. Come on, you bastard. Zhu Yukai deliberately dispersed the rock armor on his chest, opened his arms wide, and flipped the monster the bird. Your fat grandpa's right here, the tenderest part of the meat. Come and take a bite. The creature couldn't understand human speech, but it understood the provocation, especially seeing its prey voluntarily drop its defenses. Greed overpowered caution. SSS. A sharp shriek. The monster kicked a deep pit into the wall with its hind legs, its body shooting out like a cannonball aimed straight for Zhu Yukai's heart. It was faster than any previous attack. Fatty. Guoxiang shouted in terror. Just as the monster's claws were about to touch skin, Zhu Yukai moved. He didn't dodge. He didn't block. He truly opened his arms wide. Thud. Claws pierced flesh, blood sprayed. The monster's head smashed into Zhu Yukai's chest, the immense impact breaking several of his ribs. Get the hell down here. Ignoring the searing pain, Zhu Yukai's thick arms snapped shut like a pair of iron vices, locking the monster tightly around its midsection. His earth-type power erupted, not for defense, but for weight. 1000 gene drop. Zhu Yukai fused himself and the monster into one entity, his feet rooting into the ground like trees. Panic seized the monster. It struggled desperately, its sharp teeth frantically tearing at Zhu Yukai's shoulder, its tail wildly whipping about. Blood and flesh flew. Zhu Yukai's face contorted in pain, emitting a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Hurry! I'm going to die. Drop! Zhang Heng's finger pressed downward forcefully. Boom! The solid steel cage weighing hundreds of pounds descended from the sky with a whistling sound. It was incredibly precise, directly enclosing the entangled human and beast. But it wasn't over yet. The moment the iron cage hit the ground, the steel bars at the bottom burrowed into the earth like live snakes, instantly merging with the reinforced concrete structure welded tightly together. Split! Zhang Heng's fingers grasped. Zhu Yukai felt a powerful force coming from behind as Zhang Heng controlled the metal of his belt buckle forcefully, pulling him backward. Let go! Zhu Yukai instinctively released his arms. His entire body was dragged by that force, sliding across the ground, just slipping out through a gap left in the iron cage. Just as his ankle left the range of the cage. Clang! The last few steel bars closed, instantly sealing the gap. Roar! The monster reacted, slamming its head against the iron cage. Buzz! The cage emitted a dull thud, shaking the ground beneath. But this was a high-density prison cage made from the compressed metal of the entire back kitchen, as hard as a tank's armor. The monster's head was bloodied from the collision, yet the cage remained unmoved. It went insane, its claws scratching furiously at the steel bars, sparks flying, producing a sound that grated on the nerves, yet only leaving a few white marks on the surface. Huff! Huff! Zhang Heng's body swayed slightly, blood from his nose dripping onto the ground. The series of actions just now had nearly drained all his spiritual energy. He walked to the front of the cage, watching the beast inside that was still roaring madly, pulling out a cigarette from his pocket and trembling as he lit it. Taking a deep breath. Run then. Zhang Heng exhaled a smoke ring, looking through the bars at those eyes filled with brutality, coldly saying, Aren't you quite able to run? Now this granary belongs to me. The green light in Chen Yinger's palm flickered twice before completely extinguishing. She weakened, nearly collapsing to the ground, her face as pale as paper. Zhu Yukai's chest wounds finally stopped bleeding, the newly grown flesh tender and pink, contrasting starkly with the surrounding old skin, looking somewhat unsettling. The fat man collapsed to the ground, using both hands to push himself backward until his back hit the stainless steel. His small eyes, squeezed into a slit by his fat, stared intently at the iron cage not far away. Inside the cage, the black cat had also stopped calling out, just squatting there, coldly staring at this side, with its vertical pupils occasionally licking the barbs on its paws. Its appearance was not that of a prisoner, but rather that of a lord waiting for a meal. Zhang Zhu Yukai swallowed his throat dry. Are we just going to keep this thing? Zhang Heng leaned against the wall, the cigarette between his fingers, burning down to the filter, scorching his fingertips without him letting go. He was calculating the strength of the cage, the endurance of the beast, and more importantly, the time he needed to recover his spiritual energy. It felt like there was a saw tugging back and forth in his brain, causing his temples to throb painfully. Otherwise, Zhang hung through the cigarette, but on the ground, crushing it fiercely under his toe. You want to go in and kill it. Don't even think about it. Zhu Yukai shook his head like a rattle, his whole body of fat trembling. That blow just now made me lose half my soul. If it happens again, don't bother saving me, you just collect my corpse. He pointed at the cage, his expression more sorrowful than crying. I'm afraid this thing will break out in the middle of the night. Look at its eyes, they're cunning. What if we fall asleep and it scratches through this cage? The fat man shivered, not daring to say more. This was a peak second-tier mutated species with abnormal defense and terrifying attack power. If it really escaped, none of the remaining soldiers in this room would survive. Zhang Heng said nothing, only casting a cold glance at the iron cage. The black cat seemed to sense Zhang Heng's gaze, pausing its palicking motion, baring its teeth toward this side, emitting a low rumbling growl. It can't get out. Zhang Heng's voice was hoarse, revealing a hint of fatigue, yet his tone was as hard as iron. This cage is made from high-density alloy forged from the entire back kitchen. Even if it breaks its teeth, it won't be able to bite through a single bar. Then, what are we aiming for? Zhu Yukai asked bitterly. We can't kill it, and we can't release it. Are we really going to keep it as a mascot? This thing eats people. Do we have to feed it several pounds of meat every day? Li Su also walked over, leaning his long spear against the ground, the red light at the tip already faded, leaving only a few drops of black blood on the shaft. He frowned, staring at the monster in the cage. Zhang the fat man is right. Keeping it is always a potential danger. Moreover, he paused, a hint of greed flashing in his eyes. This creature is so strong, the crystal core in its brain must be a valuable item. Perhaps it could directly elevate you to the third tier. The words third tier made everyone's breathing grow heavier. In the apocalypse, strength equated to life. A quasi third-tier crystal core is worth a fortune. Zhang Heng certainly knew this. He wanted to dissect this beast's head more than anyone. But his spiritual energy was already drained to the warning line. If he forced a move now once he lost control and the cage broke, it would mean annihilation. What's the rush? Zhang Heng pulled out another cigarette from his pocket, not lighting it, just smelling it at the tip of his nose to invigorate himself with the tobacco scent. He turned around, his gaze sweeping past the others, looking toward the iron door leading deeper into the warehouse. That cat had come out from inside, and inside there were enough supplies for them to last several years. A meal must be eaten bite by bite. Zhang Heng's lips curled into a cold smile, his eyes filled with calculation. The meat is in the pot, it can't run away, can it? First we empty the warehouse. As for this cat, Zhang Heng walked to the cage, standing less than half a meter away, locking eyes with those tragic green vertical pupils. The monster suddenly lunged, its claws scraping against the bars, producing a series of sparks, the harsh sound grating on the nerves. Zhang Heng didn't even blink. Starve it for 3 days. He extended his finger, gently flicking the hard steel bars, emitting a crisp sound. When it's so hungry it can't even stand, we'll talk about whose head it belongs to. Having said that, Zhang Heng turned and walked toward the warehouse door, leaving the crowd with his back. Get to work. We'll have a good meal tonight. However, just as Zhang Heng turned around, the black cat, which had been frantically scratching just moments ago, suddenly quieted down. It neither cried out nor slammed against the cage. It simply sat quietly in the shadow of the cage, its vertical pupils slightly constricted, peering over Zhang Heng's shoulder, fixating on the soon-to-be-opened warehouse door. The corners of its mouth slowly curled into a strange arc, as if it were smiling. That black cat was still laughing. Zhang Heng ignored its eerie expression and reached out to grab the exhaust pipe the cat had emerged from. The iron duct crumpled into a ball of scrap metal, sealing off the passage. Then he headed to the kitchen, crushing all the ventilation ducts in the kitchen and storeroom before finally letting out a breath of relief. He feared the black cat might have companions that would launch a sneak attack once they let their guard down. A truly disastrous scenario. The others watched Zhang Heng's frantic efforts and followed behind. When they re-entered the storeroom, they still couldn't calm their hearts at the sight of the half-filled warehouse of supplies. This was no mere storeroom, it was a treasure vault in the apocalypse. Gulp. The sound of the blocked vents echoed distinctly in the quiet kitchen. Zhu Yukai clutched his stomach, leaning against a stainless steel table. His face, pale from excessive blood loss, now bore a strange feverish flush, like a final flicker of life. He followed into the storeroom, his eyes fixed on the cured meats, drool nearly spilling. Brother Zhang. That meat looks incredible. Zhang Heng withdrew his gaze, glanced at the half-dead fatty, then at Guxiang and Chening Ru, who though uninjured looked gaunt and weary. The earlier battle, though brief, had been immensely draining. Zhu Youcai especially had lost a lot of blood and urgently needed high-calorie food to replenish his strength. Guxiang taking Ru inside, Zhang Heng pointed at the storeroom. Get some rice and cut a few sausages and cured meats. Don't hold back. Cook as much as the pot allows. Got it. Guxiang tucked his dual pistols into his waistband and dragged Chening Ru inside. As she passed the iron cage, Chening Ru hesitated, shrinking closer to Guxiang. The black cat still crouched in the cage, its emerald eyes tracking her movements, emitting a rumbling purr from its throat. Unclear whether it was a threat or mockery. Don't look at it, Zhang Heng warned coldly. Get to work. After arranging the logistics, he turned to Li Su, who was wiping bloodstains from his spear tip. Still good to move? Li Su straightened up, slung the spear over his shoulder, and grinned. As long as I don't have to fight that freakish cat again, killing a few zombies is a walk in the park. Come on, let's head upstairs. Zhang Heng fished a half-empty pack of cigarettes from his pocket, shook it. Empty. He crumpled the pack and tossed it away. Clear the upper floor so we can sleep soundly tonight. The stairway to the second floor was beside the cafeteria hall. The two moved in tandem, their steps light. Zhang Heng led the way, several small swords orbiting him, while Li Su brought up the rear with his spear. The corridor was silent, broken only by the soft scuff of their shoes on tiles. Dried black blood splattered the walls, and scattered sneakers and books on the steps bore witness to the chaos of the outbreak day. Upon reaching the second floor, the view opened up. This was originally a living service area. To the left was a row of small shops selling daily necessities, and to the right a small campus supermarket. Growl. As they emerged, a zombie in pajamas staggered out from a nail salon. Half a face mask, now blackened and rotting, clung to its face like dead skin. It let out a guttural roar and lunged wildly. Thud. Before it could get within 2 meters, a silver sword pierced its brow. The zombie stiffened and toppled backward, knocking over the salon signboard. That one's on me, Zhang Heng said, stepping over the body without looking back. Li Su shrugged and followed. The situation on the second floor was far better than expected. The apocalypse had struck at 8:30 in the morning. At that hour, most college students were either in early classes or still dreaming in their dorm beds. Those who would wander to the second floor to browse boutiques or get manicures at that time were rare. The two advanced along In a jewelry shop, 2 zombies were trapped behind the counter, thrashing violently and banging against the glass as they spotted the living. Li Su walked over, spearing them with clean, efficient thrusts, not even bothering with his fire ability. This place is pristine, he remarked, pulling out his spear and flicking off the blood. Lucky. Zhang Heng's gaze swept over the surrounding shops. Most doors were open, interiors in disarray. Clearly people had overturned shelves while fleeing. They reached the campus supermarket. The automatic doors, long dead, hung half open. Inside was pitch black with a rotting stench wafting out. Zhang Heng snapped his fingers, and 2 small swords flew in for a sweep. No pouncing sounds. They stepped inside. Shelves were mostly toppled with pools of black sludge on the floor. In a corner, 3 zombies in cashier uniforms huddled together, gnawing on something. At the sound, they turned in unison. One had half its face eaten away, an eyeball dangling loosely from its socket. Damn, Li Su muttered, twitching his spear until the tip glowed red hot. Thwack, thwack, thwack. 3 rapid strikes. 3 heads carbonized instantly by the heat rolling off with black smoke. With them cleared, the supermarket fell silent. Zhang Heng approached the tobacco counter. The glass display had been shattered, clearly looted during the chaos. Loose cigarette packs and shards of glass littered the floor. But the good stuff remained. The cheap packs costing tens of yuan were mostly gone, while the high-end goods locked in the innermost cabinet had been overlooked. Zhang Heng flicked his finger. The lock on the cabinet popped open. He pulled out a whole, deep blue hard pack. He blew off the dust, a rare smile flickering across his face. Back in the day, this cost 100 a pack, and you'd still have to grovel to the shopkeeper. Now it's free for the taking. He tore open the carton, tossed a pack to Li Su, and opened one for himself, lighting a cigarette. He took a deep drag. The rich tobacco swirled in his lungs, easing some of the fatigue. Damn, that's good, Li Su said, tucking the cigarette behind his ear, his eyes roaming the shelves. Brother Zhang, there's some fine liquor here too. Take it all. Zhang Heng pointed to an empty cardboard box. Grab as much as you can. Well, celebrate tonight. They didn't hold back and began their raid. Zhang Heng focused on cigarettes and energy drinks, Red Bull Tiger, and a few bottles of imported beer that caught his eye, all stuffed into the box. Li Su, a pragmatist, found a large backpack in the daily necessities section and loaded it with towels, toothbrushes, and even several packs of underwear. What's that for? Zhang Heng glanced over. To change into, Li Su replied matter-of-factly. Mine's been stinking for days. Since there's new stuff, why suffer? Zhang Heng didn't argue. Indeed, maintaining hygiene was a way to preserve sanity in the apocalypse. After clearing the 2nd floor, they climbed to the 3rd. It was even more desolate. This floor mainly housed electronics and clothing stores. Most shops had their roller doors firmly shut. At 8:30 in the morning, none of them were open. Only a China Mobile outlet had its door half ajar. A lone female zombie in a business suit stood before the counter, a work badge around her neck, still clutching an unboxed phone. Seeing Zhang Heng and Li Su, it shrieked and lunged, its high heels clicking sharply on the floor. Zhang Heng didn't move. Li Su stepped forward and swung his spear horizontally. Crack! The sound of a snapping neck. The female zombie crumpled limply, the phone sliding from her hand to Zhang Heng's feet. The latest flagship model. Once it would have cost thousands of yuan, months of a student's allowance. Now it lay quietly in the dust, its screen reflecting cold light worth less than a brick. A brick could at least crack walnuts. This thing, without power or network, was useless. Zhang Heng kicked the phone aside without a second glance. Nothing worthwhile up here, Li Su said after a quick sweep, disappointed. Just clothes and electronics. No people is good news, Zhang Heng replied, satisfied. After confirming no other threats on the 3rd floor, Zhang Heng carried the box of cigarettes, alcohol, and drinks. Li Su shouldered his bulging backpack. They turned to descend. As they reached the 1st floor stairway, a rich aroma wafted into their noses. It was the sweet scent of cooked rice mingling with the fatty, savory fragrance of cured meat releasing its oils under high heat. For stomachs long deprived of rich food, this smell was more potent than any supernatural power. Holy crap! Li Su swallowed hard, his pace quickening. That smell. Incredible. Back in the kitchen hall, the stainless steel table that had been used as a shield had been cleared. On it sat a massive stainless. The basin was piled high with steaming white rice topped with evenly sliced cured sausages and pork belly. Glistening fat had seeped into the grains, staining the rice an enticing caramel hue. Steam billowed fragrance filled the air. Zhu Yukai sat by the table, clutching a spoon, his eyes as green as the cat in its cage, yet he clearly waited for Zhang Heng and the others to return, not daring to start first. Guoxiang and Xiningru were distributing bowls and chopsticks nearby, their faces beaming with a long-lost ease. Seeing Zhang Heng descend, Zhu Yukai immediately howled, Brother Zhang. My dear brother, you're finally back. Any longer, and I'd have committed a sin. Zhang Heng placed the cardboard box on the table with a dull thud. Eat. He was concise, casually pulling out a bottle of iced tea from the box and tossing it to Zhu Yotsai, then dropping a pack of Heaty cigarettes on the table. Eat first, then smoke and drink. Got it. Zhu Yukai could no longer contain himself. With one scoop of his spoon, he dug out a heaping mouthful of rice and meat, ignoring the heat, and stuffed it directly into his mouth. MPH. MPH. The fat man sucked in air from the burn, but refused to spit it out, mumbling indistinctly, so delicious. This is the life. Li Su also helped himself without ceremony, filling a large bowl and wolfing it down while squatting on a chair. Zhang Heng picked up his bowl, picked up a slice of cured pork, and put it in his mouth. It was salty, rich, fatty, but not greasy. The long-missed satisfaction from carbs and fat finally allowed his taut, nerves to relax slightly. Only the sounds of chewing and swallowing filled the hall. The black cat in its cage had ceased its eerie laughter. It lay at the bottom of the cage, its nose twitching as if catching the aroma. Its vertical pupils fixed on the meat on the table, its tail flicking impatiently against the iron bars. Slap, slap. Zhang Heng ignored it, simply opening a can of beer and taking a long gulp. The icy liquid slid down his throat into his stomach, sending a shiver of delight through him. This meal was exceptionally grounding. After eating and drinking their fill, the group collapsed into their chairs. Zhu Yukai rubbed his round belly and let out a loud burp, holding the premium cigarette Zhang Heng had given him between his fingers, his face a picture of bliss. This smoke is really smooth, doesn't sting the throat. My dad used to smoke these. I stole one once and got beaten half to death. Now I can smoke them whenever I want. Impressive, Guxiang chuckled, lighting one himself and joining in the smoke rings. Zhang Heng leaned back in his chair, staring at the ventilation shaft he had sealed on the ceiling. This place was temporarily safe. Supplies were secured, a stronghold was established. Next came how to hold this place. And his gaze fell upon the black cat. This thing needed to be dealt with. It would have to be killed later. Keeping it was a constant menace. We'll take turns on watch tonight. Zhang Heng stubbed out his cigarette, his voice regaining its calm. Li Su takes the first shift, Guxiang the second, I'll take the third. Fatty, and Ru rest. Why not me? Zhu Yukai protested. I can stand watch too. Your snoring sounds like thunder. We'd be lucky if it doesn't attract zombies, Li Su mercilessly teased. Damn. A low wave of laughter rippled through the hall. Outside, the sky had turned completely dark and occasional eerie roars from zombies echoed across the campus. Yet this canteen hall filled with the scent of food and tobacco had become an isolated island in this apocalypse. Fragile, but at least warm. After finishing his post-meal cigarette, Zhang Heng tossed the butt to the ground and ground it out with his shoe, the sparks instantly dying. Rest had eased the stabbing pain in his head considerably. His spiritual energy had recovered by half. It was time to settle accounts with that lord in the cage. He stood up and walked straight towards the massive iron cage. Zhu Youcai, who had been picking his teeth, immediately spat out the toothpick, dusted off his pants, and eagerly followed. Guxiang and Li Su exchanged glances, then grabbed their weapons and crowded around. Inside the cage, the black cat maintained its lazy posture, not even lifting its eyelids as the group approached. Only its hooked tail stopped its tapping, coiling quietly by its side. Without a word, Zhang Heng pressed his right index and middle fingers together and casually flicked them upwards. Two small swords tucked inside his belt instantly hovered in midair, gleaming with a cold, sinister light in the dim lamplight. Go. Zhang Heng pressed his fingers down sharply. Whoosh, whoosh. Two streaks of silver light tore through the air, carrying a sharp whistle straight for the black cat's eerie green eyes. Their speed was so great that afterimages trailed behind them. Zhu Yukai gaped, his eyes nearly popping out. Wow. Brother Zhang's skills are getting more mystical by the day, just like those flying swords in cultivation novels taking a dog's head from 1,000 miles away. That's the art of sword control. Guoxiang's eyes lit up as he watched, gesturing excitedly. In the novels I've read, Foundation establishment cultivators do this. It's so cool. Stop your nonsense, watch closely. Zhang Heng snorted, his focus entirely on the flying swords. Just 1/10 of a second before the tips pierced the black cat's eyes. The black cat moved. No one even saw how it moved. They only sensed a blur of shadow in the cage. Clang, clang. Two crisp metallic impacts exploded. Sparks scattered in the dim hall. The two sharp swords, as if striking granite, spun away and embedded themselves deeply into a nearby concrete pillar, their blades still trembling violently, emitting a mournful hum. And the black cat had merely tilted its head slightly. It hadn't even changed its posture, simply using the thick black scales on its neck to withstand the blow. Not a drop of blood spilled, not even a white mark was left on the scales. The black cat slowly turned its head, its vertical pupils brimming with a human-like mockery. Its mouth parted slightly, revealing a row of fine, sharp fangs, as if laughing at the futility of these two-legged creatures. Is this thing cheating with invincibility? Zhu Yukai's jaw nearly dropped, his voice trembling with this defense. Is it even a cat? Guoxiang also looked as if had seen a ghost, stammering in excitement. Is this absolute defense? Even the great demons in novels aren't this outrageous. Zhang Heng's face darkened completely. He held back, no longer clenching his 10 fingers in the air. All the small swords hovering by his side burst forth instantly. 10 silver beams wove into a dazzling, bewildering net of blades, forming a silver tornado charging straight at the iron cage. Clang, 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 clang. In an instant, the entire kitchen hall was filled with the din of a blacksmith's forge. The dense metallic clatter stung eardrums, sparks spraying out wildly, as if they cost nothing. The black cat simply curled itself into a ball, allowing the sharp swords to scrape, stab, and slice wildly against its body. 1 second. 2 seconds. 10 seconds passed. The frenzied metallic storm finally ceased. The 10 swords hovered in midair, their blades still humming with vibration. Inside the cage, the black cat lazily stretched its body, yawned, and even let out a sigh. On its jet-black, gleaming scales there was not a single wound, not even a decent scratch. Damn. Li Su stared dumbfounded, finally squeezing out a single word through clenched teeth. This thing was completely impervious to attack. The hall fell silent, leaving only the sound of breathing. The 10 small swords still hung in midair, their blades slightly deformed from the violent collision, emitting a faint hum, as if lamenting the futility of that strike. Is this thing made of tortoise shell? Zhu Yukai leaned close to the cage, his face nearly pressing against the bars, staring wide-eyed at the black cat through the iron grill. Even iron isn't this tough, right? The black cat tilted its head, its vertical pupils reflecting Zhu Yukai's large face. Its tail tip gave a slight flick, its expression clearly saying, "Is that all you've got?" Zhang Heng said nothing, merely twitching his finger to retract the 10 ruined swords and toss them aside. Physical attacks are ineffective. Zhang Heng pulled out the pack of Harmony cigarettes from his pocket, took one out, and held it between his lips without lighting it. Since its hide is too thick to cut, let's try another method. He turned to Zhu Yotsai. Fatty, bury it. Huh. Zhu Yukai blinked. Bury it where? Right here? Make a mound of earth and seal it inside. Zhang Heng pointed at the ground. Suffocate it. Since the shell was hard, attack the insides. Any living thing needs to breathe. Got it'll give it a deluxe burial. Zhu Yukai didn't hesitate, pressing both hands to the ground. The cafeteria floor, already churned up by the fatty earlier, roiled once more as soil surged upward like a fountain. The earth quickly enveloped the iron cage layer upon layer, and in mere moments a large mound over 2 meters high rose from the spot. Still uneasy, Zhu Yukai used his ability to compress the soil, turning the loose earth into rock-hard. Done. Zhu Yukai dusted off his hands and plopped down onto a nearby chair. At this density, not even an ant could crawl out. Even if its son Wukong reborn, it'll be crushed under the 5 elements mountain. The group sat around the mound staring at each other as they began to time it. Half an hour. 45 minutes. 1 hour. Almost done, right? Guxiang checked his watch. A normal creature's brain would be fried after 10 minutes without oxygen. It's been a full hour. Dig. Zhang Heng spat out the chewed cigarette, but Zhu Yukai waved his hand, and the hardened earth instantly crumbled, scattering everywhere. Amidst the rising dust, the silver-white iron cage emerged. Everyone held their breath, craning their necks to peer inside. Inside the cage, the black cat lay motionless against the bars as if asleep. Dead. Li Su raised an eyebrow, prodding forward with his spear. Just then the black cat's ear twitched. It stood up slowly and shook itself. Rustle. The mud clinging to its scales slid off smoothly like water droplets on a lotus leaf, leaving not a speck of dust behind. It lifted its head and let out a huge yawn at the group, revealing a pink tongue and gleaming white fangs. Zhu Yukai's lighter clattered to the ground. Wait, doesn't this thing use lungs to breathe? The fatty scratched his head in exasperation. After being suffocated for an hour, it even took a nap. Zhang Heng's face darkened. Burying it didn't work. To the kitchen. He turned and strode off. There's a minutes later. By the large tank, once used for keeping live fish in the kitchen. Zhang Heng controlled the metal cage, which with a grating sound of metal rapidly shrank to a size just fitting into the tank. Into the water. Thud. The iron cage sank to the bottom. The water surface rose more than half a meter above the cage top. The black cat didn't panic in the water. Instead, it curiously blew a stream of bubbles, swam a couple of laps at the bottom, then found a comfortable position sprawled out and floating inside the cage. Another hour passed. When Zhang Heng lifted the cage out of the water, the cat was merely what its spirits, even higher than before. The moment it emerged, it gave a vigorous shake, splattering water droplets onto the onlookers' faces. Meow. The cry was full of vigor, ringing in everyone's ears with unmistakable mockery. Damn it. Li Su wiped the water from his face and slammed his spear on the ground. Is this thing even a living creature anymore? The group dragged the cage back to the cafeteria hall. The atmosphere grew heavy. Swords couldn't cut at earth, couldn't bury it, water couldn't drown it. It was a tough nut to crack. It still needs to breathe. Zhang Heng crouched before the cage, staring at the black cat, grooming itself, his tone firm. When it was in the water, though, it didn't struggle. I saw its abdomen moving. Very slowly, maybe once every few. Then why isn't it dead, eh? Zhu Yukai asked. Those scales. Zhang Heng pointed at the layer of gleaming black armor on the cat. When buried in earth, the soil couldn't stick to its body. In the water, I noticed the scales slightly opened, revealing a membrane inside. You mean it can breathe like a fish? Chun Yingru asked incredulously. Or its scales can store oxygen, or its body functions have mutated. Zhang Heng stood up, rubbing his throbbing temple. It has an extremely low demand for oxygen and can enter a state of suspended animation in anoxic environments. The evolutionary level of this mutant cat far exceeded their understanding. If the liquors were mere enhancements of strength and speed, this cat was a complete leap in life form. Nothing works. We can't just keep it, can we? Zhu Yukai looked at the cat, increasingly seeing it as a ticking time bomb. It was trapped now, but who could guarantee the cage would hold it forever? What if Zhang Heng wasn't around one day, or the cage rusted? At the thought, a chill ran down Zhu Yukai's neck. There's one last resort. Zhang Heng turned his gaze to Li Su, who had been mostly silent. Li Su was wiping his gun. Sensing Zhang Heng's look, he paused, then grinned, revealing white teeth. You should have said so earlier. He slung the spear over his back, pulled out a windproof lighter from his pocket, and toyed with it. I wanted to act from the start, but I didn't want to interrupt your fun. Li Su walked to the cage, looking down at the black cat. The black cat seemed to sense something. Its lazy demeanor instantly tightened. Its body arched, scales bristling along its back, and a low, threatening growl rumbled from its throat. It feared neither blade earth nor water. But this wave of heat made it instinctively uneasy. During the fight, I held back to avoid burning supplies. Li Su snapped his fingers, and a cluster of orange flames danced on his fingertip. Now it's open here with no flammables. Since it's carbon-based, I doubt it can withstand high temperatures. Zhang Heng and the others stepped back, giving Li Su space. Li Su, control the heat, Zhang Heng warned. Don't melt the cage, it's our only barrier. Don't worry, I've got it. Li Su took a deep breath and thrust both palms forward. Boom. 2 dragons of flame erupted from his palms, instantly engulfing the entire iron cage. This was no ordinary flame. The blaze, empowered by supernatural ability, manifested an eerie, deep crimson hue. The surrounding air instantly warped, and waves of scorching heat surged forth, forcing Zhu Yukai and the others to retreat several more meters. Meow. A piercing, anguished cry finally erupted from within the sea of fire. It was the first time since its capture that it had let out such a pained scream. We're onto something, Zhu Yukai exclaimed, punching the air in excitement. Burn it. Roast that beast into charcoal for me. Beads of sweat trickled down Li Zu's forehead, but the exhilaration in his eyes only intensified. He continuously channeled his ability, the temperature of the flames steadily climbing. The iron cage glowed red-hot, emitting a sharp creaking sound. Inside, the black cat rammed against the bars with wild frenzy, each collision sending up a shower of sparks. The force of those impacts was so immense that it caused the massive, sturdy cage to tremble slightly against the ground. Put more muscle into it, Zhang Heng shouted. Li Su gritted his teeth and let out a fierce roar. The color of the flames began to subtly shift towards white. Under the searing heat, the seemingly indestructible black scales finally showed a reaction. They began to curl, blacken, and emit a nauseating stench of char. Die! Li Su clenched his hands together abruptly. The flames suddenly contracted, coalescing into a massive fireball that tightly enveloped the cage. The screams gradually faded. The crashing sounds ceased. Only the whoosh of the burning fire and the sizzle of dripping grease remained. 3 minutes later, Li Su swayed, his face pale, and withdrew his hands. The flames dissipated. The iron cage was now a dull red, radiating an intense heat. Everyone stared intently at the center of the cage. There, a lump of black charred matter lay motionless, still emitting wisps of smoke. Surely it's done this time. Zhu Yukai swallowed hard. Despite the foul smell, he couldn't help but want to confirm. Zhang Heng remained silent, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the charred mass. Just as everyone thought it was over. Crack. A crisp sound. The charred mass stirred. The scales carbonized on the surface peeled off, like withered tree bark, shattering into powder as they hit the ground. And beneath that layer of charcoal, a monster slightly smaller in size, its body a raw, bloody red without fur or scales, as if it had been skinned, staggered to its feet. It was oozing blood from every pore, the result of the high temperature destroying its epidermal tissue. But it lifted its head, now disfigured beyond recognition, its eyelids completely burned away. Its 2 eyeballs protruded grotesquely, still fixed on the people outside the cage with a deathly stare. That look in its eyes was no longer mocking. It was a venomous hatred that would not rest until death. Damn. Li Su slumped to the ground, unable even to hold his lighter properly. What the hell kind of monster is this? Zhang Heng's eyes lit up. Without that tortoiseshell, the black cat was just a lump of rotten flesh. Not giving the skinned cat a moment to breathe, Zhang Heng's right hand suddenly clenched inward. Clang, clang, clang. The 10 small swords he had casually tossed aside earlier vibrated violently, as if answering a summons, and flew back. This time Zhang Heng did not let them attack separately. Merge. He squeezed the word out from between his teeth, the veins on his temples bulging. The 10 small swords collided forcefully in midair. The grating sound of twisting metal was hair-raising. This was not a delicate assembly, but a violent kneading. Under the extreme pressure of Zhang Heng's mental power, the 10 steel swords instantly softened, fused impurities were squeezed out, and their volume was compressed. In the blink of an eye, a thick spike-like weapon devoid of a hilt and of a dull muted gray hovered in the air. Though only half an arm's length long, its sheer weight was palpable just by looking at it. The skinned cat in the cage was utterly panicked. Its animal instincts alerted it to the scent of death. Ignoring the excruciating pain of its oozing wounds, it frantically tried to leap upwards. Thump! Its head slammed violently against the top bars of the cage, causing the cooling steel rods to ring. This cage was specially made to trap it in every direction, top, bottom, left, right, was a dead end. It landed, its claws slipping on the scorching cage floor. Its vertical pupils, once full of mockery, now held only terror. It opened its mouth, a bloody maw no longer hidden by lips, towards Zhang Heng. Hiss! A sharp shriek had just left its throat. Go! Zhang Heng pointed forward with a casual effort. There was no flashy sound of air being rent, no dazzling light show. The dull gray spike was simply fast. So fast that the retina couldn't even track its trajectory. Thud. A dull sound, like a hot knife slicing through butter or a metal skewer piercing a rotten watermelon. The skin cat's scream was cut short. The spike drilled with pinpoint accuracy into its wide-open mouth, instantly shattering the palate, churning the brain matter, and then with undiminished momentum pierced straight through the spine, finally exiting from the tailbone, carrying with it a viscous, redand white fluid. Thunk. The spike, still carrying residual force, pinned the entire cat to the ground outside the cage, with only its tail invisible. Silence. A deathly silence. The second-tier peak stage mutated beast, which moments ago was arrogantly toying with everyone, now looked like a roasted toad stuck on a skewer. Its limbs twitched in reflexive spasms, claws scraping against the iron plates with a screeching sound. Its bulging eyes stared blankly ahead, the life within rapidly fading. Its mouth remained wide open, but it could no longer utter a sound. Only foul blood flowed from the blood groove of the spike, dripping drop by drop onto the ground. The half bottle of iced tea in Zhu Yukai's hand fell to the ground with a clatter, shattering into pieces. His mouth agape, he looked from the utterly dead corpse in the cage to Zhang Heng, who was calmly withdrawing his hand, his Adam's apple bobbing several times. Well, it'll be. The fat man wiped the oily sweat from his face, his voice dry. That's it. Just moments ago it was an invulnerable iron ball, now it was a lamb skewer. The contrast was so stark it was hard for the mind to process. Li Su was also dumbstruck, the flame from his lighter still flickering until it burned his finger, making him fling his hand away. Shit. Brother Zhang, that move of yours. It's damn terrifying. The ultimate aesthetic of violence, the sheer unreasonable penetrating force. Even through the cage they could all feel the terrifying lethality that had erupted in that instant. Zhang Heng swayed slightly, his face even paler than before. That compression attack just now had nearly drained the mental energy he had just recovered. But he didn't show it, just took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the dizziness in his head. Fatty opened the cage. Zhang Heng pulled a cigarette from his pocket, his hands trembling slightly, needing 2 tries to light it. Sure thing. Zhu Yukai snapped out of it and scurried over. Now that the monster was dead, it was a pile of treasure. A wave of burnt odor mixed with the stench of blood hit them. Zhang Heng walked over, not minding the grime, directly grasped the tail end of the spike, planted his foot on the cat corpse, and pulled hard. Plop. Black blood splattered. He tossed the spike aside, drew a dagger from his waist, and began searching through the heart, which had been churned to a pulp. Everyone held their breath, craning their necks to look. A second-tier peak stage beast. The crystal core inside its body was bound to be a top-grade item. The knife tip touched a hard object. Zhang Heng flicked his wrist. A crystal the size of a quail egg rolled out, falling onto the blood-stained iron plate. It wasn't transparent, nor was it the common gray. It was a prismatic crystal, a deep, eerie green, with what seemed to be a liquid flowing inside. Even covered in black blood, it still emitted an enchanting, mesmerizing luster in the dim light. Blue. Guoxiang leaned in, adjusting his glasses, his tone full of awe. This is the first time I've seen a crystal core of this color. The energy fluctuation. Even from this far away, I can feel my heart racing. Wind type or speed type mutation. Zhang Heng picked up the crystal core, casually wiped it on his clothes, and held it between his fingers, examining it against the light. It was crystal clear, breathtakingly beautiful. So who gets this? Zhu Yukai swallowed, his mouth watering. Though he coveted it, he knew it was a hot potato. In this hunt, Zhang Heng was the main attacker, and controller Li Su broke the defense. Fatty was the meat shield. Even Xining and Guoxiang had played significant roles. Everyone had a share. But there was only one crystal core. Zhang Heng said nothing, just toyed with the core in his hand, his gaze sweeping over the group. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Just then Xining, who had been silent, suddenly pointed at the cat corpse's abdomen and exclaimed, "Wait. What's that?" Everyone followed her gaze. Inside the belly of the disemboweled mutant cat, besides the organs, there was a black mass still squirming slightly. Zhang Heng's eyes narrowed. His dagger quickly sliced open the cat's abdominal cavity. It was... Zhang Heng's dagger hovered above the writhing black mass, blood still dripping from its tip. It was a translucent amniotic sac containing something the size of a palm. The earlier stab had pierced the mother cat's spine, nearly mangling its internal organs, but this mass was positioned lower, wedged near the pelvis, miraculously avoiding the fatal thrust and escaping the scorching flames Li Su had set. This... Zhu Yukai leaned in, his chubby face nearly shoving Xining aside, his small eyes wide with astonishment. This thing was carrying offspring while fighting us to the death. No wonder. Li Su planted his gun on the ground and wiped the black soot from his face. I was wondering why the beast kept protecting its belly. When Fatty held it earlier, it would rather take my bullets on its back than turn around. Zhang Heng remained silent, using his dagger tip to gently slit the amniotic sac. A stream of warm, rank amniotic fluid flowed out. The tiny creature inside, exposed to the air, gave a slight shudder. It was not the fluffy kitten one might imagine. The creature was hairless, its pink fleshy skin covered in a layer of fine soft translucent scales resembling a pink pine cone. Its eyes were still tightly shut, its limbs short and stubby. A barb on the tip of its tail, similar to that of the large black cat, had not yet hardened and hung limply behind it. It's premature. Guoxiang adjusted his glasses and leaned in for a closer look. Judging by its development, it was due in a few days. If we had come a week later, this wouldn't be a two-for-one deal, it would have been a tag team fight. What should we do? Li Su asked, clicking the lid of his lighter open and shut. Eliminate the root. If it were an ordinary zombie or mutated beast, Li Su would have crushed it underfoot without a second thought. But this little thing, it was too weak. So weak that it was hard to connect it with the murderous mutated beast from moments ago. It lay on the blood-stained iron plate, emitting faint thread-like whimpers, instinctively seeking a heat source, its limbs scrabbling against the cold metal. Hold on. Zhu Yukai instinctively blocked. This is the offspring of a peak tier 2 mutated beast. So what? Li Su shot him a glance. Raise it to eat you. It's different if you raise it from birth. Zhu Yukai argued, gesturing excitedly at the tiny creature. You guys read cultivation novels, right? Which protagonist doesn't find an egg and hatch it as a divine beast? You saw its defensive power just now. If we can tame it, it'll be our super tank and assassin. Fatty grew more excited, his eyes gleaming brighter than when he'd seen braised pork. Just imagine in the future we won't have to fight ourselves. We'll just unleash the cat. How awesome would that be? Though Chen Yingru feared the large cat, her maternal instincts surged at the sight of this tender pink creature. She crouched down and carefully poked its soft scales with her finger. It's warm. She looked up at Zhang Heng. Brother Zhang, it seems to be shivering. Zhang Heng had remained silent. He stared at the cub, his mind racing with calculations. Keeping a pet in the apocalypse was a major taboo. Food, energy, and uncontrollable wildness. Any one of them could doom the entire team. But he had personally experienced the terror of the mother cat. Those scales almost impervious to physical attacks. That lightning-fast speed. If this cub could perfectly inherit those genes. This cat looks familiar. Guoxiang, who had been mostly quiet, suddenly spoke. Everyone turned to look at him. Guoxiang pointed at the cold, stiff corpse of the large cat on the ground. If I'm not mistaken, this was probably the stray cat that used to wander around the student dorms. It was black too. I saw my high school friend feed it sausages when I visited him before. It was already fierce back then, often catching big rats and displaying them under the girls' dormitory, scaring several senior girls to tears. The school forum even gave it a nickname, Black Whirlwind. That checks out. Zhu Yukai slapped his thigh. It had a good foundation to begin with. It became even stronger after mutation. This is an elite monster selected by nature. Its eyes aren't open yet. Zhang Heng suddenly spoke. His voice was low, but it immediately silenced the surrounding debate. Zhang Heng pinched the still trembling cub between two fingers and weighed it in his palm. It was very light, barely 100 grams or so. The layer of pink scales felt warm and smooth to the touch, not cold and hard like its mother's, but rather like a piece of soft jade. Animals have imprinting behavior. Zhang Heng looked at the cub's tightly shut eyelids. It hasn't opened its eyes yet. The first living thing it sees will be regarded as its mother. Brother Zhang, you mean? Zhu Yukai's face lit up with joy. Well, keep it. Zhang Heng uttered a single word, concise and decisive. Since the decision was made, there was no more hesitation. But let me be clear first. Zhang Heng's gaze swept over the group, his tone cold and hard. This thing eats meat, and it will need a lot. We have plenty of supplies in the warehouse, but they didn't fall from the sky. If we want to keep it, it has to prove its worth. If it grows up untamable or turns out to be useless. Zhang Heng paused, a chilling glint flashing in his eyes. Then it will have to be killed. Zhu Yukai shrank his neck, but quickly broke into a grin. Don't worry, Brother Zhang. This little one looks intelligent. He'll share my rations with it from now on. I promise to raise it plump and healthy. Don't make promises yet. Zhang Heng handed the cub to Chen Yingru. Clean it up first. It's covered in blood. Chen Yingru clumsily took the slippery creature, not minding the mess. She ran to fetch a bottle of mineral water and a clean towel, then began to wipe it down. The clear water washed away the blood and grime. The cub's true appearance was fully revealed. Its entire body was pink, the scales exhibiting a translucent quality under the light. Its belly was round and full. Though its forepaws were not yet fully developed, the tips of its claws were already black, hinting at a sharp edge. These scales. Li Su leaned in for a closer look, somewhat surprised. They're soft. They haven't ossified yet, Guoxiang explained. It's the same principle as a newborn's soft bones. When it grows up, this layer of scales will probably be tougher than steel plates. We need to make a nest. Zhu Yukai had now fully assumed the role of a foster father. He rummaged through the warehouse. This thing is afraid of the cold, it needs to be kept warm. He found an empty shoebox, stuffed it with a down jacket, had scavenged from upstairs, and hollowed out a space in the middle, fashioning a simple warm nest. Zhang Heng was not idle either. He walked to the side and gestured with his finger toward the stainless steel soup pot. A glob of molten metal separated from it, rapidly deforming and stretching in midair. Within seconds, an intricate metal cage took shape. Unlike the crude prison from before, this cage was only the size of a microwave oven with closely spaced bars. Zhang Heng had also deliberately left slots at the bottom, so it could be fastened to a backpack or vehicle. It needs to be caged in the early stage. Zhang Heng placed the cage on the table. Until its wildness is tamed, it can't be allowed to run loose. Ru placed the clean cub into the cardboard box. The moment the little creature touched the down jacket, it curled itself into a ball, burrowed into the warmest corner, and emitted a comfortable purring sound from its throat. What does it eat? Li Su hit the crucial question. It's newborn, we can't just feed it cured meat, can we? Everyone exchanged bewildered glances. The warehouse was piled high with rice flour, oil, and salt, and there was plenty of cured meat and sausage, but there was no milk powder to be found. The second floor. Zhang Heng recalled something. That supermarket should have milk powder. During their earlier sweep of the building, they had been too focused on clearing zombies and grabbing cigarettes and alcohol to examine other items. I'll go. Zhu Yukai volunteered eagerly. For my godson, I'll make another trip. Let's go together. Zhang Heng stood up. We'll do another thorough sweep. We were too hasty before, we might have missed some good stuff. The group headed upstairs again. Who knew what treasures they might uncover? This time the mood was entirely different. The previous sweep had been a plunder after a life-and-death struggle. Now it felt more like restocking at a supermarket. The small store was tucked away in a corner on the second floor. The glass door had long shattered with assorted goods scattered haphazardly across the floor. Zhu Yukai headed straight for the baby formula section. Can bagged for teens. And there's even some for the elderly, the stout man muttered, bewildered by the dazzling array of formulas lining the shelves. What age group should this cat drink? Get goat milk powder, Guxiang reminded him from behind. Cats seem to be lactose intolerant. Cow milk tends to give them diarrhea. Even though this one's a mutant, better safe than sorry. Goat's milk is the way to go. Smart, Zhu Yukai said, giving a thumbs up. With a grand sweep of his hand, he cleared every can of goat milk powder from the shelves into his woven bag. Besides the formula, he grabbed plenty of baby bottles and diapers, even snatching 2 pacifiers along the way. What are you getting those for? Li Su shot him a look of disgust. You planning to put diapers on the cat? Better safe than sorry. Zhu Yukai retorted unabashed. What if it pees all over me while we're carrying it and fighting zombies? Zhang Heng ignored their banter. He made a round of the store, gathering a fair amount of useful supplies, then headed for the clothing shop next door. The shop was stocked with a variety of garments. Since the apocalypse had started in early summer, the inventory leaned heavily towards spring and summer wear. Zhang Heng glanced at his own jacket. Not quite beggar's rags, but torn in several places. He picked out a lightweight windbreaker from the racks and changed into it, also grabbing a few t-shirts. Back in the cafeteria, Zhu Yukai immediately set to boiling water to mix the formula. He controlled the temperature at 40 degrees Celsius and added an extra scoop. Holding the bottle carefully, the stout man gently placed the nipple into the kitten's mouth. The little creature, which had been sleeping, perked up at the scent of milk. Its front paws instinctively wrapped around the bottle, and it began to suckle with gusto. Gulp gulp. The vigor with which it swallowed was reassuring to see. What an appetite! Zhu Yukai said, his eyes crinkling into slits with delight. A good eater's a lucky one, just like me. The bottle was soon drained. The little thing let out a milky burp, its belly even rounder now. It released the nipple, its eyelids fluttering a few times. It's going to open its eyes. Ru exclaimed in a hushed voice. Everyone held their breath, clustering around the cardboard box. Zhang Heng gestured for the others to step back, positioning himself at the front. If imprinting was going to happen, he as the leader would have to be the mother. Even if the title felt a bit awkward. The kitten's eyelids struggled to part into a slit. First a thin line, then widening slowly. They weren't the chilling pale green vertical pupils of its mother. This little one's irises were a dark gold with round pupils brimming with innocence and clarity. It turned its tiny head, its gaze sweeping across the surroundings, before finally fixing on Zhang Heng's face directly in front. Meow, a soft tender call. It struggled out of the down jacket, stumbling toward Zhang Heng, extending its small pink tongue to lick his fingers dangling by the edge of the box. Zhang Heng didn't pull away. A wet, warm sensation touched his fingertips with tiny barbs that tickled slightly. It's chosen, Zhang Heng said, the corner of his mouth lifting, softening the usually stern lines. From now on, it's mine to look after. Give it a name. Zhu Yukai leaned in. How about Black Whirlwind II? Lame, Li Su scoffed. It's not black now, it's pink. How about Pink Panther? Even lamer, Guxiang shook his head. And it'll change color for sure. When those scales harden, they'll The group chattered on. Zhang Heng looked at the little creature, gnawing on his finger with relish, then at the barbed spike beside him, still stained with its mother's blood. Let's call it Shadow, Zhang Heng said calmly. Like a shadow that follows, moving stealthily to strike. Its mother was probably wind type, and it should be too. I hope it can become the sharpest dark blade, just like a shadow. Though he hadn't seen the black cat use any wind abilities given its speed and the traits of their own powers, Zhang Heng speculated it was wind-aligned. Shadow. Zhu Yukai savored the word. Sounds pretty cool, like something out of Assassin's Creed. Alright, little shadow. The little thing seemed to understand it was being called. It let go of Zhang Heng's finger, lifted its head, and let out a meow, as if in agreement. After settling, little shadow, the sky outside had turned pitch black. The cafeteria hall was lit only by the intersecting beams from a few flashlights. Zhang Heng pulled a chair over and sat on it backward, resting his arms on the backrest. He nodded toward the stainless steel table. Let's lay out everything we've got and take stock. Without a word, Chen Yingru unfastened the hiking backpack she always kept close. She unzipped it, grabbed the bottom, and tipped it onto the table. Clatter. The crisp sound of clashing echoed through the empty hall, a pleasant ring to the ears. A heap of crystal cores spilled onto the table like poured beans, refracting a hazy glow under the flashlight's concentrated beam. Most were the dull, ordinary gray cores, but there were also many milky white specks, first-level cores. The most eye-catching were the two large ones. One was earthy yellow, heavy and solid, taken from the powerful giant corpse they'd killed at the hotel. The other came from the black cat they'd just fought, a deep blue-green, with what seemed like liquid swirling inside, faintly shimmering. Zhu Yukai's eyes went wide and he reached out to touch them, only to have his hand slapped away by Li Su. "They'll chop your paws off," Li Su scolded. "I'm just looking. Looking's not a crime." Zhu Yukai pulled his hand back, rubbing his palm and chuckling. "This scene is way more exciting than counting money back in the day. If we converted all this to rice, it'd last us years, right?" Zhang Heng reached into the pile of cores, sifting through them with 2 fingers, then picked up the blue-green second-level core. Everyone's eyes followed the core. Second-level peak. The most top-tier trophy so far. Zhang Heng flicked his wrist. Whoosh. The core traced a parabola through the air, landing precisely in Guoxiang's hands. Guoxiang, who was adjusting his glasses, scrambled to catch it, nearly dropping it. Once he had a firm grip on the cold crystal, he was still dazed, looking from the object in his hand to Zhang Heng, his lips trembling. "Zh. Zhang Gu. Eat it." Zhang Heng pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, tapped one out, and put it between his lips without lighting it. "You saw that cat. Besides that shell, its biggest trait was speed. That kind of speed is most likely a wind-type mutation." He bit down on the cigarette filter, his voice a bit muffled, but every word clear. "In our team, Li Su handles offense, Fatty's the tank, and Yingru manages logistics. You've got a good head, but your boat is too fragile. Take a gamble. If you awaken a wind-type ability, you can handle scouting, running errands, and staying alive. If you don't awaken, the second-level core will still boost your physique. At least you won't fall behind when we need to flee." Guoxiang's knuckles turned white as he gripped the core. He knew full well how precious this thing was. A second-level core. A treasure countless people would kill for at this stage, and Zhang Heng just tossed it to him like that. Without even a discussion. A surge of warmth rushed to his head. Thanks. Guoxiang didn't waste words or make a fuss over rejecting it. In this team, getting stronger was the best way to be responsible to everyone. He tipped his head back and swallowed the quail-sized core in one gulp. His Adam's apple bobbed. Gulp. Zhu Yukai swallowed hard, his face full of envy. Old Guo's about to take off now. Wind-type ooh sounds so graceful. If you can fly later, don't forget to take your fat brother for a spin. Enough joking. Zhang Heng tapped the table. Yingru, give us the count. Chen Yingru immediately began sorting them. With her slender fingers and quick movements, she soon divided the table full of cores into several piles. Zhang Gu, am done counting. Her voice was brimming with barely contained excitement, her cheeks flushed. From this trip and clearing the cafeteria, we have 213 ordinary gray cores, 45 first-level milky white cores, 2 second-level cores. 1 went to Guoxiang, and this earthy yellow one is left. When the numbers were announced, even Li Su raised an eyebrow and let out a whistle. What were basically nouveau riche now. Back on the train, they'd fought tooth and nail for just a handful. This one sweep of the cafeteria and the hotel battle had multiplied their assets several times over. And that wasn't even counting the mountain of supplies in the warehouse. This is nothing yet. Zhang Heng took the cigarette from his mouth, his gaze sweeping over the glittering pile before settling on the earthy yellow second-level core. This strength type 1 was promised to Fatty earlier, but there was no rush. The immediate priority was to see what kind of prize Guoxiang would pull from this draw. A stifled groan escaped Guoxiang's throat, the veins on his neck bulging like earthworms, his fingers white-knuckled as he gripped the edge of the table. That mutated crystal core at the peak of the second tier was no candy. The energy within was violent. The moment it went down, it felt like swallowing a handful of crushed glass, scraping along his esophagus before exploding in his stomach, transforming into countless tiny wind blades that burrowed through his blood vessels into every limb and bone. "Bear it," Zhang Heng said, sitting nearby, flicking a lighter in his hand with a calm tone. "Pain is good. It means your body is adapting to this immense power." Guoxiang clenched his teeth and stayed silent, but his once refined face was drenched in cold sweat, his glasses sliding to the tip of his nose, which he didn't bother to adjust. Compared to the terror of nearly being crushed into pulp by that giant corpse in the hotel earlier, this pain was nothing. He no longer wanted to be the useless one hiding behind Chen Yingru, watching others fight for their lives. Time ticked by. After about 10 minutes, the violent trembling in Guoxiang's body gradually subsided. His tense muscles relaxed, and his breathing slowed from rapid to deep and steady. The stagnant air in the hall suddenly began to flow without warning. It wasn't a draft, instead a whirlwind materialized around Guoxiang out of nowhere. Empty cigarette packs on the table and dust on the floor were pulled by this invisible force swirling at his feet. Guoxiang's eyes snapped open. In that instant, Zhang Heng clearly sensed a shift in the young man's demeanor. The scholarly air remained, but a sharpness had entered his gaze, like a blade finally unsheathed from its scabbard. Awake! Zhu Youcai, who was feeding Little Shadow, immediately hurried over. How do you feel? Li Su also paused his actions, observing with curiosity. Guoxiang didn't speak. He just stared at his own hands, his face a mix of confusion and disbelief. He could sense that the surrounding air was no longer void but flowed like water, even capable of subtle ripples at his. Zhang Heng smiled and pointed to the pile of broken furniture in the corner. Seeing isn't enough, try it out. He casually swung his hand in that direction, making a chopping motion. Guoxiang understood. Taking a deep breath, he mimicked Zhang Heng's gesture and slashed his right hand downward. A faint hum resonated in the air like the sound of tearing fabric. A barely visible transparent ripple shot from his hand. With a thud, a stainless steel table used for clutter in the corner shuddered violently. They quickly approached to inspect. On the table leg, a full 5 centimeters thick, a deep cut was clearly visible, nearly severing it. The edges of the cut were smooth and even, as if sliced by a laser. Though the table leg was hollow, it was still solid stainless steel. An ordinary person swinging a fire axe with full force might only leave a dent, but never cut this deep or cleanly. Holy! Zhu Youcai gasped, reaching out to touch the cut. If this hit a neck, the head would be gone right. Li Su was equally astonished. This wind blade is ruthless. Silent, fast, perfect for amp. Zhang Heng crouched down, examining the depth of the cut, then glanced at the excited Guoxiang. His eyes narrowed slightly and a hint of a smile tugged at his lips. Third tier. Guoxiang nodded firmly, pushing up his glasses, his voice trembling with barely concealed excitement. Yeah, in that moment, I felt like I broke through a membrane. This crystal core had too much energy, plus I might have a weak constitution, so I absorbed it thoroughly. Now the energy vortex inside me feels much larger than what you described for the first or second tier. And Guoxiang opened his palm, and a small cyclone formed above it. I finally have an ability. Brother Zhang, from now on I can stand with you in battle and not be a burden anymore. These words were heartfelt. Throughout this journey, though no one said it, Guoxiang had been nursing a quiet resentment. Whether it was Li Zu's fire fatty's earth or Zhang Heng's miraculous metal control, all had filled him with a deep sense of helplessness. Now that helplessness had finally vanished. Good one. Zhu Youcai punched Guoxiang's shoulder, not holding back, sending him stumbling. Finally upgraded from a pea shooter to a cannon. From now on, he'll tank up front, and you'll snipe from behind. Perfect combo. Easy. Guoxiang rubbed his shoulder, grinning through the pain, unable to wipe the smile off his face. Li Su also came over and patted his back. Welcome to the team officially. Chen Yingru, who had been silent, stood watching the men joke around, her gaze eventually settling on Zhang Heng. Under the dim flashlight, Zhang Heng's profile looked particularly cold and hard. It was this man who had led them all the way from that chaotic morning on the train sleeper car. Without his decisiveness, his ruthlessness, and even his boldness in tossing that precious second-tier crystal core to Guoxiang, without hesitation this small team would have long disbanded or become rotting meat in zombie mouths. In this cannibalistic world, he was like a stabilizing pillar. As long as he was there, it seemed any desperate situation could be overcome. All right, stop the mutual backpatting. Zhang Heng clapped his hands, cutting off the excitement. Since Guoxiang is said, our overall strength has taken a leap. But it's not enough. He turned to Zhu Youcai, who was still grinning foolishly. Fatty, your turn. Zhang Heng pointed to the earth-yellow second-tier crystal core on the table. That big guy left this for you. Eat it now. You got it. Zhu Youcai had been eyeing it for a while. He handed Little Shadow to Chen Yingru, rubbed his hands together, and grabbed the heavy, earth-yellow crystal core. This thing looks solid. Hope it makes my earth layer even harder. Without hesitation, the fat man tilted his head back and swallowed it whole. Compared to Guoxiang's earlier agony, the thick-skinned Zhu Youcai had a much milder reaction. He just furrowed his brows, squirmed a bit on the stainless steel chair, muttered a few curses about damn full, then closed his eyes to digest. As the energy dissolved, a thick layer of earth-yellow glow began to flow over his skin, and even the tiles under his chair started to tremble slightly. Let's not waste time. Zhang Heng divided the remaining pile of milky white first-tier crystal cores into 3 portions. We've been using our abilities intensely along the way. Zhang Heng grabbed a handful of crystal cores, his tone calm. According to cultivation novels, this is like constantly draining the mana bar and refilling it. That extreme back and forth actually expands our mental capacity. Now that our containers have been enlarged, we just need to pour in the water. This pile of first-tier cores should push all 3 of us to the threshold of the 3rd tier. Li Su didn't hesitate. He grabbed his share and popped 2 into his mouth. Been waiting for this. Watching Old Guo's wind blade earlier got me itching. Chen Yingru's wood element wasn't very lethal, but Zhang Heng didn't neglect her. Yingru, though, you don't usually need to charge ahead in battle. Zhang Heng pushed a portion of the first-tier cores toward her. Your wood element healing ability is a crucial part of our team's survival, so you must keep growing stronger. I know. Chuningru took the crystal cores, her gaze resolute. The hall fell silent again, broken only by occasional swallowing sounds and the rustle of wind through the trees outside the window. That night was a transformative one for this small survivor team. Each person silently accumulated strength, because they all knew that when the sun rose tomorrow the world outside would only be crueler than today. And the only thing they could do was to become tougher and harder than that world. About an hour later, Zhu Yukai let out a loud, satisfying burp, and the stainless steel chair beneath him cracked and collapsed under his weight. Whoa, damn. The fat man hit the floor, but instead of crying out in pain, he sprang up with a clumsy but swift kick. Awesome. Zhu Yukai's joints cracked and popped. He stomped his foot hard. A rumble echoed. The previously flat ground instantly churned, and a layer of granite-like stone armor rapidly spread up his pant legs, covering his entire body in the blink of an eye. Even his face was masked in rock, leaving only a pair of pea-sized eyes visible. This suit of stone armor was far denser than his previous loose earth layer, exuding a heavy sense of oppression. I've crossed the third-tier threshold. Zhu Yukai's voice rumbled, as if coming from within stone. I feel like I could take on that giant zombie in a heated fight. At the same time, a wave of heat burst from Li Su before quickly receding. He opened his eyes, and deep within his pupils it seemed 2 flames burned. Same here. Li Su clenched his fist. No flames flickered between his fingers, but the surrounding air warped intensely from the heat. Fire control is more precise, and the temperature is higher. Zhang Heng slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. The pile of crystal cores before him was completely. The metal ability within him flowed like mercury, and his perception of surrounding metals was so clear that he could even sense the degree of rust on the rebar inside the walls. Third tier. All main members had essentially crossed this dividing line. Clean up, Zhang Heng said, standing and stretching his stiff neck. Get a good night's sleep tonight. Tomorrow morning we clear out the entire cafeteria, and then oi. Guoxiang adjusted his glasses, brimming with energy after gaining his new power. Zhang Heng walked to the window, gazing at the pitch-black campus outside, his eyes deep and thoughtful. Then starting tomorrow, we sweep the entire campus. If there are truly no survivors, we'll head straight into the city. The night was deep. The dining hall was silent save for Zhu Yukai's rhythmic snoring, which sounded like a bellows, occasionally punctuated by unintelligible mutterings, likely about some braised pork hock. Zhang Heng leaned back in his chair, arms crossed, eyes closed. He wasn't truly asleep. In the apocalypse, deep sleep was a luxury, but one might wake up to find their head gone. Even though this place was temporarily safe, and even though his companions were battle-tested, he couldn't afford to let his guard down. A faint rustling sound broke the silence. The sound was very soft, like a cat's paw stepping on a cotton quilt. Zhang Heng's breathing didn't change. He didn't even move an eyelid, but the fingers under his arm subtly tightened as his spiritual sense instantly expanded. It was Chuningru. Was this girl getting up to use the restroom? Her footsteps slowly approached, finally stopping beside him. Zhang Heng didn't move. He sensed no killing intent, only the faint, delicate scent of a young woman. A piece of clothing still warm from body heat was gently draped over him. The movement was careful, as if afraid to wake him. It was a men's windbreaker, probably scavenged during the earlier building sweep, its collar still carrying the distinct smell of new clothes. Zhang Heng found it somewhat amusing. He was already awakened with physical resilience, several times that of an ordinary person. Even on this early summer night, sleeping shirtless in a heavy snow wouldn't make him catch a cold. This girl's thinking was still stuck in the past, believing that sleeping without covering one's stomach would lead to illness. But he didn't open his eyes, nor did he refuse the gesture. Not until Chuningru tiptoed back to her spot and lay down, creating a rustling sound, did Zhang Heng's tense muscles finally relax. In the darkness, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. This feeling of being treated like something fragile, something to be cared for. It had been a long time. Dawn was just breaking, the gray mist outside the window, not yet fully dissipated. Zhang Heng opened his eyes, grabbed the windbreaker that had slipped off, and casually draped it over the back of his chair. He rolled his neck, eliciting a series of sharp cracks from his cervical vertebrae. The others were still asleep. Guoxiang was curled up in a corner, his complexion much rosier than the night before. It seemed he had absorbed the second-tier spirit core smoothly. It was fortunate he hadn't died from chi deviation. Zhang Heng walked quietly to the table where the weapons were stored. There was Li Zu's spear, Guoxiang's twin blades, and Zhu Yukai's watermelon knife, kept for self-defense. Although they were all made of steel, wear and tear was inevitable in high-intensity combat. Li Zu's spear in particular had a blunted tip and deep scratches on its shaft from the black cat's claws. Zhang Heng reached out and grasped the spear shaft. His ability activated. The originally hard steel became as pliable as clay in his hands. He didn't change the weapon's shape, but continuously compressed and purified it. The already scarce impurities within the metal were squeezed out bit by bit, the molecular structure becoming denser. Gray-black iron filings fell in a steady shower. 10 minutes later, Li Zu's spear was a size thinner, but its weight had more than doubled. The shaft now had a matte, sandblasted texture, while the spear point gleamed with a chilling light. It was highly pure refined steel hard enough to cut through metal and jade. Next came Guxiang's twin blades, and finally the fatty's large axe. After finishing all this, a thin layer of sweat broke out on Zhang Heng's forehead. This kind of delicate work was more mentally draining than directly attacking someone. Just then a rich aroma of scallions being fried in oil wafted into his nose. It was followed by the sizzling sound of eggs hitting hot oil. Zhang Heng turned around. Ru had gotten up at some unknown time and was busy at the stove in the kitchen. In the large iron wok, golden egg-coated snowy white rice dancing up and down under the spatula's movements. It was the leftover rice from last night. For making egg-fried rice, overnight rice is best. Each grain is distinct and not sticky. Awake. Ru turned back, saw Zhang Heng watching her, and blushed slightly, though her spatula never stopped. I figured everyone was exhausted yesterday, so we needed something warm in the morning. There were plenty of eggs in the storeroom, so I used a dozen or so. Zhang Heng walked over and glanced into the pot. Nice skills. Of course. Back in the dorms when we used to cook illegally with electric hot pots, I was the head chef. Ru smiled, ladled out a large bowl, and handed it to Zhang Heng. Try it, see if it's seasoned right. The aroma was penetrating, especially for someone who felt like a starving ghost. Holy crap. That's Zhu Yukai practically launched himself from the cot, his eyes still closed, but his nose already sniffing the air like a dog catching a scent. Fatty, wipe your drool. Li Su, woken by the commotion, kicked Zhu Yotsai, but the guy was so thick-skinned, he didn't. Guxiang also woke up. He stretched, and a series of loud cracks emanated from his bones. How do you feel? Zhang Heng asked, holding his bowl and taking a bite of rice. Guxiang adjusted his glasses, a glint of excitement in his eyes. Light. My body feels incredibly light, like I could float away at any moment. As long as you didn't mutate into a birdman, Li Su joked. The group sat down around a stainless steel table. Each person had a large basin of egg-fried rice accompanied by half a plate of leftover cured meat and sausages and a few bottles of soda. This breakfast spread in the pre-apocalyptic world would have been street stall fare, but now it was a royal feast. Zhu Yukai ate with his head down his spoon, moving like an excavator. Just then Little Shadow, who was in a cardboard box, woke up and let out a faint mew. Oh my god, son is hungry. Zhu Yukai immediately put down his spoon, his mouth still full of rice, and scrambled to prepare some milk powder. You finish eating first, Ru said, taking the bottle. We'll feed him. No way, I need to build a bond early on. Zhu Yukai insisted on doing it himself, mumbling as he fed the kitten. Son, look at what your dad is eating, and look at what you're eating. Imported goat milk powder, you know. One sip of this costs dozens of bucks, and your old man can only eat leftovers. Be grateful you have anything to eat at all. Zhang Heng tapped his bowl. Finish up, we have business to discuss. The atmosphere in the hall grew slightly more serious. Zhang Heng put down his empty bowl and wiped his mouth. This place has plenty of supplies, but it's not somewhere we can stay for long. He pointed out the window. We've cleared this area, but the smell of blood will eventually attract more things. Besides, we're completely cut off from the outside world. Brother Zhang, so we're pulling out? Li Su asked. Not yet, Zhang Heng shook his head. Before we leave, we need to sweep the surrounding area. He stood up, walked to the window, and pointed at the buildings with white paint not far away. That's the student dormitory. This morning's mission, clear the dormitory buildings. What for? Zhu Yukai asked, having finished feeding the cat, and now licking the milk powder spoon. It's full of zombies and there no food, no drinks. You planning on making a delivery? To find people, Zhang Heng said succinctly. Looking for survivors? Guxiang asked. With our current setup, isn't it a bad idea to take on too many dead weights? It's not to rescue people. It's for information. Zhang Heng turned around, his gaze cold and sharp. We need to know the situation in the city. Whether the military has moved in. Whether any safe zones have been established. Hiding in this school like blind men, we'll be surrounded and starved out sooner or later. Besides, we need money. Money. The others were stunned. In this day and age, renminbi was too rough even for wiping your ass. What did they need money for? Zhang Heng pulled a handful of gray-white spirit cores from his pocket and scattered them on the table, producing a crisp sound. This is the future currency. As long as human society reorganizes, whether into official bases or private shelters, this stuff will be the hard currency. It can buy food, guns, or even your life. The zombies haven't evolved brains yet. This is the best time to farm. Low-tier spirit cores don't do much to boost our power anymore, but if we hoard them, they'll be capital later. Zhang Heng looked at the group. In this world, the poor rely on mutation, the rich on technology. If we don't have some savings when we get to a big base, we won't even be able to afford the entrance fee. Zhu Yukai's eyes lit up at this. So we're going to rob a bank. The fatty shoveled the last bite of rice into his mouth, slammed the bowl on the table, and wiped his greasy, shiny lips. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go. Fatty is already itching to go collect some rent. Zhang Heng looked at his teammates, then raised his hand. 10 brand new small flying swords shot back into their sheaths at his waist. Pack your things. We move out in 10 minutes. The morning sunlight streamed through the window at the end of the corridor, illuminating the mess scattered across the floor. This place was once one of the areas with the highest density of zombies. After all, college boys tend to stay up late playing games and wake up early for classes. When the mutation outbreak occurred, this building was the most populated. A soft sound echoed as Guxiang pushed his glasses, not even pausing his steps. An invisible blade of wind swept along the ground, and 3 zombies that had just burst out of the dormitory doors lost their balance in an instant, their knees cleanly severed, crashing to the ground like chopped wooden stakes. Before they could open their mouths to howl, a dark red fire spear whistled through the air, precisely skewering them and instantly turning them into charred remains. This is boring. Zhu Yukai hefted the reinforced axe and kicked at the black ash on the ground with a look of constipation, saying, "I mean, can't you guys leave a couple for me? Am I the only one responsible for crushing skulls and listening to the sounds, eh?" Li Su blew out the residual fire at the tip of his gun, chuckling. "Who told you your legs were too short?" The current situation was a complete one-sided massacre. For this team, all of whom had already crossed the threshold of the 3rd stage, these ordinary zombies and first-level zombie hotspots were like a max-level character returning to a novice village. It had only been about 20 days since the outbreak of the apocalypse. Although the zombies outside were becoming stronger, some even evolving to develop a bit of hunting instinct, their natural evolution speed, relying on consuming human flesh and absorbing ambient energy, was no match for players like Zhang Heng, who treated crystal cores like candy. This led to an awkward situation. The 5 of them crowded in a corridor. Often, as soon as the zombies in front peeked out, they were cut down by Guxiang's wind blades or stabbed by Li Zu's gun. Zhang Heng's 10 small swords darted through the air as if they had a mind of their own, achieving a terrifyingly high harvesting efficiency. In less than half an hour, the entire 6-story dormitory had been thoroughly cleared. Apart from the blood and the nauseating stench of decay on the ground, not a single creature remained standing and gasping for air. A few of them stood on the balcony of the 6th floor, watching the horde of zombies wandering in the playground below. Too slow. Zhang Heng recalled the small swords floating around him, frowning slightly. It is indeed slow. Guxiang flicked the small wind blades in his hand. It's not that we are killing slowly, it's just that we are competing for kills, which wastes time. That mutated rabbit earlier, as soon as my wind blade was unleashed, the fat guy's axe smashed it to pieces, leaving me searching for that crystal core for half the time. Can you blame me? That rabbit was charging at me. Should I just stand by and wait to be bitten? Zhu Yukai slammed the axe down on the ground, making the concrete vibrate. What I mean is, Zhang Heng took a drag from his cigarette. Our firepower is seriously overflowing. This method of fighting was like using an anti-aircraft gun to swat mosquitoes, not only wasting abilities, but also being inefficient. Let's split up. Li Su shouldered his long gun, his eyes glinting with excitement. There are still 7 or 8 dormitory buildings nearby. Let's each take a building and see who can kill faster. Agreed. I'm the first to raise my hand. Zhu Yukai said, though his stone armor had been retracted, the heavy feeling lingered. My defense is off the charts now. Even if I get surrounded, I can fight my way out. 1 building per person. All the crystal cores are mine. No one is allowed to snatch them away. Guxiang nodded. I have wind-type abilities. If I can't fight, I can run away, and scouting isn't a problem. I also think splitting up would be more efficient. Even Shuning Ru, who had been mostly silent, tightened her grip on the short knife Zhang Heng had made for her. Although she didn't dare to say she would solo a building, she was looking at Zhang Heng, seemingly waiting for the allocation. Everyone was becoming overconfident. This was a natural mentality after a surge in strength. Yesterday they were being chased around by that black cat, and today they woke up feeling like they could tear apart a Gundam. Zhang Heng flicked the ash off his cigarette, his gaze sweeping over these oblivious teammates. 1 building each. Zhang Heng scoffed. Do you think your lives are too long, or that the zombies aren't hungry enough? What? Zhang, do you think our current strength can't handle these rotten sweet potatoes and stinky bird eggs? Zhu Yukai said, a little displeased. Killing zombies is easy. Zhang Heng pointed at a corpse with its skull split open on the ground. Who's going to dig out the crystal core? This question immediately silenced the room. We came here to gather supplies, not to perform charitable slaughter. It's exhausting for 1 person to go into a building. They have to guard against ambushes from corners while also dealing with monsters, Zhang Heng continued. And after killing, they have to squat down and search through a pile of red and white stuff for that quail egg-sized crystal core. By the time you finish digging one out, new zombies will have already surrounded you. Zhang Heng paused, his gaze sharpening. Who told you that this school only has that black cat? 20 days into the apocalypse is enough time for many bizarre creatures to appear. What if you encounter another peak 2nd stage or a 3rd stage mutant? Do you think you can escape unscathed if you face one alone? Zhu Yukai shrank his neck. Remembering the speed and attack power of that skin cat from yesterday, if it were only him, even with high defense, he would likely just be a tin can toyed with to death. So what should we do? Li Su scratched his head. 5 people together is indeed too crowded. Group up. Zhang Heng extinguished his cigarette and made a decision. I'll team up with Ingru. You 3 form another group. As soon as the words were out, Qin Yingra's eyes lit up, and she quickly took a couple of steps to stand behind Zhang Heng, fearing being left behind. Why, oi? Zhu Yotsai's eyes widened. Zhang Ge, that's a bit biased, isn't it? With a beauty by your side, are you making the 3 of us big guys team up? Do you have any objections? Zhang Heng glanced at him. No, none. Zhu Yukai immediately backed down, but still mumbled, I just feel like this arrangement isn't very balanced. You are taking a girl to rank up while we are going for a buddy carry. Stop the nonsense, Zhang Heng explained. Ingru is Wu type, mainly supportive and healing, relatively weak in combat, and it's safest with me. I also need someone to specialize in collecting crystal cores while I focus on killing. You 3 Li Su as the main attacker, the fat guy as the tank, Guxiang for crowd control and scouting. This is a standard triangular formation. It can push through zombie hordes and withstand mutated beasts. Zhang Heng pointed at Guxiang. Little Gua's wind abilities are perfect for picking up scraps and collecting. You 2 kill, and he's responsible for digging and bagging. This way we can maximize efficiency. Guxiang pushed his glasses up with a wry smile. So I'm the professional scavenger now. You can choose not to do it, Zhang Heng said flatly. Then the crystal cores will belong to the fat guy. No. Zhu Yukai shook his head like a rattle drum. My hands are too rough. Ooh, I can't handle delicate work. Little Gua is meticulous. He's the most suitable for it. The division of labor was clear. No unnecessary words. Remember, before setting off, Zhang Heng gave one last reminder, don't be too reckless. If something feels off, retreat immediately or signal. Guxiang, your voice can be carried far using your wind abilities. If anything happens, alert us immediately. Understood. The 2 groups parted ways. Zhang Heng led Chun Ingru toward the adjacent female dormitory building, while the trio of friends, arms draped over each other's shoulders, charged toward the male dormitory building. No. 2 across the way. Their demeanor resembled not a desperate struggle, but rather a late-night trip to an internet cafe. At the entrance of the female dormitory building, the main door was tightly shut, its glass surface covered with dried blood handprints. Inside, an eerie silence pervaded, exuding a sinister aura. Brother Zhang. Chun Ingru tightened her backpack straps, her voice slightly strained. In the female dorm, will there be fewer zombies than in the male section? No, Zhang Heng replied as he waved a hand, causing the lock on the iron door to spring open automatically. The rusted hinges screeched piercingly. On the contrary, it might be more troublesome. Why? Girls have more snacks, Zhang Heng said casually. Higher initial survival rate means a larger base for mutation. Moreover, the structure of female dormitories is complex. Curtains blocked doors, many obstacles. As he spoke, several female zombies in nightgowns drawn by the noise lunged toward them. Some still had blackened facial masks stuck to their faces, while others had hair completely obscuring their features. Their nails were as sharp as daggers. Clang. Zhang Heng didn't even lift a hand. 2 of the 10 small swords at his waist instantly flew out, tracing a silver arc through the air. 2 heads soared upward. Get to work. Zhang Heng stepped over the corpses and continued forward. Chun Ingru dared not pause. As she passed a withered potted plant by the wall, she grabbed at the air with her right hand. The dead branches burst apart. 2 green vines as thick as a child's arm swelled out of nowhere, slithering along the floor tiles. In the blink of an eye, they reached the 2 headless bodies. Thud. 1 vine plunged fiercely into a corpse's chest, brutally prying apart the broken ribs with a sickening grinding sound of bones. The tip of the other vine instantly split into 5 or 6 fine rootlets, which nimbly burrowed into the mass of flesh. Stirring groping. The slippery sensation fed back through her ability, causing Chun Yingra's stomach to churn. She forced herself not to vomit, controlling the rootlets to tighten abruptly. Found it. A grayish-white crystal core was extracted, wiped clean on her clothes, and tossed into her waist pouch. Follow me. Zhang Heng's voice came from the stairwell. More and more zombies appeared ahead. Zhang Heng was like a precision. He didn't need grand sweeping movements. Simply by controlling those 10 small swords, he wove a net of death in the narrow corridor. Any zombie that entered the 10-meter range was instantly pierced through the brow. No wasted movements, no trace of his ability squandered. Chun Ingru followed behind, initially flustered as she tried to both dig out crystal cores and keep pace. But soon she noticed Zhang Heng's impeccable control of rhythm. After clearing each section of corridor, he would pause for a few seconds to light a cigarette or survey the surroundings. Those few seconds were just enough for Chun Ingru to clean up the battlefield. Brother Zhang, Chun Ingru said, storing the dozen or so crystal cores she had just extracted. A thin sheen of sweat glistened on her forehead. At this rate, are we faster than them? Naturally, Zhang Heng replied, his gaze fixed on the noticeably larger female zombie at the end of the second. The zombie wore a red dress, its belly grotesquely swollen, as if pregnant. But the skin was transparent, revealing a mass of tentacles coiled inside like intestines. A first-order mutant. Because I don't need cooperation. Zhang Heng lightly curled his finger. 10 swords merged into one. The thick prismatic spike took shape, once more piercing the air with a sharp howl. It instantly shattered the red-clad zombie's head, pinning even the disgusting tentacles in its belly to the wall. Besides, Zhang Heng glanced back at Chun Ingru, a rare hint of a smile on his face. You're quite nimble. Chun Ingru blushed, and the fear in her heart inexplicably dissipated. Meanwhile, in building No. 2 across the way. Boom. A thunderous crash. A wall collapsed entire. Zhu Youzai, encased in stone armor, burst out of the dust, like an out-of-control tank still clutching half a zombie's leg. Awesome. The fat man roared his battle axe, sweeping horizontally to cleave 3 zombies in half. Don't just focus on having fun. Li Su cursed from behind his spear like a dragon as he pinned a flea zombie attempting to ambush Guoxiang to the ceiling. Watch your positions. Don't block old Guo's line of sight. Guoxiang, wearing a grim expression, held a woven bag. While using wind blades to finish off zombies, he quickly rummaged through the pile of flesh. Fatty, son of a bitch. Guoxiang bellowed. Can you not smash the zombies so thoroughly? You're sending the crystal cores flying. I just saw one fly into a drain. That was an accident. Zhu Yukai laughed heartily. Besides, out with the old, in with the new. Look ahead, there's a big one. At the end of the corridor, a mutant zombie covered in black fur with a build like a gorilla was beating its chest. Early second order. Now that's a feast. Li Su licked his lips, flames surging at the tip of his spear. Fatty charged forward. Old Guo sealed the path. On it. Though they cursed and complained, their coordination was surprisingly seamless. Zhu Yukai raised his shield and charged, absorbing the damage. Guoxiang's wind blades blocked the retreat and disrupted vision. Li Zu's spear gathered power for a lethal strike. This was the effect Zhang Heng wanted. Each person found their place in battle, and through this high-intensity slaughter, they rapidly honed their newly surging powers. Throughout the morning, the once silent campus dormitory area transformed into a bustling slaughterhouse. Whether it was Zhang Heng's silent killing or the trio's violent demolition, both were harvesting the wealth of this post-apocalyptic world at an astonishing speed. Until noon, a sharp and urgent whistle suddenly pierced the campus sky. It was Guoxiang's signal. Zhang Heng's movements came to an abrupt halt. Ru, who had just dug out a crystal core, was also startled. Something's wrong. Zhang Heng's face darkened as he smashed through the 6th-floor window glass and leaped from the balcony. Moved. The moment Zhang Heng shattered the glass and leaped, his entire body plummeted toward the ground like a cannonball, shards of glass exploding in a crystalline burst under the sunlight. Across the way, on the west side of the 3rd floor of Building No. 2. That window was boarded up tightly with rotten planks, with several blackened sheets stuffed into the gaps, airtight as a fortress. The corner of a sheet stirred slightly. A finger so dirty its original color was indistinguishable stealthily hooked open a slit. Behind the glass, a bloodshot eye pressed against it, its pupil fixed on the figure, plummeting downward, contracting violently. Then the sheet instantly fell back into place. The window fell into dead silence again, as if nothing had happened. Ru felt as if her heart had skipped a beat. As she watched Zhang Heng crash through the 6th-floor window and plunge downward like a stone, the scream caught in her throat before it could fully escape her body, already lunging instinctively toward the window. Zhang. Her fingers grasped at empty air, only brushing against a few shards of falling glass. It was over. This was the 6th floor. Even a man forged of iron falling straight down like that would be reduced to a mangled pulp. Chen Yingra's face turned deathly pale as she leaned half her body out the window to look below, her mind already conjuring the gruesome image of a shattered skull. Yet in the next second, her eyes, wide with terror, transformed into perfect circles. There was no blood or no severed limbs. Zhang Heng was suspended steadily in midair. Beneath his feet, where there should have been empty air, lay a square, thick metal plate that looked incredibly heavy. Its surface was pitted and rough, as if it were a crude amalgamation of several security doors and railings forced together, its edges jagged with broken rebar, ugly in a uniquely charming way. But this ugly hunk of metal was carrying Zhang Heng, wobbling downward like a drunken elevator. Holy! Chen Yingra's mind went blank, and she blurted out a cliché internet meme, "God, come out and see an immortal." Zhang Heng, sensing the gaze from above, looked up and grinned at her dazed face in the window. "I'm going down first. You follow quickly." With that, he tapped his foot, and the metal plate swayed before accelerating its descent. That smile snapped Chen Yingru back to her senses. Excitement instantly overpowered her earlier fear. Gripping the window frame, ignoring the zombie corpses below, she shouted at the top of her lungs, "Brother Zhang, what's going on with you, eh? Take me with you." "What is that?" "Little Li's flying brick." This was so cool. Even if it looked like he was stepping on a giant piece of scrap metal, this was flying. The dream etched into humanity's very bones. Below, Zhang Heng didn't reply, just waved a hand behind his back. The flying brick arced across the ground and came to a steady halt. This move, in truth, was pure inspiration. Since his metal ability could control shape and alter structure, even allowing 10 flying swords to hover and kill, why couldn't it lift a person? Didn't the sword immortals in cultivation novels always fly around on a broken sword? The principles differed. One relied on spiritual energy, the other on magnetic control, but the effect was the same. However, in practice, Zhang Heng found it far more exhausting than imagined. Maintaining the metal plate's suspension while bearing his own weight drained his mental energy like an open faucet. And balance was incredibly difficult to master. Those wobbles in the air had nearly thrown him off. Still, Zhang Heng jumped off the metal plate and waved his hand casually. The several hundred-pound hunk of metal instantly disintegrated, scattering across the ground. "But if I get skilled later, I could forge a cool-looking greatsword," he mused. "Going out to show off. Ahem, intimidate enemies." the effect would be absolutely top-notch. While he pondered the feasibility of sword flight, Chen upstairs was dumbfounded. With Zhang Heng gone, the entire 6th floor fell into an instant silence. The corridor was littered with headless corpses, and the air was thick with the stench of blood and decay. With Zhang Heng leading the way, it had been a one-sided massacre. Now that she was alone, the eerie, terrifying atmosphere surged back like a tidal wave. "Brother Zhang, wait for me," Chen called out. Just as she turned to run toward the stairwell, a flicker in her peripheral vision caught a zombie, not yet dead, twitching on the ground, its half-severed hand reaching for her ankle. "Ah!" She jumped in fright, stomping the zombie's hand into pulp, but the thought of walking down that corpse-strewn staircase again terrified her. Who knew if a feigning dead zombie lurked beneath that pile? "Downstairs. I have to get downstairs now." Chen Yingru paced frantically in the dorm room. Her gaze swept over a desk once a student's cluttered with cosmetics and books. In the corner sat an unremarkable little potted plant. It was a succulent. Shaped like 2 buttocks, its scientific name was lithops commonly called, but plant. Unwatered, it had wilted, its skin wrinkled. Chen Yingru's eyes lit up. "You're the one." She rushed over, her right hand sweeping toward the plant. The warm green energy within her surged out through her fingertips. The succulent, originally the size of a thumb, seemed injected with an overdose of growth hormone. A blinding green light burst from its center. Creak. Accompanied by the teeth-grinding sound of plant growth, the 2 buttocks exploded. A thick, dark green vine like an awakened python shot wildly out of the pot. The pot shattered instantly. The vine grew with the wind in the blink of an eye, reaching the thickness of a thigh, its surface covered in fleshy textures, both disgusting and brimming with power. "Go." Chen Yingru waved her finger. The vine, as if imbued with intelligence, coiled its tip around the window frame several times, tying a tight knot. The remaining part hung down the window, extending all the way to the flower bed below. "Is this sturdy enough?" Chen Yingru tugged at it. It didn't budge. Taking a deep breath, she abandoned all pretense of grace, hugging the slippery vine with both hands and feet, and slid down with her eyes closed. "Oh." The moment the feeling of weightlessness hit, Chen Yingru couldn't help but scream. Though sturdy, the vine, being a plant, had an uneven surface dotted with small fleshy spines. Losing control of her descent speed, she plummeted like a child on a runaway slide, wailing all the way below. Zhang Heng was about to head toward Zhu Yukai and the others when he heard the commotion behind him. Turning around, the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. There was Chen Yingru, hair disheveled like a madwoman, descending from the sky, clutching a giant green vine. Just as she was about to crash into the ground, the vine seemed to sense its master's fear. Its tip curled upward abruptly like a gentle giant's hand, catching her bottom firmly. Thud. Chen Yingru was set down in the flower bed just a few dozen centimeters off the ground. But the impact still left her dazed. She lay sprawled among the withered shrubs, her hair a tangled mess, a streak of black grime on her face, her eyes vacant, clearly terrified. Zhang Heng shook his head helplessly. It seemed his earlier show-off had set a bad example for this girl, nearly causing her to lose control. He walked over and pulled Chen Yingru out of the flower bed. "Can you still walk?" Her legs were weak. She grabbed Zhang Heng's arm for support and took several seconds to regain her composure. She wiped her face haphazardly, looking at Zhang Heng's half-smiling face. A bit embarrassed, but more excited, just a little intense. She glanced back at the giant vine still twitching slightly and felt a surge of accomplishment. Had she done that? "All right, pack it up and let's move," Zhang Heng said, not giving her much time to bask. "There's something going on over there." That whistle, just now though brief, lacked the desperation of a life-or-death crisis, instead carrying an urge. The two swiftly crossed the playground. The situation at this male dormitory building was even more dire than the one Zhang Heng had just visited. The entrance was piled high with zombie corpses, some charred to cinders, others crushed into pulp, and still others neatly sliced into chunks. Clearly those 3 had been slaughtering with abandon. As soon as they entered the hall, a thick stench of blood assailed their nostrils. "Brother Zhang, over here. We found a group of survivors." Guoxiang's voice echoed from the stairwell, carried by the wind and unnaturally clear. Zhang Heng led Chen Yingru up the stairs at a brisk pace. At the end of the 3rd floor corridor, a dormitory door stood wide open. Zhu Yukai was blocking the entrance, his large axe still dripping blood. His stone armor had receded, revealing a fleshy face slick with sweat and oil. Li Su leaned against the wall, wiping stains from his spear tip with a rag. Seeing Zhang Heng approach, Zhu Yukai immediately stepped aside, a peculiar expression on his face. "Brother Zhang, you're finally here." The fat man gestured toward the room, lowering his voice. "This bunch. There's something else." Zhang Heng furrowed his brow slightly and strode into the dormitory. It was a standard 4-person room, but now no fewer than 10 people were crammed inside. The original beds had been dismantled, with wooden planks and iron frames stacked against the windows, and balcony door sealed tightly except for a few slits for air. This made the stench inside almost unbearable. A foul mixture of sweat, foot odor, and the sour fermented smell of long unwashed bodies, even more pungent than the reek of rotting corpses outside. All 10 or so people in the room were male, huddled in a corner, trembling. They were skin and bones with sunken eyes, their clothes so filthy their original colors were indistinguishable. As Zhang Heng entered, their eyes were filled with terror, but even more so a greedy, ravenous look, as if they were seen. In their midst, two girls were surrounded. Their clothes were disheveled, their gazes vacant like puppets whose souls had been... What's going on? Zhang Heng's gaze swept over the survivors, finally settling on a boy who seemed to be the boy wore glasses with a broken temple, clutching a sharpened mop handle tightly, staring at Zhang Heng with wary vigilance. We're students here. The bespectacled boy swallowed hard, his voice hoarse as sandpaper. Have you come to rescue us? No. Zhang Heng's reply was curt, almost cold. At this answer, several people in the room showed obvious disappointment. The light in the bespectacled boy's eyes instantly dimmed, and his grip on the mop handle loosened. Then, do you have any food? From a corner, a thin, small boy couldn't help but speak, his voice choked with tears. We haven't eaten in 3 days. Even just a sip of water would do. Zhang Heng ignored the boy and turned to Guxiang. These are the survivors you mentioned. Not just that. Guxiang adjusted his glasses, pointing at the leading bespectacled boy. When we fought our way up just now, this kid was about to push those 2 girls off the balcony. At this, Qin Yingris' expression changed drastically. What? Don't misunderstand. The bespectacled boy panicked, waving his wooden stick. I was trying to save them. The zombies were about to break in, and there's a water pipe outside the balcony. I wanted them to climb down it. Zhu Yukai sneered, kicking an iron-framed bed nearby, making the whole room rattle. I heard you loud and clear. You shouted, throw these 2 deadweights out to lure the zombies away. Do you think I've got cotton in my ears? The bespectacled boy's face turned ashen, his lips trembling wordlessly. The atmosphere in the room plummeted to freezing point. Zhang Heng walked up to the bespectacled boy. He was half a head taller, exuding a pressure forged through seas of blood and mountains of corpses, something these students hiding in their dorms could never match. I have no interest in your petty affairs. Zhang Heng's voice was calm, but carried an undeniable chill. They'll only ask 3 questions. He raised one finger. First, are there any particularly powerful zombies or mutated animals in the nearby building? Intimidated by Zhang Heng's presence, the bespectacled boy stammered, no. None. There was a big black cat that used to prowl downstairs, and we didn't dare make a sound. We didn't hear anything this morning, so we dared to open the door for air. Second, Zhang Heng raised a second finger. In the past few days, have you heard any broadcasts or seen any rescue teams? Yes. This time the thin boy from the corner answered eagerly. I have a radio that picks up broadcasts. About 10 days ago, we heard from a broadcast that some department had set up a safe zone. Then the radio batteries died, and we don't know how things are there now. He swallowed, his throat parched from prolonged... They said the safe zone was set up on that island in the Gan River in what used to be a middle school. A safe zone had already been established. Zhang Heng's eyes flickered. That was useful information. Since the authorities had set up a safe zone, it meant the command system hadn't completely collapsed. He knew the location well. It was the campus of the No. 7 middle school on a small island in the Gan River. The position was excellent, easy to defend, and hard to attack, with only one bridge leading to the island. As long as that bridge was held, no zombie could cross. The Gan River was deep, as zombies shouldn't be able to get across. Third, Zhang Heng's gaze passed over the 2 vacanted girls in the room, finally fixing on the bespectacled boy's face. Do you have any shiny stones? Stones? The bespectacled boy paused, then, as if remembering something, quickly pulled a grimy object from his pocket. It was a crystal core, but it was covered in dirt, looking unremarkable. Is this it? The bespectacled boy handed it over cautiously. We got this earlier. From digging it out of a lone zombie's heart. I kept it because it looked pretty. Zhang Heng didn't take it. He merely glanced at it indifferently, then turned around. Huh. Zhu Yukai was stunned. We're just leaving. What about them? Our mission is to clear and scavenge. Zhang Heng walked out without looking back, pausing, his voice cold as ice. These people who wouldn't dare step out to fight and would rather starve in a room are useless to take along. If you want to live, go scavenge supplies yourselves. There's still plenty of food stored in the cafeteria. With that, Zhang Heng strode out of the dormitory. Whether these people dared to go was not his concern. Li Su and Guxiang exchanged glances, said nothing, and followed. Chen Ningru looked at the pitiful girls, bit her lip, pulled out 2 packs of instant noodles from her bag, threw them on the ground, and quickly caught up with Zhang Heng. Only Zhu Yukai remained glaring fiercely at the bespectacled boy. You got lucky, kid. The fat man spat. In the old days, I'd have beaten the crap out of you. Hefting his axe, he swaggered off. The dormitory fell back into dead silence. Only when the footsteps in the corridor had completely faded did the bespectacled boy suddenly collapse to the floor, gasping for air, his eyes filled with the relief of survival and a trace of venomous resentment. The stench of blood in the corridor was even heavier than on the playground outside, mingling with the musty odor of long-abandoned rooms and the foul stench of excrement. A few people made their way down the stairs. Zhu Yukai brought up the rear, the fire axe in his hand, occasionally clanging against the handrail with a crisp. He glanced back at the room where those survivors had been hiding. The door had been shut again, and those inside were likely still trembling in fear. This world is beyond reason, Zhu Yukai muttered, kicking an empty can out of his way. Those guys back there, they were as thin as monkeys, their eyes practically sunken into their skulls. I just don't get it. It's been over half a month now, right? Over 20 days. In that tiny dorm room with no food or water, how did they even survive? If it were me, Fatty, I'd have gnawed on the bed planks after 3 days without meat. He couldn't keep things to himself. If a question arose in his mind, it had to come out. Those survivors were indeed in a sorry state. When the door opened, they were barely breathing, little different from mummies. Apart from a few empty bottles, there wasn't even a scrap of paper left in the room. Guoxiang walked beside Li Su, wiping the bloodstains from the 2 short spears in his hands. Hearing the fatties grumbling, he didn't turn his head, but his voice was calm. You think everyone is like you, eating 3 genes of rice in one meal. This has nothing to do with appetite. It's the law of conservation of energy. Zhu Yukai retorted, unconvinced. People die without food. That's common sense. I cleared this floor just now. You two were busy killing downstairs and didn't notice the situation here. Guoxiang sheathed the short spears at his back and adjusted the frame of his glasses. This floor is a bit special. How special? Good feng shui. Good luck. Guoxiang pointed at the open dormitory doors lining the corridor. The catastrophe struck around 8 or 9 in the morning. Most students were in class. This floor houses juniors. Their schedules are packed, so few were in the dorms at the time. He paused, sidestepping a pool of black blood on the floor. I counted earlier. On the entire 4th floor, I only found 4 zombies. And they were all locked in their rooms. The corridor was safe. Zhu Yukai was taken aback. So this whole floor is empty. Pretty much. Guoxiang continued. And their luck was truly remarkable. I checked a few of the empty rooms. The floors were littered with torn snack wrappers, various drink bottles, and even boxes of self-heating hot pot. A self-mocking smile crossed Guoxiang's face. You know how it was when we were in school. In a guy's dorm who didn't have, especially the students. Instant noodles, cola chips stuffed under the bed. Enough to stock a small convenience store. Li Su chimed in from the side right. Back when I was in college, our 3rd roommate kept a stash of spicy strips in his bedside cabinet. He'd munch on them all night when he got hungry. Exactly, Guoxiang nodded. Few zombies on this floor, and the survivors were bold enough. When things were quiet outside, they scavenged the supplies from the empty rooms around them. With that junk food, lasting 20 days wasn't hard. Plus there was tap water. It's cut off now, but there was still some in the pipes a few days ago. No wonder. Zhu Yukai suddenly understood, then clicked his tongue. Still living on snacks alone isn't good. Those guys looked like they were wasting away to skeletons. It's better than nothing, Guoxiang sighed. If it were a girl's dorm, the survival rate would probably be even higher. Zhu Yukai's eyes lit up. Because girls eat less. Because girls have more snacks. Guoxiang shot him a glance. And girls love to hoard things. Diet tea, meal replacements, cookies, all kinds. If they were lucky enough not to turn, they could hole up in there for a month without issue. As they spoke, they arrived at the 1st floor lobby of the dormitory building. The sunlight outside was harsh, making one slightly dizzy. The bodies littering the ground had begun to emit a putrid stench under the high heat, and flies buzzed around like a black mist shrouding the pile of corpses. Zhang Heng stood at the entrance, lowering his head to light a cigarette. Xiaoningru stood behind him, her face still pale, clearly not yet recovered from the ordeal of that high-altitude descent. Seeing the 3 emerge, Zhang Heng exhaled a smoke ring, his gaze sweeping over them. All done. A few small fries, no trouble at all. Li Su planted his spear on the ground. What about the living people upstairs? Just leave them. We can't take all the food from the cafeteria anyway. The rest is up to fate. Zhang Heng's tone was cold. He wasn't a babysitter, nor did he plan to set up a shelter here. Telling them where to find food was already the utmost kindness. Taking on a group of deadweights who could barely walk would only doom the entire team. All right, stop with the pity party. Zhang Heng blew out a puff of smoke. Since everyone's here, let's adjust the tactics. The others immediately dropped their playful expressions and stood at attention. Same groups as before. Zhang Heng pointed at the few buildings ahead that hadn't been cleared. Continue sweeping deeper into the campus. But change the target. Besides cores and food, focus on zombies that look like adults. Adults. Zhu Yukai scratched his head. In this school, it's either students or teachers. You mean the ones that were teachers? Zhang Heng nodded. And the janitor's maintenance staff or outsiders who came to the school on business. What for? Are their cores easier to crack? Zhu Yukai was puzzled. Look for car keys, Zhang Heng said succinctly. The group paused for a moment. Zhang Heng turned to look at the distant school gate, his gaze profound. We're gathering more and more supplies. Carrying it all on our backs won't get us far. And if we're heading into the city, going on foot is too dangerous. The city was different from the school. The terrain was complex, the zombie density high. Once surrounded, escaping without a vehicle would be nearly impossible. Sure, some students drive, but they're a minority. Zhang Heng analyzed. But the faculty is different. Many teachers park their cars by the teaching buildings or dorms. The keys are usually on their belts or in their... Makes sense. Li Zu's eyes lit up. If we get a car, we can clear out half the cafeteria warehouse. That'll be a mobile food depot. And it has to be a good one. Guoxiang adjusted his glasses, adding, preferably an off-roader or an SUV. High ground clearance, powerful engine, good for ramming. If we get a sedan, the bumper will fall off after hitting 2 zombies and it'll become a steel coffin. Exactly. Zhang Heng shot Guxiang an approving look. So for the next operation, keep your eyes peeled. If you see middle-aged zombies in suits jackets or bald ones, check if they have keychains on their belts. Zhu Yukai grinned, hoisting his axe onto his shoulder. I'm good at this. Back in my hometown, I always liked checking who had the biggest bunch of keys on their belt. The more keys, the better they were doing. Didn't think this rule would still apply in the apocalypse. Enough joking. Zhang Heng waved his hand. Move out. I want at least 2 working vehicles parked at the cafeteria entrance by nightfall. Roger. They answered in unison, their voices brimming with vigor. With a vehicle, their range of activity would greatly expand, no longer confined to this lifeless campus. It meant more supplies, a broader world, and of course more unknown dangers. But for this team, which had just reached the 3rd tier, danger often meant opportunity. Li Su Zhu Youcai and Guxiang turned and charged toward the adjacent faculty dormitory area, looking less like they were off to kill zombies and more like they were heading to a car dealership. Zhang Heng watched their retreating figures, a faint twitch at the corner of his mouth, then turned to Chen-Ru. Let's go. We're heading to the administration building. That's where the leaders are. They have the best cars. The automatic doors of the administrative building were sensor-operated, but the power had long since died. The 2 heavy glass doors stood half open, with half a body wedged on the threshold. Judging by the uniform, it was a security guard. His lower body was missing, and his upper body had long since mummified, his face frozen in a twisted expression of terror. Before they even entered the hall, that distinctive guttural roar seeped through the crack in the door. Compared to the oppressive silence of the dormitory, this place was as lively as a morning meeting. Stay close. Zhang Heng stepped over the half of the security guard's corpse, his leather boots clicking crisply on the marble floor. The hall was spacious. At its center hung a massive school motto plaque, Horde Zai Wu, virtue carries all things. Now a splatter of dark red blood stained the character for de virtue like a mocking graffiti. A dozen or so zombies in office attire turned their heads at the sound. Some still had work badges hanging around their necks, while others even clutched file folders tightly in their hands. The sight of living beings instantly ignited their innate bloodlust. They howled and lunged forward. Zhang Heng didn't even break his stride. Before anyone could even see his movements, the 3 small swords floating beside him traced afterimages through the air. Thump, thump, thump. Sounds like puncturing rotten watermelons rang out in quick succession. The heads of the leading zombies burst, instantly spraying red and white matter everywhere. Their bodies, driven by inertia, stumbled a few more steps before collapsing like marionettes with cut strings. For Zhang Heng, now killing these ordinary first-stage zombies was as easy as mowing grass. As long as no second-stage peak or third-stage monsters with special abilities showed up, a horde of this size was merely a snack. Don't just stand there. Get to work. Zhang Heng kicked aside a corpse blocking the path and glanced back at Chen-Ru. Chen-Ru took a deep breath, her eyes sweeping across the hall. At that sight, her eyes lit up. The administrative building was indeed different. To showcase its style, a potted plant sat nearly every few meters. Money trees taller than a person, broad-leaved monstera, and uniquely shaped podocarpus. All lush, especially since no one had tended them after the apocalypse broke out. These plants had grown wild, some even bursting their pots, their roots sprawling across the floor tiles. This was practically a wood element ability user's paradise. Chen-Ru raised her right hand, fingers spread, and made a grasping motion in the air toward the row of money trees. Rised. The previously still plants came to life instantly. Dozens of dark green vines shot out from the foliage, as agile as octopus tentacles. They didn't attack, but precisely burrowed into the pile of corpses on the floor. Splat. The tips of the vines pierced the rotting flesh, and that teeth-grinding sound of stirring echoed again. Though Chen Yinger's face was still a bit pale, her movements were noticeably more practiced than before. In less than 2 seconds, several blood-stained crystal cores were wrapped in vines and delivered before her. And the keys, Zhang Heng reminded. I know. Chen-Ru replied, her left hand not idle either. From the other side, the monstera extended several slender tendrils, as if guided by eyes, slipping into the zombies' pockets or the briefcases lying on the floor. Searching, hooking. Clatter. A set of car keys with a leather keychain was coiled by a vine and dropped with a jingle into the cloth bag in Chen Yinger's hand. This place is great, Chen-Ru couldn't help but exclaim. It's like a buffet. The 2 advanced upstairs. The first floor housed the dean's office and admissions office, where zombies were densely packed. Starting from the second floor were the administrative offices and teaching research groups of various colleges. The number of zombies was slightly fewer, but their attire was noticeably more refined, and the value here was higher. Zhang Heng was responsible for clearing the path. He was like a precision harvester. Wherever he went, zombies fell in. The small swords controlled by his spiritual power were not only fast, but also angled ingeniously, often taking down 2 or even 3 with a single strike. Chen-Ru became the perfect scavenger. She didn't even need to bend over. She merely passed by the open office doors, controlling the potted plants in the corridor to reach inside. The vines swept across the desks like spirit serpents, pulling open drawers and ransacking the pockets of coats hanging on racks. This one's a Volkswagen. This one's a Toyota. Chuningru looked at the growing pile of loot in her hands and couldn't help but start reciting names. And this? Is this a Porsche? She pinched a key with a shield-shaped emblem, a bit surprised. Are the teachers at this school so rich? Many professors at Luling University run companies outside. Zhang Heng glanced at it, especially from the architecture college. And this one? Chuningru pulled out another heavy key, its emblem a capital B. Bentley. Zhang Heng smiled. Looks like our luck is good today. The entire looting process went unusually smoothly. There was no heart-pounding life-or-death struggle, only monotonous, yet efficient slaughter and scavenging. The feeling was bizarre. It was like two max-level characters returning to the noob village, with the only fun being seeing what loot dropped. They killed all the way to the top floor. Here were the principal's office and several large meeting rooms. At the end of the corridor, a middle-aged zombie in a Zhongshan suit was crouched gnawing on something. Hearing footsteps, it jerked its head up. Its face was half-eaten, but traces of dignity could still be discerned. Is that the university's principal? Chuningru looked at the zombie's attire and its pregnant-looking potbelly. Zhang Heng said nothing. He flicked his finger. A flash of silver. The head of the once glorious principal exploded like a rotten watermelon, ending his existence as a walking. Check if he has anything good on him. Chuningru controlled a half-dead orchid, its roots groping around the corpse. There's a key. A vine coiled around a black electronic key and handed it over. Land Rover. Zhang Heng said, looking at the emblem. Range Rover. Good car. This car had high ground clearance, plenty of power, ample space, and was durable. In the post-apocalyptic road conditions, it was indeed a rare and valuable mode of transport. After clearing the top floor, the two stood by the floor-to-ceiling window on the 6th floor. By now the cloth bag held over 20 car keys, so heavy it made Chun Yingris' wrist ache. Besides the keys, there were also over 60 crystal cores. This efficiency far surpassed half a day's work back at the dormitory. Time to open the prizes. Zhang Heng lit a cigarette, looking out the window at the parking lot below. This was the exclusive parking lot for the administrative building. Not many cars were parked there, but they were mostly class or above. After all, those who worked in this building were either leaders or senior professors, none of whom were short on money. Chuningru was a bit excited, dumping the entire bag of keys onto the windowsill with a clatter. Let's try the Land Rover key first. She picked up the newly acquired black key and pressed the unlock button toward the lot below. Beep beep. The crisp unlock sound was particularly loud in the empty parking lot. Immediately, two orange-yellow lights flashed in a corner of the lot. It was a black Land Rover Range Rover. Though the body was covered in dust and had a few scratches, its overall structure was intact. Its massive frame crouched there like a black beast. Jackpot. Chuningru cheered. First prize. Don't rush. Try the others. Zhang Heng exhaled a smoke ring, a hint of a smile on his lips. This feeling of opening blind boxes was indeed a bit addictive. This Audi key. Beep beep. An A6 parked under a tree lit up. Unfortunately, the hood had a large dent, as if hit by something heavy, and the windshield was shattered. This one's no good. Pass. This BMW. Beep beep. A white 5 Series flashed its lights. The car looked decent, but it was a bit far from the entrance, with a few zombies lingering nearby. Back up. And this? Huh. What car is this key for? Chuningru picked up a uniquely shaped key with a simple horsehead emblem. Ford Mustang. She pressed the button. Beep beep. Directly opposite the main entrance of the administrative building, a red sports car lit up. Its streamlined body and flashy colors stood out starkly against the gray, decaying post-apocalyptic ruins. This car. Zhang Heng shook his head. Good for nothing except looking cool. The ground clearance was too low, a few corpses could easily block it. It had high fuel consumption and was noisy. Driving it would be like a mobile speaker getting a thumbs up from zombies for kilometers around. This is clearly a woman's car, Zhang Heng recalled vaguely. A showpiece. Skip it. Chuningru pouted and tossed the key aside. The two tested over 20 keys like they were selecting concubines. After filtering, they picked out 4 that were drivable, in good condition, and suitable for post-apocalyptic survival. The Land Rover Range Rover. A Toyota Prado, commonly known as the Overbearing. A black Audi Q7. And one that surprised Zhang Heng, a modified Ford Raptor pickup. That pickup was parked at the far end. Its body was sprayed matte gray, fitted with heavy-duty bumpers front and back, and the cargo bed had a cover. What car is this? Chuningru asked curiously. It looks so aggressive. No idea. Maybe it belongs to a PE teacher or was purchased by the logistics department. Zhang Heng looked at the Raptor, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. This is the god-tier vehicle for the apocalypse. It could carry loads, ram through obstacles, and had excellent off-road capability. With this pickup and the Land Rover, emptying half a cafeteria warehouse wouldn't be a problem. Pack up. Let's head. Zhang Heng stuffed the 4 selected keys into his pocket, sweeping the rest into the trash can. They should be about done on their side too. If the vehicle they bring back is worse than ours, then let them sit on the roof of the car. Chuningru chuckled, tying up the bag full of crystal cores and slinging it over her shoulder. Brother Zhang, are we really going into the city? As she descended the stairs, she suddenly asked. Zhang Heng walked ahead, his voice echoing in the empty hallway. Although the school is temporarily safe, resources are limited and information is scarce. To survive longer, we must go to populated areas, even those filled with the dead. That's where the real opportunities lie. He left one sentence unsaid. Only by entering the city, coming into contact with higher-level mutants, and even engaging with the military or other survivor factions to strike some deals could they quickly enhance their strength. As they reached the first floor hall, the sky outside had begun to turn a bit yellow. That was a sign of dusk. At that moment, a booming sound came from the distance. It was not the roar of zombies, but the roar of an engine. Zhang Heng stopped, looking toward the direction of the faculty dormitory. He saw a white Iveco minibus awkwardly rushing over. In the driver's seat sat a plump figure shouting loudly, "Get out of the way. The veteran driver is starting the engine." That was Zhu Yukai. This guy actually managed to get the school bus out. A twitch appeared at the corner of Zhang Heng's mouth. This fat man truly knows how to surprise people. However, seeing the few zombies still hanging on the bus and the large group of fans chasing behind the commotion was likely to have attracted half the campus zombies. Prepare for battle. Zhang Heng sighed, flipping his palm, and several small swords floated up again. Support this troublemaker. A shrill screech of brakes sounded as the school bus made an ungraceful drift beside the fountain in front of the administrative building, its tail swinging hard enough to knock a stone ball used for dividing vehicles far away. The door opened, and Zhu Yukai jumped out of the bus first. "Brother Zhang, how's it going? This thing packs a punch, right?" The fat man grinned proudly, patting the steering wheel. "It can hold over 30 people. If we remove the seats, the space, wow, we could even roll around in there." Li Su and Guxiang jumped out after him, both looking a bit pale. "I will never ride in a vehicle driven by this guy again." Li Su held his knee dry, heaving a couple of times. "Driving the school bus feels like being in a tank. No one else can match him." "Stop chatting, there are still living people behind us." Guxiang pushed up his glasses, pointing to the bus. Soon after, a group of people began to disembark from the bus. There were about 10 of them. There were both men and women, and judging by their ages, there were students in their 20s as well as several middle-aged individuals in their 40s and 50s. Unlike the famished group encountered earlier in the boys' dormitory, these people, though dirty and disheveled, bore expressions of fear and fatigue, but at least weren't emaciated. Some even had a sheen of oil on their faces, clearly not having starved during this period. These were found in the small supermarket in the faculty dormitory. Guxiang approached Zhang Heng and explained in a low voice, "That supermarket is on the first floor. When the roller shutter is pulled up, it's full of food." These people were lucky and hid inside, just as it happened to be empty. Zhang Heng nodded, scanning the crowd. Among them, several middle-aged men were dressed in wrinkled suits. Though they looked disheveled, their postures conveyed a hint of authority. As for the students, they closely followed behind, each holding various makeshift weapons, mop handles, baseball bats, and even frying pans. Roar! Just then, from the direction of the school bus, a series of dense growls shattered the newly established calm. The survivors turned pale instantly, with a few timid girls screaming and shrinking back into the administrative building's hall. "Fatty, did you bring the entire dormitory area's zombies here?" Zhang Heng looked at the dark mass of corpses surging from the distance, raising an eyebrow. There were at least 70 or 80 of them. Moreover, because the school bus made too much noise, the zombies were in a state of extreme excitement, running fast like a pack of rabid dogs sensing blood. "Can you blame me?" Zhu Yukai jumped down from the bus, casually shouldering a large axe. "This damn vehicle is too loud, and I can't exactly install a silencer on it. Get ready to work." Zhang Heng wasted no time, flipping his wrist, and 10 small swords appeared, reflecting a cold glint in the sunlight. Old rules, triangular formation. Before he finished speaking, the 5 of them had already spread out in perfect unison. The group of survivors, panicking and searching for a place to hide, found that these 5 young people who had just looked relaxed were actually walking toward the zombie horde. Are they crazy?" A middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses couldn't help but exclaim, "With so many zombies, why aren't they running?" No one paid him any attention. Zhu Yukai took the lead, his previously cheerful face now twisted with ferocity. "Come on, you bastards!" he shouted loudly, and in an instant a thick layer of rock armor covered him, making him appear as a moving Facing the 3 zombies charging at the front, he did not retreat, but instead advanced, sweeping his massive axe. Bang! It was like smashing a few rotten tomatoes. The 3 zombies were instantly cleaved in half, black blood and entrails splattering all over him, yet he didn't even blink, countering with a slap that sent another attacking zombie crashing into the pavement. "Fatty, don't block the way." Li Su followed closely, his long spear igniting with fierce flames. He didn't even need to aim. Each shot burst forth like a dragon, radiating explosive firelight. An agile zombie attempting to flank them jumped up only to be shot through the chest and instantly turned into a fireball. Guxiang stood to the side, hands in his pockets, seemingly relaxed, but actually the most lethal. Several invisible wind blades swirled around him, and those zombies attempting to encircle from the flanks often had their heads inexplicably severed after just a couple of steps, the cuts smooth as mirrors. As for Zhang Heng, he stood at the very center of the formation, as if taking a leisurely stroll. He didn't make any grand movements, just lightly gestured with his fingers. The 10 small swords darted through the horde like blades in a meat grinder. With each flash of silver light as zombie, the efficiency was astonishing. This was no battle, it was a one-sided slaughter. Ingru control the field and collect the goods. Zhang Heng spoke calmly. Here they come. Chen Ingru, standing in the back, did not directly join the battle. She placed her hands on a landscape tree by the road and green light flowed from her palms into the trunk. Crack. The ground split open. Dozens of thick roots burst forth, writhing like serpents beneath the feet of the zombie horde. The once threatening zombies before they could reach were tripped and fell in disarray. Some were directly ensnared by roots around their ankles, dangling in midair, becoming living targets. What left the survivors behind utterly dumbfounded was that these vines were not merely for killing enemies. Whenever a zombie fell, a slender vine would immediately drill into its chest cavity, skillfully extracting a crystal core and accurately depositing it into the small bag Chen Ingru was carrying at her side. Killing and collecting simultaneously. It was an assembly line operation with clear division of labor. In less than 5 minutes, the originally intimidating 70 or 80 zombies had all turned into corpses on the ground. In the open space in front of the administrative building, besides the pooling blood and severed limbs, there wasn't a single standing monster left. Zhang Heng retracted the small swords, shaking off the non-existent blood, and turned to look at the school bus. Clean up the battlefield, siphon the fuel from those vehicles in the parking lot, and fill up the Land Rover and pickup truck. The five began to busily work in an orderly fashion, as if they hadn't just slaughtered a horde of man-eating monsters, but merely crushed an anthill. At the entrance of the administrative building hall, the group of survivors was completely stunned. The middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses had his mouth slightly agape, his Adam's apple bobbing violently. He stared intently at Zhang Heng and the others, the initial fear in his eyes replaced by extreme shock along with a hint of undeniable greed. Is this superpowers? Murmured a student in sportswear beside him, his eyes filled with envy, just like the superhumans in the movies. So strong. If only we could do that too. Low murmurs arose from the crowd. In this apocalypse, power meant survival, meant food, meant the ability to do whatever one pleased. Watching Zhu Yukai's impenetrable stone armor, the flames dancing on Li Zi's spear tip, and Shen Yingru's miraculous ability to summon plants at will. The hearts of these survivors churned like a stirred cauldron of mixed emotions. Some envied how they could live so freely in this hellish world, some resented the power they wielded, and more still schemed silently. If they could join this team, even just to pick up scraps, wouldn't they too live like kings? The man in gold-rimmed glasses straightened his collar, shoved aside a few people, and plastered on what he thought was a proper smile as he walked toward Zhang Heng. Fellow student. Oh no, young brother. He cleared his throat, trying to muster the authority he once commanded from the podium, yet forced to lace it with fawning. I am the vice dean of the School of Economics and Management, surnamed Liu. That was quite the display earlier. Impressive skills. Zhang Heng, refueling the Land Rover, glanced back at him. His gaze was flat, utterly devoid of any ripple, like looking at a stone by the roadside. Something. Vice Dean Liu's heart lurched under that look, but he pressed on. Your team seems quite professional. Could we discuss something? There are still many survivors in this school. As faculty and students, we should unite and establish a not interested. Zhang Heng cut him off, bluntly screwing the fuel cap tight. Move. Don't block my work. The smile froze on Vice Dean Liu's face. He was after all a figure of some importance at the school, whose students usually showed him utmost respect. He never imagined he wouldn't even be allowed to finish a sentence before this young whelp, even if these people didn't seem to be students. A flicker of fury passed through his eyes, but a glance at Zhu Youcai, who was wiping brain matter off his axe, made him swallow his pride. Yet behind those lenses, the greedy gleam didn't die, it only grew darker from the rejection. Such immense power. Why should it be in the hands of these brats? If it were mine. If it were mine. Zhang Heng seemed to sense something, turned, and let his gaze cut like a blade across Vice Dean Liu's face. Vice Dean Liu felt a chill run down his spine, as if targeted by a ferocious beast. He instinctively stepped back, nearly tripping over a corpse on the ground. Put away those little schemes. Zhang Heng's voice wasn't loud, but it pierced every ear present. If you want to live, stay put. If you want to die, I don't mind giving you a ride. The air in the parking lot was thick with the acrid smell of gasoline. Transparent hoses scavenged from the administrative building's logistics office were stuck into the fuel ports of luxury cars. The other ends connected to large buckets taken from restrooms with dark yellow liquid gurgling out. Zhang Heng, carrying a wrench, circled the modified Raptor pickup twice, then patted its thick hood. Listen up, he straightened and shouted to the others bent over siphoning fuel. Don't just suck away. Check the grate. He pointed at the big vehicle beside him. This Raptor is diesel. If anyone pours 95-octane gasoline into it, and it stalls halfway, you're pushing. Zhu Yukai was crouched by a Mercedes-Benz G-Class, a piece of plastic tube in his mouth. He took a hard suck and nearly swallowed gasoline. He spat a few times, grimacing. Brother Zhang, do we have to differentiate? These all look the same. Just iron beasts that drink oil. Is drinking Coke the same as drinking soy sauce? Zhang Heng rolled his eyes. Especially you, fatty. Don't mess things up for convenience. Diesel is thicker, The smell is different. Pay attention. Got it. Zhu Yukai wiped the oil stains from his mouth and muttered as he continued working. Just then from the group of survivors who hadn't dared to disperse, a tall male student stepped forward. He had been standing at the back, not pushing forward like Vice Dean Liu, nor avoiding eyes like the others. He walked straight up to Guoxiang and whispered something. Guoxiang was pouring oil into a barrel with a funnel. His hand shook at the sound, spilling quite a bit. He adjusted his glasses, his brow furrowed into a deep crease, looking troubled as he spoke with the boy. The tall one appeared sincere, even pleading, clasping his hands in a gesture of supplication. Guoxiang sighed, set down the oil barrel, and led the man toward Zhang Heng. "Brother Zhang," he called out, his tone. Zhang Heng, inspecting the raptor's tires, turned around, his gaze sweeping over both of them before settling on the unfamiliar boy. "Something?" Guoxiang scratched his head and pushed up his glasses, a nervous habit. "Well, Brother Zhang, let me introduce you." He stepped aside, revealing the tall one. "This is the high school classmate I mentioned before, also a student here." As he spoke, Guoxiang's mouth twitched involuntarily, as if the introduction was hard to utter. "His name is..." "What?" Before Zhang Heng could respond, Zhu Youcai, who had been spitting, burst out laughing, planting his axe on the ground and chuckling. "Yang Luzhu. Great name, same vibe as my Yukai. What is he, also a pig?" The tall boy's face instantly turned beet red, but he dared not flare up, standing there awkwardly. "It's Zhu as in bamboo," Guoxiang shot back at the fatty. "Green bamboo. The name?" Zhang Heng couldn't help but smile, raising an eyebrow. "Quite unique." Guoxiang sighed helplessly. "Don't even mention it. For 3 years of high school he got teased because of this name. His parents meant it to symbolize rising step by step, evergreen all year, but say Luzhu fast, and it sounds like green pig. Say it slow and it sounds like a girl's name. Enough. A name is just a label." Zhang Heng cut off the discussion, sizing up the young man before him. This young Luzhu kid indeed had good physical qualities. He was at least 183 centimeters tall, a giant in these southern parts. Zhang Heng himself was 175, so he had to look up slightly. Crucially, this guy wasn't as flimsy as the bespectacled Vice Dean Liu, nor as emaciated as the other survivors. He wore a loose basketball jersey under a slightly dirty windbreaker. The muscles on his forearms were well-defined, though somewhat lean. His large frame looked sturdy. The vigor honed by long-term athleticism couldn't be hidden. "Guoxiang says you're a sports student." Zhang Heng pulled out a cigarette pack from his pocket, tapped one out, but didn't light it, just twirled it between his fingers. Yang Luzhu nodded, his voice tight but clear. "Not a sports student. I'm in civil engineering, but in the center for the school basketball team. I've always played." "Brother Zhang," Guoxiang interjected, his tone turning serious. "Old Yang is someone I know well. Since high school he's been honest, no tricks. When that Vice Dean Liu was trying to fool people, he didn't join in." Guoxiang paused, meeting Zhang Heng's eyes. "He wants to join us. I think. He's reliable." Those words carried weight. At a time like this, vouching for someone meant taking responsibility for their actions. If Yang Luzhu turned out to be a backstabber, Guoxiang's position in the team would become awkward. Zhang Heng didn't agree immediately, nor did he refuse. He put the cigarette in his mouth, lit it with a lighter, took a deep drag, and behind the bluish-gray smoke his eyes grew profound. The current team composition was indeed a bit unbalanced. Li Su was the heavy attacker, his spear like a dragon, flames explosive, a sharp blade. Zhu Yukai was the meat shield, stone armor on, charging recklessly, a wall. Guoxiang was the controller and scout, his wind abilities flexible and versatile, the eyes and ears. Chuning Ru was the support and logistics, her wood abilities gathering supplies and controlling terrain, the supply line. And he himself was the core, the brain orchestrating everything and the final trump card. But the team lacked a grunt, someone tough, obedient, and a good melee substitute. Zhu Yukai was fierce, but his stone armor drained too much stamina and lacked agility. Li Su had strong offense, but being surrounded up close would be troublesome. "This Yang Luzhu, what rank are you?" Zhang Heng suddenly asked. Yang Luzhu was taken aback for a moment, then realized Zhang Heng was inquiring about his cultivation level. A trace of bitterness crept onto his face. I haven't awakened. I'm just an ordinary person." "Ordinary?" Zhang Heng frowned slightly. Without any supernatural abilities, he was indeed a burden at this stage. Sensing Zhang Heng's hesitation, Yang Luzhu grew anxious and stepped forward. "Brother Zhang, even though I have no powers, I'm strong. And I'm not afraid to die. I saw how you all killed those zombies just now. Just give me a weapon, and I swear I won't hold you. Besides," he gritted his teeth as if making a monumental decision, "I know this campus like the back of my hand, especially near the other cafeteria. I used to work part-time there moving supplies. I know a route that bypasses the main horde at the front gate." This last statement swayed Zhang Heng. The zombie density near the cafeteria was extreme. While they could force their way in, a shortcut would save considerable effort. Not being awakened isn't a problem. Zhang Heng flicked his cigarette ash. "As long as you dare to swing a blade, even an ordinary person can kill zombies. What I fear are those cowards who grip a weapon, but whose legs give out beneath them." He turned to Guoxiang. "Since he's your classmate, you take charge of him. Don't let him drag the team down." A flicker of joy crossed Guoxiang's face. "Got it. Thanks, Brother Zhang." Yang Luzhu was so excited he didn't know where to put his hands, bowing repeatedly. Thank you, Brother Zhang. Thank you. I'll work hard. Don't thank me yet. Zhang Heng cut him off coldly. Let me make this clear up front. Once you're in the team, you follow the rules. Supplies are distributed evenly and actions are dictated by command. If I catch you hiding anything or deserting in battle. Zhang Heng didn't finish his sentence. He merely pointed at the half-dismembered zombie corpse still twitching on the ground nearby. Yang Luzhu shuddered, then straightened his back. Understood. All right, don't just stand there. Zhang Heng tossed him the wrench. Go remove the spare tire from that Range Rover and inspect it. Then help Fatty move the oil drums. Since you're built like a center, manual labor shouldn't be a problem, right? No problem. Leave it to me. Yang Luzhu caught the wrench, didn't mind the grime, turned around, and dashed toward the Range Rover, moving with swift efficiency. Watching his retreating figure, Zhu Yukai sidled over and muttered quietly, Brother Zhang, are you really taking him in? This kid looks like a big dumb brute. Can he handle it? We'll give it a try. Zhang Heng observed Yang Luzhu's skilled movements as he disassembled the tire. The team happens to need a porter right now. Besides, Guixiang's judgment of people is probably sharper than yours. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? Fatty grumbled. Your Uncle Fatty here has a good eye for people too. I can tell that Vice Dean Liu is no good. Glad you realized that. Zhang Heng crushed his cigarette, but underfoot. Now get to work. Fill up the tanks, and we'll head to the cafeteria to stock up. Not far away, Vice Dean Liu, whom Zhang Heng had deliberately ignored, watched Yang Luzhu bustling about. Behind his glasses, a flicker of venomous jealousy flashed in his eyes. He clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his flesh. Why? Why could a poor student latch on to such a high branch while he, a dignified vice dean, was treated like heir? He knew Yang Luzhu. The boy's parents were farmers, and the family had little money. He relied on scholarships and part-time jobs, selling his labor all over campus to get by. He despised students like this the most. If this brat had been in his department, he would never have approved his year-end school. But for now, he dared not do anything, not even let that venomous gaze linger for a second longer, terrified of being noticed by that harbinger of doom. In the parking lot, the sounds of refueling and hauling resumed. With Yang Luzhu joining in, their work efficiency had indeed increased significantly. The kid might lack supernatural powers, but he possessed genuine brute strength. Carrying 2 50-pound gasoline drums, one in each hand, he strode along briskly. 20 minutes later, both vehicles Zhang Heng had selected were fully fueled and neatly parked at the exit. Zhang Heng leaped into the driver's seat of the Raptor pickup, savoring the elevated vantage point, and patted the steering wheel with satisfaction. Let's move out. Xun Yingru naturally followed Zhang Heng into the passenger seat of the Raptor, while the remaining 4 Li Su and the others climbed into the Toyota Prado SUV. The engine roared, shattering the deathly silence of the campus afternoon. Zhang Heng turned the key. The Raptor's large displacement diesel engine shuddered violently, emitting a deep guttural growl. A plume of black smoke shot from the exhaust pipe, choking the nearby survivors into fits of coughing. Hold on tight. Zhang Heng shifted into gear, didn't even glance at the rearview mirror, and floored the accelerator. The pickup's massive body lurched forward. That single stomp on the gas pedal shattered the psychological defenses of the crowd at the administration building entrance. Hey, are they really leaving? Don't go. Take us with you. The crowd erupted into chaos. They had been too terrified to speak earlier, intimidated by Zhang Heng's ruthless zombie killing. Now, seeing their only escape route about to vanish, fear was cast aside. The school bus that had carried them here was nearly out of fuel, surrounded by the corpses of zombies they had attracted. The stench of blood was so heavy, who knew if it would lure even more monsters? Stay here and wait for death. Dean Liu, what do we do? Say something. A few students stamped their feet in desperation, turning to the man with the gold-rimmed glasses. Vice Dean Liu's face was ashen. He stared at the 2 SUVs making a U-turn, grinding his molars in fury. These little brats were really treating them, a group of living people, like air. His eyes darted rapidly, scanning the terrified female teachers trembling beside him. Suddenly, he reached out and shoved a woman in a gray skirt suit. Teacher Wang, go quickly. You're a woman, they won't dare hit you. Huh. Before Teacher Wang could react, she was pushed forward by Vice Dean Liu and 2 other male teachers. Go. Stop them. Or we'll all die. Vice Dean Liu growled from behind, his voice laced with roof. Teacher Wang stumbled, propelled by the crowd against her will, and staggered into the middle of the road. At that moment, the Raptor's front had already turned. Its rugged bull bar gleamed with cold, hard metallic luster, aimed directly at her face. Stop. Stop. Teacher Wang's face drained of color and fright. Her instinct was to dodge, but hearing the urgings of her colleagues behind her, and contemplating her fate, if she stayed, she steeled herself, squeezed her eyes shut, and spread her arms to block the road. Screech. The piercing sound of brakes echoed. The Raptor's wide off-road tires left